awaiting his command. "Patch it through," Urian nodded, standing ramrod straight. A holographic projection lit up, and the image displayed caused the Grand Master's expression to change, his eyes burning with fury. "Traitor," he gritted his teeth, cursing the person in the holographic image. "You abandon human dignity to serve as a Xeno's lackey." Indeed, a human appeared in the holographic image, dressed in simple rags. Through the intelligence from the Fifth Legion, it was known that the Rangdan Xenos possessed psychic control methods. When truly facing humans, the Grand Master could not hide his inner rage. In the holographic image, the gaunt human's face was ferocious as he warned the Grand Master, "Human, get out of here." Then his expression changed again, adopting a docile and respectful look. "This place belongs to my lord." The Grand Master sternly rebuked, setting the tone for the war. "Tell your master that we come bearing destruction, vowing to utterly annihilate them." A war of extermination. The man suddenly knelt, his face incredibly devout, praising the Xeno's greatness. "My lord has conquered hundreds of human worlds. You will be the same, subservient to their great will." Hopeless, the Grand Master shook his head, raising his chin, looking disdainfully at the human who had become a Xeno's lackey. "Tell them to clean their necks and await humanity's slaughter." With that, without giving any chance for rebuttal, the Grand Master gestured to cut the communication. The enslaved human's angry curses of rebuttal had just left his mouth when the communication was severed. "Order the fleet to attack without restraint." Knowing the situation, Urian felt a sense of relief. Humans who become Xeno servants can only be purified of their defilement through destruction. Humans controlled by Xenos are no longer our kin. They have no free will and have become loyal lackeys of the Xenos. The Grand Master suppressed his rage. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his taut nerves suddenly relaxed. In a war without scruples, the First Legion had countless means to defeat the Xenos. "Understood," the Lord of the Legion responded, leading their respective fleets to attack the Xeno creations in the void. The Imperium of Man's battleships aggressively surged into the void, clearing the Xeno contamination within the star system. With 3 Gloriana-class battleships as the core, the fleet split into 3 main forces and a dozen smaller fleets, attacking simultaneously from various directions. Constantly cruising the void, the Imperium's elite fleet displayed formidable strength. They did not have the precise calculations of the Argent Nerf fleet. Their battle-hardened instincts alone were enough to overwhelm the enemy. As the human battleships advanced, they engaged the first wave of Xeno defense platforms. The Rangdan Xeno's technology was also powerful. Energy weapons like lance weapons had the same output as the Imperial side. This was an evenly matched battle. There was no technological disparity. The defense platforms, relying on their size, had even stronger firepower and shields. A few volleys could overload a battleship's void shield. But the Imperial fleet was not foolish enough to stand still and exchange fire with the defense platforms. Each battleship formation communicated frequently internally, utilizing the ship's flexibility to rotate resistance against the defense platform's firepower. The two sides battled in the void, beginning a long-range artillery duel. Lance weapons and macro cannons roared in unison. Augers locked onto targets, divination arrays calculated variables, and the timing of weapon launches was just right. Blazing lance weapons streaked across the void, and ship thralls worked in unison, loading massive macro cannon shells into the acceleration chambers. Plasma and lance weapons flew, and macro cannon shells, accelerated to 1/10 the speed of light, bombarded the defense platform shields. The fleet fully deployed, engaging their marked enemies, and the situation looked excellent. The Abomination Exemplar, the Indomitable Truth, and the Truth Razor, like 3 sharp blades, pierced into the core of the star system. The Indomitable Truth was even more aggressive, aiming directly for the Xeno's lair in the Morse solar system, Morse world. Urian's vigilance gradually relaxed. The Xenos were indeed dangerous, but the Imperium's main fleet held an absolute advantage. Just as the Grand Master lowered his guard and prepared to plan a landing operation, an anomaly appeared in the communication channel. Grand Master, Xeno battleships have appeared behind us. An urgent voice came through. The mortal captain's report was hurried and fearful, as if he had seen something terrifying. While Urian disdained mortal courage, he immediately looked at the holographic image, and what he saw made him, an Astartes created by the Emperor, gasp. It was a gigantic battleship with a terrifying appearance, filled with ugliness and disgust. Only then did Grand Master Urian suddenly realize that the information provided by the 5th Legion might just be the tip of the Rangdan iceberg. The battleships that the 5th Legion landed were human servant battleships, similar in style to the Imperium. The true Xeno battleships now appeared in the void. They were extremely blasphemous and terrifying creations. Perhaps the battleships seen now were the true Rangdan Xenos. A long, strip-shaped battleship stretched across the void, its 10-kilometer gray-brown hull like a decaying giant whale, with fluorescent green pus oozing from the gaps in its scales. In the gaps where the scaled armor opened and closed, there were worm-like structures that seemed to breathe. The upper deck was slightly more normal, covered with what humans recognized as armor. The lower part of the ship was nauseating, deviating from normal human aesthetics. Just one glance increased disgust. Large amounts of biological hull tissue, connective tissue wrapped around wriggling energy conduits, like diseased, pale human intestines dotted with moldy spots, with long, fibrous material trailing at the bottom. Dense biological conduits wriggled as the battleship activated, flowing with fluorescent green energy streams. The battleship's upper structure was even more disgusting. It was a structure resembling a pulsating giant brain, covered with dense red vascular tissue. On both sides of the battleship, there were densely packed, anus-like wrinkled circular holes, which the Grand Master deduced were some kind of gun ports. The ugly Xeno battleship had a bone-like ram covered in scales at its bow. The Grand Master frowned, forgiving the mortal captain's panic. The Xeno battleship's exterior was covered in biological organs, yet its engines were cast from steel, and plasma afterburners tore through the void. Biological technology on the outside, mechanical technology as the skeleton, the hateful-looking battleship displayed a fusion of different sciences. The Fusion Tech battleship and the purely mechanical defense platforms were completely different in style. What exactly happened? The Grand Master asked the Augur Array supervisor. Xeno battleships could not appear out of thin air. They not only appeared behind the fleet, but on the Augur, more and more Xeno battleship reactions appeared, with signals from 20 Xeno battleships in the star system. The crew immediately reported, unraveling the mystery of the Xeno battleship stealth. Sir, the Xeno battleships use some kind of camouflage technology to conceal their signals. The Augurs cannot detect them. Attack them? The Grand Master immediately ordered a preliminary wave attack to test the Xeno battleship's firepower. The fleet immediately turned, detaching enough battleships to confront the Xeno's strange battleships. Sizzle tilde, sizzle tilde, sizzle tilde. Soon, the Imperial battleships engaged the Xeno battleships, both sides firing at each other from long range. Blue high-energy clusters shot out from the anus-like wrinkled holes. It was some kind of bioplasma cannon. The brain tissue organs vibrated rapidly, emitting flashes of lightning that struck the battleship's void shields. The void shields flickered rapidly, overloading in an extremely short time, and lightning whips struck the Imperial battleships. The battleships hit by lightning began to have unstable engines, and their ship lights gradually extinguished. Electromagnetic weapon attack. It will drain our battleship's energy, making us completely defenseless. Static crackled through the communication channel, and the first batch of battleships engaging the Rangdan Xenos sent back urgent alarms. Battleships without shields were like lambs to the slaughter. The Rangdan battleships seized the opportunity, using their shields to withstand the Imperial battleship attacks, focusing fire on the defenseless ships. A shower of sparks erupted in the void. In the void battle with the Xenos, the human side was the first to pay the price. Although the Imperium's fleet held a decisive numerical advantage, its overconfidence and aggressive advance led to the first combat losses. The Rangdan warships, organized into formations of 5, overloaded the void shields of the Imperial vessels with their initial electromagnetic bombardment. Their second volley of biological plasma cannons instantly destroyed a destroyer. They were well-disciplined, clearly organized, and their crew's quality was on par with the Imperium's. Humans tilde slaves, tilde kneel before us. The Xenos transmitted foul messages on the common channel, wantonly insulting humanity. Xeno-mongrels, feel the wrath of humanity. The Grand Master of the Abomination exemplar, filled with rage, rebuked the Xenos on the common channel. The mighty Gloriana-class battleship bravely advanced, and at optimal range, its auger array locked onto the Xeno warships. With all her broadside weapon arrays blazing, the Abomination exemplar unleashed her fury. Macro cannons roared, lance beams tore through the void. The scorching energy and the brilliance of the macro cannons illuminated the universe. With just one volley, the terrifying firepower of the Gloriana class instantly overloaded the Xeno warship's shields. The violent bombardment caused layers of the semi-organic warship scales to peel off, biological tissue to instantly vaporize, and scorching energy liquid to splatter into the cold void. The Xeno warships died like living organisms, their wreckage silently disintegrating in the vacuum. As the main fleet entered the engagement zone, their firepower compensated for the technological disparity, and victory gradually shifted towards the Imperium. 20 Xeno warships, after destroying a few small vessels of the Imperium of Man, were repelled by the capital ships, leaving behind more than 10 warship corpses. In the ensuing slaughter, they fled in disarray, but managed to slip past the Imperial fleet's blockade. In astronomical unit-scale combat, an unknown camouflage technology completely evaded visual and electronic tracking. Continue the attack. The Grand Master continued to order the fleet to eliminate the defensive platforms and eradicate the void threat. He selected all the landing warships and dispatched them towards Morse World, preparing for a planetary assault. Urian's strategy was sound. Eliminate the Xeno void strongpoints to completely free up the fleet's combat space. The planetary assault would clear out the Xeno ground forces, causing the Rangdan to completely lose Morse World and their foothold for further expansion. Conversely, humanity could use this as a staging point to continue their offensive into the Rangdan heartland. The Morse solar system had become a strategic key point. The First Legion had to take it. On Morse World, auger scans reported relatively few planetary defense systems. Originally a human industrial world, it was now occupied by the Rangdan, who had exploited its resources, turning it into a chaotic mess. Urian nodded. The sparse planetary defenses likely indicated that the Xenos overly relied on void defenses and had built few ground fortifications. Commence the planetary assault. I will fight alongside you. The Grand Master's communication was relayed to the landing fleet. He put on his helmet and headed to the landing craft. Outside the planetary defense system, the landing fleet adjusted its posture, aiming the bellies of the warships at Morse. Then, 50,000 Space Marines of the First Legion, with 10,000 on orbital standby, and the rest committed to ground combat. Urian intended to use a crushing lightning war to quickly annihilate the Xenos entrenched on the planet. All 10 heavenly armies were deployed, establishing 3 landing points, and a 1,000,000-strong mortal auxiliary army poured out. Drop pods away. Urian gave his final order before leaving the bridge. From high orbit, the ship's belly channels opened, and the first wave of Vanguard warriors departed in drop pods. At 3 locations, 3,000 drop pods lightly penetrated the planetary shield, plummeting towards the planet's surface. The Rangdan Xenos on the ground, aside from activating the planetary shield, showed no signs of counterattack, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. Such abnormal behavior aroused some people's vigilance, but it quickly faded. 40,000 Astartes, used to conquer a single planet, meant no Xeno could stop them. As the drop pods landed, the warriors of the First Legion stepped onto the planet's surface. In the distance, a hive city stood on the plains. Then they saw the hive city gates wide open, and enslaved humans pouring out of it. Ragged, emaciated humans, uniformed workers and middle class, and richly dressed elites were all mixed together. Without exception, all humans had been subjected to mental control by the Xenos. They held crude auto-weapons, with patches covering vital areas of their bodies, serving as simple defensive armor. The people rushing out of the hive city faced the Astartes without fear, only the devotion of fanatical cultists. With their screams and shouts, the charge of millions began. The ground trembled and rumbled under their footsteps. Facing such a scene, only the resolute Astartes, the superhuman warriors, could remain composed. Establish a defensive line. The Legion's company captains quickly gave orders. Their mission was to protect the landing zone. The first sound of a bolter rang out, followed by a cacophony, and the ammunition fired by the brutal weapons wove into an impenetrable curtain of fire. This was a massacre. At the planet's 3 landing points, the same scene unfolded. Fearless human slaves swarmed out of the hive city, charging the space marines. The warriors of the First Legion immediately established their positions, using their various weapons to slaughter the frenzied human army. Precise bursts from bolters pierced through multiple enemies with each shot, then exploded within the crowd. Incendiary weapon rays ignited large swathes of organic matter, burning them into piles of charred bones. Heavy weapons, deployed with the drop pods, continuously projected firepower, smashing into the deranged crowds. 1,000 drop pods and 4,000 space marines created an incredibly terrifying curtain of fire. Their coordination was seamless, their reloading rhythm as precise as machinery, and the firepower never ceased. Servoskulls and auto-servitors continuously transported ammunition from the drop pods, replenishing the expended supplies. Blood mist erupted within the slave army, and the shattered body fragments and organs from bolter explosions paved their path forward. Every step forward cost tens of thousands of lives. Ordinary human forces, facing such a hellish meat grinder, would have long since crumbled. But these were Rangdan slaves, their minds controlled, living expendables for the Xenos, and humans continued to stream out of the hive city. Enduring the bolter bombardment, as if oblivious to their comrades falling around them, they relentlessly pressed towards the space marine positions. Finally, at the extreme range of their auto-weapons, the mortals fired the first shot. Although it had no effect, it carried extraordinary significance. It proved that with sufficient numbers and unified will, mortals could pave a path with their lives to approach the space marine defensive line. As the slaves drew closer, the space marines no longer needed to aim. Any shot fired would not be wasted ammunition. There were simply too many, so many that merely advancing would eventually allow them to encircle the Legion's defensive line. The slave army gradually surged forward, their auto-weapons firing at the black-armored warriors, clanging against their power armor. Just as the slaves rejoiced, a shadow fell from the sky. The Legion's large-scale landing craft descended through the atmosphere, arriving at the landing zones. Legion warriors continuously disembarked, immediately joining the battle and pushing back the human slave charge. I have a very bad feeling about this. The Lord of the 5th Legion, always cautious, voiced his concerns as soon as he landed. The Xenos haven't activated their planetary defense weapons, as if they deliberately let us land. I feel it too, Urian, helmeted, nodded gravely. Even the most sluggish commander should have noticed something was wrong, let alone an Astartes. It's possible that everyone on this planet has become a slave. The Lord of the Fifth Legion, holding a staff in one hand, pointed into the distance. There was an endless tide of human slaves, old and young, even infants crawling in the throng. From the elderly to toddlers, all surged towards the space marines like puppets. To this point, what did the Xenos look like? The First Legion knew nothing about them. Capture some mortals. I will set up a psychic array, hoping to gain some clues. The Lord of the Fifth Legion said this to the Grand Master, then walked away, calling his psychic subordinates to enter a landing craft and begin setting up the psychic array. Urian nodded, agreeing to his request. Expedite material transport. We are facing the entire population of this world. He then ordered 2 warriors to charge into the enemy lines under the cover of their brothers, to capture several mortals. Inside the landing craft, at the center of the psychic array, several mortal captives were restrained. Even now, their expressions remained fanatical, uttering foul words. The Lord of the Fifth Legion ignored them, diligently performing the psychic ritual. He was actively cautious, knowing that the Xenos' mind control abilities meant their psychic power must be extremely strong. To be safe, he mobilized 20 psychic brothers, hoping to succeed in one attempt and glean intelligence on the Xenos. As the incantation was chanted, the psychic energy of 20 Astartes flowed into his body, and his consciousness pierced into the mortals' minds. After a while, the mortals at the center of the array suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. The Lord of the Legion opened his eyes, his face pale, and he mumbled, "We are in big trouble." The Lord of the Fifth Legion, the soul of a space marine protected by 20 brothers, entered the mind of a mentally controlled mortal. His soul plunged into the void, with boundless pure black before his eyes. A mortal's soul should not be so empty. It should be vibrant and colorful, filled with the brilliance of emotions. However, this pitch-black consciousness was covered with countless fine white cracks. Looking closely, they were not cracks, but fine lines formed by white consciousness, like a spider web entrenched in the mortal's consciousness, controlling thought fluctuations. At the convergence point of the white spider web, a white light spot floated, appearing pure and harmless. When the Lord of the Legion's conscious tendrils touched the white light spot, Xeno's knowledge instantly flooded his mind. He had to do this, taking immense risks, to probe the Xenos race's psyche and obtain relevant Xenos intelligence. The moment the outstretched conscious tendril touched the white light spot, Xeno's knowledge surged into his mind. He glimpsed the underlying structure, basic intelligence of the Rangdan Xenos, and even some of Morse's military deployments. The Rangdan's war structure consisted of a massive army of controlled slaves at the bottom, elite warriors in the middle, and those at the top called War Master. The Xenos had long anticipated the arrival of humanity, and Morse was a meticulously set trap. The Lord of the Legion's consciousness sank. He was even more eager to know more. "Who is touching my mind?" Just as he was about to delve deeper, a strong mental wave arrived. The white spider web cracks suddenly contracted, piercing towards the Lord of the Legion's consciousness, attempting to take over and control him in reverse. Vast mental fluctuations, like an ocean, pressed in from the darkness, and the white spider web transformed into ropes, ensnaring the Lord of the Legion. He was horrified. After years of probing mental worlds, he had never encountered such a powerful psyche. It far surpassed an Astartes, extremely aggressive and domineering. But the Lord of the Legion was not flustered. He was an Astartes, and his consciousness was protected by his brothers. He condensed his consciousness into a sharp spike and thrust it towards the white light spot, aiming to destroy the Xeno's consciousness. A tragic mental fluctuation erupted. The white light spot was pierced through, and then shattered into countless irreparable cracks. Another piece of information entered his mind, and the Lord of the Fifth Legion quickly processed the data. The Rangdan Xenos, with their powerful psychic abilities, could control races with weaker psychic strength. This control was irreversible, a dual control of both mind and body. The Rangdan's brain, being larger due to its prominent psychic abilities, secreted a unique brain fluid to sustain its function. For the Rangdan, this brain fluid was a consumable for cleansing the brain, a physiological substance secreted and excreted daily. But Rangdan brain fluid had another function. If ingested by other races, even in tiny doses, the brain fluid would pollute the mind, establishing a psychic link with the brain fluid's owner, thereby achieving mental control. "Human, you will get nothing from me," the Rangdan uttered a venomous curse. The moment their consciousnesses touched, the Xenos knew it was a human spying on them. The white light spot trembled unstably, shattering into glass fragments and disappearing into the dark consciousness space. As the Xenos' psyche departed, the mortal's mental world gradually collapsed, with no way to save it. In the real world, the mortal's body exploded directly, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The Lord of the Fifth Legion, his consciousness returning to his body, involuntarily shivered. "We are in big trouble." His voice was low, cold, sweat beaded on his forehead, alleviating the after-effects of his consciousness leaving his body. "Help me up," he motioned for his battle brothers to assist him, his tone urgent. "Take me to see the Grand Master, this is a trap." Urian stood in the command center, staring intently at the holographic map, his face resolute beneath his helmet, but his brows were furrowed. Everything was normal at the landing zone. Personnel and equipment were continuously descending from orbit, and the tactical deployment was proceeding smoothly. In the distance of the front line, the human charge continued, but the charging force had changed. The old, weak, and sick were exhausted, and a meter-thick carpet of flesh and blood had accumulated on the ground. The human servants dispatched by the Xenos, clad in carapaces and armed with standard auto rifles, advanced and retreated with tactical precision. In the wilderness outside the Hive City, the standard servant army, under the cover of the flesh and blood wall, set up heavy firepower positions, bombarding the landing zone's void shields. Grand Master Urian's planned surprise attack, a swift and decisive victory like autumn leaves swept away, was dragged into a positional war of attrition by the massive numbers of slave cannon fodder. "Urian Bendegger," a weak and urgent call came from the command bunker's security door. Urian looked up and saw the Lord of the Fifth Legion being supported by two battle brothers. The Grand Master quickly went to meet him. He realized the seriousness of the situation for a Lord of the Legion to drop his respect and call him by his name. With one hand on his brother's chest plate, Urian turned, lifting his arm and placing it on his own shoulder. "Why are you so weak?" Urian helped him to an armchair, his tone full of concern. "A small side effect of the psychic power." The Lord of the Legion shook his head, taking off his gauntlet to reveal his large hand. "Take off your helmet. I don't have time to explain. I will directly transmit memories." Normally, Urian would never allow psychic power to enter his mind, to prevent potential memory alteration. But at this moment, he felt his brother's urgency, an emergency that could not be delayed. Urian removed his ceramite helmet and bowed his head to his brother, the trust between them self-evident. The Lord of the Fifth Legion raised his arm, psychic light flickering at his fingertips, and pressed his thumb to the Grand Master's temple. With a 0-degree chill, Urian felt a segment of information enter his consciousness. Psychic light emanated from his eyes as he saw the memories the Lord of the Legion had touched. This was a trap. The Rangdan had set a snare here to test the Imperium's strength. The Rangdan's War Master and elite warriors were hiding in the human Hive City, using human servants to deplete the Imperium's fighting strength. Only when the First Legion was exhausted would they appear, to harvest the Imperium's living forces. Urian staggered backward, supported by his guards, now knowing everything. The Grand Master's mind was a chaos, momentarily lost in thought. He knew that this operation had failed, Under his leadership, the First Legion had charged into the Rangdan's trap, putting the fleet's billions of lives in danger. How did the Xenos know that the Imperium of Man would come here and prepare in advance? Tell the fleet to be wary of Xenos' surprise attacks. Urian shook his head vigorously to clear his mind, breaking free from his guard's support. The Grand Master did not delve deeper. Now was not the time to investigate intelligence leaks. What needed to be solved immediately was how to arrange the next tactical moves to resist the Rangdan's assault. "Notify the orbital fleet," he shouted, his face pale and anxious. "Tell them to deploy war materials as quickly as possible." Urian's order was decisive. The Grand Master would not withdraw his troops, but instead would more actively pursue the landing operation. "Urian Bendegar," the Lord of the Fifth Legion stood up, pointing at the Grand Master and sharply rebuking him. "This is a trap, don't you understand? We should retreat now, preserve our fighting strength, and wait for the Primarch to arrive. This battle we have already lost. We must evacuate from here. Don't let your pride destroy the First Legion." The Lord of the Legion's final words were like a plea, urging the Grand Master to leave. "For the Legion." Inside the command center, the black-armored warriors standing in solemn attention glanced at the pleading voice. They had never seen a vulnerable Lord of the Legion. "I know," Urian's eyes were tearful. He took 2 steps forward and held his brother's shoulder plate. "I know everything, my dear brother. Precisely because of this, I must have the fleet deploy more supplies to sustain a prolonged battle." His voice was low, choked with emotion. "Things are irreversible. Can we still leave? The Xenos meticulously prepared this trap, and my arrogance led you all into it. They want to wear us down, and we, too, must delay, waiting for the Primarch to arrive. For months, we must hold on, preserve the Imperium's military strength, and have the capability to counterattack." The Lord of the Legion opened his mouth. He could not refute the Grand Master's tactical arrangements. Now all million mortal troops had landed, and the fleet was truly executing the next phase, with the Ecclesiarchy and Titan Legion about to touch down. With so many personnel and armaments, it was easy to descend but difficult to ascend. Deploy all supplies, the fleet prepare to evade, and send an astropathic message to the Primarch. Urian quickly made arrangements, demonstrating the decisiveness of a Legion leader in dealing with the unfolding situation. "Brothers of the other legions, obey my command, and gather at these 2 locations." He marked 2 locations on the map, instructing the warriors at the other 2 landing zones to move there. This way, all landed forces would form a triangular opposition, mutually supporting each other from fortified positions. The Lord of the Fifth Legion remained silent, pondering the Grand Master's words, and nodded in approval at the deployments he had made. Purely in terms of decision-making, what the Grand Master was doing now indeed aligned with the predictions for the battle. The locations marked on the map were 2 high grounds, overlooking the current landing points. Once the troops from the 2 landing points arrived and occupied them, they would become strategic strongholds, sufficient to hold out until the Primarch arrived. The Grand Master's orders were issued swiftly, and all combat supplies from the warships were descended from high orbit. The Legion's warriors, despite some doubts about the original landing point, chose to respect the Grand Master's command. The Lords of the Heavenly Host ordered their troops to take their supplies, fight, and retreat, moving towards the Grand Master's location. On the indomitable truth, the Astropath choir chanted spells, sending messages to the Primarch in the warp. Just then, the choir members convulsed, blood spilling from their mouths and noses, greatly alarming the guarding Legion warriors, who quickly pushed the Astropath away, interrupting the astropathic communication. "Warp, gigantic object, approaching. Distortion." The Astropath convulsed in the Legion warrior's arms, his spastic muscles making it difficult to speak complete words. The Legion warrior decisively took a dose of medicine from his backpack and accurately injected it into the Astropath's carotid artery. The astropath's life or death was irrelevant, but the intelligence he possessed had to be revealed. 3 seconds later, the medicine used by the Space Marine brought the astropath back to normal. He knew he wouldn't live long and immediately recounted what he had seen. In the warp, 3 gigantic objects are approaching, distorting astropathic communication. We cannot send signals now. I understand, came the Grand Master's reply over the communication channel. The Legion's highest commander understood the gravity of the situation. The astropath's body convulsed again. The Space Marine's medicine was causing his mortal body to collapse. Crack Tilda, the Legion warrior, twisted his neck, ending the astropath's suffering. On the ground, perhaps due to the Lord of the Legion's probing, the Slave Legion, carrying heavy firepower, attacked the First Legion's position. Brothers, hold the line! The company commander on the front lines coordinated the defense, his steady voice motivating his brothers. Before them was a bloody mist, a mountain of corpses and an endless tide of humans. The pungent smell of blood seemed omnipresent, seeping into the Space Marines' respirators. The current battlefield was a clash between humans, with Space Marines slaughtering mortals. Mortals, they are not our compatriots. They are pawns mind-controlled by Xenos. Destroying them is helping our compatriots find release. Compared to the Space Marines' composure, the will of the mortal auxiliary army was constantly being ravaged by the horrific sight before them. The warriors of the First Legion, holding bolt pistols in one hand, hissed through their respirators, boosting the mortals' fighting spirit. Mortal military judges and military police, whips in hand, patrolled back and forth behind the lines to prevent the auxiliary army from suffering mental breakdowns. In the auxiliary army's ranks, laser guns flashed continuously, killing their own kind surging towards them. They suffered minor casualties. The enemy's auto guns and laser weapons were deadly to mortals. Mortals were, after all, not demigods, and did not possess sturdy ceramite power armor. Fortunately, under the protection of the void shields, the enemy's long-range firepower was blocked. The Adeptus Mechanicus was constructing defensive positions, using various tools for digging and building, creating trenches for the auxiliary army. Various automated defensive weapons were set up inside the lines in the most scientific arrangement, defending against low-velocity shells entering the void shields. Red-robed Skidara were arrayed in groups, scattered across the front line. They were well-equipped, supplementing the auxiliary army's insufficient firepower. Titans continuously descended from space, standing in the front line, occasionally firing energy weapons to supplement firepower. Compared to kinetic weapons, energy weapons did not require ammunition and only needed maintenance by Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. Urien did not dare to deploy the Titans easily. The Grand Master understood that the First Legion and the landing forces needed to stabilize the front line and fight a prolonged war of attrition. The Imperial side was expending will and ammunition, while the Rangdan Xenos were expending humans. How many people were in a hive city? The smallest had at least hundreds of millions of people. The larger ones had tens of billions, and some super-large hive cities even reached hundreds of billions of people. Morse was an industrial world, with 4 hive cities towering over its factories. After the initial resistance against the Xenos and the later Rangdan's wanton expenditure of the population, it was estimated that the Rangdan still had 1 billion people they could control. This was data, estimated by the Adeptus Mechanicus based on the size of the hive cities and the scale of the factories, and submitted to the Grand Master. 1 billion, this number was like a mountain weighing on Urien's heart. Not 1 billion humans who would feel fear, but 1 billion fearless puppets. Mexaid, I need an Adeptus Mechanicus warship to be scuttled into our front line. Urien negotiated with the Adeptus Mechanicus in space over the communication channel. He needed an Adeptus Mechanicus warship to land within the front line, providing fire support while also serving as a wartime factory. Grand Master, is it really necessary? The mech sage was silent for a long time. This sage, having more human organs, furrowed his brow and asked the Grand Master. According to my calculations, while the number of human puppets is large, they do not pose a high threat. Are you being overly cautious? The enemy is not just these. Urian shook his head. Xeno reinforcements will arrive soon, and I must quickly establish the front line to resist the arriving Xenos. As he said, Urian realized the seriousness of the problem and had to use every means available. If you insist, the sage saw the Grand Master's serious expression and after some thought agreed to the request. A cruiser will descend. I hope your prediction is correct, Grand Master, and that you make good use of the Omnissiah's creation. Thank you for your generosity. A flicker of gratitude flashed in Urian's eyes. Regarding the need for a warship to descend, the First Legion had many warships that could serve this role. What Urian wanted was a factory, a manufacturing plant that could continuously produce weapons and ammunition, providing for the front line's ammunition consumption. Only an Adeptus Mechanicus warship with an integrated factory could fulfill this role. Both sides quickly coordinated, and a warship equipped with a manufacturing factory and filled with various supplies descended from orbit. The warship's descent provoked a furious counterattack from the Rangdan Xenos, and the orbital defense weapons instantly opened fire. The cruiser's void shields activated, and it rapidly descended, trying to minimize its altitude to avoid multi-directional strikes. Seeing the Xenos counterattack, Urian smiled coldly. The more nervous the enemy, the more it meant he had done the right thing. The 5-kilometer-long Adeptus Mechanicus cruiser was hit several times by orbital defense fire, and its void shields rapidly overloaded. Fortunately, before the second orbital weapon volley, its altitude had dropped below the firing angle. Under the precise control of the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, it slowly landed within the Legion's lines. If all went as expected, it would remain here forever, never again to navigate the void. Urian immediately set about building a defensive system centered around the cruiser, his inner worries significantly lessened. This warship was his greatest assurance. Within the atmosphere, macro cannons could not be used. The strong shockwaves would sweep away the entire Legion. Lances and other energy weapons, however, could be used at low power. Otherwise, they would instantly vaporize surrounding troops. The low-power weapons, or secondary cannons of a void warship, were equally not to be underestimated. They far exceeded the greatest ground firepower. "Come on," Urian spoke on all channels, roaring in a low, deep voice. "Let the Xenos come, we are ready to resist their attack." He had made the utmost preparations, building an impregnable defense within a day. Did the Xenos want a stall? To break through the Legion's defenses using vast numbers of mentally enslaved beings. The First Legion, with its dispositions made, was now unafraid of delays. All of Urian's deployments had pushed his talents to their limit, making the most correct choices. As the star set, the battle entered the night. The Rangdan slave army advanced by digging trenches through the piled blood and mud, pressing the Legion's lines at all costs. Their Xeno masters cared nothing for casualties, hiding under the protection of the Hive City's void shields, thrilled by the internecine conflict of their human kin. The battle intensified, lasting for 3 full Terran days. The Imperial legions rotated countless times for rest, yet never ceased fighting. The mortals' trigger fingers trembled. The Space Marines, however, did not feel tired. They required very little rest. A few minutes of napping was enough to restore them to peak condition. Urian never rested, monitoring the battle from the command center. His heart was constantly taut. If the Xenos were only like this, holding out until the Primarch arrived would be no problem. But reality always delivered a harsh slap in an unexpected way. The most feared thing had finally arrived. "Grand Master, there are gigantic objects approaching in the warp." The alarm over the communication was urgent, the voice trembling with fear. "Vile humans, surrender to fear and bow before the might of our race." You shall witness the creation that will crush your meager courage, the battle moon. The Xeno's triumphant taunts echoed across the common channel. Grand Master Urian shook his head with a bitter smile, his inner hopeful fantasy never coming true. The massive object that had blocked the astropathic communication, after 3 days of warp travel, finally arrived in the Morse solar system. The Rangdan Xeno's reinforcements had arrived, and they were swift and powerful. Their war technology, in some aspects, rivaled or even surpassed that of the Imperium. The 5th Legion's assessment was correct. The Rangdan were indeed an existential enemy of the Imperium, an opponent against whom humanity must fight with all its might. As Urian was lamenting, within the Morse solar system, the warp index continuously rose. 3 colossal warp exits, arranged in a triangular formation, suddenly and uniformly appeared within the star system. The fleet noticed the anomaly, with astronomical telescopes tightly locked onto the warp portals and augur arrays at full power, scanning for any unusual signs. On the ground, Urian saw the anomaly in the holographic projection. He walked out of the command post and looked up at the sky. The monitor in his helmet quickly zoomed in, displaying the captured images. Within the visible star system, a spherical behemoth slowly emerged from the warp, squeezing into the real universe. It was even larger than Terra's moon, Luna, and with an overwhelming sense of oppression, it entered the real universe. The Xeno's colossal space structures had arrived in the real universe. The appearance of 3 battle moons and the gravitational disturbances caused by their immense mass made the planetary orbits tremble slightly. The stars trembled, and so did human hearts. 1 battle moon appeared in orbit around the planet, its steel construction exerting an oppressive force that further terrified the mortal soldiers. Humans would fear power far beyond their imagination. Over the course of a week, the already battered morale of the mortal soldiers was now on the verge of collapse. Snap tilde tilde tilde, the sonic boom of a whip dispelled fear, and the long whip wielded by the military police was even more intimidating than the Xeno's construct hanging overhead. The auxiliary army lowered their heads, rekindling their inner courage, and opened fire on the human cannon fodder pressing forward. Brother, Urian called out on the comms channel. He had to make arrangements. Grand Master, please give your orders. The Lord of the Void Sky Army interjected into the communication, his expression solemn, knowing the gravity of the situation. Urian said to the Lord of the Void Sky Army, I grant you authority to command the entire fleet. Preserve your strength and engage the Xenos in a war of attrition. You are the most skilled in Void Fleet combat. I will not interfere much. My battlefield is on the ground. I understand. The image of the Lord of the Void Sky Army faded as he took over command of the fleet and directed it to withdraw. Urian let out a long breath, secretly relieved that he had landed 1 warship on the surface. The Legion now relied on the warship, forming a defensive triangle on 3 high grounds. It was impossible for the Xenos to conquer the 1st Legion. The 1st Legion would hold out until the Primarch arrived. No matter the cost, the 1st Legion would never abandon its position. It would hold to the death. Brothers, in 4 months, a Primarch will arrive to sweep away the filthy Xenos and their servants. There were no inspiring words. Urian was not good at them, and the 1st Legion did not need inspiration. They were the strongest Legion, now trapped by the Xenos. The Grand Master was confident they could fight their way out with all their might, but the cost would be incredibly high. They had to preserve their strength so that when the Primarch arrived, there would be enough force to counterattack the Xenos. Hold your ground, await reinforcements. Finally, Urian put on his helmet and went to the front lines to boost the morale of the mortals. Seeing the brutal scenes on the battlefield, the bullet marks on his brother's armor, and the perseverance of the mortal soldiers, a sense of guilt welled up within him. The 1st Legion, skilled in extermination and annihilation warfare, was now forced into passive defense due to a combination of various reasons. The Imperial forces had also paid a heavy price for their arrogance. But this was necessary now. There was no turning back. When the war ended, Urien was willing to accept any punishment. Whether the punishment came from Imperial authorities or the Primarch, he would accept it all. The fleet, led by the Lord of the Void Sky Army, departed. The upcoming battles would primarily consist of guerrilla harassment, with the main fleet hiding in the void to preserve its strength. Various gigantic hatches on the battle moons opened, and void fleets emerged from within. Each battle moon carried hundreds of semi-organic warships, filling the void around it. The vast Morse solar system now appeared crowded. The Xenos' naval power far exceeded that of the Imperium by several times. Seeing the Imperial fleet's departure, the Rangdan fleet did not pursue. The Xenos knew that with humans present on Morse, human reinforcements would surely come. This was their initial strategic objective, with no deviation. Waiting for the rabbit by the stump, besieging the point to strike at reinforcements. The human servants provided tactics that were indeed very effective. Insignificant human, lay down your weapons and surrender, become a servant of our race. The Rangdan Xenos hacked into Imperial communications and found Urien. It adopted an arrogant posture, satisfying its emotions by humiliating the existence of humans. Urien said nothing. He had finally seen the Xenos, the true Rangdan race. The Xenos' exterior was covered in grayish-rocky scaled skin, with 6 thick legs on its lower body, all joints pointing outwards, allowing it to run in any direction. The first time Urien saw the Rangdan before him, he immediately determined that the opponent was wearing bioarmor, and its true body should be small. Its waist was a rotating platform, and the design of the bioarmor's lower half left no room for the Rangdan's actual body. The upper half of the bioarmor had 2 multi-jointed main arms, as well as multiple sliding tentacles. Its head was rounded, surrounded by a ring of monitors, providing a full 360-degree view. Most striking was a fleshy rod on its head, about a foot long, pink like tender flesh, resembling some kind of antenna. The bioarmor had no facial features, but above its torso was a terrifying face. Its eyes were wide open, its nose a skull, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a long, ugly tongue licked at one of its fangs. The face was extremely intimidating. An ordinary person seeing it on the battlefield would be scared out of their wits. Grandmaster Urien memorized the Xenos' features. After a brief analysis, he realized that the Rangdan's true body should be relatively fragile. HMPH, he snorted, extending an ironclad boot. Filthy creature, you're not even worthy of licking my boot. You're nowhere to be seen on the front lines, hiding behind slaves. Have you come out to die now? For someone skilled in verbal attacks, the Grand Master's words were generally effective. But the Rangdan was enraged. Its bioarmor trembled and white smoke billowed from its seams. It was worshipped by slaves, revered as a true god. When had it ever heard such humiliating words? I am Rangdan Warmaster, Lolos. I will personally train you to be the most obedient dog, licking 10,000 boots every day. Come then, the Legion is right here, Urien said with disdain. I just fear you lack the courage to face humans hiding behind your slave army. Just you wait. Lolo's tone was hostile, and he immediately cut the communication. Communications between Xenos and humans were mostly like this, never friendly exchanges. Prepare to counter the Xenos' attack. They are very powerful. Let's probe them first. Urien curled his lips into a cold smile. He deliberately provoked the Xenos, making them personally engage in combat, which would facilitate the acquisition of critical intelligence. In planetary orbit, the Xenos' warships adjusted their stance, their broadsides aimed at Morse, and from their anal folds, circular bioeggs were launched. The Xenos' drop pods penetrated the atmosphere, avoiding human anti-aircraft fire, and landed in front of the hive city. The ovate bioeggs shattered, their fluids spilling onto the ground, and from them emerged tall Rangdan elite warriors. They were massive, clad in grayish-rocky bioarmor, as tall as space marines. They held a biogun in one main hand and a curved bone-bladed war scythe in the other. Multiple biotentacles flailed, their tips reflecting cold light, serving as sharp small blades. 1,000 Rangdan warriors descended from the sky. The enslaved humans were frantic and excited, as if gods had descended among them. Gekakaka. The grotesque face on the bioarmor's abdomen, with its built-in sound emitter, roared, its piercing sonic waves intimidating the human slaves. From the hive city behind, a large number of Xenos technological constructs advanced towards the human lines. Artillery fire struck them, causing ripples to appear on their surfaces, indicating some form of directional defense system. The appearance of elite warriors and war machines signaled the war's entry into its second phase. The most brutal close-quarters combat was about to begin. Wah tilde tilde tilde, the human servants let out strange cries, running to keep up with the war machines, charging towards the human positions. Tracks sank deep into flesh, mercilessly crushing the bodies of the auxiliary army, churning up mangled remains and organs. The auxiliary army continuously fired, red laser dots striking human traitors. Low-energy projectiles successfully penetrated shields, killing a large number of enemies. When the distance was close enough, the Space Marines ceased firing and picked up their close combat gear. Filthy Xenos, receive the wrath of the Astartes! Someone roared, and the Legion warriors, armed with various equipment, charged out of their lines. They had to go out to block the charge for the mortals and create stable firepower output. The vehicles of the heavenly host of iron aimed, driving tanks and other battlefield vehicles to provide strong fire support for their brothers. Power weapons lit up and force fields deflected attacks. The warriors of the First Legion clashed with the Xenos. Chapter 60 Titan. A tiny surge of fear, a fear of the Rangdan, suddenly erupted in the veteran's mind. He immediately understood that the approaching alien entity possessed psychic contamination. A muffled groan sounded, and another Legion warrior fell. There were also strong individuals among the Rangdan. Several blades pierced vital points, taking the life of a death angel. From the Rangdan's circular mouthpart, a pinkish, thorny spike emerged, covered in viscous fluid, identical to the one on the biological armor's head. The alien was pleased, thinking that by merely inserting its mouthpart into a warrior's body, it could control the powerful warrior to fight for it. However, its golden eyes saw an armored hand, its 5 fingers spread, reaching out towards it. "I am a warrior of the Emperor." The veteran's voice was low as he grabbed the alien entity, his thumb gouging out its eyeball. Weakness and fear, the faint instincts are suppressed to the extreme. He squeezed his fingers, and the Rangdan's tentacles, in agony from the pressure, coiled around the cold armor. Splat, the Rangdan alien entity was crushed and burst by brute force. Beware of the alien's death throes. The aliens want to control my mind. They possess psychic contamination, luring out inner weakness and fear. The veteran, dutifully, transmitted the information again to prevent his Legion brothers from being ambushed. The Legion soldiers, having received the intelligence, launched a fierce attack, killing the Rangdan elite warriors. It wasn't that the Rangdan were not strong. If it had been ordinary Space Marines, the battle would certainly have been evenly matched. Facing the First Legion's battle-hardened veterans, the Rangdan were utterly outmatched by experience, suffering massive casualties. In the first wave of attack, the Legion lost 100 Legion warriors, while killing 500 Rangdan elite warriors. Piercing screams came from the Imperial front line. The mortal auxiliary army's eyes widened, dropping their weapons and clutching their heads, tearing at their hair. The psychic contamination emitted by the Rangdan entity completely shattered the already battered minds of the mortals. One after another, like a chain reaction, large numbers of mortals showed terror, screaming and abandoning the front line. The crack of the military police's whips echoed, but it could not stop the auxiliary army's collapse. With a bang, a Space Marine's bolter fired, killing the collapsing mortals. Even some strong-willed mortal soldiers turned their lasguns on their frenzied comrades, killing them without hesitation. There was no other way. All wise, clear-minded individuals knew the horror of the alien psychic contamination. They had learned it the hard way. The mad human compatriots charging the front line, fearless of death, were the best lesson. In 10 seconds, the Imperial front line was restabilized, and the destabilizing elements were cleared. With the death of the Rangdan elite warriors, the alien war machine immediately retreated, moving away from the human front line. As for the charging humans, they were mere consumables. How could they compare to the noble warriors and the expensive value of war machines? The humans at the front line were quickly cleared, and the Imperial side immediately reorganized, preparing for the next wave of battle. Inside the command fortress, Urian silently nodded as he saw the battle damage at the front line. The casualty ratio between Legion warriors and Rangdan elite warriors reached 1-5, which was within an acceptable range. As the operation deepened, the Space Marines would understand the Rangdan elite warriors better, and the casualty ratio might widen further. He looked at the messages coming from the other 2 front lines on the command console, which were also under synchronized attack by the Rangdan. Across the 3 defensive bases, the aliens had deployed a total of 3,000 elite warriors, causing the First Legion to lose over 500 men. As for the Adeptus Mechanicus Ecclesiarchy Guard, their direct losses were fewer, with most mortal losses coming from mental collapse. Strictly forbidden to consume Rangdan flesh to gain intelligence, their bodily fluids are the source of psychic control and will contaminate the warriors' minds. Urian ordered a strict prohibition on Legion warriors consuming Rangdan brain tissue to avoid psychic control. The battlefield matters were temporarily settled, and his gaze shifted to his side, where an observation report lay on the steel table. He picked up the intelligence data slate and threw it onto the command console. The data was immediately read, and the information within was displayed as a holographic image. The more Urian read, the grimmer his resolute face became. The data slate contained aggregated information from various units that had been attacked. It came from void ships before losing contact, and from the 3 attacked defensive bases. The intelligence showed that the alien warships seemed to understand Imperial warships very well. Various ship models, specific maneuverability ranges, accurate firing ranges, and weapon loadouts. In the early Void battles, there were even alien ships that mimicked Imperial ship signals, deceiving the Imperial fleet and causing heavy losses. Fortunately, the Void host reacted in time, changing identification signals to prevent further losses. And in ground combat, the Rangdan elite warriors' attacks mostly targeted the Space Marines' vital points. Coupled with the ambush in the Morse solar system, a terrifying truth surfaced. Imperial intelligence had been leaked. The Rangdan's premeditated show of weakness, their initial panic upon first contact, were all deceptions to lull the Empire into a false sense of security. Only after the Imperial forces fell into the trap did the aliens reveal their fangs, striking hard at the Imperial forces. His 2 hearts beat violently. He had never feared aliens or terrifying enemies. But now, the Grand Master of the First Legion, he felt a looming darkness. An enemy within the Empire, a high-ranking official colluding with aliens. If it wasn't uncovered quickly, the losses inflicted on humanity would be immeasurable. Urian issued a warning to everyone in the command room. This matter must not be revealed in the slightest. The implications are too vast. There was no response in the command room. The mortals nodded, choosing silence, and the Space Marines stood silent as statues. Urian put away the data slate. He had to keep it safe and deliver it to someone who could handle it. This level of intelligence leak must have come from high up in the Empire. The only ones who could handle this were the Primarchs, Lord Malkador, and the Emperor. Beep, beep. A red alert screen reappeared on the command console. The Rangdon's spaceships had once again dropped deployment pods, launching another attack. Grand Master Urian watched with cold eyes. The aliens had increased their forces tenfold, with 10,000 elite warriors attacking. The other two defensive bases also had elite warriors descending from high orbit, conducting synchronized strikes. He remained silent, beginning the tense deployment work, praying internally. Now only the Primarch could save the Imperial forces. He hoped he would arrive quickly. The First Legion would fight to the death, holding back the enemy's advance and protecting the intelligence in the data slate. The truth must be told to the Empire. The intelligence must be delivered to the Primarch, so the Empire could be warned early about the internal enemies colluding with aliens to betray humanity. Urian pondered for a moment, then made another deployment. Do not sally forth carelessly. The army must remain under the protection of the Void Shields. Adeptus Mechanicus personnel must constantly monitor to ensure the normal operation of the Void Shields. He had to ensure that the Imperial Legion was protected from orbital strikes. Warships and Continental-class Void Shields merged, forming multi-layered Void Shields to prevent alien orbital strikes. Urian thanked the humans of the Dark Age of technology. For defenders, the Void Shield was the greatest invention. The First Legion's Void Shields, originating from ancient technology, had far greater power than ordinary ones. They protected the Legion from orbital strikes, preventing ultra-long-range saturation bombardment. The attackers would have to engage in close-quarters combat to achieve victory. Furthermore, that alien leader, Lolos, wanted to encircle the First Legion and strike at the relief fleet. It certainly wouldn't destroy Morse world. It needed leverage to attract other Imperial legions. All these reasons combined meant that the First Legion would surely hold out until the Primarch arrived. What Urian was worried about now was not the First Legion, but rather the Lord of the 21st Legion coming to their aid. 3 battle moons and hundreds of alien capital ships constituted a very powerful military force. I hope the Void Host's message will be taken seriously by the Primarch. He sighed, turning his attention back to the command console. The Rangdon's attack had already begun. Realizing that Morse was an alien trap, and after astropathic communication was jammed, the Grand Master had several ships depart, heading to human-controlled areas where communication was possible, sending a signal to the Primarch. The First Fleet was rapidly traveling through the warp, and Blazkowicz had, of course, received the warning. The ships that left Morse sent very dense astropathic messages, which most Imperial forces in the Ultima Orientis sector received. The fact that the First Legion was besieged shocked the other legions. How much longer? When will we reach the Morse solar system? Blazkowicz sat on the edge of the training ground, tapping his fingers on the steps. His tone, though very calm, never hid his anxiety. Fewer and fewer messages were coming back from the front line. He found it difficult to clearly know the First Legion's current situation. Blazkowicz, however, was clear that the First Legion would not be annihilated. They were the aliens' bait. The tactic of encircling a point to strike at reinforcements, though old-fashioned, was truly effective. My lord, our warp engines are faster. We will reach the destination in 60 days. Francisca's soft voice sounded, the navigator having calculated the precise time. Upon receiving the precise answer, Blazkowicz's expression visibly relaxed. He nodded and said to the seemingly empty space ahead, "Very good. Maintain the course and minimize any errors." Francisca's voice held a touch of honor. "I am constantly monitoring the warp lanes. We will arrive with the absolute minimal error." Blazkowicz slowly nodded, casually bringing up a holographic projection to review Sophia's readiness. The First Fleet, based on the intelligence received, had formulated multiple tactical measures against the Xenos. The factory warships accompanying the fleet used Argent Nur war technology to produce some specialized equipment. Although far from the battlefield, the First Fleet was already prepared for battle. As the data flickered before his eyes, a sharp glint flashed in the depths of Blazkovich's eyes. If Rangdan intended to use the First Legion as bait, this large fish himself would likely drag Rangdan down with him. The fleet advanced rapidly through the warp, heading towards the Morse solar system at a speed far exceeding what the Xenos and Urian had anticipated. Blazkovich had prepared a grand gift for Rangdan, hoping the Xenos would graciously accept it. On Morse world in the Morse solar system, the non-stop, arduous battle had continued for 55 Terra days. Rangdan's attacks came in waves, constantly probing for weaknesses in the First Legion's defenses, but found no vulnerable points in the human lines. After the initial 3,000 Rangdan elite warriors were repelled by the First Legion, the Xeno offensive became slightly sluggish. Having suffered immense casualties, the elite warriors ceased their direct attacks, instead continuously sending forth human thralls to deplete the Empire's ammunition and military supplies. But the Empire's ammunition seemed inexhaustible. Urian's decision was wise. Backed by a Mechanicus warship providing production and supply, the Imperial Legion did not have to worry too much about ammunition. Grand Master, here are the casualty figures for the last 3 hours. The computer presented the data slate to the Grand Master. Thank you. Urian took the data slate and offered his thanks. His voice was somewhat weary, stubble had grown on his chin, and his eye bags were slightly swollen. His fatigue did not stem from his body, but from his highly strained nerves. Responsible for the overall command of the ground war, the Grand Master bore pressure far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. After reviewing the brief, the helplessness in Urian's eyes deepened further. The numbers of the mortal auxiliary army were being rapidly depleted, with less than half of the soldiers remaining combat effective. The mortal troops provided by the Empire to the Primarch were simply too few and could not withstand the attrition against Rangdan's slave armies. In the protracted war of attrition, the Mechanicus 300,000 elite Skidare also had only half remaining. Without Rangdan elite warriors participating in the attack, the Space Marine losses were very low, almost non-existent. However, the Empire's high-end combat power still suffered severe damage. During Rangdan's attack with 3,000 men, after several days of fierce fighting, the Legion suffered over 5,000 fatalities, paying a huge price to annihilate them completely. The Legion had 40,000 warriors deployed, divided into 3 defensive bases, creating a significant numerical gap. Grand Master, my psychic language has detected a major crisis. At the entrance of the command fortress, the Lord of the FIVE Chinese letter Heavenly Army strode in, his tone hurried. Outside the range of our auspex, billions of mortal cannon fodder have gathered, surrounding us from all directions. Tens of thousands of Rangdan elite warriors are ready, synchronized with the cannon fodder, preparing to assault our lines. The Lord of the FIVE Chinese letter Heavenly Army's face was covered in fine beads of sweat, his resilient heart shaken by the prophetic vision. The Xenos battle moons will soon descend, trampling our defenses. They want to further weaken our forces. Hearing such urgent military intelligence, Urian's face darkened. He quickly stepped forward to meet the Lord of the Legion and asked anxiously, "In your prophecy, can you see the Primarch's arrival?" He did not doubt the accuracy of the prophecy. His brother of the FIVE Chinese letter Heavenly Army was very accurate in war predictions. No, the Lord of the FIVE Chinese letter Heavenly Army said with a pale face, shaking his head at Urian. Regarding the Primarch's prophecy, there is only endless darkness. Upon hearing this, Urian's tall frame staggered backward, and at once a myriad of regrets surged into his heart. His heart felt as if it were being gnawed by 1,000 insects, and his mental defenses utterly collapsed. His actions replayed before him like a rapidly spinning lantern, as if vividly real. If it weren't for his stubbornness and arrogance, his Legion brothers would not have died, and the Imperial forces would not be facing total annihilation. The Grand Master's heartbroken appearance suggested he had been completely broken by the crisis of imminent total defeat. Two guards supported him from behind, preventing the Legion leader from falling. The Lord of the Legion was shaking his head, and the atmosphere in the command center was heavy. The Legion faced a matter of life and death. "No, no," Urian's voice suddenly rose. He shrieked violently, shaking his head frantically, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. His frenzied appearance made the Lord of the FIVE Chinese letter Heavenly Army step back, asking cautiously, "What's wrong, Grand Master?" "We are about to achieve victory." Facing an unprecedented crisis, the Grand Master, after a brief collapse, said with full confidence, "Our reinforcements are coming soon." Everyone in the command center looked at the agitated Grand Master, their eyes filled with doubt. Had the Grand Master perhaps succumbed to the pressure and developed mental issues? "I am certain the Primarch's reinforcements are about to arrive." Urian seemed full of confidence, his weary and dejected face re-energized. He looked at the doubting faces of his brothers and calmly explained to them, "We are the bait, the fish Rangdan is reluctant to let go of in order to catch a bigger fish. Now the Rangdan Xenos are coming to eliminate us instead. Why is that?" The Grand Master's sharp eyes swept over his brothers, hoping someone would speak the answer, an inspiring answer. "The big fish has taken the bait." A mortal, he cried out in excitement, stood up, and then immediately knelt down. "Yes, the big fish has taken the bait," Urian said with a smile, walking over to the mortal and helping him up. "The Xenos must have warp observation methods and know of the Imperial reinforcements' arrival, so they are eager to eliminate us to prevent us from joining forces with the reinforcements." The Grand Master stated his deduction and viewpoint, and the Space Marines in the command center looked at each other, finally nodding slowly. They also believed that the Grand Master's deduction was very reasonable and highly probable. 5 days, Urian raised his hand, spreading his palm, then hesitated. 7 days at most, and the Primarch will arrive. He calculated a reasonable time based on the distance at which the Xeno battle moon affected astropathic communication. "Go and prepare," Urian ordered, dismissing his Legion brothers. "As long as we hold out for 7 days, victory will be ours." As his voice fell, the ground trembled and holographic projections warned. The Xeno Titan units had landed. "Brothers, Imperial soldiers," the Grand Master opened the communication channel, shouting in his most impassioned voice, "I have received news. Reinforcements will arrive in 7 days at most. A son of the Emperor, a mighty Primarch, will bring destruction to the abhorrent Xenos." The Grand Master's voice spread through the communication channel, and silence fell everywhere it reached. After a few seconds, a powerful cheer erupted. In the most desperate moment, intense hope also burst forth. The Empire's 3 defensive bases, after extensive repairs, had defensive walls towering around their perimeters. From the highest watchtower, a black line appeared on the horizon. The alert operator aimed his binoculars at the black line, increasing the magnification. After clearly seeing what it was, the mortal alert operator's breath caught in his throat. It wasn't a black line at all. It was a dense, endless army of enemies. He pressed the alarm, and the highest level of alert sounded within the defensive base. Urian in the command center also felt his scalp tingle, his breathing momentarily pausing. Within the Auspex range of the 3 bases, dense red dots appeared at the edges, surrounding them from all directions. "All weapons open fire." Within the Imperial defensive bases, all accessible weapons opened fire on the enemy army. Dense arrays of various weapons, trailing brilliant plumes of exhaust, plunged into the human sea. Large numbers of humans were vaporized, pulverized into dust, but it was still a drop in the bucket, unable to stem the surging human wave. Rangdan had committed its entire population, aiming to annihilate the human forces in one fell swoop. "Line of fire combat units, take cover, macrocannon firing." The Mechanicus warning was urgent. the slowly modified warship macrocannon was about to fire. Thump tilde. Like the heartbeat of a planet, boundless waves of air exploded as the warship macrocannon fired on the planet's surface. The gigantic projectile was visible to the naked eye, slowly falling into the human sea, erupting into a mushroom cloud. The unstoppable shockwave reverberated back, carrying dust that struck the city walls, sweeping away mortals who were too slow to evade. Just one round of macrocannon fire annihilated 30 million humans, an extraordinary achievement. Praise the Omnissiah! Such fury stirred the hearts of the Mechanicus members, their mechanical voices filled with praise. Continue the attack with atomic weapons. Urian notified his Arsenal brothers, activating forbidden weapons to bombard the disoriented mortal slaves. To hold out until the end, the auxiliary army had to be eliminated. At the Grand Master's command, dozens of missiles carrying atomic weapons were fired into the densest enemy formations. Tens of kilometers outside the defensive base, several dazzling fireballs erupted, vaporizing all living creatures within their blast radius. Other missiles landed in enemy formations without exploding, but the skin of people within the affected area gradually festered, muscle tissue peeled away layer by layer, until all cells were killed. Radiation weapons, one of the First Legion's many forbidden weapons, were highly effective for eliminating large, dense biological targets. More nuclear bombs detonated, unleashing the ultimate power of atomic weapons developed over tens of thousands of years. The nuclear bombs, like fires of repentance, vaporized the flesh and sins of the treacherous mortals. Terrifying phosphorus warheads ignited all organic matter, causing the sea of people to boil. These powerful weapons unleashed horrifying effects when targeting unshielded enemies. The light emitted by the weapons made the Legion's warriors turn away, and mortals closed their eyes to avoid retinal burn. Only members of the Adeptus Mechanicus knelt, shouting praises. Glory to the Omnissiah! Just one wave of strikes eliminated 80% of the population, shattering the threat of overwhelming numbers. As the appetizer fell, both humans and Xenos knew that the seemingly terrifying scene was merely the prelude before the main course began. In front of the First Legion, at the gates of the Hive City occupied by the Rangdan, gigantic Xeno-Titans continuously descended. They were protected by shields, turning their towering bodies, watching with interest as the humans eliminated their own kind. The Rangdan's Titan units were no different from the biological armor of their elite warriors, only greatly magnified. The shortest were 15 meters, some were 30 meters, and the tallest reached 50 meters. They were equipped with many more armaments. Numerous biocannons adorned their chests and ribs, 2 colossal cannons were mounted on their shoulders, and multiple shield generators were located at their shoulder blades. Their arms wielded bioplasma cannons, and their flying tentacles shimmered with disintegrating lightning. Xeno boarding craft slowly descended, disgorging large numbers of elite warriors, as well as some even larger beings. The images transmitted via holographic display made Urian's pupils contract. The Rangdan's overlords had appeared. The Rangdan's Warmaster and Overlord were high-tier Xeno combat units, far more powerful than their elite warriors. Despicable mortals! The Xeno-Titan's sonic array system activated, emitting a contemptuous voice as if the Xenos were superior beings. Kneel, accept the brain fluid of our race, and become our slaves. That is your only choice. The Titan unit's sonic array produced truly visible shockwaves, shaking the will of the Imperial forces. Urian recognized Lolo's voice. He connected the communication to the Imperial Titans and responded to the Xeno's arrogance. Xeno mongrel, it is right for you to lay down your weapons and accept the Imperial purge. The leaders of the 2 different races had already exchanged tons of insults during the long war. Urian Bendegar, Lolo sneered. After today you will surely grovel before me and lick my fingers. Urian was not afraid of the Xeno's threat. Instead, he urged his opponent. Bring it on. Your time is running out after all. My reinforcements are arriving soon. How do you know? The voice abruptly stopped, then resumed a few seconds later. Vile human. Lolos realized he had been tricked into revealing his strategic intentions. Urian smiled, his deduction confirmed, and he couldn't help but mock. With your intelligence, the position of War Master seems too demanding. I have a floor-cleaning job in my room that would suit you perfectly. Lolos gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't out-argue Urian, and angrily declared, Let's settle this on the battlefield. Warriors destroy the human front lines. They have outlived their usefulness. At the Rangdan War Master's command, there was no movement on the front line. The Xenos were waiting for the encirclement, waiting for the human slaves to advance in defense, and then to charge simultaneously. As for how many human slaves would be lost in this process, they didn't care in the slightest. Inside the defensive base, artillery fire raged, continuously launching shells to bombard the human forces. Notify the other bases to abandon their front lines and reinforce us, Urian told the communications officer. He abandoned the other two bases, consolidating his forces to fight a decisive battle against the Xenos. Any horned defense was meaningless now. The Rangdan were consolidating their forces, intending to crush the human defensive line with overwhelming force. As his order was issued, the Rangdan Titans moved, leaving their formation to intercept the reinforcements. God machines to battle. Just then, the voice of the Adeptus Mechanicus came through the communication channel. The avatars of the Omnissiah will destroy the abominable creations of the Xenos. Woo tilde woo woo. Behind the Imperial defensive perimeter, the Titans' sirens shrieked, as if challenging the Xenos to battle. The Titan Legion, long awaiting orders, strode towards the Xeno-Titans. The avatars of the Machine God, 10 Warlord Titans, marched out of formation, followed by dozens of Reaver Titans and Warhound Titans. Several Imperator Titans slowly followed, trailing at the very rear of the procession. Xeno-mongrels, face my wrath! The Titan Princeps roared, his mind linked with the Titan, transforming him into the Titan's body. Even though their numbers were far inferior to the enemy, the Imperial Titan Legion chose to engage, upholding the dignity of the Titans. As if by unspoken agreement, the Titan legions of both sides moved to the flanks of the battle line, both deciding on a decisive battle. The Titans opened the battle. Unable to wait for the human servants, the Rangdan elite warriors launched their attack. Human warriors were very powerful, and they absolutely could not be allowed to consolidate their forces and cause more losses. For the Emperor, the roar of the Space Marines echoed along the entire defensive line, carrying supreme resolve. For the Emperor, the mortal auxiliary army rose in resistance, firing their weapons at the Xenos, creating ripples across their shields. Omnissiah, the voices of the Adeptus Mechanicus Skidari were calm, yet equally filled with passion. Different factions and humans were now united, forming a single front to resist the Xeno assault. The Rangdan warriors' plasma guns were astonishingly powerful, continuously firing, killing warriors who couldn't dodge in time. A single blue plasma bolt could penetrate a Space Marine's power armor, and it was a devastating blow to mortals. The Xeno war engines advanced in sync, their shields protecting their warriors, and large lasers continuously fired, suppressing human tanks and heavy firepower. Only now did the Rangdan display their full strength, intending to crush human courage. For a time, various projectiles flew across the Imperial front line. Energy beams eliminated each other. Bolter rounds thumped, picking off Rangdan warriors. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Titans was even more brutal. The clash of colossal machines was world-shattering. Packs of Warhound Titans raced on the flanks, covering the larger Titans and tearing into the enemy's smaller Titans. Plasma blast guns fired, twin-linked turbolaser destructors roared, using their speed advantage to attack the 15-meter class Xeno Titans. Reavers fired all their weapons, Gatling blaster cannons, laser blasters, reaver melta cannons, causing the enemy shields to tremble violently. Warlord Titans equipped with single-handed melee weapons strode forward, their void shields merging to form an even more resilient shield. The Xeno-Titans' firepower was too strong, their gigantic plasma cannons incredibly powerful. If the Titans fought individually, their void shields would immediately overload. The 6 Imperator Titans in the rear, each carrying a gigantic earthquake cannon, fired in pairs, destroying Xeno-Titans in seconds. The powerful earthquake cannons, capable of destroying large Titans with a single shot, were specifically designed to combat Xeno-colossal constructs. Having never encountered Xeno-Titans before, and for safety, 2 cannons attacked one at a time, ensuring maximum lethality. Boom! 6 deafening cannon shots rang out. The earthquake cannons were immensely powerful, and the Imperator Titans lowered their center of gravity to reduce the impact. Witness the wrath of the Titan, Xeno-twisted creations, filthy flesh machines. Blazing light struck the Rangdan Titans. The first shot overloaded their shields, the second penetrated the Xeno-Titan. The Rangdan Titan wailed, emerald energy fluid like blood flowed out, and it slowly knelt before collapsing. Instantly killing 3 Xeno-Titans was undoubtedly a morale boost, but it also attracted extra attention. More Xeno-Titans aimed their shoulder-mounted plasma cannons at the Imperator Titans, seeking to eliminate this major threat. Boom tilde, a plasma reactor detonated. An Imperial Reaver was pierced, causing a violent explosion. "I will tear you apart," a roaring siren was heard. A purely melee Warlord Titan charged forward, its power claw wreathed in lightning, tearing apart a Xeno-Titan. Without additional armaments, its steps were heavy, but its movements were the fastest, flexibly dodging and pulling at the enemy's lines. Thump tilde, muffled thuds continuously echoed. The combined efforts of the Warhounds yielded impressive results, with enemy Titans constantly falling. Of course, the price was heavy. Within just a dozen minutes, more than half of the Warhound Titans of the Titan Legion had been lost. It was too tragic. Every moment, a god machine fell, locked in an endless struggle with the enemy. Terrifying weapons exchanged fire, energy streams, and physical projectiles collided, and each death was profoundly shocking. Then a Warlord Titan fell. Several plasma cannons struck simultaneously, its void shield overloaded and disintegrated, and a scorching energy stream melted through its armor, finally detonating its reactor, turning even the machine thrown into scrap metal. As time passed, the Imperial Titans gradually lost their advantage, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Xenos. One Titan Legion, facing over 100 Xenos Titans, found it incredibly difficult to sustain the fight. The Titan battlefield was like a hell, where steel behemoths and flesh and blood monsters tore and tangled, oil and corrosive bodily fluids raining down. Meanwhile, on the Imperial front, Urien personally led the charge, resisting the attacks of the Rangdan warriors. Dreadnoughts were awakened, and all Terminators were deployed, yet they still couldn't suppress the charge of tens of thousands of Rangdan. They endured bolter fire and heavy weapons, broke through the Imperial high walls, and surged into the front lines to slaughter the mortal auxiliary army. In just over 10 minutes, Urien lost contact with 5,000 of his brothers. The Legion suffered heavy casualties. Skilled veteran legionaries were besieged by Rangdan warriors and torn apart by Xeno's overlords. The battle was completely one-sided, with the Rangdan overwhelming the First Legion with sheer numbers. Urien was heartbroken. His gaze met that of the Rangdan overlord, and both began to charge at each other. He couldn't wait for the Primarch, couldn't wait for his Legion brothers. To die gloriously, Urien charged towards the Rangdan overlord, determined to fight it to the death. Just as Urien was about to charge, the Rangdan army suddenly retreated like a tide, beginning to reorganize their lines. "Grand Master Urien, you seem a bit impatient," A calm yet authoritative voice came through the comms channel. Blazkowicz knew that the Grand Master of the First Legion had used unsavory methods to lead this battle. "Great Primarch, I dare not beg for your forgiveness." Urian's voice choked, tears welled in his eyes, and the Grand Master wept. He looked up at the sky, and through the swirling smoke of battle, white fleets of warships were faintly visible. Led by a blue flagship, they emerged from the warp one after another into the real universe. Blazkowicz's fleet had arrived in the Morse solar system ahead of schedule, an anomaly even he couldn't explain. It was a very strange feeling. In his perception, the fleet's journey was normal. It had indeed traveled through the warp for 60 days. Sophia had also instructed the fleet to prepare for battle 3 days prior. However, upon reaching the destination, after cross-referencing times, the First Fleet had arrived a few days early. He currently had no time to ponder the specific reasons. More urgent matters awaited him. First, gather the forces, repel the Xenos, and then we'll discuss other matters. Blazkowicz temporarily did not pursue the Grand Master's responsibility. The battle had just begun. "As you command." The Grand Master's eyes were filled with tears, grateful for the Primarch's generosity. If the Primarch had ordered him to commit suicide, he would not have hesitated. "Everyone, the Primarch has arrived. Slay the Xenos." The Grand Master roared, raising his longsword and re-engaging the Rangdan warriors. The arrival of a Primarch invigorated the Imperial forces immensely. There was no news more uplifting than this. The Xenos' fleet swarmed forward, preparing to annihilate the warships entering the star system. They had overwhelming numbers. Blazkowicz was not flustered. The fleet's combat power lay not in quantity, but in the quality of its technological superiority. He was not in a hurry to clear the star system, but drew a dividing line, encompassing 1/3 of the star system with Morse at its core. First, they would steadily occupy this area, then clear out the Rangdan Xenos entrenched in the star system. The First Fleet's 100 capital ships, along with various destroyers and frigates, left the main fleet to clear the combat zone designated by King Noak. Main cannon ready, attack the battle moon. Blazkowicz sat steadily on his throne, continuously issuing commands. Fleet scatter, destroy enemy warships, cover the advance of the landing craft, and deploy troops to Morse. The forward gun ports of the Royal Majesty opened, and a central axial main cannon was charging, aimed at the battle moon in Morse's orbit. Dimensional conduit open, penetrating enemy shields. Gates reported, constantly monitoring the main cannon's status. A pale blue glow shot from the edge of the main cannon, like a straw piercing a bubble, penetrating the battle moon's multiple shields. Although the Rangdan didn't understand why the newly arrived human reinforcements differed so greatly from their intelligence. "Attack, attack, stop the humans' actions." But seeing the shields penetrated, the Xenos commander organized an artillery barrage, launching an attack on the humans' gigantic flagship. Immediately, lance beams, plasma energy, and various accelerated projectiles rained down on the Royal Majesty. All weapons on the hemisphere facing the human warship opened fire. The density of fire was enough to tear apart an asteroid, and after a long flight, it struck the Royal Majesty's shield, only to be swallowed by the dimensional shield and vanish. Molecular disintegration cannon fully charged, ready to fire at any moment. Gates' disc-shaped head lifted, as if looking at Blazkowicz, awaiting his command. "Destroy the Xenos' creation." Blazkowicz gave the order for destruction without mercy. "Understood." The cold, synthetic voice seemed somewhat excited as Gates pressed the virtual projection's fire control key. Tilde, there was no impact or cannon roar, only energy pouring out. A bright white stream of particles erupted from the main cannon, guided by the dimensional conduit, shooting towards the Xenos' battle moon. The particle stream was incredibly beautiful, like the long tail of a comet, streaking across the void of space. Seeing the humans making such a grand display, firing a high-energy particle stream, The Rangdan overlord, surprisingly, was no longer nervous. Such an energy level, even with a direct hit, would not be able to penetrate the battle moon's outer armor. At the moment of impact, a piercing alarm blared in the Xeno's command center. "Overlord, the battle moon is being destroyed," a Rangdan reported, and on the holographic image, the destroyed area continuously expanded. "What is this exactly?" the Overlord roared in fury, white smoke rising from its bioarmor. "Why isn't this information in our intelligence?" From outer space, the hit area of the battle moon glowed crimson, expanding in a ring. The molecular disintegration cannon, a relic technology from the Golden Age. This weapon, by releasing a certain energy field or particle beam, triggers a chain collapse of the target material's molecular structure. Once activated, the destructive effect spreads like a domino effect, disintegrating all matter within the target area. This includes organic, inorganic matter, and even starships, breaking them down into elementary particles or inert dust. It was one of the star-destroying weapons carried by the Royal Majesty. Once it hits a target, the disintegration effect will not stop until the targeted object is completely disintegrated and can no longer produce a chain reaction. On the planet Morse, the Grand Master, fighting fiercely with the Rangdan, suddenly felt the planet's angle shift slightly. He looked up, and the battle moon suspended in orbit was being disintegrated by some weapon, gradually losing mass. "Look, the Primarch has disintegrated the Xeno's space station. They are fragile before the Emperor's sun." "For the Emperor," the Grand Master roared, an inexhaustible strength erupting from his body as he charged into the Xeno's ranks. The surrounding temperature plummeted, psychic lightning flashed on the front lines, and then burst into a brilliant light. 100 towering warriors materialized from the teleportation light, clad in golden armor, with red plumes on their helmets, and their cloaks fluttering in the battle-scarred airwaves. Grand Master Urien was momentarily stunned. The appearance of the Custodes was completely unexpected. Before he could react, the Emperor's personal bodyguards, wielding halberds and greatswords, charged towards the Rangdan. Like a thunderous storm, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The Golden Warriors' movements were astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they plunged into the Rangdan battle formation, slaughtering Xeno's warriors as if butchering pigs and dogs. The Rangdan overlord was cut into several pieces by the Custodes in just 2 exchanges. "The Emperor!" the auxiliary army shouted loudly, their mortal bodies trembling. If not for the battlefield, they would have knelt on the spot. The Custodes were an extension of the Emperor's will, legendary warriors who lived in myths, whom they were rarely lucky enough to see in their lifetimes. Urien Bendegger, a custodian shield captain, stood before the Grand Master, looking down at his face, his voice cold and emotionless. "I am commanded by Primarch Blazkovich Novik to assist you in battle. What do you require assistance with?" Normally, Urien would have politely declined. But this was no time for politeness, so he pointed into the distance, where the Titan Legion was barely holding on, with only 3 Warlord Titans still active. "The Xeno's Titans, Primarch has his own arrangements." The shield captain glanced over, then withdrew his gaze, explaining to the Grand Master, "Doom Slayers will eliminate them." "Atlantis Titan," the shield captain pointed to space, signaling the Grand Master to look. "They have arrived." In outer space, 10 large objects penetrated the atmosphere, burning with flames as they descended towards the Titan battlefield. The mechanical sarcophagus, enveloped in orange-red flames from atmospheric friction, descended like a falling star. Inside the trembling sarcophagus, the steel giant awoke from its slumber, its subsystems activating in sequence, connecting to the main control neural network. Ra, clad in gleaming golden armor, stood within the cockpit. Beneath his feet was a suspended platform, surrounded by a circular field simulator, where light, shadow, and flowing metal formed terrain images. On the surface of his armor, a layer of dense nanometer sensory receivers floated, feeding every movement of the operator to the Atlantis Titan's neural sensors. Neural operating system connected. The super-intelligent chip within the armor relayed the system feedback, synchronizing with Atlantis system. Ra felt his consciousness dissipate, his mind entering a space composed of cold logic, numbers, and rationality. "Hello, operator." Though the voice was a greeting, it echoed in the depths of his soul, strangely like a self-inquiry. Ra's extremely resilient mental will bridged with the cold, logical consciousness, and the two became one. He felt his thoughts amplified, arriving in a body forged of steel, brimming with power. "Hello, Atlantean," Ra's consciousness spoke, feeling at ease without a hint of pressure. The Atlantis Titan possessed advanced intelligence, allowing the operator's mind to be maximally liberated without needing to focus on the Titan itself. It was like a normal human, where the brain is responsible for thinking and focusing on what is happening, while the body has its own rules of operation. Compared to the Empire's Titans, Argent Nur's Atlantis Titan had a more advanced operating system and more intuitive controls. Synchronization complete, Ra instinctively trembled, his consciousness returning to his body in sync with the mecha. "Our wills are one." Boom tilde tilde. The mechanical sarcophagus split open in midair, revealing the giant humanoid Titan within. The Titan looked down in a human-like manner, its legs slightly bent. "Brace for impact, open the foot-dispersing force field." This was a thought, and the synchronized neural operating system completed the action within nanoseconds. Ra's body floated in the air, enveloped by the nanometer sensory system, which compressed his body, providing resistance synchronized with the mecha's perception. This allowed the operator to be fully synchronized with the Atlantean, experiencing the same external environment and making corresponding judgments. Thump tilde, thump tilde, thump tilde. The ground trembled as 10 Atlantis Titans landed, kicking up a sky-high cloud of dust, crashing into the battlefield where Titans were clashing. The Rangdan biomechas retreated, reorganizing their lines, preparing to face the human reinforcement troops. The ground battle was completely reversed. Humanity had destroyed the battle moon, blockading the Morse world's orbit. Before the outcome of the space naval battle was decided, there would be no further reinforcements for the ground forces. 100 Rangdan Titan machines quickly retreated to advantageous positions, their weapons beginning to charge. After the dust settled, the towering humanoid machines stood up, displaying their exceptionally majestic forms. "By the Omnissiah," the Adeptus Mechanicus members, seeing the 100-meter-tall figures, their cold mechanical voices faltered. "Om Messiah tilde tilde." The steel figures, cloaked and towering, made the mechanical worshippers kneel. The red-robed figures chanted binary hymns, praising the Omnissiah. Urian and the custodian guards' thoughts paused for a moment as they looked at the humanoid machines, their eyes blazing with envious light. No matter when, no matter how superhuman the physique and modifications, men found it difficult to resist the unique beauty of machinery. To be able to pilot such exquisite and powerful machines was indeed enviable. The Atlantis Titan stood 100 meters tall, with 2 large cannons mounted on its shoulders. Its humanoid head had 2 horns, combining human aesthetics with the aggression of a beast. "Titans, please withdraw, this place is ours." A communication came through the mecha's loudspeaker, openly expressing disdain for the Xenos. The humanoid mecha's voice was unique, possessing human emotion mixed with the distinctive, low growl of machinery. It was as if humanity and machines had achieved a fusion of humanity and mechanics. "Thank you for your rescue. Here is intelligence on the Xenos Titans." The Warlord Titan captain thanked the machines that had descended from the sky, sending information about the Xenos. They turned, dragging their weary and damaged bodies away, confidently handing over the battlefield. As for whether they could win, with such machinery towering, the question wasn't whether they could win, but how they would win. "Bigger is better." Ra turned to face the Xenos. The Atlantis Titan instantly synchronized its movements, even subtly rising and falling with his breath. The 100-meter-tall Atlantis Titan, cloaked and wielding a gigantic dimensional weapon, slashed towards the Xenos formation. The Rangdan Titan cluster seemed to sense the threat, the gaze projected by their machines locking tightly onto their movements. Woo, tilde, woo, tilde, woo, tilde. Finally, a Rangdan pilot could no longer endure it, driving a gigantic bioarmor to charge towards the human machinery. HMPH! The Atlantean let out a human-like roar, igniting the dimensional halberd in its hand, dragging it on the ground to plow deep furrows, and charged towards the Xenos Titan cluster. To the disbelief of all, the 100-meter-tall humanoid machine began to run. O Messiah, only such a body can be your great incarnation. The Adeptus Mechanicus priests and tech priests were stunned by the running figure, the data streams in their minds becoming so chaotic that they glitched. Our weapons cannot lock onto the human machines. Inside the Rangdan Titan, the operators discovered that their targeting systems were being interfered with and could not lock onto the enemy. The Atlantis Titan's head horns were not just decorative, they were functional antennae targeting disruptors. They emitted a unique electromagnetic wave that enveloped the entire mecha, interfering with enemy targeting. The ground trembled with each colossal step, and every movement of the Atlantis Titan caused a violent sonic boom at the tips of its limbs. Due to its immense size, a small movement of a joint resulted in a very large, rapid movement at the limb's extremity. Ra charged forward, feeling only the world tremble beneath his feet. The mecha's halberd twirled in his hand. Then he jumped. That's right, he jumped in the operating space, and the Atlantis Titan jumped in the real universe. The powerful plasma reactor generated extremely high output, injecting energy into millions of artificial muscle groups, unleashing unimaginable power. The Titan leaped high, its foot-dispersing force field shutting off, and delivered a powerful jump kick to a 50-meter Rangdan Titan. A dull thud echoed, a visible shockwave exploded. The Xeno's shield overloaded, its chest bioarmor shattered, and it was knocked to the ground by the immense force. Like an adult humiliating a child, the Rangdan Titan struggled and rolled on the ground, unable to get back up. Ra turned again, his movements incredibly fluid, and swept his halberd horizontally, slaying another Xeno's Titan. The Atlantean possessed mobility far exceeding its size, a towering giant slaughtering the Xeno's war machines. The slightly smaller Rangdan Titans didn't even qualify for the Doom Slayer to use its weapons. The 15-meter small models, attempting to use their mobility to harass, were crushed into pieces by the steel feet, as casually as a mortal stepping on a mouse. The 30-meter medium models were kicked kilometers away by a powerful kick from the Atlantean, disintegrating in midair. The 10 Atlantis Titans displayed absolute dominance, overwhelming the 100 Rangdan Titans without even needing to use their shoulder-mounted heavy cannons. The Atlantean's mobility was terrifying. Its running speed was faster than the Rangdan's upper body rotation, clearly not a match of the same caliber. The soft cape on the mecha's back, made of light-diffusing material, could generate light and shadow illusions, obscuring the mecha's true movements. The movements of the swinging halberd were elusive, surrounded by several faint illusions, leaving the Xenos unsure how to dodge. The dimensional halberd and great axe ignored all shields and armor, each swing resulting in the destruction of a machine and the death of its pilot. "Human, take this," sirens blared across the field, a hysterical roar deafening. "Feel the vengeful wrath of my race." Several Rangdan Titans sacrificed themselves to gain a visual targeting opportunity, their shoulder-mounted plasma cannons roaring in anger, seeking revenge for their fallen kin. Incompetent roars. Ra didn't want to use his shield to block, analyzing the firing trajectory within nanoseconds. He shifted slightly to the side, and the 100-meter-tall war machine flexibly dodged the plasma cannon attack. How is that possible? The Rangdan could not believe what they saw. The firing opportunity gained through sacrifice was dodged by an insignificant movement from the enemy. "Nothing is impossible." Ra's words were filled with contempt as the dimensional halberd sliced the Titan in half, detonating its reactor. "You have witnessed power beyond imagination, and your hearts simply refuse to believe it." 5 minutes after landing, most of the Xenos Titans were destroyed, the remaining ones lying on the ground, unable to rise. After clearing the landing zone, Ross stood, leaning on the gigantic halberd, and called the Titan transport ship through the comms channel, releasing the mortal Titans. "Titans can land now." Mechanical thrones descended from the sky, and Argent Nur's auxiliary army's Titan units were deployed into the battlefield. The mortal auxiliary army of Argent Nur, possessing its own Titans, was a product of Atlantean technological devolution. Compared to the highly mobile Atlantean Titans, which focused on Titan combat, the mortal Titans leaned towards long-range firepower. Completely operated by mortals, their technological path, after several iterations, formed its own distinct branch, independent of the Sentinels and Doom Slayer. 100 Custodes teleported into the arena, with the Blade Champion leading the charge. Among the Custodes, those called Champion naturally possessed formidable combat power, wielding gigantic power swords. The Blade Champion was unstoppable, and alien overlords fell one after another. Occasionally, stray plasma cannon shots hit the Custodes, but the flickering dimensional shields blocked the attacks, ensuring their safety. An ancient Terran proverb states, "He who eats from another's hand is beholden to them." The gifts from Argent Nur had added powerful protection to the superhuman warriors, increasing their combat power severalfold. The Custodes greatly appreciated this gesture, and naturally fought with even greater vigor on the battlefield. "Abominations, face the wrath of the Emperor," the Blade Champion roared, now fully immersed in the thrill of battle, swinging his seemingly cumbersome greatsword with exquisite precision. The Custodes rarely displayed strong emotions. Their minds were relatively calm, almost ruthlessly efficient. But the Blade Champion was different. He was the Emperor's most valiant fighter, needing to unleash pure fury upon the enemy. Every attack angle was incredibly precise, and each swing of his sword brought down several aliens. The Rangdan front line at this moment was repeatedly oscillating between regrouping and collapsing. Under the Custodes' charge, the unprepared Rangdan army, tens of thousands of elite warriors, found it difficult to mount any threatening offensive. Seizing this opportunity, Urian redeployed the Imperial front line, setting up defenses to await the next wave of impact. As a commander, the Grand Master was well aware that the Custodes' charge and the Titans' victory were temporary. Once the Rangdan adapted to the Custodes' attacks, the golden-armored warriors might find themselves deeply encircled. Urian knew he had no right to question how a Primarch arranged the Custodes. He fulfilled his duties by reorganizing the Imperial defensive line. Even with a Primarch present and the Custodes helping to stabilize the line, he still had to perform his duties well. He observed that the Rangdan's mortal servants had already withdrawn, moving around to the rear of the Hive City to regroup within it. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the upcoming battle would still be a war of attrition. "Imperial legions, ensure your safety," a grand voice announced as Urian deployed his troops. "Pay attention to what's above your heads." He looked up and saw an Atlantis Titan, which, after dealing with the alien Titans, had run to the edge of the battlefield between the two sides. Upon hearing this, the Custodes, who were in the midst of charging, immediately abandoned their nearby enemies, retreating with astonishing speed. The Rangdan elite warriors looked up at the giant blocking the sun, completely bewildered. This area was protected by a shield, making Titan weapons largely ineffective. They could only be spectators. Could it be that the pilot of this humanoid mecha had some peculiar voyeuristic hobbies? When the Rangdan Titans fell, they didn't even have time to issue a warning that the human Titan's weapons could penetrate the shield. As they watched the golden-armored human warriors run quickly and still wanted to pursue them, the human mecha raised the gigantic halberd in its hand. Then Law inside the cockpit revealed a smile. The feeling of killing ants was truly satisfying. The Atlantean brought his halberd down with force, raising waves of mud in the bloody filth, carving out a deep trench. With a horizontal sweep of the halberd, Rangdan warriors fell like stalks of wheat, stunning both the Imperial defense line and the Rangdan Warmaster. This was not the end. The mecha knelt on one knee, sweeping its halberd back and forth, crushing the Rangdan line, causing chaos in their formation and screams echoing everywhere. Run! The Rangdan elite warriors shrieked, abandoning their respective lines and fleeing desperately towards the human hive city in the rear. No creature could remain composed when facing the attacks of a towering giant. They had completely lost their courage, and amidst the disarray of their formation, they propelled their biological armor's 6 omnidirectional legs, rapidly retreating to the rear. La slowly stood up, holding the halberd with one hand and wiping the mud from the weapon with the other. He did not pursue. The Atlantis Titan's orders were to help the Empire maintain the front line and repel the Rangdan, nothing more. After completing its mission, the Atlantis Titan dragged the alien Titan wreckage together and collectively incinerated the alien creations. This was a Primarch's order, an order that brooked no doubt. The Rangdan were a strange alien species. Any of their creations were to be completely eliminated to prevent future trouble. The Adeptus Mechanicus priests looked on with pained expressions as the alien Titans were melted by plasma. There were still some admirable aspects to the alien creations. Argent Nur's mortal Titans then descended. They were 60 meters tall, with a fixed rapid-fire composite cannon on their left arm and a human-like right arm carrying various siege weapons. At the Titan engagement site, the mortal Titans leveled the ground, allowing the Nur auxiliary army to land. The Rangdan were terrified. They hid inside the human hive city, keeping the gates tightly shut and not daring to come out. This was a critical period for humanity to regain its spirit and deploy new forces. Landing ships slowly descended, and the Nur auxiliary army slowly marched out in square formations, beginning to deploy defenses at the landing point. Urian glanced over, and with the Space Marine's excellent vision combined with the helmet's built-in optical magnification, he clearly saw the Nur auxiliary army. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The auxiliary army from a Primarch's world exuded strength just from their appearance. They averaged over 1.9 meters in height, with robust, powerful physiques, uniform military bearing, and abundant spirit. The mortal soldiers wore full-coverage power armor, which looked quite protective, and their weapons had a good appearance, suggesting considerable power. Urian nodded continuously. He had seen countless mortal auxiliary armies, and this was a powerful force. Although there were slight signs of inexperience, they would undergo a transformation after just one battle. Before the Grand Master could finish his lament, the next scene astonished him. He had heard that the Nur stars extensively adopted machinery, and even had the right to use AI. But what he saw left him speechless, feeling immense shock for a moment. Several tall machines of various forms walked at the forefront. Urian immediately recognized them as Iron Man AI. And behind them were standardized automated soldiers, densely arrayed in square formations, emerging from the landing ships. The automated soldiers were only half a man's height, with 4 mechanical legs as a chassis, a rectangular central control unit on top, and 4 large-caliber weapons on either side of the control unit. Their firepower was astonishing, and their design was simple and elegant. 1 to 10. The Grand Master mentally calculated. Argent Nur had landed 100,000 auxiliary army soldiers, equipped with 1 million automated soldiers. As the automated soldiers emerged, several meter-tall mecha also walked out, arrayed neatly at the landing point. A large amount of engineering machinery also landed, beginning to construct barracks and defensive facilities, preparing for the battle against the aliens. In space, Blazkowicz was commanding the fleet's operations. The situation did not allow for any relaxation. The Rangdon's counterattack was relentless, frantically assaulting the alert line he had drawn, trying to break through to reinforce Morse. Argent Nur's ships continuously repelled the Rangdon, stabilizing the defensive line, but the First Fleet's ship numbers were far inferior to the Rangdon's. The fleet was providing support in various locations, as the Rangdon attacked from multiple positions, probing for the First Fleet's weak points. Primarch, a communication came through the channel, spoken with supreme reverence. Blazkowicz's face was expressionless, maintaining the dignity befitting a Primarch, but deep down, he felt considerably more relaxed. 1 hour after the First Fleet arrived, the First Legion's fleet made contact, arriving just in time. "How many ships do you still have?" Blazkowicz lightly raised his chin, asking the Lord of the Legion of the First Legion in a condescending manner. Reporting Primarch, the Lord of the Void Sky Army felt no impropriety. A Primarch should have such a demeanor, he carefully replied. "Our fleet has not suffered major losses. The fleet's structure is intact." "Very good." Blazkowicz's heart secretly rejoiced, and he slowly nodded, his voice deep. Urian's arrangements were good. Preserving strength was his most correct decision. The Lord of the Void Sky Army lowered his head, not daring to overstep or make excuses for the Grand Master. "Split your fleet." Blazkowicz clicked on the holographic image, marking several important areas. "Using 3 Gloriana Queens as the core, defend these areas." "Your command will be obeyed." The Lord of the Void Sky Army stood at attention, fist pressed to his chest, performing the warrior's salute to the warrior king. "The First Legion will never let a single alien escape." "I have received your resolve." Blazkowicz nodded to him, affirming the Lord of the Legion's determination, and also issued a warning. "Do not be reckless, do not repeat past mistakes." Hearing the Primarch's pointed words, the Lord of the Legion's body trembled, his power armor creaking. "The First Legion will not disappoint you." He knelt on one knee, head bowed, making a promise to the Primarch. "Hurry and enter the battlefield." Blazkowicz gave a final instruction, dismissed the holographic projection, and focused his attention on the grand strategy. Chapter 61 Bomb away. "Sir and Xeno communication is coming through," Sophia said softly, appearing and standing by the command throne. "Should I connect it?" Blazkowicz nodded, his eyes narrowing. The Rangdon communication came at a very subtle time. It was neither too early nor too late. The Imperium of Man fleet had joined the battle, and with the ground war going poorly, the communication arrived. "Connect it," Blazkowicz said, wanting to hear what Rangdon had to say. He then ordered, "Obscure the bridge and my figure." "Understood." With a flick of Sophia's fair hand, the holographic image went dark, showing only the Imperial Aquila. The holographic image outlined a floating, dark green brain with golden eyes and an ugly face, its tentacles below slick and numerous. "I am Warmaster Lolos of Rangdon," Lolos declared openly, not wearing bioarmor. Seeing the dark image and the symbol of the Imperium of Man, its voice had a slow, halting quality. "Human, do you not dare face your opponent?" Its voice was arrogant, with a hint of psychic pollution designed to provoke anger. "I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Humans are indeed inferior." Blazkowicz's voice, processed, was as cold as ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. "Put away your crude taunts, Xeno. You wish to glimpse my appearance, to have the Imperium of Man's dogs collect information on me. I have never considered you opponents anyway, just a bunch of ugly Xenos, filth to be purged by lances of light." As soon as the fleet contacted Urian, the Grand Master immediately submitted the intelligence, without any delay. Blazkowicz's words were calm, deliberately revealing to Lolos that he knew about the existence of traitors within the Imperium of Man. The purpose was simple. He was probing Rangdon to see how much they knew about the Imperium of Man. The Xenos knew nothing about the Nor fleet's intelligence, but they certainly knew about his participation in the expedition. They knew the Imperium of Man had dispatched the First Legion, as well as the specific number of troops, and had set up a trap here. If it hadn't been him who came today, but one of his other brothers, the battle wouldn't have been so straightforward. The leaked Imperial intelligence allowed Rangdan to acquire data on Imperial equipment, preparing them for a well-planned battle. This demonstrated the immense power of the First Legion. Despite their equipment intelligence being fully compromised, they could still fight the Rangdan warriors back and forth, with a casualty ratio crushing the Xenos. Had it been another legion, the ground forces might have paid several times the price. Indeed, traitors within the Imperium of Man are collecting information on you, Blazkowicz Novik. Lolos admitted it openly, even calling Blazkowicz by his name, proudly displaying its intelligence network. Oh, Blazkowicz showed a hint of interest, his words tinged with sarcasm. Then please hurry up, for while you know information about me, you don't know much. You know very little about the fleet and technological strength of the Nur stars. Lolo's tentacles twitched a few times. It keenly caught the crucial information about the Nur stars. It had no cheeks, showed no expression, but inwardly it was disdainful. Lolos sneered inwardly, believing that the super-individual on the other side, called a Primarch, was getting carried away by victory, unaware that he had leaked crucial information. Behind the holographic image, Blazkowicz's lips curled into a cold smile. Information on the Nur stars was sealed in the Imperial Archives, a top-secret classification guarded by the Custodian Guard. Fewer than 100 officials in the entire Imperium of Man were authorized to view the Nur archives. That was a trap. Whoever accessed the archives recently would be the traitor controlled by Rangdan. If Rangdan understood the implications and was unwilling to abandon its traitor, and went to great lengths to infiltrate the Nur stars, then so be it. I have a proposal here, Lolos said, changing the subject after obtaining the information. My race is willing to withdraw from this star system and relinquish control of it. We are also willing to cease hostilities with humanity and pledge not to expand into this star sector again. Has something gone wrong with your slick, filthy brain? Although he knew the Xenos were changing the subject, and even that the proposal might be genuine. Blazkowicz couldn't help but snap. Shake hands and make peace. Does Rangdan seem to have a brain, but in fact doesn't? Get lost, you psychic-manipulating Xeno. He waved his hand in disgust, telling Sophia to cut the communication. He truly didn't know if Rangdan was genuinely foolish, or just pretending to be. After learning about Rangdan's psychic pollution and control, the Imperium of Man had to eliminate Rangdan and completely eradicate the Rangdan species. Shake hands and make peace. If they did, it wouldn't be long before Rangdan's psychic spies infiltrated every aspect of humanity, eventually enslaving the human race completely. As for abandoning the Morse solar system, it was merely a temporary compromise to redeem the Rangdan warriors. Tens of thousands of elite Rangdan warriors, the mid-tier combat power of the Xenos, they could not accept such massive losses. Analogous to the Imperium of Man, the Imperium of Man could not abandon an entire legion. Blazkowicz sat at the command console, shaking his head and focusing his attention on the defensive line, guarding against a Rangdan surprise attack. The Rangdan fleet was enormous, crammed into the Chemo's star system. The Xeno's initial plan should have been to hunt him, or one of his Primarch brothers. They had committed a large number of forces to Morse world, aiming to destroy a legion of the Imperium of Man. But now the situation had reversed. The Rangdan warriors trapped on Morse had become a critical vulnerability for the Xenos. If they hadn't been trapped, the Rangdan fleet might have already left. The plan had failed, and Morse world was no longer worth the Rangdan's effort. The sooner they left, the better. The Rangdan fleet continuously assaulted the human blockade, aiming to rescue their kin and preserve their elite fighting force. Blazkowicz paid no attention to the ground battlefield. The slicing meat with a dull knife, strategy he had set would naturally be executed by others. The Rangdan on Morse had to be annihilated. Slowly annihilating them and quickly annihilating them would have vastly different effects. The ground commander executing the Primarch's orders was a Legion warrior, Autumn. As one of the original 10 warriors, Autumn was among the first to study at the War College, showing great interest in warfare. He was held in high regard by Blazkowicz. Autumn commanded from the fortress, not daring to relax for a moment, knowing he bore the expectations of his Gene father. The Primarch hoped the Doom Slayers would be versatile, not just battle-focused brutes. On a grand battlefield, a superhuman warrior had a role, but could not fundamentally change the tide of battle. Unless that warrior could single-handedly cut through enemy defenses and personally slay the enemy commander. The Primarch required Doom Slayers, in addition to their personal combat prowess, to each be capable of commanding at least 1 million troops. Autumn took command of the mortal forces and would lead a 1 million-strong army to attack the Hive City occupied by Rangdan. The command room was large. Besides Autumn, there were black-armored Doomslayers and golden-armored Custodian Guard. Several Iron Men stood in the distance, exchanging information and discussing the Rangdan threat and its mysterious psychic control. They did not participate in command, but were stationed in the command room, ready at all times. "La," he whispered into his comms channel, calling his brother and issuing combat orders. "Can the Atlantis Titan weapons destroy the Hive City's power reactors?" To instill fear in the Xenos, their protective umbrella had to be shattered. "Yes," La's affirmative reply brought joy to Autumn's heart. "But it's not allowed," his brother added, "as for the specific reason you should know." "Understood," Autumn nodded, thinking of other methods. The Gene Father strictly forbade the use of special units, and even psychic communication, to test the abilities of his progeny. He wanted them to capture the Xeno-Hive City using Norse standard armament. Under these restrictions, Autumn had no choice but to suppress his eagerness and wait for the auxiliary army equipment to land. Then, let's wait for the equipment to arrive. The Gene Father controlled the overall situation and was not in a hurry to annihilate the Rangdan army. He had requested the slicing meat with a dull knife approach. Facing shields, nor had special methods to pry open the unbreakable turtle shell. As the star disappeared, the combat hemisphere of Morse plunged into night, and the battlefield fell silent. Occasionally, sparks erupted in the night sky as warships were continuously destroyed. The ground battlefield, however, was quiet. The Rangdan hid within the Hive City, not showing themselves, while their human servants took detours to return to their respective Hive cities. Autumn was not concerned about those servant armies. They would eventually be encircled. An army with no defensive capabilities. The Nor Auxiliary Army's armory contained plenty of weapons of mass destruction. "Sir, the city breaker cannon has been assembled." The voice of a mortal technician rang out, excitedly reporting the progress to Autumn. "Good." Autumn rose from the command console and walked out of the command fortress. He wanted to witness the city breaker cannon's attack firsthand. A colossal cannon with a barrel diameter of 100 meters lay on the ground, flanked by super-heavy treads flush with the cannon. Behind it were 4 plasma reactors, and 10-meter-thick energy conduits supplied its power. This giant cannon, named City Breaker, was 500 meters long, its muzzle pointing ominously at the Hive City. The siege breaker's massive tracks rumbled, and the gaping beast slowly moved towards its designated position. It settled into its position, a 45-degree opening in front forming its exclusive firing arc. As a type of siege breaker weapon, there are various kinds of siege breakers. Their design is complex. The ground firing environment is not comparable to the relatively vacuum of space. The siege breaker cannon is not a kinetic weapon. If it were to fire ultra-large caliber solid projectiles like a ship's macro cannon, the impact would be enough to destroy its firing position. At 1/10 the speed of light, if fired close to the ground, Enemies protected by shields might not die, but the firing position would absolutely be destroyed by the impact. Warlord, everything is ready. We can fire at any moment. A mortal technician respectfully handed over a data slate, his eyes gleaming with reverence. The genetic scions of King Noak, like that great one, were tall and brave. Thank you, Autumn took the data slate. As his golden armor touched the data slate, the auxiliary AI within the armor immediately understood its contents. In fact, no contact was necessary. Retrieving data with a superintelligent chip was not difficult. The reason he personally took it was to consider the mortal's feelings and fulfill the technician's expectations for their efforts. Excellent, Autumn nodded. Your professional skills are superb. You haven't wasted your usual training. It was commendable that a steel behemoth like the Siege Breaker was assembled by 10,000 technicians over 12 hours, without a single error throughout the process. Thank you for your praise. Praised by a legendary warrior, the technician stood at attention, chest puffed out with pride. Autumn climbed the observation tower, looking down at the giant cannon from above, then gazing at the distant hive city. Fire, he ordered via the communication channel, instructing the technicians to unleash the power of the Siege Breaker cannon. Tear down the Xenos' defenses and let them fear every action of humanity. As you command, Lord. Buzz tilde tilde tilde. The Siege Breaker cannon's body vibrated, and the dust on its barrel shook, slowly falling from both sides. The vibrating Siege Breaker was one type among many Siege Breakers. Within the abyssal maw of the cannon's muzzle, tiny vibration mechanisms were neatly arranged, emitting dense, minute vibration frequencies. When the vibration frequencies converged, the cannon's built-in containment field projected the high-frequency wave towards the direction the Siege Breaker cannon was aimed. Hum tilde hum tilde hum tilde. Like the long breath of a giant beast, the vibration frequency was visible to the naked eye, a white, transparent wave about 100 meters thick. At a glance, the vibration wave appeared like a dissonance in a high-definition image, a sudden grainy texture that blurred space and time. The vibration wave tore apart molecular bonds. The ground began to decompose, ripped apart by billions of instantaneous resonances from the vibration wave, shattering molecular bonds and disintegrating matter into a cloud of free atoms. Tens of kilometers were covered in an instant, and the vibration wave slammed into the outer wall of the hive city, immediately triggering a warp shield reaction, causing the hit area to glow with warp radiance. Warp shields are powerful shields that teleport objects traveling at a certain speed into the warp, protecting the objects beneath the shield. Only weapons that traverse other dimensions, such as dimensional weapons or phase weapons, can penetrate a warp shield. All matter in the real universe cannot bypass a warp shield. Seeing the shield block the human siege weapon, War Master Lolos of the Rangdan breathed a sigh of relief. It had to be said, the shield technology of the human slaves far surpassed the Rangdan's energy shields. But soon, the stone Lolos had laid down in his heart was suspended again. The siege weapon's wave did not dissipate. The human weapon was not instantaneous, but a continuous, sustained beam. It's over, Lolos thought, feeling helpless and despairing. His deeply grooved brain trembled violently, secreting stress-induced mucus. He hated himself for not staying on the orbital battleship, and instead landing to fight a decisive battle with the human legion. After the battle moon was destroyed, he and the Rangdan elites were trapped here, their only reliance being the human hive city's shield. The Siege Breaker's high-frequency vibration wave continuously bombarded the warp shield, causing bursts of warp-purple light. Due to the continuous effect, the warp shield transformed from ethereal to tangible, its energy membrane pulled by the vibration wave cannon, triggering a catastrophic resonance. It was an unprecedented spectacle. Both the Imperial and Argent Nur positions looked towards the hive city. The semi-transparent warp shield membrane, its warp radiance gradually spreading from the point of attack to the entire hemisphere. Then its brightness gradually increased, like a half-moon close at hand, illuminating the night sky of Morse. The warp shield's brightness continuously increased, its beauty before shattering, a tragic splendor that could even be admired from orbital space. Crash, crash, crash. The warp shield, exposed to continuous bombardment for 20 minutes, emitted its most brilliant warp radiance, finally overloading from the vibration wave's resonance. Resonance differed from orbital bombardment. It was a continuous attack, requiring far more energy from the warp shield than orbital bombardment. One was a sustained output, the other fleeting. They could not be compared. The moment the warp shield overloaded, the siege breaker cannon's vibration wave slammed into the hive city wall, and in less than 1% of a second, it penetrated the wall, dozens of meters thick. The vibration wave was unstoppable, molecularizing any matter in its path. The human slaves behind the city wall had no time to react, being turned into molecular dust by the high-frequency vibration. The biological armor of the Rangdan elite warriors was no different from human flesh and blood. Wherever the vibration frequency wave passed, nearby objects were annihilated into dust, while slightly more distant ones experienced astonishing explosions. Freed from the constraints of the containment field, the high-frequency vibration wave spread, triggering nuclear fission reactions in certain areas where the vibration wave was suitable. A line of fire appeared in the hive city, filled with nuclear explosions and molecular dust shattered by the vibrations. Stone, steel, flesh, and blood, everything was decomposed into basic molecules. The vibration wave advanced all the way, piercing through all protective measures, striking the plasma reactor at the heart of the hive city. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion, and the brightly lit hive city erupted in flames. The plasma reactor exploded, collapsing 1/3 of the buildings. When the flames subsided, only a sky full of smoke and a darkened hive city remained. Yeah, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Imperial position. Space Marines and mortals cheered together. The long-suppressed frustration of being besieged by Xenos was now swept away, venting their inner gloom. Urian took off his helmet, a smile on his face, his heart leaping, the gloom above his head completely gone. With the Xenos losing their shield protection, they were like sheep without a sheepfold, fearing the Imperial Iron Fist would fall at any moment. He looked at the siege weapon sprawled on the ground, amazed by its immense power, and began to make calculations in his mind. If the First Legion had such a weapon, wouldn't it be invincible? Such a siege weapon, he must find a way to acquire a few units. Urian took a deep breath, thinking for the benefit of the First Legion. Although he was a man with a crime, he still had to weigh judgment and duty. The Primarch had not yet condemned him, and he was still the Legion's Grand Master. Brother Urian Bendegger. Just then, a communication came through the comms channel. Brother Autumn, hello? Urian dared not neglect, quickly put on his helmet and began a conversation with his cousin. Autumn said to Urian in the communication, Grand Master, please have the Imperial artillery aim at the hive city occupied by the Xenos. That might not be good. Urian was very reserved, and after some deliberation he said, This is your honor, the glory of the Nurse Stars. Don't worry about it. Autumn's gaunt face showed a friendly smile. Now is not the time for a full attack. You have plenty of time to torment the Xenos' minds. Cousin, the Imperial Army longs for revenge against the Xenos, don't they? So be it. Urian nodded in thanks, his eyes filled with unsuppressible joy. He solemnly thanked his cousin. Thank you for your generosity, for looking after the morale of the Empire. No need for that. Our common goal is to defeat the Rangdan Xenos. The Grand Master said no more, taking this generosity to heart, hoping to repay it someday. His cousin was open-minded, willing to share honor and spoils to boost the morale and combat effectiveness of Allied forces. The Imperial Army needed a decent strike to retaliate against the Xenos' arrogance. To vent their inner frustration, boost army morale, and dispel their apprehension and fear of the Rangdan. "Artillery, listen up!" The Grand Master's lips curled into a wicked smile as he ordered the artillery commander. "Artillery positions, aim at the hive city. Fire shells irregularly, let the Xenos experience what it feels like to constantly guard against attacks sleeplessly." "Receiving your command, Grand Master." The artillery commander was emotional as he accepted the order. The artillery positions aimed at the hive city, occasionally firing a few shells that landed in the dense building clusters. Without the protection of the warp shield, the Rangdan activated emergency power to supply anti-aircraft fire, blocking the incoming shells. The irregular, fierce shelling kept the Rangdan fully focused on defense, not daring to relax for a moment. Shortly after the hive city's void shield shattered, the Rangdan Xeno fleet suddenly ceased its attack and began to gather outside the defensive perimeter. Blazkowicz sat on his command throne, constantly reading the fleet's aggregated information, knowing that the Rangdan counterattack was imminent. But his strategic deployment was precisely designed to achieve this outcome. The Rangdan ground defenders were in a state of panic, constantly sending out calls for help, which prompted the Void fleet to launch an offensive. Void fleet battles are lengthy, and it would take several hours for the Rangdan fleet to withdraw and regroup. Blazkowicz observed the star system's sand table, filling in weak points in the defenses based on his own insights and the Iron Man's calculations. The addition of the 1st Legion's fleet undoubtedly provided significant assistance. Even if intelligence on the battleship was leaked, the 3 Gloriana-class battleships were still unshakable behemoths. The Indomitable Truth, Abomination Exemplar, and Royal Majesty were positioned at critical points along the defense line to maximize their effectiveness. The First Fleet's ships coordinated with the Imperial ships, alternating cover and fully utilizing their firepower and defensive advantages. With the defense line deployed, the Xeno fleet alone would find it difficult to shake the combined Argent Nur and Imperial fleets. Having completed all this, Blazkowicz shifted his gaze to the distant information, specifically to the Rangdan's remaining 2 battle moons. After the battle moon in Morse's orbit was destroyed, the Xeno's colossal space stations moved closer together, using their firepower advantage to cover each other. They stayed far from Morse world, far from the Royal Majesty, hiding behind the star. The battle moons had to be eliminated. They could not be allowed to withdraw and become a future threat. The Imperium had not yet discovered the full extent of Rangdan territory, and after the battle for Morse concluded, it would take a long time to find the Xenos. Allowing them to leave would be irresponsible for the future. It was better to nip the crisis in the bud and reduce future variables. Blazkowicz pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Send me to the training ground." As his voice fell, the light of teleportation flared, and he arrived at the secluded edge of the training ground, unnoticed by anyone. He strode forward, heading towards the center of the training ground, where custods and doomslayers were sparring and sentinels were observing. 2 fragile stone swords scraped against each other with a rustling sound, as 2 warriors at the pinnacle of the physical universe competed using the restraint technique. "Shield Captain," Blazkowicz greeted the custodian, his voice soft so as not to disturb the spar. The Shield Captain was startled, instinctively wanting to jump away, but felt a pressure on his shoulder, rendering him unable to move. Only after his mind caught up did he realize that the Primarch had silently approached him from behind. Although he had been focused on the ongoing spar, being approached silently by the Primarch still sent a cold sweat down his spine. He was about to open his mouth to greet him, but saw the Primarch's gaze, signaling to talk aside. "My lord, what are your orders?" Entering a secluded rest cabin at the edge of the training ground, the Shield Captain finally spoke. "Is there a combat mission?" "Yes, Shield Captain Odysseus." Blazkowicz called out the custodian's name, derived from the hero of Greek legend. "Sit," Blazkowicz gestured for Odysseus to sit, and he himself sat on a long bench. Odysseus set down his halberd, removed his helmet, and placed it on the table, sitting opposite the Primarch. He was a handsome man with deep, striking features, possessing the charm of an ancient hero. Blazkowicz tapped the table, displaying a holographic projection, and began to explain his plan. I need 600 custodes to split into 2 groups, board the Xenos battle moons, and destroy them from within. As he spoke, the holographic image changed, showing the external situation of the battle moons. As early as when they entered the star system, the First Fleet's reconnaissance ships had infiltrated the warp to gather intelligence on the battle moons. Through stealthy scans, the reconnaissance ships had done their utmost to analyze 1/10 of the battle moon's structural thickness. The Rangdon's colossal space stations were too large and had multiple layers of protection. It was not easy to obtain this intelligence without exposing the reconnaissance ships. "My lord, forgive my frankness," Odysseus said after seeing the information, not immediately agreeing. "Speak freely," Blazkowicz nodded, signaling him to express himself fully. "How do we destroy it?" Odysseus asked. "Are we to overload the battle moon's reactor?" "The space station is too large, with intricate and complex routes. If we deviate from the path, we will struggle to reach the target and instead be surrounded by the enemy." "That is of no concern. The custodes fear no enemy. However, time is limited. If the Xenos decide to escape, entering the warp and taking us with them, the consequences would be dire." Odysseus finished his questions in one breath, took a drink offered by a service automaton, and waited for the Primarch's reply. "You do not need to destroy the core," Blazkowicz said with a smile, shaking his head. He reactivated the holographic image, displaying a device as tall as a man. Odysseus' eyes widened abruptly as he saw the contents of the holographic image, instinctively reaching for his halberd. "Lord Primarch, you are playing with fire," he warned the Primarch with a serious expression. The shield captain saw a transparent canister, its surface carved with the Primarch's insignia and other runes, filled with glowing warp energy. What made Odysseus so tense was that a demon was sealed inside. It was a corpulent, bloated greater demon of Nurgle, its body covered in boils, its belly split open with maggots writhing, its spirit listless. His heart trembled, and his black eyes reflected the Primarch's figure, recalling the Emperor's charge to the custodes. "Primarch number 21, he can do anything, including the utilization of chaos knowledge, possessing power equal to mine." Were it not for this charge from the Emperor, Odysseus would have questioned how the Primarch acquired such knowledge. "The Doom Slayers will be responsible for escorting it. Once it reaches 1/3 of the battle moon's depth, simply detonate it." Blazkowicz offered no further explanation, trying to put the custodian at ease. "It dares not escape. Self-detonation is its only chance of survival." Argent Nur had long been developing psyker weapons, cautiously researching warp knowledge. In this endeavor, he had received support from Life Forger Primal, who had provided private research and knowledge specifically on demons. With Doom Slayers personally guarding the demon research facility, Psyker Masters, combining ancient knowledge, had developed several demon weapons. What Blazkowicz displayed was one of them. It was a corrosive bomb created by capturing a greater demon of Nurgle from the warp, utilizing the demon's characteristics, combined with time sorcery and time technology. Just one such time bomb, imbued with a corrosive virus, could cause a world to undergo 1,000,000 years of corrosion in 3 minutes. Unless the situation absolutely demanded it, Blazkowicz would not use demon weapons. They were too dangerous. Ships with sufficient firepower could not approach the battle moons, and the Xenos, having learned their lesson once, would surely flee immediately. Ships that could approach lacked sufficient firepower to cause effective damage. Rashly using black hole weapons would cause gravitational imbalance within the star system, and a series of chain reactions could lead to the destruction of the Morse solar system. The boarding party could only carry the demon weapons manufactured by Argent Nur. "Custodes," Blazkowicz looked at Odysseus, a hint of helplessness in his tone. This is a last resort. Out of respect, I am telling you about the existence of these unclean weapons." Odysseus nodded. Indeed, as the Primarch said, he could have acted in secret, merely having the Custodes escort the Doom Slayers. The Primarch's current act of consultation showed the Custodes the utmost respect. After a moment of thought, the Shield Captain said to the Primarch, "I support your plan, but upon returning to Terra, I will need to report this matter to the Emperor." "Understood," Blazkowicz nodded. The Custodes' actions were beyond reproach. They had the right to reserve their opinions. "I will go prepare." Odysseus drank his cold beverage, put on his helmet, picked up his halberd, and gathered the Custodes to prepare for the operation. Blazkowicz stood up and instructed the Custodes. "Go to the standard armory. There are some pieces of equipment you will find useful." "Understood," Odysseus' eyes lit up. The armaments produced by Argent Nur were quite practical. Blazkowicz watched the Custodes leave, sighing helplessly. If the Legion had enough numbers to organize a sufficient force, he would not have needed to reveal these secrets to the Custodes. Secrets known by the Custodes would surely be known by the Emperor. The warriors in golden armor were the Emperor's most loyal servants, selflessly dedicating everything to the Emperor. "Take me to the demon weapon chamber." The light of teleportation flared beneath Blazkowicz's feet, and his holy sigil vanished from the rest cabin. In a hidden corner of the Royal Majesty, this area was isolated from mortals, and its existence was known to few. The room existed in another dimension, and the passages leading to it were fraught with danger to prevent demons from escaping. Psyker runes from the Old Ones were inscribed on the door, blocking all Psyker detection. Outside the demon armory, 10 Doom Slayers stood in 2 rows, guarding the safety of the armory. Seeing the flickering transmission light, they immediately gripped their weapons, and after recognizing the arrivals, they knelt on one knee. "Gene Father." "Rise," Blazkowicz quickly waved for them to stand up. He had told them not to kneel before, but his Primarch's children insisted on doing so to show respect. King Noak, 10 Psyker masters in long robes bowed, welcoming King Noak's arrival. "You've worked hard." Blazkowicz offered them his sincere greetings, expressing his respect. These selfless Psyker masters, with golden runes inscribed all over their bodies, used psychic barriers to defend against immaterial prying. "Open the gate, I need to retrieve some weapons." Blazkowicz nodded, signaling for the masters to open the door. "As you command." 2 Psyker masters turned, extended their rune-covered palms, and chanted spells to input psychic energy. A gap opened in the psychic shield, and the door immediately opened a crack. "I think the Blood God is a 3-to-7 match against the Dark Prince. The Blood God can chop the Dark Prince 7 times in 3 minutes. No, no, no. The Dark Prince would cry and beg the Blood God to spare it." So the question is, was the conflict between the Blood God and the Dark Prince orchestrated by the Lord of Change? Why all the fighting and killing? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to sit down and listen to the teachings of the Merciful Father, to love each other? "Blasphemous bloodthirster, the Dark Prince will pull out your blasphemous tongues and brutally violate your throats. This is the Godslayer's domain. Before the Dark Prince violates us, we might already be killed by him." "Ha ha ha, girl." Inside the door, it was a chaotic mess, with the howls and taunts of demons occasionally echoing. When the door opened, the conversations and taunts inside the armory ceased abruptly. The demons seemed to have their throats choked. The Godslayer stood at the door, his gaze very unfriendly, looking at them as if they were corpses. 40 jars were displayed in the hall, each containing 10 demons of the 4 gods, imprisoned within runic seals. The sealed jars were only the height of a mortal. The massive bodies of the 4 gods' great demons were forcibly compressed and confined within a small space. At this moment, the Lord of Change folded its wings, shrinking its head like a startled bird, as docile as a quail. The bloodthirster knelt on one knee, expressing respect to the Godslayer, not daring to act presumptuously. The Keeper of Secrets' great demon trembled, its black-purple long tongue twisted together in its mouth, terrified of making a sound. The great unclean one slumped, the maggots on its body quivering, its sickly green body turning somewhat pale from fear. Blazkovich's gaze was tangible, burning the demon's skin and emitting a scorching white smoke. The demons trembled in pain, but dared not make a sound. No one dared to face the Godslayer's oppressive aura. Blazkovich's heart longed to tear apart these vile creations, his fists clenched, suppressing the surging rage. The Godslayer's mark inscribed on the jar walls seemed to come alive, burning their impure bodies like a branding iron. Two bloodthirsters, two great unclean ones. Blazkovich was expressionless, his voice as cold as frost. Take them and rendezvous with the Custodes. He finished speaking and turned to leave, afraid he wouldn't be able to resist killing a few demons to vent his anger. Watching the Godslayer leave, the demons breathed a sigh of relief, a surge of elation welling up within them. If it weren't for the wrong location, they would even want to cheer aloud. As long as they were killed by these jars, releasing the concept and power of the demons, they could return to the warp and be reborn. From then on, the sky would be wide for birds to fly, and the sea vast for fish to leap, far from the Godslayer's threat, never wanting to see him again. 4 Doomslayers walked into the hall. The bloodthirsters and great unclean ones cast hopeful glances, wishing to be chosen. Some great demons were even so agitated that they pointed at themselves. Behave, a Doomslayer barked, instantly making the great demons stand at attention. In the eyes of the great demons, the departed Blazkovich was the boss, and the Doomslayers before them were the young masters. They could both turn them to dust, completely annihilating their very concept. Demons viewed invading reality as a game, a virtual game with real sensations, finding pleasure in trampling the beings of the real universe. The demons' greatest reliance was their ability to be reborn in the warp after death, so they acted recklessly, with no fear or reverence in their hearts. But the Godslayer was different. He possessed the concept of eradication, and his Primarch's children inherited that concept. To demons, Doomslayers were the embodiment of true death. Once killed by them, there was no possibility of resurrection. Even their past and future, their true names and marks in the warp, would all be erased along with them. Even more terrifying, their demonic essence would be plundered, becoming the foundation for the Doomslayer's strength. How could this not make the demons afraid? Seeing Blazkovich was even more terrifying than seeing the 4 gods. If killed by an opposing deity, a demon's true name and warp mark would not disappear. Only its form would be scattered by the deity. If the worshipped deity was pleased, the demon could be resurrected and return to receive divine grace once more. A low growl from a Doomslayer made the demons quiet down again, waiting to be chosen like merchandise. Without any special selection, the Doomslayers covered the demon jars at the front of the queue with psychic black cloths, obscuring them from outsiders' view. The chosen demons were overjoyed, casting contemptuous glances at the other demons, thrilled beyond measure. The Doomslayers gripped the handles on top of the jars, lifted the sealed containers of the demons, and left the demon armory. As they left, the door closed again, and the great demons once more became boisterous, teasing and joking about the gods. Here the gods' gazes couldn't reach, and they could speak freely, wantonly complaining about the 4 deities. In the Royal Majesty's hangar, 600 Custodes were divided into 2 groups, ready for deployment. Metal wings were installed on the backs of the Custodes' golden armor, flight packs designed for complex terrain. Originally intended for Doomslayers, these packs were also used by the Custodes for mission requirements, aligning with the Empire's interests. The Doomslayers and Custodes were similar in height, making their equipment highly compatible. Blazkovich's eyes lit up when he saw them. The golden-armored Custodes with dark wings had a beautiful, fallen angel aesthetic. Behind him followed 20 black-armored Doomslayers, escorting the forbidden weapons containing demons. Captain Odysseus, can you achieve maximum results and destroy the Xenos' gargantuan structures? Blazkovich stood before the Custodes, his tall figure looking down at the shield captain. It all depends on you. Odysseus held his halberd with one hand, his fist against his chest. The Custodes will definitely complete the mission. Wear this, Blazkovich gestured, signaling for the Iron Men to bring out the prepared equipment. What is this? Odysseus was puzzled by the rings in the technician's hands. Precious teleportation lassos. A stone man held up the circular bracelets in his hand, explaining to the shield captain. They will take you off the Xenos ship and back to the transport ship if your lives are in danger or after the mission is completed. Blazkovich's gaze swept over the Custodes on the tarmac, and he slowly spoke. The Emperor entrusted you to me, and I must be responsible for your lives. Thank you for your concern. Odysseus' tone was sincere. He was truly grateful to the Primarch. This advanced equipment not only enhanced the Custodes' combat power, but also ensured the safety of every Custode's life. Odysseus sighed inwardly, feeling that the Primarch before him was more thoughtful compared to his brothers. Let's go, Blazkovich signaled for the distribution of the teleportation lassos, ensuring basic protection for all Custodes and Doom Slayers. Please rest assured, Primarch, we will surely return victorious. The shield captain raised his halberd, turned, and walked towards the transport ship. Custodes board the ship. The Doom Slayers were also ready, donning their flight packs with the help of machines. Brothers, board the ship. We will seize victory for the Gene Father. Blazkovich said nothing, clenching his fists as he watched his Primarch's children depart, speaking in their psychic link. May you return safely. This boarding action was 1,000 times more dangerous than a normal boarding. The place the Custodes and Doom Slayers were going was an iron planet, teeming with terrifying Xenos. They had to penetrate 1/3 of the battle moon's depth, then detonate the demon weapons. Only the Custodes and Doom Slayers could resist the mental pollution emitted by the Xenos in the Xenos nest. The former were ultimate life forms created by the Emperor. The latter were his own Primarch's children. Their task was arduous. The progress of destroying the battle moon had to be synchronized, ensuring that the error in detonating the weapons did not exceed 1 minute in battle without communication. If the progress on both sides differed too much, the later battle moon might enter the warp and escape. The boarding party was divided into 2 groups, departing on 2 transport ships. They would enter reconnaissance ships, using the stealth capabilities of the warships to approach the Xenos battle moon, a process that could take several days. To avoid detection, the reconnaissance ships had to shut down their propulsion engines at a certain distance, allowing the vessels to drift forward in the void. Morse World. The Imperial forces' irregular artillery harassment kept the Rangdan constantly on edge. The Xenos warriors still held on to hope, anticipating their fleet would tear through the human blockade and evacuate them from the battlefield. It was this faint spark of hope that prevented the Xenos Warmaster, Lolos, from having the courage to burn his bridges and fight a decisive battle against the human ground forces. Such hesitation is most taboo in war. Without the resolve to fight to the death, there was no strategy for retreat. The soldiers' morale and courage were worn down day by day, and the once sharp army lost its will to fight, becoming mere mortals desperate to survive. Within the Hive City, the humans' incessant harassment gradually drove the Rangdan elite to the brink of mental collapse. The Rangdan's highly developed nervous system and resilient mental strength inevitably began to decline and show fatigue. The Xenos' arrogance was shattered, their mental fluctuations filled with pleas, and when they looked up at the sky, they prayed that human shells would not fall. In war, attacking the heart is superior to attacking the city. Autumn continuously weakened the Rangdan's combat power through relentless mental torment, paving the way for subsequent operations. By the time the main army stormed the Hive City, they would find not fierce Rangdan, but a group of vulnerable Xenos awaiting slaughter. In the void, Blazkowicz personally took command, directing various battle groups to blockade the void front and resist the Rangdans' assaults. Though fleet battles lacked the bloody gore of close-quarters combat, their danger was even greater. In ground combat, the tide of battle might suddenly shift due to a burst of activity at a certain point, inspiring morale and changing the outcome. But in void fleet operations, such a situation was impossible. The steel ships were cold and indifferent, carrying the massive bodies of humans, and could not experience a sudden burst of activity due to minor variables. Or it could be understood another way. The fleet commanders did not want any unstable variables within their fleets. Void ship combat was a precisely calculated gamble. Weapon range and power, maximum ship speed, shield overload thresholds, maneuver angles, and overload limits were all fixed factors. Within these fixed factors, they fought an unpredictable war. Blazkowicz sat steadily on his command throne, like a high-precision machine, constantly calculating the variables of the defensive line and coordinating the fleet's movements. Fleet casualties steadily rose. The cold, unforgiving universe tested every warship and every individual. Humans and Rangdan exchanged fire along the line he had drawn. Lances and plasma flickered incessantly. Engines spewed plasma glow, intertwined, and the temperature of the surrounding void rose due to the engagement. The brutal war of attrition left the blockade line littered with shipwrecks, tangled together by gravitational pull. Yet the fighting never ceased. The wreckage of destroyed warships, accumulating space debris, became natural cover for other warships. Blazkowicz, with his extraordinary intellect, deduced the battle situation, skillfully maneuvering to lure the Rangdan fleet into a trap. He had to remain fully focused, destroying as many Rangdan ships as possible before the boarding parties arrived. Once the boarding operation succeeded, the Rangdan fleet would most likely retreat, or less likely fight to the death. Regardless of the outcome, Blazkowicz continuously secured tactical victories, ultimately achieving his strategic victory. In one corner of the holographic star map, a telescope constantly tracked a seemingly empty area. The stealth reconnaissance ships carrying the boarding fleet, after an initial acceleration burst, had shut down their main engines and were now drifting forward by inertia. Within the holographic display, a cold countdown indicated the remaining time until arrival at the destination. Blazkowicz glanced at the 72-hour arrival time, momentarily drawing his mind from the void battle to consider his next move. He now faced two choices. When the boarding party reached the designated location, Blazkowicz could choose to send a fleet forward to draw in more Rangdan ships, providing cover for their operation. But this could backfire. A sudden, abnormal move after a long war of attrition might instead raise the Rangdans' vigilance. Remaining still was safer, maintaining the current situation with few variables in the operation, but the risk to the boarding party would increase. Once the operation began, the Rangdan would inevitably conduct a grid search for warships, increasing the risk of exposure for the rendezvous ships. The rendezvous ships would be defenseless. Once discovered, they would be destroyed, and the boarding party would not be able to return. 10 ships will form a fist unit and advance, outflanking from the side of the defensive line to attack the enemy's flank. After 5 seconds of thought, Blazkowicz decided on a frontal assault, aiming to draw in the Rangdan fleet surrounding the battle moon. 600 custodians, 20 doom slayers. Such immense losses, not to mention the Emperor, even he himself could not bear. Notify Autumn that the Void fleet is launching an attack. The Rangdan on the ground will surely react, and he must guard against their counterattack. Blazkowicz issued commands continuously. He not only had to direct the Void battle, but also consider the ground battlefield and the distant boarding action. These seemingly disparate battlefields were, in fact, interconnected, with one move affecting the whole. As the Primarch's orders were issued, the Void fleet immediately sprang into action. The Abomination Exemplar Gloriana Queen warship detached from the defensive line, leading 10 Argent Nur ships in a flanking maneuver. Execute the Primarch's orders. Maximum speed, outflank and sweep the Xenos fleet. The Lord of the Void Sky Army roared, urging the ship's serfs to begin the flanking maneuver. The Lord of the Legion showed no hesitation. The will of a Primarch was not for mortals to fathom. Over nearly 10 days of fleet attrition, the Primarch's command ability had opened his eyes, making him understand the difference between a Primarch and an Astartes. Although they shared a genetic connection, they were entirely different species. Aside from the first day of fleet contact, when a slight awkwardness in his intellect led to the loss of several cruisers and frigates, his subsequent commands were swift and clear. He even specified precise ship locations and exact times for rotations. Over a week under the Primarch's command, Imperial ship losses steadily decreased, while victories mounted. The mixed formation of Argent Nur ships and Imperial ships first had the Imperial ships absorb damage, fully leveraging the Argent Nur's superior firepower. Once the Void shields were nearly depleted, the Argent Nur ships would then withstand enemy fire. By this point, the fleet would have closed with the enemy, allowing the Imperial ships to bring their full firepower to bear. Strike swiftly, then disengage immediately. Immediately switch ship positions, and as they disengaged, the Argent Nur ships would again unleash their power. As the coordination between the ships became more proficient, there were almost no battle losses in the later stages, only abundant victories. The cooperation between the Imperium and Argent Nur, at a very small cost, resulted in the destruction of nearly 100 Rangdan capital ships and countless smaller vessels. With this ship at the lead, adopt a spearhead formation. The Lord of the Legion continuously issued orders, adjusting the formation of the fist. Adeptus Mechanicus personnel deep within the ship, beside the Gloriana Queen warship's plasma reactor, chanted prayers to the Omnissiah, awakening the ship's dormant power. The Abomination Exemplar led the charge, continuously accelerating, launching an attack from the side of the Rangdan ships. No need to slow down. Activate the bow's disintegration field and punch through. Broadside the enemy, the Lord of the Legion roared, as if imbued with the ship's fury. Evade, evade! The Rangdan captain's mental fluctuations were violent, issuing urgent commands, ordering the ship's thralls to adjust the ship's posture. The human attack was too sudden, abandoning the war of attrition blockade to assault their flank. What was wrong with that warship? The Rangdan were now filled with 1,000 questions. As a primary human warship, the Abomination Exemplar was closely watched by the Rangdan. It had withdrawn from the defensive line, then reappeared on the defensive line, had it not. How did it suddenly appear on the flank? It naturally did not know that, after the Abomination Exemplar withdrew, it had indeed immediately left the blockade line and begun a secret flanking maneuver. The warship anchored at the front line was a cruiser disguised as the Abomination Exemplar. The cruiser was equipped with numerous holographic projectors, and its ship signal was deliberately amplified to mimic the Abomination Exemplar's appearance. The disguise was crude, but in the chaos of battle amidst heavy radiation interference, it naturally managed to deceive. This tactical arrangement was proposed by Gates. Its flash of inspiration, surprisingly, came from the Rangdan Xenos themselves and their powerful electromagnetic interference technology. In the early stages of the war, Blazkowicz himself was almost deceived by their disguised signals, mistakenly believing them to be friendly warships. Ultimately, it was Iron Man's precise calculations, and his insistence that proved there could be no friendly forces in that part of the void. As the Rangdan panicked, the Abomination Exemplar plunged into the battle line, its bow flashing with disintegrating lightning, engines at full thrust, ramming into a Xenos battleship. Juices flew wildly. The biological warship's tissues vaporized in the disintegrating lightning, the crisp snap of its spine breaking mixed with the hiss of splashing goo. Semi-biological warships had obvious weaknesses. Lacking heavy armor, they could not withstand impact. "Target lock complete," the cogitator array announced, its mechanical voice alerting the captain to the optimal firing moment. "Broadside cannons are in optimal firing arc." "All ships fire." The Lord of the Void Sky Army was equally ruthless, allowing the Abomination exemplar to unleash its full firepower. The Gloriana-class battleship, the Empire's most powerful warship, its might made the star sector tremble. Who could withstand her attack? None could resist. No Xenos warship could endure her wrath. The Abomination exemplar maintained its speed, its broadside weapons simultaneously targeting 8 Xenos warships, the limit of its firing arc. Lances blazed like the sun, all torpedoes were launched, and macro cannons fired ceaselessly. With a hull over 20 kilometers long, not a single weapon remained silent, all unleashing their fury upon the Xenos warships. The shields of the 8 Rangdan warships instantly overloaded. The Abomination exemplar brushed past them, speeding away at an incredible pace. The Rangdan fleet had no time to rejoice. The warship's hit-and-run attacks signaled impending destruction. Before their shields could fully regenerate, the human silver-white warships surged forward. They were the true killing blow. These oddly styled Xenos warships, their own firepower led to their downfall. Lances lit up, macro cannons roared. The 8 shield-broken warships were torn apart by the onslaught, becoming new space hulks. "Lord of the Legion, the deck alarm has been triggered. We have been boarded." The cogitator array reported again, its surface showing hundreds of thousands of bionic faces, rapidly relaying the warship's status. "Deck 6 has been invaded." The cogitator, a fusion of machine and biological nerves, a creation of the Imperium after it abandoned artificial intelligence. The Adeptus Mechanicus had implanted human brain tissue into the computer as a logical processing unit. "Notify the Legion warriors," the Lord of the Legion quickly thought, issuing an order to the cogitator. "Surround the Rangdan from multiple directions, clear all thralls in the area, and prevent the spread of Xenos psychic contamination." "Understood," the cogitator's bionic vocalizer responded, its tone mechanically cold. "Deploying Space Marines." The Lord of the Legion nodded, no longer focusing on the boarding incident, instead concentrating on the Abomination exemplar's direction of advance. He needed to stir up a storm to lure the enemy deeper. He didn't know what the Primarch was planning, but it was certainly a major event concerning the war. On the ground battlefield, the Rangdan ground forces also made their move, with human slaves emerging from the Hive City. After a prolonged siege, most humans were listless, pale, and physically weak. The Hive City, having lost its main power source, struggled to produce enough resources to sustain the massive human auxiliary army. The Rangdan would not allocate supplies to maintain the lives of what they considered pigs and dogs. "Grand Master, simply defend. The time for a full assault has not yet come." Autumn was in the command bunker, and Urian's figure appeared on the communication channel. "Understood, Commander Autumn." A smile appeared on Urian's resolute face. He looked ruddy and invigorated. Having harassed the Xenos for several days, with the Nur Legion assisting in defense, Urian had been able to fully rest. The Grand Master's expression grew serious as he told Autumn, "We will hold the defensive bases and will not rashly sally forth." Urian was willing to obey battlefield directives. He knew well who Autumn represented. The true overlord of the grand strategy was the Primarch in space. That great one was orchestrating the overall direction of the battlefield. Deep down, he was also willing to cooperate with Autumn, in gratitude for the Nur Legion's generous support. During the days of ground defense, Argent Nur had sent many supplies, rewarding the Imperial Army and Legion soldiers. "Commence bombardment." After ending the communication, Urian ordered the artillery positions to begin striking the human thralls. "Extend the barrage, conduct a carpet bombing." First combat sequence, move to battle positions. Second combat sequence, prepare for relief, defend against the human tide's assault. The Grand Master was no longer stingy. The two defensive bases had been dismantled. All troops returned to the main base, and he now commanded a large force. As the bombardment began, the rested Imperial army once again plunged into battle. The Argent Nur line was long, forming a slightly curved sector, encircling 1/5 of the Hive city's outer perimeter. 250,000 mortal auxiliary army soldiers, 2.5 million automated combat servitors, and various heavy fire support. Everyone stood ready, preparing to defend against the Rangdan assault, facing the onslaught of a massive human thrall army. "Commander, do we need to use artillery and titans?" The Mortal Legion commander stood beside the command console, asking Autumn. "Not yet," Autumn said, his gaze fixed on the human tide on the battlefield, not looking up. "Our troops need training to face any type of enemy. Those fallen brethren, perhaps they are the crucible for forging will, to let the warriors know the cruelty of the battlefield. Let there will be tempered by blood, to grow into true warriors." "I understand." The Mortal Legion commander said nothing more, returning to his position. He sat back in his chair, a blue holographic projection before him, allowing him to command his legion at all times. Autumn's central command console overlooked the entire planet. Warships in space constantly scanned Morse world. All populations from all Hive cities poured out, converging here, painting the holographic image blood red. He did not call for orbital bombardment. He wanted to use this immense pressure to broaden the horizons of the Argent Nur mortal auxiliary army. In the boundless star ocean, such battlefields were commonplace. Conquering the star ocean not only meant facing Xenos, but also pulling the trigger on one's own kind. Autumn coldly swept his gaze over the blood-red mass of enemies, his eyes showing no emotion, issuing the commander's order. "No use of servitors. Engage the enemy with defensive lines." His command was not given directly to the soldiers, but transmitted to the terminals of each legion commander. The Nur Legion had a strict hierarchy, never bypassing ranks. The overall commander was responsible for grand strategy, and legion commanders were responsible for executing strategic actions. Battalion and company commanders within the legion were responsible for tactical execution and specific frontline responses. At the frontline defensive positions, junior officers relayed orders layer by layer. Communications quickly reached the soldiers under their command. Disable auxiliary aiming systems. Disable visual telescopes. Disable. Clatter the soldiers moved in unison, disabling automatic aiming on their weapons and various functions within their helmets. "Soldiers, we now have no auxiliaries, simulating the most brutal battlefield, defending against the enemy's attack." A battalion commander, leading 1,000 men, patrolled the defensive line. The coarse voice unique to soldiers echoed in the battalion-level communication. "We are several years behind our battle brothers. Hold the line, remember what we learned in the War College." The ground began to tremble. Human slaves surged like a tidal wave, pressing against the Imperial and Argent Nur lines, a terrifying sight. "For King Noak!" the battalion commander roared hoarsely, his voice, unfiltered by the communication channel, reverberating across the defensive line. "For King Noak!" his war cry resonated, and all soldiers on the line shouted, their deep voices shattering the overcast sky. "For the Emperor!" In the Imperial line, a similar war cry responded. Facing an enemy far outnumbering them, they let out a fearless roar, knowing they would win. The Primarch was in space. The Emperor watched over Terra. "I've never seen so many people," a Sentinel soldier in the Argent Nur line remarked casually to his comrade beside him. His armor was not white, but the original gray of steel, with Blazkovich's insignia inscribed on his shoulder pad. This Sentinel soldier had experienced the Orc siege, participated in the War of Truth, and witnessed the rise of Blazkovich Novik. To signify the Sentinels' honor, Blazkovich had granted them their original color, distinguishing them from later Sentinels recruits. "Aren't you nervous?" the white-armored recruit asked, gripping his spear tightly, his fingertips trembling slightly from the battlefield's pressure. "Nervous? What's that?" the veteran scoffed disdainfully, placing a hand on the newcomer's shoulder. "I've been in battlefields thousands of times more terrifying than this." "What was it?" the recruit asked curiously. He knew a part of Argent Nur's history had been deleted. "I hope you never witness it in your life." The veteran shook his head, speaking solemnly and gravely to the newcomer. "That is the deepest terror. Only courage and will can overcome it." With that, the veteran said no more, raising his spear and patrolling the line with the recruit, protecting the mortal auxiliary army. Due to the shutdown of various auxiliary systems and the abandonment of ultra-long-range firing capabilities, the Legion commanders decided to let the enemy enter within 500 meters before engaging. The Legion commanders were confident that the weapons in the Legion's hands could withstand the surging human tide. The Imperial line had already begun fighting, red laser beams forming a deadly blockade, engaging the human brethren before them. Having experienced the most critical moments, they naturally handled it with ease without the slightest panic. Within the Argent Nur line, stray bullets occasionally whizzed by. The slave army's automatic weapons fired, shooting at the line. Bullets pinged off power armor, and stray rounds fell like rain, each one striking the new recruit's mental defenses. The Sentinel's soldiers watched with interest, a smile on their faces beneath their helmets, observing how the mortals who had undergone simplified guard training controlled their inner fear. "Hey!" In this extremely tense moment, a veteran guard suddenly roared. The mortals' bodies trembled violently, the old veteran's shout jolting their taut nerves. Almost instinctively, the auxiliary army soldiers' fingers rested on their triggers, wanting to fire. Only at the last moment, the instinct from decades of training held them back, preventing them from shooting. The responsible company commander looked at the Sentinels, cold sweat pouring down his body. He, too, was greatly startled. If his soldiers had fired, his responsibility would have been significant, potentially leading to retraining as the most severe consequence. Fortunately, the soldiers withstood the test from the Sentinel's lord. "Not bad," the Sentinels nodded. The mortal soldiers before him had not disgraced their warrior training. "Lord," the company commander spoke cautiously, the sweat on his body being wicked away by the power armor's internal circulation. "What are you nervous about?" The Sentinels raised his hand, interrupting the mortal officer's speech. The old veteran shouted, "What has nervousness brought you?" "It only clouds your reason, making you forget your usual training. Overly tense nerves will only stiffen your bodies. Relax a little. True strength comes from within. The enemies before you are but a gentle breeze." At his reprimand, the soldiers visibly relaxed. After a few deep breaths, their fingers moved away from their weapon triggers. "We are an unyielding high wall. Remain calm and composed. A gentle breeze passes in an instant, but the high wall stands eternally. Compared to the enemies before you, you should focus more on the condition of your weapons, ensuring they can fire bullets at the critical moment." The Sentinel's spear shaft tapped a soldier's shoulder. He asked in a low voice, "Can your weapon fire?" The soldier's hand trembled. He glanced sideways and realized the safety on his weapon was not disengaged. "Haha, Tilda," the Sentinel shook his head and walked away. "Fresh recruits. I don't know what they're so nervous about." Even with warrior training, differences between individuals still existed, and mortal soldiers could never fully grasp it. Although he shook his head, the Sentinels inwardly approved of the mortal soldiers. Participating in a real battlefield for the first time, their posture remained unshaken, overcoming their inner fragility with the instinct of training. "You," the company commander walked up and said to the soldier, "if you survive, I expect to see your self-criticism." "Understood," the soldier shouted loudly, trying to make as many people as possible hear him. He knew how serious his mistake was. He re-entered his firing position, raised his weapon, aimed at the enemy, and waited for the order to fire. Fire! Orders were given by various Legion commanders, transmitted from the command center to the battlefield. Fire! The frontline officers ordered to fire. There was no passionate roar, but the calm tone was beyond doubt. The soldiers pressed their triggers and immediately opened fire, using bullets to eliminate the enemies before them. These alien slaves, though thin and driven by withered muscles, ran with an undiminished fanaticism on their faces. There were no intense gunshots, only the sound of electromagnetic projectiles. In front of the Nur auxiliary army, enemy forces fell in swathes. The moment they fired and killed the enemy, the Nur auxiliary army realized how fragile the overwhelming tide of enemies before them was. Only then did they understand that, on the battlefield, only the weapon in their hand was reliable. Inner tension and hesitation would ultimately shackle their courage. The initial gunfire was somewhat chaotic, but after only half a minute, the firing gradually stabilized and became rhythmic. The strength of an army could be judged by its shooting. Trained since childhood, the auxiliary army, having undergone the baptism of slaughter, gradually matured in their mindset towards the battlefield. Their inner turmoil gradually subsided, and their powerful professional skills were brought to bear at this moment. The electromagnetic nail guns in their hands accelerated steel nails to 2,000 meters per second, piercing through enemy bodies. No longer holding down the trigger to spray, they used the weapon sights for aiming when the auxiliary aiming system was lost. The electromagnetic nail guns whirred, muzzles flashing with electricity, continuously firing 8 steel nails, punching fist-sized holes in flesh and blood. Inexpensive electromagnetic weapons were best suited for the auxiliary army, excelling in both firepower and sustained capability. A standard magazine held 500 finger-length steel nails, greatly easing logistical management. The weapons were connected to the power armor's battery, and the nuclear power battery could last for decades. Reload. The auxiliary army, divided into smaller groups, cooperated closely to ensure continuous firepower output. In front of the Argent Nur line, there was now a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, all enemy remains and severed limbs. The Empire's laser guns cauterized wounds upon hitting biological targets, providing a certain hemostatic effect. This resulted in large piles of corpses accumulating in front of the Empire's lines, but without a large amount of flowing blood. Autumn in the command center nodded imperceptibly. The Gene Father's efforts had not been in vain. According to the data, at the moment the auxiliary army opened fire, ammunition consumption was huge, but the kill-to-damage ratio was very low. After a minute of familiarization, this ratio increased and continued to improve. He stared at the command console, not paying much attention to the enemy's movements, but more concerned with the coordination of the mortal army. Notify the artillery to bombard this area with phosphorus ammunition. The Legion commander sat in his position, outlining an area on the overall map. Burn the enemy corpses to prevent the infantry's field of fire from being obstructed. Supply teams, keep up. Constantly monitor the troops' ammunition consumption to ensure the warriors have no worries about ammunition. Battle sequence replacement in 1 minute. Every person must kill an enemy and receive the baptism of the battlefield. The 25 Legion commanders each performed their duties, coordinating the operation of the battlefield. They were also transforming, shedding some of their panic and shortcomings, becoming more adept. Autumn no longer focused on trivial matters. As the Nur auxiliary army became proficient, he shifted his gaze to the overall situation. Scanned by orbital vessels, Morse world still had 600 million people, all controlled by the Rangdan. Originally about 1,400 million were eliminated by the First Legion. This population number was rapidly decreasing, with non-combat attrition being greater than those eliminated by humans. To wear down the landing forces, The Rangdan made everyone leave the hive cities and surround them on foot across the planet's wilderness. Autumn shook his head at the vast numbers. He knew the Rangdan's contamination ability was astonishing, but he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. According to intelligence provided by Grand Master Urian, the key to the Rangdan's control over the population lay in the water source. The aliens first controlled a small portion of people, then introduced their secreted brain fluid into the hive city's water supply, and soon they could control an entire hive city. Only a tiny amount of brain fluid was needed for the aliens to establish a psychic link, forcibly twisting human thoughts and making them loyal servants. This process was irreversible. Once controlled, it was eternal damnation. Now, with the changes in the void battlefield, the entire population of Morse world was moving to surround them. The alien warmaster in the hive city could no longer hold back and sought revenge against humanity, coordinating a synchronized attack with the void fleet. Autumn rested his chin on his hand, thinking carefully about how the aliens would attack the human lines. Land and air were unlikely. Without shields, elite warriors exposed to firepower were simply seeking death. Master of Mechanics! A cold light flashed in his eyes as he called out to the Argent Nur technical personnel. Lord, a middle-aged man in a black robe with an auxiliary arm backpack walked out of the command fortress. What are your orders? Autumn nodded and asked the Master of Mechanics, is the seismic monitor functioning normally? A mechanical arm extended in front of him, projecting an image before the Master of Mechanics. It's functioning normally, but with the battlefield artillery fire, there's too much noise. Autumn's expression was grave. The readings from the seismic monitor trembled violently, like a human heartbeat monitor. He looked at the Master of Mechanics and said with certainty, the aliens will attack from underground. I understand. The Master of Mechanics retracted his mechanical arm, bowed, and left to set up instruments for preventative measures. Autumn nodded. It was not too late to take precautions now, as the battle had not yet reached its climax. Currently, the Primarch was wearing down the Rangdan's void fleet, striving for maximum results. Eliminating the Rangdan's fleet before the boarding parties acted was the Gene Father's objective. The Rangdan forces on the ground were meat on humanity's chopping block, to be dealt with entirely at humanity's will. If they were to abandon Morse's natural resources, orbital strikes and extermination orders would be enough to eliminate the alien infection. But they could not move. The Primarch needed elite warriors to draw out the Rangdan fleet. The current battlefield was a tug-of-war. Any rash move by either side would lead to complete defeat and prevent the maximization of results. Time continued to advance, and the chess game set by Blazkowicz gradually moved towards his predicted outcome. In the void, 2 scout warships, after a long period of skipping stones, finally rounded to the far side of the star between the 2 battle moons. Chapter 62 Exterminate Xenos. Kebrel, Odysseus said to the Doom Slayer beside him, we are about to reach our mission objective. In the hangar of the scout ship, everyone was ready, and the most elite warriors of the Imperium of Man had gathered here. 300 custodians and 10 Doom Slayers. This powerful force could conquer a world with ease. Now they were gathered, all with the same goal, to board the alien battle moon. 3 more hours, Kebrel nodded, more precisely correcting Odysseus' statement. 2 hours and 57 minutes, the custodian retorted, not to be outdone, giving an even more precise time. They exchanged smiles, showing no signs of tension, and did not take the dangerous battle moon seriously at all. It was as if the terrifying Rangdan before these warriors were not a threat, but a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, or ants to be crushed. Beep tilde, a communication came from inside Kebrel's armor. His expression changed. It was an urgent communication from the captain. Sir, the captain's voice was urgent as he rapidly reported a sudden change in the situation. A new alien fleet has entered the Morse solar system. Odysseus looked at Kebrel. They exchanged glances. The sudden news had altered the situation. In the hangar, a holographic projection appeared, showing the scene observed by the ship. The alien ships surged out of the warp into real space, reinforcing the previously thwarted alien fleet. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The Primarch's plan had encountered an unexpected development. Should they continue to execute it? "What should we do?" A communication came through the psychic link. A brother from another scout ship asked Kebrel. "Wait a moment," Kebrel replied through the psychic link. As a senior member of the Legion, he was obliged to answer. Odysseus also waited. This concerned the Primarch of the 21st Legion, and his sons held more authority than him. "Wait." A faint, distant voice came through the psychic link, halting the operation and instructing the scout ships to remain on standby in the void. "We obey your command." The Doomslayers immediately knew who was speaking through the psychic link. "Wait," Kebrel said to Odysseus. "The Gene Father's objective is to annihilate the alien fleet. We cannot disrupt his strategic goal. We will continue to wait until the Gene Father destroys the alien fleet. Then we will act when the opportunity arises." Kebrel spoke eloquently, giving logically clear reasons and using deduction to mask the psychic link. "That is indeed the case," Odysseus nodded. The Primarch's strategic objective was indeed as stated. He quickly raised a new concern. Can the Primarch's fleet destroy the newly arrived alien reinforcements? Kebrel silently looked at the holographic projection. The alien capital ships that had entered Morse now numbered 300, with countless other vessels. He must have a plan. Kebrel was without worry. No matter when or where, he had full confidence in the Gene Father. Odysseus nodded and moved to the custodian ranks, telling his comrades to continue waiting. The custodians had no objections. They followed the Emperor's command and accompanied the Primarch to war, naturally respecting the Doomslayer's opinion. Moreover, the environment on the Argent Nur ship was extremely comfortable. Kebrel walked to one side. He didn't need to explain to his brothers, they knew everything. "Aliens, daring to delay my return to the embrace of the benevolent Father, I must take good care of them." From the black-shrouded jar came a low curse. The Rangdan had earned the enmity of a great unclean one of Nurgle. Clang, 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 tilde. Kebrel kicked the jar, signaling the demon to behave. "Don't misunderstand." The great unclean one's voice was fearful. "I am targeting those damned aliens. I have no intention of going against Argent Nur." The great unclean one dared not seek revenge on Argent Nur, but it had great courage when it came to avenging itself on other life forms. "Better be." Kebrel walked past it, heading towards the bridge to understand the specific situation. Alien ships continuously appeared in the void, emerging from the warp and, after a brief rest, immediately heading to the front line. Blazkowicz sat steadily at the command console, looking at the dense array of warships on the star chart, a smile on his face. "Excellent." He slammed his hand on the armrest of his throne, clapping in approval. The Rangdan reinforcements had arrived at just the right time, validating his plan to lure the enemy deep. Days ago, a psyker had informed Blazkowicz that warships were approaching in the warp. Now seeing the fleet scale with his own eyes, he couldn't help but cheer, breathing a sigh of relief. If the Rangdan forces hadn't come, he would have found it difficult to deliver on his promised honor and merits. Blazkowicz slowly closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the warp, sensing a part of himself. Feeling the closeness of something familiar, he showed a joyful expression. His good brother had arrived on the battlefield just in time. In the Morse solar system, due to the arrival of the Rangdan reinforcements, the holographic star map was filled with ships as far as the eye could see. "Humans, our fleet will crush you." On the public channel, the indescribably eerie voice of the Rangdan rang out, filled with the arrogance of certain victory. They cheered. Within the Morse solar system, over 500 capital ships had gathered, with countless more destroyers and frigates. With such immense power, no intricate tactics were needed. Simply overwhelming the enemy with ships would be enough. Humanity would not be able to resist. This was a qualitative change brought about by sheer numbers, a massive fleet holding complete initiative. However, the light of the warp shone again, and new ships arrived in real space. The leading ship, with the cool color of the north wind and a massive wolf head totem carved into its hull, the Hrafnkel, had arrived. "Blazkovich, my good brother," Russ' wild voice echoed through the comms, boosting the morale of the Imperium of Man. Two of the Emperor's sons had arrived in Morse. How could the Xenos stand against their combined might? "Russ, it's been a long time since I've seen you." Blazkovich's smile was genuine and gentle as he looked at Russ in the holographic image. His brother, unseen for many years, had changed greatly. He wore a suit of master-crafted power armor, inscribed with Fenrisian runes. He wielded a power sword with a wolf's head for a hilt, its blade inscribed with ice-blue runes and jagged blue fangs. Russ' golden hair was tied into a messy ponytail with braids at his temples. His face was unchanged, but his demeanor was wilder. "You truly didn't lie to me. A massive war awaits me here." Russ' face was full of joy. The Hrafnkel's augurs had detected the Rangdan fleet. "How could I ever lie to a brother?" Blazkovich declared confidently. He felt no guilt now. Before the Rangdan reinforcements arrived, he had felt a bit uneasy, but now he was fearless. As soon as the void forces of the First Legion had given him a warning, Blazkovich had contacted the closest legion for assistance. He hadn't expected Russ to be the closest. But at first, the Lord of Wolves, the Great Wolf, had not intended to help. In his impression, Blazkovich's personal abilities were too strong. He could solve all problems on his own. Even with the dangerous Rangdan Xenos, if he came, it would just be watching, offering no value. Blazkovich quickly sent an urgent message via astropath. He explained that the First Legion was being besieged, and a large number of Xenos were entrenched in Morse. Only then did Russ agree to come. He also stated that if his brother had lied to him, he would have to properly reward the Space Wolves, and the two brothers would have to get thoroughly drunk, with Argent Nur providing the fine wine. Blazkovich naturally agreed at once, prioritizing getting Russ to come. To prevent Russ from being discovered, Blazkovich had the Crucible sword traverse the warp, erasing the fleet's traces within the warp. "We'll catch up later. I need to clear an operating area first." Russ' expression became serious. He saw the scale of the alien fleet and knew this battle would be difficult. "As it should be." Blazkovich opened the star map, indicating a strategic point to his brother, and also provided intelligence on the Rangdan. Russ quickly scanned it, his expression changing repeatedly, his mouth twitching, revealing two chilling canine teeth. Damned Xenos, they even obtained intelligence from the Imperium. They clearly came prepared. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. More detestable than the enemy were traitors from within. Russ' expression was stern. "It's not the First Legion's recklessness. This is a trap to hunt our brothers." As a Primarch, Russ quickly realized that this trap was not aimed at the First Legion. The Rangdan's objective was to besiege or even kill a Primarch. The First Legion had merely stepped into the minefield. The unexpected nature of this event surprised both the Imperium and the Rangdan. "I'll deal with the alien ships first." Russ nodded. He had understood the alien intelligence and knew what he needed to do. "Space Wolves," the Primarch's wild howl boosted the morale of the human side. "Tear through the Rangdan whelp's defenses, make them regret offending the Imperium of Man." At the Great Wolf's command, the Space Wolves' fleet surged forth, like a pack of hunting wolves. Another Primarch had arrived, and the war between the Rangdan and the Imperium grew fiercer. The Morse solar system, a seemingly simple star system, held extraordinary significance far beyond its existence. More than 500 Rangdan capital ships and two Primarchs of the Imperium. Blazkovich suppressed the joy of reunion, refocusing his gaze on the star chart to plan a counterattack and hunt. A cold smile played on his lips as he watched the Rangdan forces on Morse world. The value of this Rangdan force had been proven. Rangdan could not afford the loss of tens of thousands of elite warriors. Autumn continued to pressure the enemy ground forces. Blazkowicz issued a simple command. The Doom Slayer knew what to do. "By your command," Autumn responded solemnly, accepting the trust of his Gene father. Blazkowicz nodded, not responding. His focus shifted to the fleet Russ had brought. Argent Nur's First Fleet, the 1st Legion Fleet, and the newly arrived reinforcement fleet combined for over 400 capital warships. Among them, Russ' fleet was massive. He had brought 200 capital warships. On the holographic map, the Space Wolves fleet spread out like a pack of wolves, pouncing on the Rangdan fleet, driving it away and destroying it, clearing a safe space. "Wolves, chew the Xenos fleet with the Fang formation!" Russ roared excitedly from the Hrafnkel, directing the fleet's maneuvers. "Show your ferocity for my brother, as fierce as the storms of Fenris, sweeping away all enemies in your path." "Awu, awu, awu, tilde!" Russ, wolf cubs responded to their Gene father, howling as they charged forward. They had never seen their father so excited. After many years apart, Russ was eager to show his brother the wild warriors from Fenris. At the Primarch's command, the Space Wolves fleet spread out, with heavy forces on both flanks, like a ferocious giant wolf opening its hunting maw. The fangs in its mouth were woven from lances, macro cannons, and torpedoes, slowly chewing the Rangdan in its mouth. The throat of the giant wolf was the Hrafnkel, swallowing any stragglers. Under the wolves' relentless pursuit, the Rangdan fleet was forced to retreat, ceding a portion of space as a buffer. While Russ was in action, Blazkowicz was not idle. He ordered his fleet to maintain a defensive formation, staring intently at the star chart, observing any new reinforcements or disruptors that might enter, and how the battlefield might change. As the Wolves' fleet drove them back, he indeed discovered a difference. The Rangdan fleet, due to its excessive size, showed signs of cumbersome command and coordination, with frequent errors. It was like a healthy adult suddenly gaining hundreds of pounds of fat, inevitably slowing down. "HMPH," Blazkowicz snorted, muttering softly. "It seems the Rangdan fleet is not entirely harmonious and unified." The original Rangdan fleet could still contend with him somewhat, relying on its numerical superiority. Now that reinforcements had arrived, they had become a burden to the Rangdan commanders, losing the fleet's subjective initiative. "Good, good," Blazkowicz exclaimed with delight. Rangdan's blind reinforcement had ironically become a breakthrough point for his side. He opened the star chart and began a new round of deployment. There was no reason to refuse the fat meat Rangdan had offered. As Blazkowicz was deploying his battle plan, the holographic image lit up, revealing Russ' imposing figure. "Blazkowicz, the wolves are driving out the Xenos. Do you have any new arrangements?" His golden eyes gleamed with divine light, asking his brother about his next move. Though Russ was wild and unrestrained, he knew his place and would never overstep. His question held deep meaning, handing the initiative to Blazkowicz, willing to follow his brother's arrangements. "You run wild, and I will build an unbreakable wall." Blazkowicz looked at his brother with a smile in his eyes, a simple sentence settling the broad strategic direction. Blazkowicz, of course, respected the initiative Russ offered, and he was willing to trust his brother's abilities. Let Russ destroy the Rangdan fleet to his heart's content, biting them firmly and not letting go, making it easy for the Xenos to enter but difficult to leave. As for himself, he would build a sturdy wall and continue to execute the attrition tactic. "Alrighty then, tilde," Russ grinned, showing his teeth. He understood his brother's arrangement, just kill and bite the enemy to his heart's content. The two extraordinary Primarchs could understand each other's arrangements, with just a simple exchange. "After we eliminate the Xenos, you must reward the wolf cubs." Before closing the communication, Russ reminded Blazkowicz again not to forget the promised fine wine. It was as if nothing in his eyes could compare to a sip of fine wine, appearing to be a complete drunkard. Naturally, the ships carrying fine wines and delicacies are already on their way. Blazkowicz readily agreed, reassuring his brother. For such crucial support, Russ asked for fine wine and food, not promises or favors. Blazkowicz kept this bond of friendship firmly in his heart. "You just watch," Russ licked his lips, a look of anticipation flashing in his beast-like eyes. He had heard his brother mention that Argent Nur's fine wines were uniquely rich and mellow. Such a good thing must be tasted. "The Space Wolves fleet will hold the prey. They won't be able to escape," Russ solemnly promised, a cruel smile on his face. "Unless they pay a price that satisfies the wolves." "I look forward to the wolves' performance." Blazkowicz nodded. What he said was what he thought. Since his separation from Russ, he had returned to Fenris to reform the military system and reshape the Legion's culture. Now, at their reunion, Blazkowicz greatly anticipated the wolves' performance. He eagerly awaited to see what kind of combat power the Astartes, imbued with Fenrisian culture, would display. "You just watch," Russ said with a mysterious expression, then closed the holographic communication. He brought up the Legion overview. The 13 great companies were fully organized and ready for action. "Wolf cubs," the Primarch's low growl echoed through the Legion's communication, delivering a pre-battle rallying cry. "We are the wolves of Fenris, the space marines of the All-Father. It is time to show our strength." "Blazkowicz Novik, my closest brother, a king from the stars. Show him your ferocity, let him inspect the fangs and claws of the wolf pack." Russ' voice changed, the impassioned roar turning into a sharp frost. "Trample Rangdon's pride, let the detestable Xenos understand that humans have never been their slaves." "For the All-Father, for Russ, for the Primarch," the space wolves roared fiercely, letting out howls of excitement. The Emperor had etched the loyalty and wild strength of wolves into their genes. It was time to unleash it. This grand-scale battle must bear the name of the wolves. The howl of the great wolf inspired the pack to fearlessly advance. "Use wolf pack tactics to destroy the Xenos' peripheral fleet." The entire Space Wolves fleet sallied forth, attacking from the right flank of Blazkowicz's defensive line, and under Russ, Wisdom assaulted the Rangdan reinforcements who had not yet established their footing. Russ was highly intelligent. He had carefully studied the intelligence Blazkowicz sent, as well as various useful tactics. He quickly organized the Legion fleet, using the same rotating attack as his brother, to launch an assault on Rangdan. He was more aggressive. The Space Marines commanded by the Primarch unleashed unimaginable combat power. The Space Wolves fleet, like a pack of attacking wolves under the command of their alpha, tested Rangdan's strength. They each performed their roles, constantly dividing, encircling, and using wolf pack tactics to destroy Rangdan warships. The wolf pack was hunting, using lances and macro cannons as blades to tear at the massive, soft flesh of Rangdan, constantly weakening the prey's vitality. Facing the fierce assault of the wolves, Rangdan quickly responded, sending ships to counterattack the human fleet. Rangdan's move made the eyes of the two Primarchs in different locations light up. Rangdan's defeat was now a foregone conclusion. Facing the Imperium's reinforcements, the Xenos commander did not choose to retreat, but continued to fight, which played right into their hands. The Imperial fleet's command chain was not at all chaotic. The presence of two Primarchs greatly boosted the fleet's morale. Although the number of warships was insufficient, their combat power definitely far exceeded the Rangdan fleet's. The wolves fiercely attacked the right flank with flexible and varied tactics, catching the Rangdan reinforcement forces off guard. In desperation, the Rangdan commander had no choice but to take a risk, sending a fleet from near the battle moon as reinforcements. Good, on the star chart, Rangdan's tactical adjustment gave Blazkowicz an opportunity. "First Legion Fleet." He opened the Void Lord of the Legion communication, summoning the First Legion's fleet. "The Lord of the Legion is always ready." The Lord of the Legion immediately responded, his excitement barely contained. The excellent commander had a keen sense of smell and knew the time for a counterattack was ripe. Blazkovich commanded him, "You will attack from the left flank, flanking with the Space Wolves, forming a pincer movement against Rangdan. Relieve the Wolves' pressure, push back Rangdan's lines, and force their fleet not to maneuver freely." Understood, Lord Primarch. The Lord of the Legion stood ramrod straight. He knew the importance of the action, as it was a great opportunity for the Legion to redeem itself. The First Legion's warships gathered, pressing in from the left flank, forcing the Rangdan to hesitate in redeploying forces. The tide of this battle had completely turned. From the moment Primarch Lemon Russ, the Wolf King, arrived, the human fleet shifted from passive to active, launching their first offensive against the Rangdan. A massive void war erupted. The accompanying chroniclers were teary-eyed, their tears reflecting the flashes of exploding warships. They wielded their pens, documenting this battle that could only be described as an apocalypse. Every moment, a warship exploded in the void, emitting a dull wail. Proud warships, carrying hundreds of thousands of lives, became coffins under the assault of lance beams and macro cannons. Life was so fragile, warm lives vanishing into the void, becoming burial goods for cold steel. Blue plasma and orange lance beams intertwined, shields overloaded instantly, and torpedoes slammed into hulls. "It's so beautiful, tilde, so magnificent, tilde," a chronicler by the viewport knelt, leaning over to write with a quill, using words as a medium to depict the most poignant chapter. Russ' mouth twitched and he roared at his guards, "Throw him out." The chronicler ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. The sacrifices of the Space Wolves, the deaths of Imperial humans, became beautiful and magnificent in the eyes of these literati. If beauty and magnificence were such, then no artistic embellishment, no literary rendering was needed. Russ' personal guard, the Wolf Guard, pounced, their large hands grabbing the chronicler by the collar of his neck, dragging him out of the bridge. "No, no, no!" The robed chronicler reached out, grasping at the viewport's scenery, wailing and pleading incessantly. "Let me see, please, great Primarch, let me see. I must record all of this. The people of the Imperium must know all of this. Let these magnificent scenes be forever etched in the annals of the Imperium." Russ' spit was incredibly accurate, hitting the chronicler's pages. "Get them out. From now on, there will be no more chroniclers among the Space Wolves." A Primarch's command was not to be questioned. Chroniclers on Space Wolves' ships were swiftly expelled. Those with humble attitudes were imprisoned and guarded, while those who resisted stubbornly became scribes, continuing to contribute with their words. "Sir, the Rangdan fleet has dispatched ships from its rear to intercept us," the Adeptus Mechanicus advisor warned, his cogitator linked to a divinatory array, detecting the Rangdan's movement. "Don't worry about them," Russ waved dismissively, his hands resting on the command console, making no counter-response. "Blazkovich is in charge of the grand strategy. My brother will solve this problem. He would not betray the Space Wolves and put us in danger." The array of cogitators vibrated their bionic throats, continuously reporting the battlefield situation. "The First Legion's fleet is attacking the Xenos from the left side of the stellar disk. The Xenos' intercepting fleet has turned back, forced to engage the First Legion's attacking fleet." "Send a message," Russ' golden eyebrows furrowed as bad news came from the fleet battle. "Tell the Space Wolves to be cautious when boarding. The Xenos' warships are full of traps." Just now, the Space Wolves attempted to board the biowarships, only to discover that the ship's interiors were filled with Rangdan slave races. These races, completely different from humans, were entirely controlled by the Rangdan and responsible for their space operations. Their fearless resistance, fighting in the narrow, slimy conduits, resulted in the deaths of hundreds of Space Marines. Russ immediately shared the intelligence with Blazkovich and the humans, making the Xenos' race information transparent to prevent unnecessary losses for Allied forces. On the holographic image, Russ' large hands moved like phantoms, constantly maneuvering the fleet's movements, performing detailed micromanagement. Compared to his return to the Imperium, his command style had matured considerably, and his actions were more seasoned. The Space Wolves plunged into the enemy formation, fiercely clinging to the Rangdan fleet, making it difficult for them to escape. Void combat was protracted. 10 hours had passed since the Space Wolves joined the battle, and the First Legion engaged the enemy. The First Legion, experienced in fighting the Rangdan, achieved significant results on the left flank, eliminating several small fleets. The Space Wolves' offensive was orderly yet wild, destroying 50 enemy capital ships with very minimal losses. Blazkowicz sat like a chess player, the unfolded battlefield situation before him like a giant chessboard. His opponent was the Rangdan Space Fleet commander. First Fleet advance 1 million kilometers. Blazkowicz issued the order, setting the First Fleet in motion to intimidate the Rangdan fleet. The First Fleet's communication was swift. He immediately felt the Royal Majesty accelerate, beginning its push forward. On the chessboard, the First Fleet's ships moved forward, approaching the Morse Star by 1 million kilometers. Soon, the Rangdan's defensive fleet responded. They advanced the same distance and began to increase their altitude, appearing as if they intended to bypass the star. Fleet to the left assume a posture of attacking from the left side of the star. Blazkowicz's expression was calm, ignoring the Rangdan's movements. War was a struggle for initiative. One must never be led by the enemy. The Rangdan fleet immediately turned, advancing from the First Fleet's rear left, preparing to use this opportunity to move towards the planet Morse. The Xenos commander's intention was clear, to force the First Fleet to turn back and defend. Full speed ahead, objective directly to the battle moon. Blazkowicz issued the order again. The fleet's engines engaged at full thrust, heading straight for the battle moon. As expected, the Rangdan fleet turned again, circling around from the fleet's rear right. Blazkowicz had enough capital to take risks. He dared to confidently entrust Morse to Autumn, allowing the Rangdan fleet to go to its aid. But the Rangdan commander dared not gamble. The threat of the Royal Majesty was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the battle moon. The commanders on both sides were like playing a war game, constantly adjusting fleet postures in a strategic contest. On the bridge of the Hrafnkel, Russ observed the overall situation, realizing his brother was playing a very new game. His eyes lit up, and he carefully observed the changes in both sides' postures, learning the tactical thinking behind them. Pulling and shifting, two simple objectives, but the underlying tactical thinking was vastly different. Russ watched as the Argent Nur fleet and the Rangdan fleet danced in the void, pulling and probing each other. This kind of pulling was a war without gunsmoke. For 3 full Terran days, the battles on the left and right flanks raged fiercely, with fleet combat gradually reaching its climax. Yet the central fleets of both sides had not fired a single shot, as if unrelated to the battlefield. "Gentlemen, we are about to launch a general assault," Blazkowicz announced in the holographic channel, making the final arrangements before the general assault. After 3 days of attrition, the results of the two flank forces were diminishing, and the Rangdan were also adapting to human warfare. Blazkowicz clearly realized that continuing this way would yield no more significant results. Once losses exceeded expectations, the Rangdan would all withdraw. Now the only way was to charge through. A price must be paid to achieve substantial results. "The timing is just right," Russ agreed profoundly. Blazkowicz's timing for the attack was roughly what he had estimated. The skirmishes were over. It was time to charge in and feast. War was never bloodless. His brother had done his best, wearing down the Rangdan's strength to the maximum extent. "Yes," Blazkowicz composed himself, maintaining his dignity before all the commanders. "The Rangdan will not send any more fleets. The investment in this war has already exceeded their expectations. They are likely considering abandoning this place now to avoid greater losses." Sir, to hold the Xenos, the First Legion is willing to charge first. Grand Master Urian tightened his face, not daring to let the Legion's spirit falter before the two Primarchs. Only this way can we prevent the Xenos from escaping. Blazkowicz nodded, his gaze passing over him, instead looking at the Lord of the Void Sky Army. Only through sacrifice can the Xenos be severely damaged. I obey your command. The Lord of the Legion knelt in the holographic image. The First Legion will not bring shame upon you. Blazkowicz nodded gravely, then looked at Russ, his Primarch brother. He wanted to say something, but then remembered that his brother had depth. Russ, like himself, was a Primarch who understood the cruelty of war. A worthy death. Blazkowicz said nothing else, but spoke the words they had both understood on the vengeful spirit back then. A worthy death. Russ nodded heavily, then relaxed his expression and smiled crookedly. Don't forget your promise. Of course not. The heavy atmosphere instantly vanished. Blazkowicz snorted with a laugh, scolding, Want to compete with me again? You just wait for me? Russ' eyes widened, remembering his defeat, and he pointed at Blazkowicz in the holographic image. This time I'll drink you under the table. Blazkowicz showed a scornful expression, spreading his hands and looking down on everything. I fear nothing. Russ grinned and abruptly cut the communication. Blazkowicz's expression became serious again. Notify the fleet to launch a general assault on the Rangdan. All forces attack. My lord, Sophia stood by the throne, faithfully performing her duty. Fleet-wide communication is online, and your projection has been clearly cast onto every battleship. Blazkowicz nodded, straightening his posture, presenting the most resilient and majestic image to all Imperial fleets. Space Wolves, 1st Legion, 1st Fleet. In the projections of all the bridges, the magnificent figure seated on the throne simultaneously lit up. He was exceptionally heroic, with deep eyes and extraordinary personal charisma. In the Space Wolves fleet, Russ smiled faintly. His extraordinary brother, in terms of outward appearance and temperament, indeed aligned more with human aesthetics than he did. The captains of the First Legion knelt on one knee on their respective bridges, remembering the teachings of the Emperor's son. On the Argent Nur ships, the people of the Nur Stars listened to King Noak's declaration in their final moments. Citizens of the Imperium, fellow humans, Blazkowicz spoke slowly without the expected uplifting tone. His solemn voice was full of sorrow. I am ordering you to die. The Primarch's voice, coupled with the heavy atmosphere, felt like a lead weight, crushing the hearts of everyone who heard his voice or saw his image. Death is terrifying. It symbolizes the end of everything, the final destination where all life ceases. You will fear it, and this is not a sign of cowardice. No one is unafraid of death. The Primarch's magnetic voice expounded on the inevitability of death, yet unexpectedly eased the anxiety in the mortals' tense hearts. Just as the Emperor's son said, death is the end of everything. No matter how much one resists, it will eventually come. But I admire you. Blazkowicz's voice deepened, then slowly rose as he applied the oratorical knowledge he had learned. I admire the courage of every mortal. The great Primarch, his words held no falsehood, and his eyes shone with admiration. You set out from your respective worlds, challenging the endless, profound void with your courage, illuminating humanity's path with the radiance of your courage, facing death without fleeing, but confronting it with bravery. Upon hearing this, the mortals proudly puffed out their chests. They were the bravest among them. You do not possess powerful bodies like mine, nor the ceramite armor of a space marine, nor even clothes to cover your bodies. All these reasons combined make the ordinariness of mortals seem so mediocre and humble compared to our extraordinariness. But my admiration also stems from this. Blazkowicz's solemn voice suddenly rose, becoming exceedingly impassioned. The courage of the most ordinary life, when facing terrifying Xenos to pick up a weapon, is purer than that of a space marine or even us. Hearing the Primarch's address, the mortals could not stop their tears and choked up. Their efforts had been seen and given the highest affirmation. The Space Marines also listened silently, then turned to look at the kneeling mortals. Even the extraordinary warriors pondered the Primarch's words. The Primarch's words were like a thunderbolt, exploding in their minds. If they were to shed this armor, without the power bestowed by the Emperor, would they be more courageous than mortals when facing Xenos and the Dark Void? The war is thus. The Imperium's destiny has come to a crossroads. You have witnessed the Randan threat firsthand. Now I order you to die to fight the Xenos to the death, Blazkowicz roared, making everyone straighten their backs. With your deaths lay the foundation for the Imperium's victory. With your deaths overcome the Xenos' threat. With your deaths secure the peace of the human race. Are you willing? The Primarch sternly demanded, his voice beating a war drum, questioning every single person. Willing, of course willing. It was just that this unspoken sentiment was buried deep within their hearts. No one had ever asked them this way before. Willing. Deep within the ship, slave laborers in tattered clothes uttered faint whispers. Like a chain reaction of atoms, one after another, the most humble people who usually remained silent spoke their smallest desires. I am willing to die for you, willing to sacrifice for the Emperor. The lowest echelons roared with the purest conviction. Their voices were incredibly small, but they ultimately converged into a surging tsunami. For the Imperium, for the Emperor, for the Primarch, for victory. The mortal captain stood up, drew his ceremonial command blade, pointed it at the Randan fleet, and let out a deafening roar. With our sacrifice, let us lay the foundation for the Imperium's victory. At this, morale was unsurpassed. Blazkowicz roared, all forces attack, annihilate the Xenos. As if the battleships were also inspired, their engines emitted blazing plasma trails, charging unhesitatingly towards the Randan battleships. All the battleships transformed into fervent longswords, eager to drink the enemy's blood. Wolf cubs, do you hear me? Russ' wild roar echoed through the Space Wolves' communication channel. With the blade of sacrifice, slaughter the Imperium's foes. For the All-Father, for Russ, for the Primarch, for victory. The wolves howled, piloting their battleships towards the Xenos, the wolf cubs secretly competing, their courage not to be outdone by mortals. In the Morse solar system, the human fleet poured out, declaring the beginning of the decisive battle. Humans, let us set aside formalities and fight a real battle. Just then, the Randan's full-channel challenge arrived, still as arrogant and disdainful as ever. I will smash your brains onto the floor and trample them. Russ responded to the Randan, his fleet's objective clear, charging towards the Randan's largest flagship. I wouldn't mind having another dog as a pet. The Randan fleet commander's imposing manner was not to be outdone, responding with a war of words. At the climax of a decisive battle, one must not lose face even if one loses the battle. For if morale differs, the battle will be a complete rout. The Imperium's combined fleet advanced without regret, colliding with the Randan bioships, becoming entangled in a mutual slaughter. Both sides crashed like waves, each wave consisting of dozens of battleships, locked together and refusing to yield. The Imperium's fleet was numerically disadvantaged, but its high morale was like adrenaline, injecting extraordinary power into the fleet. The fearless passion caught the Randan fleet off guard, and in the initial engagement they fell behind. Pay attention to fleet posture. Seeing this, Blazkowicz's thick brows furrowed as he issued a warning. Courage does not equal recklessness. He constantly monitored the battle, coordinating the deployment of the front lines, preventing any hot-headed captains from breaking formation and leading damaged battleships to self-destruct. The difficulty for a commander lies in both boosting morale and preventing soldiers from getting carried away by their passion. Under his command, the fleet, using the star as a base point, advanced in a sweeping motion, like the second hand on a clock face. The Wolves' fleet, led by Russ, flanked from the other side of the star, encircling the Randan fleet. Lances, macro-cannons, torpedoes, fighters. The Imperium of Man deployed all its weapons, holding nothing back. The Royal Majesty and 3 Gloriana-class battleships advanced abreast, serving as 4 fire support points to sweep through the Xeno's fleet. The Royal Majesty was the largest, equipped with Argent Nur technology, personally operated by Gates, and possessed the most formidable firepower. Its macro-cannon array could launch projectiles at half the speed of light, far exceeding the Imperium's conventional weapons, which reached 1/10 the speed of light. Projectile kinetic energy increases with the square of velocity, so the power increase is far from linear. The battleship charged at the front. No Xeno's battleship could withstand 2 macro-cannon blasts. She was an unstoppable force. Every weapon volley shattered several Xeno's battleships. Because of such powerful firepower, the Argent Nur fleet received special attention. 200 capital ships led the fleet, attacking from the front. Blue plasma continuously bombarded them, and the impact of heavy biotorpedoes caused the void shields to flicker incessantly. Some smaller battleships, unable to evade in time, exploded in the void, creating dazzling flames. Blazkovich's expression remained unchanged. He understood that war inevitably involved sacrifice. Although Argent Nur ships were advanced, they were not invincible. What pleased him most was that Argent Nur's advanced teleportation technology allowed personnel to transfer before a battleship exploded. Highly automated battleships required few people to operate, avoiding heavy losses of naval personnel. After this naval battle, these novice naval personnel would also become qualified void veterans. The Royal Majesty's shields flickered. As the spearhead, 20 Randan capital ships were besieging her. Gates' consciousness was directly linked to the battleship. Mechanical arms adjusted systems with inhuman efficiency, calculating the trajectories of Randan firepower and evading with incredibly precise maneuvers. Boarding, the blue rim of its disc suddenly turned red, emitting a mechanical alarm. During a shield flicker interval, Randan boarding parties have entered the shield. Heh heh, Blazkovich gave a mirthless smile. Let the Iron Man brothers stretch their limbs. Didn't they say their bodies were getting rusty? Confirming your command, contacting the Iron Man brothers now. Gates' mechanical hand moved like lightning, completing the corresponding operation. Iron Men attack. Rangdan boarding pods breached a weak point on the Royal Majesty, and hundreds of elite Rangdan warriors streamed in. Before their eyes, there were no human thralls as they had imagined, and the vastly different internal structure of the warship was also not what they expected, with almost no trace of human thralls. At both ends of the wide corridor, the Rangdan warriors saw several tall machines approaching with heavy footsteps. The machines varied in form. Some carried 4 heavy mechanical legs on their backs, with their torsos equipped with over a dozen weapons. Others were humanoid, slender and delicate, moving with an elegant and refined gait. Fragile, scarce, not enough to kill. The machine's synthesized voice uttered a few words, and although devoid of emotional fluctuations, the contempt within was palpable. The Rangdan warriors did not hesitate, raising their weapons and firing blue plasma bolts. I'll go first. The slender humanoid machine flickered, and its body vanished from its original position. In the next instant, short-range teleportation brought them into the Rangdan ranks. Their bodies were as black as mirrors, thin blades extended from their hands, and their crimson electronic eyes gleamed with killing intent. Aliens die. The killing machines manufactured by humans were born with an inherent hatred for aliens. During the Golden Age, galactic aliens were not friendly. Humanity stood tall in the galaxy, creating the Golden Age not through diplomacy, but through killing machines. The Iron Man machines moved with extreme swiftness, their finger blades exceptionally sharp, specifically designed for close-quarters alien slaughter. A long mechanical arm swept through, and before the Rangdan could react, their personal shields failed to stop the blades, and they were instantly cut into pieces. Having struck successfully, it leaped lightly with its legs, its body spinning in the air, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the corridor. Such terrifying killing machines struck terror into the hearts of the Rangdan warriors, who raised their firearms and shot at the terrifying machine suspended from the ceiling. Before the plasma could get close, the Iron Man's computational unit completed its prediction, and the black shadow flickered again, plunging back into the alien ranks. They spread their arms, tiptoeing like elegant dancers, initiating a dance of death amidst the barrage. The blades in their hands were unstoppable, gliding effortlessly over the alien bioarmor, the fine cutting lines proving the completion of the kill. With every leap and descent, Rangdan warriors instantly perished, their brains within their armor precisely shredded. Two Iron Man of the same type cooperated, their electronic communication making them seem like one, throwing the Rangdan formation into disarray. Target locked on aliens. As their comrades wantonly slaughtered the aliens, the two heavily armored Iron Man immediately opened fire, their bodies unleashing an endless array of killing weapons. Disintegration rays, plasma cannons, gravity weapons, decay fields, disruptor cannons. The two heavily armored Iron Man's mechanical legs sank slightly, and the weapons mounted on their torsos opened fire en masse, overwhelming the Rangdan troops in an instant. Miniature missiles from their four legs poured forth, and the weapon emplacements on their platforms, various weapons locked onto targets, unleashing devastating firepower. The former were elegant assassins, the latter heavy firepower tanks. Ancient creations, a single heavily armored Iron Man machine, delivered the firepower equivalent of a company of mortals. In the face of such powerful firepower, the Rangdan personal shields instantly overloaded, and their bioarmor was blasted into particle dust and mangled corpses. Its control over firepower was incredibly precise, perfectly eliminating the Rangdan aliens without harming its Iron Man brethren. The Rangdan's counterattack was weak and ineffective. All plasma and ion streams were blocked by the Iron Man's multiple overlapping shields. 10 seconds of concentrated firepower, highly effective in the dense formation, left not a single living Rangdan standing from those who had emerged from the boarding pods. The wide corridor was filled with traces left by various weapons. Only scorched earth lay before the Iron Man. The assassin emerged from the remaining Rangdan corpses, its steps still elegant, and its mechanical voice said to its comrade, "Crude." The heavily armored Iron Man retracted its weapons, activated its weapon cooling system, and its eyes flashed as it replied, "Efficient." "Madam Sophia, you can send out engineering machinery to repair the damaged warship. We will proceed to the next boarding point for support." "No need," Sophia's digital signal conveyed the message. "They have already dealt with the alien threat. You are the slowest group." The four Iron Men stopped in place, their electronic eyes scanning each other, then turned back the way they came. "Aliens fragile." The Iron Man's electronic synthesized voice echoed through the corridor, seemingly still wanting more. A minor interlude in the fleet battle, Argent Nur's ships had various solutions for Rangdan boarding attempts. Sentinels, Custodes, Iron Man, Doom Slayer. These high-end combat forces could teleport to boarding points immediately. The First Legion's 10,000 Astartes, integrated into the Void Fleet, also had the capability to defend against Rangdan boarding. With the Space Wolves fleet commanding a full legion, and a Primarch personally present, Rangdan boarding was nothing short of suicidal. The combat and slaughter in space were incredibly brutal. In the engagement zones between the two sides, the wreckage of human and alien ships was ubiquitous. And within the spatial domain, the bodies of humans, Rangdan, and other aliens, thrown from ships, filled the cosmic void. Their frozen bodies, contorted in grimaces, silently spoke of the brutality of the battle. And the ground battle, as the space battle commenced, also became brutal, like the sharp teeth of two meat grinders, churning through flesh and bone, grinding them into paste. Various heavy cannons roared in unison, like the war hammers of a god of war striking the ground, the trembling earth unsettling the heart. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the unyielding stench of blood, mixing together to create a sickening odor. Around the human positions, the former wasteland had become a swamp. A dark red mire formed from human blood mixed with the ashes of corpses. In the swamp, zombie-like humans stumbled forward, only to be struck down by bullets in an instant, sinking into the dark red blood mud. Such a terrifying, hellish scene tested the spirit of every soldier, honing their limits of endurance. "Sir, they are coming," the Mechanicum master reported to Autumn. He had detected sounds mixed with the bombardment shockwaves, indicating the Rangdan intended to assault by tunneling underground. "There are a total of 100 targets, 70 heading towards us, and 30 towards the Imperial positions." Autumn looked at the tunneling locations and shouted through the comms, "Sentinels, brothers, your work has arrived." He flicked his finger, transmitting the message to the Sentinels, entrusting a specialist to handle the matter. "Understood," the Sentinels replied via comms. "We will eliminate them immediately." Autumn nodded, then shared the intelligence with Grand Master Urian to assist the Imperial defense line in preparing for the underground assault. A strange scene unfolded along the Argent Nerve front line. 1,000 sentinels gathered at various points along the front, at exactly 70 locations, arrayed in neat lines. "This is it." The veteran used his rifle butt to draw a horizontal line on the ground, having the new recruits line up. "Aliens are directly below at a depth of 100 meters, passing here in 10 seconds. This will test your blind firing skills." The Sentinels' recruits aimed their weapons at the ground, awaiting the veteran's command, ready to use their dimension rays to cut down the aliens underground. A fleeting opportunity, the veteran did not give a verbal command, but held a timer ready to press it. "Prepare." His tone was calm, his eyes fixed on the approaching countdown. The Sentinels' recruits held their long rifles, their eyes fixed on the holographic image inside their helmets, watching for the convergence point of the angles. "Fire," the veteran roared, pressing the timer in his hand. His calculations were precise, even factoring in the recruits' reaction time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 10 recruits continuously activated their dimension rays, cutting into the underground tunneling machines. They fired as they retreated, constantly shooting at the signal points. The dimension rays penetrated everything, passing through 100 meters of sand and rock as if nothing, cutting into the tunneling machinery below ground. The Rangdan advanced underground, their warriors extremely tense, going to raid the human defensive lines to strike from within. Then they saw blue rays penetrating downwards from the top of the tunneling machines, continuously cutting through everything inside the compartments. Their warrior comrades were shredded, the tunneling machine engines were destroyed, and they were trapped underground. Soon, the seismograph reported back that the tunneling devices had stopped moving. "Well done, lads." The veteran waved his hand, signaling dismissal. The Rangdan aliens underground were already trapped. "Technicians can move in now, come drill holes and fill them with concrete, completely sealing off the aliens." Such scenes occurred simultaneously along the Argent Nerve front line. Autumn used the unique properties of their weapons to deal with the assaulting aliens. Meanwhile, on the Imperial front line, the First Legion was already prepared. When the aliens burst forth from underground, a group of black-armored tough men awaited them. The First Legion suffered a total loss of approximately 10,000 warriors in the ground battle. The remaining 30,000 warriors were all gathered at the base, and naturally, they easily dealt with the Rangdan assault. The ground war moved with the space war, but the Rangdan in the space battle could no longer maintain their advantage in naval combat. The heavily damaged alien fleet, no longer able to consider anything else, decided to deploy the battle moon. 2 battle moons, one remained in place to prevent a surprise attack from the left fleet, while the other moved extremely slowly towards the space wolves. The Royal Majesty's weaponry deeply concerned the Rangdan overlord, severely limiting the battle moon's firepower advantage. The Rangdan fleet held back the Royal Majesty, concentrating heavy fire on the right flank, where the fleet's ferocity was close to tearing through their defensive line. The Xenos' movements were quickly noticed. These two massive artificial celestial bodies had always been a key focus for humanity. No one could ignore their power. "My brother, you wouldn't be unprepared, would you?" Russ contacted Blazkowicz via holographic communication, asking if he had made any preparations. He knew that his brother, being skilled in textbook warfare, must have already prepared. Though he thought that, Russ said something else. "If you have no other way, I will have the Hrafnkel ram it, then destroy the Xenos' creation." On the Hrafnkel's bridge, Russ' hands clasped together under the table. He was genuinely a little nervous. He was afraid his brother would say, "All right, at this point the only way is to ram it with a battleship." "I am well prepared," Blazkowicz's response reassured Russ. He also understood that while Russ' words carried a joking tone, they also represented a viable combat plan. Facing such a behemoth, a Gloriana-class battleship seemed minuscule. Only a desperate ramming attack could halt the Battle Moon's advance. "I look forward to your surprise," Russ grinned and closed the holographic communication. He could now focus on the fleet battle before him, without worrying about that thing's threat. Blazkowicz closed his eyes, linking to his son's psychic beacons through their psychic connection. "Commence operation." In the scout ship's hangar, Odysseus paced anxiously. The mission target was slowly moving away, while the Doom Slayers were still meditating. Suddenly, all the black-armored warriors moved, and Kebrel shouted to him, "Captain Odysseus, the time is now." "Board," Odysseus roared at the Custodes, not even asking where the information came from. With the Morse solar system in chaos, taking action was better than doing nothing. Kebrel nodded, signaling his brothers to grab their corn weapons and board the transport ship with the Custodes. They had waited too long for this moment, eager to destroy the Xenos' creation and secure victory for their Gene-Father. "The hunt has begun," the demons whispered in glee. After a long wait, they could finally leave the real universe and return to the warp. "Rest assured, everyone, we will explode loudly and brilliantly, living up to your expectations." "Less talk," a Doom Slayer carrying a jar shook it violently, making the great demon slam into the runic barrier, leaving him disoriented. The golden and black-armored warriors boarded the transport ship, flying out of the stealthy scout ship's hangar, drifting like a leaf towards the Battle Moon. The internal transport ships of the scout vessel used optical camouflage. Aside from initial acceleration, their engines dared not ignite. There were few warships around the Battle Moon. The frontline battle was intense, and all warships had gone to the battlefield. This provided an excellent opportunity for the boarding party. The Battle Moon's internal port was wide open, with only a few damaged warships undergoing repairs. The optical stealth transport ships, in addition to visual stealth, only had minimal scanning evasion. If the Battle Moon were to scan its immediate vicinity now, it would detect the approaching landing craft. Unfortunately, the intense fighting on the front lines meant the scanning function was focused at maximum power on distant space, filtering out minor disturbances nearby as floating space debris. The Doom Slayer pilots precisely adjusted their course using inertia, stealthily entering the Battle Moon's port. "That's enough." He quickly got up and rushed to the hangar, where his brothers helped him don his flight pack. "Prepare for descent. The cabin top will open in 5 seconds, and we will thrust upwards." The Custodes remained silent, looking up at the top of the transport ship, their flight packs already activated. In the communication channel, the auxiliary AI counted down. 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown ended, the top of the transport ship burst open with a bang. For maximum speed, directional explosives had been installed on the transport ship's top, allowing everyone to deploy instantly. Move, before the Xenos could react, the flight packs suddenly engaged, propelling the boarding party skyward. "What powerful armament!" Odysseus exclaimed in the communication channel. The plasma thrusters of the Argent Nur-pattern boarding wingsuit were tearing through physical limits. Data showed it could fly at Mach 3 in the atmosphere, and in space, it could instantly burst to over Mach 10. The flight pack resembled bird wings, with numerous automatic joints that adaptively adjusted posture. 10 wing-like plumes extended from the wing bones, ejecting multi-state jets, making the entire flight process incredibly smooth. The lightweight structure and immense power allowed the shield captain to enjoy the flight pack's experience. "Everyone fly upwards," Kebrel announced over the comms. He had marked a location. Only by passing through there could they truly enter the battle moon's interior. "Alert, alert!" Red lights flashed throughout the battle moon. The warship's AI reported, "Enemies have invaded the spaceport." According to the AI protocol, spaceport access routes are being sealed. All technical personnel are to evacuate, and warriors are to intercept the invaders. The battle moon's AI reacted quickly, immediately sealing the spaceport and dispatching combat personnel. "The Xenos know we're here. Be extra careful," Odysseus warned, leading the charge deeper into the battle moon. The flight packs built for Doom Slayers were incredibly fast, and the Custodes could just about handle the reaction. Over 300 superhuman warriors moved swiftly and agilely, sweeping across the spaceport from above. Their agile figures were like birds amidst the complex Xenos architecture. "Human intruders, prepare to die," the Rangdan boasted triumphantly. How could a small squad of over 300 people possibly harm this behemoth? "You warriors, arrogant trash, dare to board our war fortress." The Rangdan cursed angrily. Lolos had sent back information that the golden-armored warriors were incredibly powerful. Even human informants had relayed intelligence, speculating that the golden-armored warriors among humans were even more formidable than space marines. But how much more formidable could they be? This was the battle moon. A single spit from each of them could drown the invaders. "I'll clear the way ahead," Kebrel accelerated, rushing to the front of the team, illuminating his dimensional halberd. The artificial intelligence had sealed the passage, but that couldn't stop them. The 3-meter-long, high-powered dimensional blade sliced into the steel like cutting tofu, carving a large hole in the sealed door. Odysseus charged forward, his gleaming golden boot kicking open the foot-thick door panel, a perfect assist that wasted no time. "Custodes, begin dispersing and penetrating," the shield captain gave the order, instructing the boarding party to split into multiple squads to further infiltrate the battle moon. This was a pre-planned tactic. Over 300 people divided into multiple small teams, making it difficult for the Xenos to determine the boarding party's exact objective. To create a diversion, each Doom Slayer carried a jar, making it difficult for the Xenos to distinguish between real and fake. Odysseus nodded to Kebrel and was the first to charge into the battle moon's interior. His body experienced a slow descent as the internal gravity generators captured the flying Custodes warrior. However, the flight pack's anti-gravity device quickly engaged, and the wings adjusted in a series of motions, allowing the operator to hover steadily in midair. Good stuff, Odysseus thought with joy. This flight pack was an industrial marvel. He had no time for awe or reflection. Looking around, Xenos were rushing in from all directions in the steel hall. With such a scene before them, there was no need for words. The Custodes and Doom Slayers knew what they had to do. They tacitly increased the flight pack's output, not lingering in combat, and flew close to the hall's ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. The Custodes' bolt guns fired, targeting and eliminating the Rangdan overlords to prevent their fire from interfering with the flying team. The Doom Slayers' shoulder cannons and weapons targeted high-threat objectives, with their flight packs at full power, flying at Mach 1 in the gravitational environment. Mach 1 was not the pack's limit, but the limit of the Custodes and Doom Slayers. Flying within the complex Xeno structures, firing to kill intercepting Rangdan warriors, and still needing to pay attention to their flight path. These ultimate beings among humans, Piloting their flight packs like lightning, nothing could stop them. Rangdan overlords wearing flight suits came to intercept, but the two merely brushed past each other, and their bodies fell from the sky. Landing ahead, no flight space. In 30 seconds, the squad advanced 10 kilometers, entering a cramped pipe environment. The Rangdan couldn't catch up. Their speed couldn't match the boarding party members. A Custod's warrior took a golden reconnaissance eagle from his waist and released it to scan the terrain ahead. "We are still 200 kilometers from the outermost blast point," Kebrel reminded solemnly. "It must be detonated within that range to cause maximum damage." "Our journey is a bit bumpy." Odysseus raised his arm, showing Kebrel the images transmitted by the reconnaissance eagle. "The Xenos are intercepting us ahead. They've deployed fighters and anti-aircraft fire, not allowing us to pass." "Isn't that perfect?" Kebrel's voice came out relaxed from under his helmet. "Fighters and anti-aircraft fire mean there's ample space inside. Once we get past them, our path will be clear." "If all else fails, we have this." Kebrel pointed to the Khorne demon weapon. "It will make the Xenos fight among themselves." The Custods were silent. They were ultimate beings personally forged by the Emperor, with superfluous emotions removed, making them more focused on the present and better serving the Emperor. Their charge was silent and swift. The Custods, on a psychological level, would instinctively cooperate with their comrades. Coincidentally, the Doom Slayers were equally silent. After 10,000 years or more of mental tempering, their hearts were full of hardship, accustomed to lonely indifference. In terms of cooperation, Doom Slayers didn't need special notification through a psychic link. Tested warriors possessed a more intimate telepathy. Black and gold, equally tall warriors, silently rushed into the gate, entering the vast ecological space. A strip city, over 100 kilometers wide and endlessly deep, suddenly filled the superhuman warrior's vision. Several miniature artificial suns floated high in the sky. A glass dome mimicked blue skies and white clouds, and on both sides were sci-fi landscapes interwoven with steel. The ground was planted with various exotic trees, blue, white, and purple flowers mixed together, and an ecological river, shimmering with clear waves, flowed longitudinally through the entire eco-city. Such a scene should have been harmonious and beautiful, a place of peace within the battle moon. Now, in front of the eco-city, a large number of Xeno warriors had gathered, operating various anti-aircraft weapons, looking tense and ready. The human intruders had broken the harmony. They were charging in aggressively. "Fire, shoot them down." The Rangdan overlord said nothing, but pointed its command sword at the high part of the gate, and a psychic wave swept across the field. Various slave races, humans, Xenos, a mixed slave army obeyed its psychic will. Spread out, draw the Xenos' anti-aircraft fire, and regroup at the marked locations. Odysseus' communication was brief and direct. The flight pack behind him ignited, and his body shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. Behind him, the Custods' warriors who had rushed into the gate's breach immediately scattered across the eco-city's sky, following the shield captain's movements. The Custods knew their mission, to provide sufficient cover for the Doom Slayer's task. With their flight packs on overdrive, the Custods broke the sound barrier, their bio-enhanced joints and shield buffering systems working together to withstand the deadly inertia. Behind them, the Rangdan's anti-aircraft fire was dense and lethal, solid projectiles and energy weapons tearing through the sky. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sky shattered, sonic booms roared, and golden figures pierced through the barrage. The Custods' biocomputers, enhanced by bioalchemy, were comparable to precise biological supercomputers. They moved through the barrage, their extraordinary bodies enduring sudden increases and decreases in G-force during repeated stops and accelerations. With nanosecond reaction speeds, coupled with excellent physical capabilities, the Custods were more agile than ultra-high-speed fighter jets. Doom Slayers entering. Captain Odysseus spared a tenth of a second at the moment of the densest barrage to call his mission comrades to enter. His timing was astonishing. The dense anti-aircraft fire, drawn by 60 custods, was no longer a fatal threat. The Doom Slayers immediately entered the gate, carrying their demon weapons, and continued forward under the cover of the custods. The sky had become a chaotic mess, and the Rangdon's interceptor fighters had become a hindrance. The custods demonstrated their flying skills, using the flexibility of their flight packs to stick to the belly or back of the fighter jets, forcing the automatic fire to cease. When pursued by fighter jets, they would instantly pull up and turn, firing the bolt gun mounted on their guardian spear, killing the pilot. Their flight paths were winding and erratic, tearing violent arcs through the barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Several distinct sounds, different from the others, came through. The custods were not unfamiliar with them. It was the unique sound of auramite being hit. Like a reverse waterfall of firepower, several anti-aircraft shells exploded, and dense projectiles tore and enveloped the custods. Amidst the flickering of their dimension shields, the custods' personal shields instantly overloaded, and the wings of their flight packs were shattered. The Rangdon's morale was greatly boosted. This was the first time casualties had occurred among the human forces entering the battle moon. The custods fell from a height of over 1,000 meters above the ground, a height where even auramite armor would be fatal. Gravity would make every high flyer pay the price. Loss of power pack, I will withdraw from this mission. The custods confirmed via comms, activating the teleportation ankh on his hand. A blue-white light curtain emanated from the ankh, enveloping the custod's entire body like a cocoon. Then, with a flash of white light, the falling golden figure vanished, completely disappearing into the air. Odysseus breathed a sigh of relief, seeing several custods depart safely. Even without fraternal affection, their genetic code still compelled them to attach absolute efficiency to the survival of their comrades. The Primarch had indeed been thoughtful, valuing the life of every warrior. The Rangdon overlord froze, its mind racing, and it shrieked over the public comms, "Find the human transport ship, it's near us." It looked up at the heights. Human warriors flew chaotically like flies, heading deeper into the city. "You still want to leave?" The Rangdon overlord seemed to answer its own question. "Then we will leave first." After a brief thought, the Xeno overlord confirmed that the human mission was not suicidal. There was a spaceship outside for rendezvous. The humans wanted to destroy the battle moon and then leave safely. "Humans will not succeed. Before you achieve your goal, the battle moon will leave here, taking you out of the real universe. Even if we are destroyed, we will make you lost in the warp." The Rangdon overlord's furious shriek, watching the human assault team depart, received no response. The custods and Doom Slayers, after a brief entanglement, had already broken through the anti-aircraft fire net. Along the way, there were also fixed defensive turrets, which could be avoided by dodging their trajectories. A distance of 200 kilometers, with an open field of view, the flight packs accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound, reaching the target in 200 seconds. During the flight, Kebrel looked down, and the surface of the calm artificial river trembled for a moment. "I need to detonate the first bomb. The Xenos have activated the battle moon's engine. They plan to leave. The Xenos' next move must be stopped." Kebrel warned over the comms, "Custods, beware of the furious psychic impact." "Understood," Captain Odysseus immediately responded. He had never seen the power of a demon weapon, but he had to respect it. "There will be a powerful psychic impact next. Be careful not to get lost in it." He notified his custods' comrades to avoid accidents. Kebrel asked his brothers in the other assault team via psychic link, "How is your progress? We are about to detonate the demon weapon." With 2 missions proceeding simultaneously, he had to ask his brothers about their specific progress and timing. "Can detonate, synchronize detonation in 10 seconds. The psychic link relayed the response, making Kebrel breathe a sigh of relief. He also knew the progress of his brother's team, which was not far behind his own. "Throw it down," Kebrel ordered without hesitation, instructing his brothers to release the demon weapon. The Doomslayer acted quickly, opening the detonation device, setting the synchronized time, pulling back the black cloth, and dropping the greater demon of corn. "Heh, goodbye everyone, I won't miss you." The Bloodthirster let out a final, desperate roar, never to meet again. The demon container free fell from the sky, its runes glowing, emitting dense red lightning, reflecting the runes carved on the greater demon of corn's body. "Come on, I can't wait." The Bloodthirster spread its arms, allowing the power within its body to drain, the runes absorbing its power through the blood-red lightning. The Bloodthirster's form dissipated, condensing into a red sphere, emitting a chaotic concept. Before it was fully detonated, the demon's concept began to corrupt reality. The Rangdan overlord felt very uneasy. Its race was naturally psychically powerful, capable of sensitively detecting changes in emotions. After the humans dropped an object, the controlled servant army's desire for slaughter began to rise within them. "Do not look directly at that thing." It immediately ordered the servant army to turn around. Now was not the time to intercept the humans. If the influence was not eliminated, the servant army would go berserk in a short while. At that point, let alone fighting, whether they would even obey orders was another matter. Looking at the falling container in the sky, emitting a crimson, ominous light, the Rangdan overlord thought it was a new weapon developed by humans, specifically targeting their race's psychic control, a targeted weapon. After the servants turned around, the Rangdan overlord heard a malicious roar from within the container. "Damn Xenos, feel the wrath of the blood god." "What is that thing?" While the overlord was still thinking, the container holding the demon exploded in midair. There were no dazzling fireworks, no deafening explosion, but a blood-red circular shockwave spread out. The essence of bloodthirsty rage, a psychic impact, ignored all obstacles, spreading through the cold mechanical constructs. At the moment the demon weapon detonated, Russ, who was in combat, looked up at the battle moon in the distance through the viewport, feeling two bursts of bloodthirsty malice erupt. In the warp corn upon his skull throne sat up straight. He felt a bloodthirster return, one that had once been outside his sight. Chapter 63 Demon. He fixed his gaze on the real universe, the place where the bloodthirster had returned, and the blood god lying back on his skull throne whispered, "An interesting idea." The moment the god's gaze descended, Blazkowicz sensed it. He narrowed his eyes, looking towards the battle moon's location, where two bloodthirster bombs had already detonated. And deeper in the warp, beside the soul forge, a demigod witnessed a burst of inspiration, demonic power being utilized by mortals. Just as he was about to investigate, he acutely sensed the Doomslayer nearby. He immediately stopped, turning without hesitation, and returned to his abode. The Rangdan overlord was unaware of the changes in reality and the warp. It was currently insane. Creatures swept by the red shockwave were now utterly mad, with only one thought in their minds: kill. The demonic weapons had infected all life. The battle moon's warp jump halted abruptly, and the Rangdan in the control room were attacking each other. Their eyes were devoid of reason, filled only with the blood red of slaughter and bloodshed. There were no ranged weapons, only brutal close-quarters combat, every blade drawing blood, every sword piercing hearts. Only flowing blood could satisfy the surging desire for slaughter within them. Blades, teeth, limbs, anything that could make others bleed was put to use. What mission, what order? Kill, kill, kill. The Rangdan, being mentally sensitive, were deeply immersed and unable to extricate themselves. The bloodthirsty desire made their brains tremble wildly. The servants who were attacking each other received a psychic signal from their overlord: kill. There were no screams or wails. Only bloodthirsty, furious howls filled the battle moon. Within the chaotic war fortress, the artificial intelligence core glowed blood red, its computational core receiving massive amounts of kill commands. After a brief shutdown, it quickly reconfigured its command logic, redirecting automated weapons to fire upon the servant armies. The Rangdan were supreme. Any life attacking the Rangdan should be eliminated. The entire battle moon was in chaos. Rangdan were killing, Xenos were killing, humans were killing, and the artificial intelligence was killing. Tilde powerful. The blood god in the warp let out a pleased growl, his mouth widening. Meaningless slaughter, pure bloodshed and violence brought the blood god great joy. He opened his maw wide, bestowing blessings upon the land of slaughter. Thus, within the two battle moons, slaughter spread like a plague, offering a more savage performance to the blood god. Within the affected area, only the Custodes and Doomslayers remained unaffected. Their wills were too firm. The eruption of a mere bloodthirster was insufficient to sway them. These weapons should be used sparingly, Odysseus warned via comms, looking at the ecological city. Below, it had devolved into a hellish scene. Slaughter was everywhere, with every creature killing for the sake of killing. With the excessive slaughter and flowing blood, the artificial river became a river of blood, and even corn demons began to appear. But as soon as a demon looked up and saw the Doom Slayers flying in the sky, it immediately submerged into the river of blood and vanished. If not for the urgent situation and the enemies being Xenos, the Gene Father would never use these filthy things, Kebrel explained. He knew all too well the power of demonic weapons. You understand the dangers. You must safeguard these weapons, Odysseus expressed another concern. Ensure they never appear in human wars. We naturally understand, Kebrel nodded solemnly. The demonic armory was heavily guarded, with numerous automated weapons on the outside and Doom Slayers and Psyker Masters inside. Even at the last moment, the armory's dimensional existence would collapse, sending it into another dimension. Even the exact location of the armory was known to few on the Royal Majesty, making a leak impossible. Without interference, the boarding party advanced unimpeded, landing deep within the city. Set the second bomb. Kebrel gestured to his brothers to set the Nurgle bomb, completing their final mission. The Nurgle bomb's detonation would destroy the entire battle moon. Is it safe? Captain Odysseus asked. The previous demonic weapon had left a deep impression on him. The Morse solar system will surely be rebuilt after the war. This weapon must have no lasting effects. Absolutely no lasting effects, Kebrel brought up a data projection. The corrosive energy will fully decay after detonation, with no residue whatsoever. That's good. Long-term contamination must be prevented. Odysseus nodded. He was very concerned about lingering effects. The power of demonic weapons lay not just in their immediate impact, but in their lingering poison for future generations. If not cleansed, the effects of the previous slaughter could spread throughout the entire star system. Deployment complete. The bomb will detonate in 30 seconds. The Doom Slayer set the timer, and the two Nurgle bombs would detonate simultaneously. Custodes, we can leave now. Kebrel activated his teleportation lasso, making the most direct gesture. As one of the mission leaders, he had to set an example. The teleportation light immediately flared, and Kebrel vanished before everyone, returning to the scout ship's teleportation point. Odysseus nodded, taking a deep look at the cloth-covered canister, then activated his teleportation lasso and departed. As large swathes of teleportation light flared, all the Custodes left the battle moon. The last Doom Slayer walked forward silently, pulling off the black cloth to reveal the great unclean one within. Behave, he warned the demon. If you aren't detonated, the next time I summon you, I will personally kill you. The great unclean one's rotten flesh jiggled, its body shivered, and its corpulent form trembled as it barely managed to raise a putrid forelimb in submission. I will absolutely obey orders. The Doom Slayer was non-committal, opening his teleportation lasso with 5 seconds left on the countdown. The great unclean one opened its wide maw, every pustule on its body leaping with joy, and maggots wriggled excitedly. May we never meet again. HMPH, the Doomslayer sneered, returning to the scout ship. Watching the Doomslayer leave, the great unclean one slumped in the canister, letting out its happiest laugh. It could finally return to the embrace of its benevolent father. Ha ha ha! It spread its arms, and runes spewed green lightning, absorbing demonic power. The great unclean one's form was shrinking, eager to fulfill its mission. Come, come. Finally, a sickly green sphere floated within the canister, glowing brightly with the runes. Buzz tilde. The demon's eruption was silent. A sickly green circular shockwave burst forth, the great unclean one's power destined to end the battle moon. Unlike the penetrating blast of the bloodthirster, the great unclean one's effect was an integration. Nurgle's demonic essence erupted, then fused with the steel and bones of the battle moon. Time magic combined with Nurgle's corruption. Wherever the sickly green shockwave spread, the battle moon underwent terrifying changes. Nurgle, sitting in his garden, looked up in surprise, the ladle stirring his cauldron, briefly pausing as he patted his belly with a pleased expression. How interesting! The god of corruption exhaled a cloud of foul air, reclaiming the great unclean one. The joyous laughter in Nurgle's garden was ceaseless, happy Nurglings watching their benevolent father's actions. The great unclean one, just returned from the real universe, saw himself appear before his benevolent father and was so moved that tears streamed down his face, crying like a child. Nurgle scooped a ladle of broth from the cauldron and put it into its mouth, saying in a swollen, benevolent voice, "You have a new name, Rustblight." The demonic weapon's detonation had given Nurgle inspiration, creating an entirely new great unclean one. Representing the end of steel as time passed. Drinking the benevolent father's gift, the great unclean one's body swelled dramatically, its sickly green color changing to the yellow rust of oxidized steel. In its hand appeared a rusty pipe wrench, its exclusive weapon. The great demon was countless times more powerful, no longer an obscure entity, but a true great demon personally named by the benevolent father. Beloved father, Rustblight bowed its head, feeling the benevolent father's loving caress. Do you wish for revenge? Nurgle smiled warmly, proud of the birth of the new plague. No, 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 Rustblight said no 3 times, trembling and leaning against Nurgle's body. I don't want revenge. Even with its new metamorphosis, Rustblight still dared not seek revenge against the Doomslayer. My child, you have attained enlightenment. Nurgle did not reprimand the great demon's cowardice. Instead, he smiled even more benevolently, his swollen hand continuously stroking Rustblight's head. After the trial, you understood the preciousness of life, and that makes me very pleased. To be alive, how wonderful! Rustblight's rusty yellow pus tears streamed down as it reformed itself anew as a demon. In Nurgle's garden, a scene of filial piety unfolded, with demons laughing joyously. But in the real universe, the battle moon presented a different scene. Time magic propelled Nurgle's corruption, decaying and killing all objects it touched, reducing them to dust. The bioarmor gradually aged, its functions going offline, heading towards an inevitable decline amidst the slaughter. Chapter 64 RNGN. The battle moon was aging, its steel surface cracking with corrupt rust patterns, spreading like festering skin. The core arrays of the artificial intelligence collapsed one after another, and the logic circuits fell into a delirious frenzy. As if 1,000 years passed in an instant, the battle moon fell silent, its steel bones eroded by time. From orbit, the lunar surface faded from lead gray to putrid yellow, finally becoming a festering black. The 2 battle moons disintegrated under the supernatural virus catalyzed by time, reaching the end of all matter, entropy, in just a few minutes. His tilde. Russ, seeing this scene, gasped. His brother seemed to have used some forbidden power to defeat the Xenos. After a brief moment of surprise, Russ seized the opportunity and ordered the fleet to press forward. Wolf cubs, bite down on the Xenos' fleet, don't let them escape. With the fall of the battle moon, Rangdan had no foothold left in the more solar system. Russ anticipated Rangdan's collapse. The enemy, with their morale broken, would surely flee, and he would never allow his prey to escape. The Space Wolves fleet became more aggressive, no longer maintaining formation, and re-engaged the Rangdan fleet. As expected, the fleet encountered no organized attacks, and Rangdan's ships began to slow down and flee. "For the glory of the Legion!" The Lord of the Void Sky army roared over the comms, ordering the entire fleet to push forward and harvest Rangdan's ships. The destruction of the battle moon signified complete victory in the war. Now there was no need to hold back. The time to charge in and feast on the spoils had come, and the First Legion had to wash away its shame with honor. "Free engagement, eliminate the Xenos fleet to the best of your ability." Blazkovich's voice was unchanged, as if he were just arranging a minor matter. His attention was no longer here. When the Bloodthirster detonated, the Rangdan fleet lost its high-level command, and the fleet commanders were struggling to hold on. As demonic weapons detonated one after another, the gazes of Korn and Nurgle descended, making Blazkovich reflect on his actions. Demonic weapons were indeed powerful, eliminating enemies in the real universe, but they also attracted the attention of the gods. Being targeted by the gods was not a good omen. He sat on his throne in deep thought for a long time, then issued an order through the psychic link. "Talasha, go to Argent Nur and deliver the orders to the Psyker Academy. Put a pause on research into demonic weapons, and instead delve into researching more effective ways to kill them." Blazkovich felt that their approach had a problem, so he directed the Psyker Masters to shift their research focus, and dispatched an envoy specifically to oversee this area. "Your command will be followed," Talasha replied telepathically, immediately departing the war zone. As the battle was in its final stages, a small Argent Nur ship left, breaking away from the battlefield and entering the warp. With the urgent matter resolved, Blazkovich refocused his attention, observing the battle's progression. The closer to success, the more vigilant one must be. Warnings of capsizing in the gutter were abundant throughout human history. They were the best teachers. The two battle moons were being pulled by gravity, deviating from their original orbits, and would soon plunge into the star. This was their best destination, as high temperatures were remarkably effective in eliminating Nurgle's infection. The Space Wolves and the First Legion had firmly latched onto the enemy, now feasting on the spoils of war. Argent Nur's ships joined in, prioritizing attacks on fleeing vessels to prevent the retreating warships from entering the warp. In space, Rangdan warships continuously sank, and the battle devolved into a slaughter. The battle in the Morse solar system was over. The elite Rangdan soldiers on the ground were merely fish on a chopping block, awaiting the human side's knife. Inside Autumn's command center, Grand Master Urian, clad in black armor, stood solemnly before his cousin. Before the general offensive, he had personally arrived aboard a Stormhawk, solely to obtain a certain authority. "Autumn, my battle brother." Urian's face held a plea, and he bowed deeply to him, his voice incredibly low. Autumn quickly stepped forward, supporting Grand Master Urian, and looked at the Lord of the Legion behind him. Almost all high-ranking officers of the First Legion on the ground had arrived. He had some suspicions but dared not make a rash judgment, so he asked them, "What is this about?" "Brother, I beg you." Urian did not straighten up, remaining bent at the waist, as did the warriors behind him. "Grant the First Legion's humble request." The Grand Master resolutely refused to straighten his body, afraid to face his cousin's expressions. "Please speak." Autumn felt the Grand Master's persistence and dared not pull him by force, so he could only let him state his request. "We are the First Legion, and we crave vengeance." Urian's tone changed, tinged with sadness. "On this planet, the First Legion lost nearly 10,000 brothers. But we crave vengeance, to wash away this shame with the lives of the Xenos. Brother, such a request is too much, asking you to give up the honor before you." Grand Master Urian slowly straightened up a bit and looked up, his face filled only with earnestness. But in my entire life, I have never begged anyone. I only ask you, his tone was sincere, and he suddenly knelt on one knee. Allow the First Legion the chance to wash away its shame, let us avenge our fallen brothers. Autumn quickly stepped forward, extending his powerful arm, catching Urian before he could fully kneel. The servo joints suddenly locked, and the power armor groaned metallically under Autumn's restraint. The kneeling posture abruptly halted. There is no need for this. Autumn exerted force with his arm, pulling Urian up with irresistible strength. Do you know how much sacrifice that would entail? Orbital bombardment of the Hive City, followed by ground forces to eradicate the Xenos' presence. That is the safest plan. With Xenos entrenched in the Hive City, the judicious use of macro cannons and lance weapons was the optimal solution. Brother, Autumn called the Grand Master, his eyes reflecting an unshakable resolve. I must be responsible for everyone for the Primarch. Tens of thousands of elite Xenos warriors, even if their condition is poor, their strength is not much inferior to an Astartes. I must be responsible for you, for the First Legion, and for the mortal legions. This is a battlefield, not a hall of honor. Eliminating the enemy is the top priority. Autumn earnestly and deeply advised the Grand Master, making him understand his difficulties. Urian was surprised by the strength his brother exerted, and then Autumn's words echoed in his ears, his emotions genuine without a hint of falsehood. He naturally knew that Autumn's approach was the most rational and efficient. The various reasons in his words allowed no room for rebuttal. As a commander, the head of an army, and his cousin clad in gleaming black and gold armor, his actions, always prioritizing duty and devoid of personal emotion, were admirable. Urian stood upright, silent for a long time, while the lords of the heavenly host behind him looked at the Grand Master with complex expressions. Would he return empty-handed? He asked himself inwardly. How about this? Autumn, seeing his downcast mood, proposed a compromise. You will carry out the orbital strike, and the first wave of assault will be given to the First Legion. This is my greatest concession. This matter is not about honor, but solely about achieving victory in battle. With that, he looked at the First Legion Grand Master, Urian Bendegger. I agree. Urian nodded in agreement. Though this arrangement was far from his initial expectation, it was the best possible outcome. Although they could not personally slay all enemies and deliver destruction to the Xenos themselves, the souls of their Legion brothers would find peace. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Autumn. Urian put on his black helmet and bowed again. There is no need for that. You need to act quickly. Autumn helped the Grand Master up, urging them to depart swiftly. Urian nodded, leading the high-ranking Legion officers behind him to withdraw, then boarded a Stormhawk to head to their positions. A First Legion destroyer was detached, hovering above the Hive City, adjusting its posture to face the planet with its broadside, preparing to use orbital strikes to eliminate the Xenos. Brothers, Urian stood on the back of a transport ship at the highest point, shouting over the comms channel. Below him stood 3 phalanxes. Of the 40,000 Astartes who landed on Morse World, 30,000 remained. Turn left. At Urian's command, the First Legion warriors uniformly turned, facing the towering Hive City. Our hatred is surging, the Grand Master cried out hoarsely. It needs to be cleansed with the fiercest firepower. The Xenos shamed the Legion, killing our Legion brothers. After the bombardment, we will charge into the city and offer their lives as a sacrifice for our brothers. Vengeance, the warriors of the First Legion cheered, eager to slaughter the Xenos for revenge. Witness the coming of the fire of vengeance. Urian raised his arm, and lance beams from the void ship shot down, striking the Hive City. The 30,000 Space Marines remained expressionless, the orange-red lance beams reflecting on their black armor, as if the fire of vengeance burned brightly. The towering Hive City, vulnerable without its shields, was reduced to dust under the lance beams. Heaven's wrath, a term born in humanity's ignorant age, initially a trembling prostration before nature. Until the rise of religion, it transformed into the punishing whip of the divine, lashing all who were disrespectful. Later, as religion flourished, heaven's wrath became God's punishment for humans, eliminating all who were impious. Now heaven's wrath was imminent. It was not exclusive to the gods, but descended from a battleship crafted by humans. Lances of light unleashed humanity's fury, and scorching, high-temperature heavenly fire descended, annihilating everything the Legion hated. The First Legion's battleship brought down judgment from the heavens, burning the Rangdan Legion with scorching fury. Amidst the flashing light, the shadow of the Hive City gradually fell. A city built over dozens, even hundreds of generations collapsed in an instant, gradually vaporizing under the lance of light strikes. On the outer perimeter of the Imperial front line, shields gradually lit up, blocking high-temperature radiation and heatwave impacts. The blood-mud swamp in front of the line rapidly evaporated under the high temperature, and the congealed blood clots mixed with the soil, becoming dry, dark brown land. The lances of light continued to bombard, melting the entire steel Hive City, and the overflowing heat vitrified the surrounding area of the Hive City. The Hive City had no shield protection. Any orbital strike against it was enough to destroy it. When the light dissipated, the Imperial Auxiliary Army opened their eyes, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ruins of the Hive City. In the distance, tree branches swayed, their tips bending towards the Hive City. This was a natural phenomenon. The lances of light had torn open the atmosphere, and the atmosphere returned after the shockwave dispersed. None of this could shake the Space Marines. They stood their ground, watching the Rangdan be destroyed by the fire of vengeance. Grand Master Urian stood atop the landing craft, a cold sneer playing on his lips, and a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. As far as his gaze reached, where the Hive City spires had collapsed, a layer of shield light flickered within. Images were transmitted from the Grand Master's helmet display. According to scans from high-orbit ships, over 20,000 Rangdan warriors remained within the Hive City. The shield erected by war machines protected the lower structures of the Hive City, as well as the Rangdan and their mortal slaves. The Rangdan were now like turtles in a jar, trapped beasts awaiting their fate of death. Artillery attack! Grand Master Urian commanded coldly, ordering artillery to attack the Rangdan. He craved revenge, but he was not a foolish man. The Rangdan Xenos were now determined to die, their remaining warriors preparing for a desperate struggle. If the Legion warriors charged in now, the Xeno counterattack would cause greater losses. Continuing the artillery attack was meant to wear down the Xenos' will, to shatter their resolve to die, transforming their suicidal determination into tragic despair. The First Legion's vengeance would utterly destroy the Rangdan's inner spirit, comforting the souls of their brothers with the Xenos' despairing souls. Artillery shells whistled past the Legion's formation, as if carrying the hatred of the Legion warriors, smashing into the Rangdan's final positions like iron fists. One after another, the translucent shields were rippled by the shells, consuming their last energy. The Rangdan warriors, who had been waiting for the enemy's charge, then realized that they were merely playthings in the hands of humans. Their lives were not their own. They could only be slaughtered by humans. Despair and bewilderment spread, and the mentally sensitive Rangdan felt their kin's spirits collapsing. Firm resolve was gradually infected, as shells struck at their mental barriers, shattering their courage bit by bit. Finally, from the cracks in their shattered courage, only fear was revealed. Grand Master Urian ignited his power sword, and with a hammer in one hand he cried out, "Legion warriors, avenge our fallen brothers." Revenge! The Legion warriors raised their arms and roared a sky-shaking cry of vengeance. The First Legion warriors set off, their black armored boots treading upon the blood-soaked earth, sprinting at a steady pace towards the Hive City. The black-armored warriors were like a black tide, their momentum fierce, yet they watched out for each other. The final battle did not make the First Legion lose their minds. Rhino armored personnel carriers, Predator tanks, Storm Eagles, and other ground or aerial vehicles served as points of attack in the formation. The black-armored warriors advanced, moving under the cover of artillery fire. The First Legion, the most powerful Astartes legion, bore their battle-hardened black armor as their symbol. They were determined to eliminate the Rangdan Xenos with cruel methods. As the First Legion began to advance, the Nur Auxiliary Army naturally made their move. The Auxiliary Army went to full armament, and mortal sergeants led the Legion forward, launching an attack on the Hive City. Meanwhile, the mortal Titans in the defensive line aimed their weapons at the wilderness, and their left-arm composite cannons began to charge. At the final moment, the First Legion went to the Hive City to encircle and annihilate the Rangdan, while the Nur Auxiliary Army was divided into two parts. Autumn issued commands from the command center. 50,000 men will form the Siege Legion. The Sentinels and the Siege Army will act together. 10 Doomslayer brothers will follow, ready to reinforce the Mortal Legion at any time. The remaining forces will defend against the onslaught of the Rangdan slave army, defending against their final madness. The Supreme Commander's orders were brief. The remaining detailed tasks were left to the Mortal Legion commanders of each legion to decide. Autumn's decision was executed. He represented Blazkovich, the Supreme Primarch, King Nowick of Argent Nur. He clearly understood what the Mortal Legion needed. The Nur Auxiliary Army's military technology far surpassed that of the Imperial side, but this made training even more necessary. All Siege Legion armaments unlocked. Autumn hesitated for a moment, then allowed the Mortal Auxiliary Army to go all out. After all, they were facing Rangdan elites comparable to Astartes, not ordinary mortal armies. Such terrifying enemies did not constitute asymmetric warfare. It would not reduce the combat power of the troops, and there was no need to worry too much. Under the Supreme Command's authorization, all power armor functions came online, and the Mortal Auxiliary Army would go all out, flanking the Hive City from the side. 50,000 mortal soldiers stepped forward. They quickly assembled, emerged from the defensive line, and began siege operations. Accompanying them were 4 times their number of automated combat units. Mortals had limited attention. After strict training, they could still coordinate with 2 automated combat units, with the other 2 kept as backups. A small number of mortals, coordinating with 3 to 4 automated combat units, were considered exceptionally gifted. The Black-Gray Argent Nur Mortal Legion, driving armored vehicles, advanced towards the Hive City. Wearing mortal power armor, the Nur Auxiliary Army was not afraid of long-distance assaults. A distance of 10-odd kilometers was easily covered by them. As the Legion advanced, they maintained a steady pace with the First Legion, ensuring both sides arrived at the Hive City battlefield simultaneously. Autumn watched the Auxiliary Army depart, then returned his gaze to the map. He kept shaking his head. The Rangdan slaves in the wilderness were surrounding them from all directions, attempting a final desperate act. Unfortunately, after prolonged combat, the Rangdan slaves were already weak and exhausted. These humans lacked supplies and had declined during the long siege. Non-combat attrition exceeded combat casualties. Before the general offensive, cannibalism had already appeared among the Rangdan slaves. The slave army devoured each other, scavenged the dead from the battlefield, and eating infants and women was commonplace. Help them find release, Autumn sighed deeply. He was not being sentimental, but helping his human compatriots find release. Behind the Argent Nur base, 10 10-tube missile launchers raised their launch racks, aiming in different directions. Each launch tube contained a large-yield nuclear warhead. 100-odd nuclear warheads were enough to destroy all slave forces. The Rangdan's attrition tactics had no effect whatsoever against a well-prepared regular army. 100 nuclear missiles ascended with their tail flames. scattering like celestial maidens to various locations, heading to the most suitable detonation points. The nuclear bombs detonated simultaneously, their intense light tearing through the clouds, and the world momentarily turned white. From the surroundings, the human base appeared to be nestled in a giant mushroom forest, giving it a somewhat fantastical feel. The tremors from the nuclear explosions continuously reverberated across the ground. The entire world beneath their feet was shaking. Autumn's expression was normal. The holographic image showed that 99.99% of the wilderness servant armies had been eliminated. After the nuclear blast impact dissipates, send out cavalry to eliminate the remaining enemies, he ordered coldly again, staring at the damage figures. Atomic weapons, after tens of thousands of years of development, were powerful and inexpensive, and radiation was suppressed within safe thresholds, allowing troops to be confidently sent in for mopping up. And urged by the nuclear blast, the First Legion breached the city walls and charged into the xeno-infested Hive City. Here, ruins were everywhere, and enemies were everywhere. Lolos, Grand Master Urian roared, his voice amplified by his helmet's sound array echoing through the ruins. Where are you? The Grand Master was seething with rage, but there was no response. His power sword spun up and down, its blade tearing through Rangdan elite warriors, its disintegration field slaying the Rangdan entities within. Behind the Grand Master followed his guard, clad in Terminator power armor, armed with swords and shields, their arm-mounted bolt guns continuously firing, killing Xenos and mortals. Black-armored warriors poured through the breach in the city wall, pouncing on the Rangdan like hungry wolves. The Astartes' longswords were insatiably thirsty, eager to drink the Xenos' foul blood, to avenge their fallen brothers. The First Legion's assault had no mortal auxiliary army behind them. The attack of 30,000 space marines required no mortal cooperation. Lolos, you alien bastard! Urian's ceramite boot crunched over the ruins, his taunt piercing the smoke of battle. I know you're still alive, get out here and face me. The Grand Master's oculars swept across the battlefield. Though the Rangdan soldiers' formation hadn't broken, their movements betrayed a growing panic. Behind this crude disguise, the chain of command was still functioning. He sneered, the hum of his plasma pistol intertwining with the roar of bolters, creating a symphony of death. Urian's constant taunts and provocations were partly due to deep-seated hatred, and partly to force out the enemy commander. Where is your arrogance? His longsword danced, carving a Rangdan into a human stick, his ceramite boot crushing the alien's abdominal armor as he stared down into its trembling monitor. You want me to lick 10,000 boots? The Grand Master asked, feigning confusion, then roared at the alien beneath his foot. I'm here, where are you? He raised his plasma pistol at the alien, then looked up, scanning the surroundings, waiting for a response. On the battlefield, bolters boomed. Plasma streams flowed with searing heat, the terrifying shrieks of the Rangdan and the furious roars of the Legion warriors all mingled together. Deep within the ruins, in a makeshift command center, the Rangdan Warmaster, Lolos, was seething. You human dog relying on others' power. Lolos shrieked in crude human language, interspersed with clumsy idioms, its venomous voice echoing through the command center. Through its bionic eyes, it saw the enemy commander and heard the humans' provocations. The Warmaster dared not respond, its bioarmor fuming, swallowing the public humiliation alone. Lolos knew the enemy wanted to force it out and completely destroy its chain of command. Before inflicting more human casualties, it absolutely could not go out. It had to maintain its composure. With the defeat of the space fleet and no results from the underground sneak attack, Lolos knew it had nowhere to escape. Its elite warriors would eventually be tortured in the siege until death. It forced itself to calm down and command until the very last moment. Ultimately, a vile alien. After a long silence without a response, Urian shook his head sadly, utterly devoid of courage and dignity, not even comparable to those slaves fighting for their lives. He prepared to pull the trigger, to pierce the Rangdan bioarmor with plasma, vaporizing the ugly, brain-like Rangdan. No need to rush. At that moment, the Rangdan beneath his foot spoke, but it was Lolo's voice. "I will make you lick boots." Oh, the Grand Master turned his voice to maximum volume, still hiding behind your kin and boasting. After the humiliation and questioning, Urien gave no chance for rebuttal, pulling the trigger and killing the Rangdan. The subtle effects of psychological warfare often determine many things. Within the Rangdan lines, morale continued to collapse and many doubts began to arise. Doubts about the War Master's courage, doubts about the resolve to die, doubts about their own strength. Facing the high-spirited First Legion, the fissures of doubt became a fatal flaw, and the Rangdan front collapsed extremely quickly. Numerous war vehicles entered, speeding through the Hive City ruins. Space Marine vehicles were connected to the pilot's power armor interface, with the nervous system assisting operation. The two merged into one through neural connection, precisely controlling the vehicle's posture and unleashing powerful combat capabilities. Legion warriors guarded the perimeter, using the vehicle's powerful scanning instruments to clear the surrounding environment. Using vehicles as strongpoints, they established regional firepower superiority, sweeping away Rangdan elite warriors in a net-like fashion. The First Legion, proficient in various tactics, advanced steadily, relying on infantry tank coordination to compress the Rangdan's living space. Compared to the First Legion, Argent Nur's advance was slow. Troops poured through the gap torn by the sonic cannon, their tactical movements a textbook example. They established strongpoints at the hubs of the complex Hive City, advancing in coordination with automated combat mechs. Two automated combat mechs were positioned 2 meters in front of each warrior, synchronizing information with the soldier's power armor. Argent Nur's mortal power armor connected to the wearer's spinal interface, making it a neurosynaptic power armor. While its defense was not as strong as Space Marine power armor, it had the advantage of being wearable by mortals and possessing many combat functions. Mortals formed groups of 3, carrying 6 automated combat mechs, and 3 such groups formed a squad, providing mutual cover from various angles. Vanguard Squad, advance! A signal came through the power armor, and the squad commander ordered the Vanguard to move forward and seize the upcoming intersection. Vanguard Squad acknowledged. The Vanguard Squad immediately moved forward to seize the advantageous position. Enemy detected. Inside the power armor helmet, the enemy's position was immediately marked and shared with the entire squad. Within the buildings along the street, slave troops had set up concealed firing points, waiting for their prey to walk in and be annihilated. Their presence did not escape the automated combat mech's biological scans. Cover, the Vanguard Squad made hand gestures, concealing themselves while having the automated combat mechs provide cover. Beware of Rangdan elite soldiers, they might be nearby. The captain retrieved information, his mind clear, completely unaffected by the gunfire around him. As the troops advanced, more and more Rangdan intelligence was transmitted. Initially, they showed great contempt for mortals, charging directly at mortal troops. After a brief engagement, the automated combat mech's firepower shredded the arrogant Rangdan, and then the aliens hid in the shadows. The alien's bioarmor was very strong, adjusting its temperature to blend with the environment and even providing a degree of visual invisibility. They would suddenly burst from the shadows, relying on personal shields and agile movements, causing many casualties. The Mortal Legion were not Sentinels nor Space Marines. Their reaction speed could not keep up with the aliens. The Siege Legion immediately changed tactics, referencing the war codes written by King Noak, and engaged the aliens in urban warfare. You conduct guerrilla warfare, I advance steadily. Search every point, establish a stable rear, and begin the true confrontation. Automated combat mechs spread out, Adopt cover formation to avoid being quickly killed by aliens at close range. The captain was giving orders, but he felt very uneasy. This street was too narrow, making it difficult for the squad to spread out, and the automated combat mechs were too close together. Just as the automated combat mechs were spreading out, sensors transmitted an urgent warning. Two piles of rubble at the intersection suddenly began to move, dropping their disguise and revealing their true forms. Enemy confirmed, Rangdan Overlord, Rangdan Elite. The automated combat mechs transmitted information incredibly fast. Before the humans could even react, they sent the signal. Not only that, their various mounted weapons quickly adjusted and aimed at the targets. The Rangdan Overlord and Elite, with their multi-jointed biolimbs, struck like lightning, launching a sudden attack. After a brief skirmish, the Rangdan also knew they absolutely could not let the machines and humans spread out and establish a net of fire. The various weapons mounted on those automated attack machines could instantly shred bioarmor under concentrated fire. The Rangdan Overlord moved extremely fast, launching a fierce counterattack before the machines could even aim. Screech tilde. The face on the bioarmor's abdomen emitted a sonic roar, first incapacitating the humans. The Argent Nurse soldiers swayed. The Rangdan Overlord's sonic attack caused them to briefly lose focus. With a successful strike, the Rangdan Overlord propelled its omnidirectional legs, rapidly moving away from its original position, and the Elite immediately followed its movements. They had to be fast. The machines had already aimed within half a second and had opened fire. Crimson lasers flashed, hitting where the Rangdan had been, burning a molten crater into the ground. A moment later, the machine's high-power lasers would have hit them. Bionic arms raised, the Rangdan fired in coordination, plasma guns instantly killing two nearby automated combat mechs. Compared to the slow-reacting humans, the machines posed a greater threat. After a flash of lightning, the captain reacted, calmly issuing orders. Eliminate the Rangdan Elite. The Overlord is beyond our capability to contend with. The captain was far away, so the sonic impact on him was minimal, but the mortals couldn't react to the Rangdan's movements. The instant he gave the order, the Rangdan's curved blade fell ruthlessly, slaying the vanguard squad. Ignoring everything else, all remaining personnel began to act. 8 automated combat mechs began to move, unleashing a dense barrage of fire, forcing back the Rangdan Overlord. During this process, 2 more mechs were lost, and all remaining humans and mechs opened fire on the Rangdan Elite. The Elite warrior was not as decisive as the humans. It tried to retreat, but it was too late. The automated combat mech's lasers locked it down, and several large-caliber plasma bursts struck its shield, shattering its defenses. In the distance, 4 more automated combat mechs were destroyed. The Rangdan Overlord was too fast. The 3 captains raised their electromagnetic rifles, automatically locking onto their target, the nearby Rangdan Elite warrior. The Overlord was in another charge, raising its butcher's blade towards another squad. Die, you filthy alien! With immense resolve, he pulled the trigger, the electromagnetic hum crackling, instantly firing hundreds of rounds. With automatic targeting locked, the programmed ammunition could track within a small range, and all 100 rounds hit their mark. The Elite warrior's bioarmor was instantly shredded, and the Rangdan's true form burst from its armor, looking terrified and attempting to flee. Unfortunately, the dense barrage of fire splattered it. Before the auxiliary army could react to the psychic shock, the Rangdan Overlord, filled with rage, charged forward, seeking to avenge its kin with slaughter. Just as its butcher's blade was about to fall, a blue light flashed, forcing the Rangdan Overlord back. Filthy Xeno, your opponent is me. Deep in the street, a sentinel stood there holding a spear. The sentinel stood in the street, surrounded by scattered rocks and twisted steel. He was a veteran, clad in steel-colored power armor, wielding a dimensional spear. Your opponent is me, he growled, his deep voice echoing through the street and the smoke of battle as his spear twirled between his fingers, performing a flourish. "You alien scum!" The automaton detected the Rangdan overlord, determined it could not contend, and immediately called for high-tier combat support from nearby forces. Before the squad was completely wiped out, the Sentinel's reinforcements arrived. The tall warrior who came as reinforcement made the Rangdan overlord feel a sense of pressure. That human was a few inches taller than a space marine, and the power armor he wore possessed a strange beauty, both ancient and advanced. He held a glowing spear, completely devoid of tension, as if taking a leisurely stroll through a shattered garden. "Who are you?" the Rangdan overlord asked, a ripple of unease emanating from the folds of its brain-like main body. Although its bioarmor detected no threat, its instincts screamed a warning. The human before it was far from simple. It obeyed its inner instincts, maximizing its bionic vision system and locking all its bionic systems onto the human before it. "Sentinels, the Watcher before dawn," the Sentinels announced, raising his spear and stepping forward, "and your high-hanging Death Star." As the Sentinels moved, the Rangdan overlord leaped backward like a startled toad. Inside its bioarmor, the overlord secreted a large amount of cerebral fluid, its mind stretched to its absolute limit. In its psychic perception, the Sentinel's emotions were as calm as still water, yet as heavy as iron. The moment he took a step, while his mental state remained unchanged, his sense of biological crisis surged dramatically. Its biopower armor heaved violently, as if bearing an invisible pressure for its operator. "Ultimately, a cowardly alien driven by instinct," the Sentinel said, shaking his head, his deep voice as calm as an ancient well, filled with profound disdain. He strode closer, simultaneously raising a hand and roaring, "Auxiliary Army, withdraw." The Nur Auxiliary Army's expressions relaxed. The arrival of their equivalent combat power meant they had a chance to survive. No one disliked surviving. Even with the courage to die, the joy of having hope to live was real. The scene was not for them to handle. A Rangdan overlord was an existence beyond the reach of mortals. The squad leader helped up the surviving teammates, took the usable automatons, and withdrew to the side. The deeply disdained Rangdan overlord, seeing the human remnants about to leave, was enraged and made to pursue them. "I advise you not to have any ideas about them." Before its omnidirectional legs could move, the Rangdan overlord heard that chilling voice again. Its bioarmor froze in place. The overlord decided not to move rashly. "I'm just narrowing my focus, concentrating on the human warrior," the Rangdan told itself deep inside, trying to reassure itself. The Rangdan, who prided itself on being a race superior to humans, would never admit to feeling fear towards a human before even engaging in combat. While the human soldiers withdrew, it dropped its plasma gun and walked to its elite warrior to pick up a melee weapon. This time, the Sentinels did not stop the alien's actions, watching it silently, waiting for the auxiliary army to withdraw. The Rangdan overlord activated its disintegration field, and two bone scimitars in its hands glowed with an electric radiance. It seemed the weapons gave it strength. When it looked at the Sentinels again, its psychic power was filled with killing intent. Caw, another terrifying roar sounded. Visible sonic attacks swept through, whipping up the mottled old flags hanging in the street. The overlord's abdomen vibrated, unleashing an air-rending shriek. The sound wave crushed through the street, rusted steel beams cracked and collapsed, and gravel shot out like bullets, yet the Sentinels did not move an inch. A veteran Sentinels, a seasoned veteran who survived the Truth War, his heart was as firm as a rock, and his soul was unimaginably resilient. The overlord's intimidating roar did not even make him raise an eyebrow. But the Sentinels did not underestimate it, still summoning all his psychic power to defend against the alien's bizarre neural attack. Even when he was an academy student, facing any opponent with full effort, the teachings of the War College were deeply ingrained. "Weak and powerless," the sentinel said as the mortals moved away, his spear resting in his hand, and he fired a dimensional ray at the alien. The lightspeed dimensional ray, combined with the sentinel's reaction speed, left the Rangdan overlord no time to dodge. "Despicable human!" the overlord's psychic fluctuations roared, as one of its omnidirectional legs was severed by the lightspeed weapon. It had just abandoned its ranged weapon, originally thinking the human wanted an honorable duel. Its remaining omnidirectional legs fully extended, the Rangdan overlord desperately closed the distance between them, avoiding being hit by ranged fire. That weapon was too strange. Shields had no effect whatsoever, instantly severing the attacked part. "Instead of running, you're actively approaching me," the sentinels retorted, his gaze locked on the Rangdan overlord. The alien's mobility was astonishing. Its omnidirectional legs scaled the buildings along the street, crawling like a spider on the walls. Its movements were swift, performing super high-speed maneuvers, and its evasive actions were fluid. The sentinels raised his spear. He could have accurately hit the alien, but after some thought, he decided against firing. He brought his spear across his body, adopting a defensive stance, waiting for close-quarters combat with the alien. The sentinels was a professional warrior, well-versed in various military strategies and tactics. The end of a battle was merely the prelude to war. The sentinels knew that the true slaughter had not yet arrived. Even if the enemy before him was slain, the coordinates of the Rangdan homeworld, the imperium of man's territory, still remained a mist shrouding humanity. Regarding all this information, the imperium of man knew very little about the Rangdan, while the Rangdan knew a great deal about the imperium of man. The Rangdan overlord before him was the first overlord the Nur auxiliary army had encountered, and the sentinels wanted to gather more intelligence to prepare for the next war. "Human, die!" the Rangdan overlord shrieked psychically, leaping down from the air the moment it made its decision. It raised its bone blades high, with the crushing force of splitting a mountain, using the falling momentum to cleave the human in half. This move was powerful and heavy, yet in the sentinel's eyes it had 10,000 flaws. Its guard was wide open, its lower limbs and chest-abdomen undefended. One spear thrust could kill the alien. Even doing nothing, just holding up the spear, the alien could impale itself on it. The sentinel shook his head internally. He held his spear horizontally, using the shaft to block the alien's downward strike. Clang! The bone spear collided with the spear shaft, producing a clear, melodious sound, crisp and pleasant, while the move instantly changed. The specially treated spear blocked the disintegration field. The sentinel's right hand pulled down and instantly released. The spear butt hit the ground, and the alien's bone blade slid down, crashing to the ground and splitting the bluestone pavement. The Rangdan overlord's ferocity surged again, its blade poised for a horizontal sweep, but the two bone blades were blocked by the spear shaft at close range, making it impossible to exert force again. Failing to land a blow, it once again activated its omnidirectional legs, moving to the optimal close combat distance, swiftly attacking the spear with its blades to prevent the long weapon from being effectively wielded. The Rangdan overlord's decision was correct. The two bone blades spun with formidable power, surrounded by lightning flashes, constantly slashing at the human before it. Clanging sounds rang out, millimeter-precise blade movements stirring up a strong gust of wind around the battle, the blades carrying an astonishing force with the wind. "I understand," the sentinel sighed after another collision, his spear vibrating to knock away the Rangdan's twin blades. The Rangdan leaped backward, moving to a suitable distance, a distance from which it could quickly attack and prevent the human's ranged attacks. Its bioarmor was breathing. A high-intensity attack required the bioarmor's temperature to be relieved. "What do you understand?" the overlord asked eagerly. During the rapid assault just now, each of its full-power attacks was easily neutralized by the human warrior. After a round of sparring, its mind was exhausted, and its bioarmor needed rest. Yet the human warrior who had endured the attacks appeared completely relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue. "I understand the lowliness of aliens, devoid of any martial prowess," the sentinel said, shaking his head, the disdain in his words completely undisguised. After a short period of high-intensity combat, the sentinels discovered that, while the aliens' attacks appeared extremely fierce, they actually lacked any technique, relying entirely on the bioarmor's high performance to overpower its opponent. This fighting style, when encountering creatures whose functions were inferior to the Rangdan, naturally resulted in a one-sided crushing defeat. However, if it encountered a warrior of the same caliber, such as a space marine, after several rounds of one-on-one combat, it would be killed by a skilled warrior. Martial prowess. The Rangdan overlord thought it had misheard, or that the human before it had misspoken. It reperceived, its neural tentacles extending from its body, feeling an endless stream of power emanating from its bioarmor. What else could this be but martial prowess? "I have learned of your race's fragility. You may die now." The sentinels spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing something unrelated to the life-or-death struggle at hand. He lowered his body, adopting a stance, holding his spear horizontally in front of him with his right hand, and extended his left hand to the Rangdan in a challenging gesture. "Come and die." Seeing the human's provocative action and his extremely arrogant words, what consideration for martial prowess did the Rangdan have? It furiously brandished its bone blades, screeching to display its power, absolutely unwilling to be underestimated by a human. The Xenos charged forward, gnashing its teeth and brandishing its claws, and the sentinels shook his head regretfully. In his eyes, there was a savage beast wielding a sharp blade, flaunting its power, yet it was all bluster, lacking the inherent restraint and gravitas that true power should possess. The sentinel's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing every flaw of the Rangdan, and his spear launched an attack. "Say hello to death for me." With that greeting, the Watch extended his right hand to block the Rangdan's cleaving bone blade, and his left hand moved so fast it was a blur. The Rangdan's heart tightened abruptly, a chill carrying the scent of death erupting from the depths of its soul. Its bioarmor's bionic eye caught a subtle movement from the human. What was his left hand doing? The sentinels alone could not block the Rangdan's cleave with one hand, but only a momentary release of force, a brief instant, was enough. His left hand had already drawn a pistol from his waist, the muzzle slightly raised, aimed at the Rangdan's main body. Through its bionic eye, the Rangdan zoomed in on the image. The gun barrel, rising from his waist, seemed to move as slowly as congealed amber in its perception, yet it was destined to be unavoidable. "I am your harbinger of death." With this declaration of death, the sentinels pulled the trigger. A cross-shaped beam erupted from the muzzle. The cutting pistol, containing null crystal, severed the bioarmor at light speed, cutting through the Rangdan overlord within. The bioarmor lost control, its power gradually fading. The sentinels did not dare to be careless. He retreated out of attack range, his left-hand pistol firing continuously. He fired several more shots into the cockpit, confirming the Rangdan overlord was dead. He shot at the bioarmor's joints, severing threatening limbs. He silently completed everything, tallying the Rangdan's various weapons, which were actually quite threatening. The Rangdan's flaws were obvious. Their bioarmor was powerful, but it was always an external object outside their body. In the Xenos' combat system, there was only numerical superiority brought by function, not the corresponding martial arts techniques. In the previous battle, if the Rangdan overlord had superior skill, using ranged weapons for threat, melee weapons for primary attack, and the bionic tentacle blades behind for harassment, it might have lasted a few more seconds. Unfortunately, the Xenos' superficial techniques often led them to forget many things in combat. Behind the sentinels, the newly arrived auxiliary army squad filled the gap and continued to advance. The mortals nodded in greeting. Too much ceremony was unnecessary on the battlefield. He looked back at the mortal soldiers, then turned and left to patrol other front lines. Within seconds of the battle, the auxiliary army's follow-up forces had already arrived, moving quickly, a testament to the Legion commander's coordination. The Nur Legion advanced steadily, like a constantly moving city wall compressing the Rangdan's living space. As the battle progressed, the mortals encountered more and more Rangdan warriors, including high-ranking units like the Rangdan Overlord. Through continuous combat, the auxiliary army gradually became familiar with the Rangdan Xenos, employing effective tactics to engage in battle. Facing elite warriors, the auxiliary army leveraged its firepower advantage, with automated combatants suppressing movement with fire, and the auxiliary army focusing fire with automatic aiming, thus gaining a fighting chance. These experiences were invaluable, summarized with lives. The advantage of Rangdan elites over mortals was almost all-encompassing, like that of a space marine over a mortal. The two were incomparable. Elite mortals were still mortals. They could not defeat superhuman soldiers in close combat. This was a fundamental difference. Before the mortal could even react, the elite warrior had completed his shot and holstered his weapon. Meanwhile, the First Legion, with 30,000 Astartes spread out across the field, pursued relentlessly, slaughtering the Rangdan in droves. When an Astartes legion assaults, no creature in the galaxy can withstand its might. No one could stand before the black-armored warriors. The Rangdan had just retreated to their defensive line when the First Legion had already arrived. Behind them, there were no survivors, only swept-clean buildings and purified Xenos contamination. The Rangdan had to face not only the attacks of the human Imperium Space Marines, but also the psychic contamination emanating from them. "Lolos, you coward, I've reached the outside of your defensive line. Are you still not going to show yourself?" Urian was still shouting. He stood beside a rhino-armored vehicle, and on top of the vehicle, a loudspeaker was installed, repeating the Grand Master's words. The Rangdan launched an initial attack, attempting to destroy the loudspeaker, but all were killed by the guarding Terminators. After continuous attacks, the First Legion charged to the perimeter of the Rangdan command post, which was also the Xenos' last line of defense. "Wait," the Grand Master ordered, slowing the Legion's attack speed. "Slow down the pace of attack, wear down the Xenos' strength, and we will wait for our allies here." This command was inferior. Normally, one would press on in one go, charging into the Xenos' defensive line to strike at their heart. Yet the Legion warriors obeyed. They deliberately slowed their advance, using the ruins as cover, waiting for the Argent Nur allies to arrive. If not for the support of Argent Nur's allies, the First Legion would have suffered severe casualties, and the Grand Master might have already perished. The First Legion remembered kindness and sought to repay it. The honor of breaking the Xenos' command post should include the Nur Legion. Waiting was a form of respect. Although the Argent Nur army might not care, the First Legion needed to do this. The Rangdan were now defenseless. Even if they reorganized their lines, once the Nur Legion surrounded them, breaking through the defenses would be even easier. 100 Custodes and Destroyer warriors, they were unstoppable. Seeing the humans slow their attack, the Rangdan indeed reorganized their lines, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Urian Bendegger, a sharp roar mixed with a psychic shockwave spread across the ruined position. Wearing tall bioarmor, the Rangdan Warmaster Lolos finally appeared, his anger visible to the naked eye. "Are you ready to die?" Urian's voice was even louder, the loudspeaker's power overwhelming the Warmaster's fury. The Grand Master jumped onto the roof of the rhino-armored vehicle, his combat boots stepping on a protrusion, and his opening words immediately seized the initiative. "Are you ready to use your tentacles to wipe my boots clean?" "Ha ha ha!" The Legion warriors, in coordination with the Grand Master, burst into deafening laughter. Their morale was high, and they shamelessly mocked the Xenos. "Despicable tongue!" Lolo's bioarmor vent spewed hot steam, his retort drowned out by the loudspeaker's sound waves. "What did you say?" The Grand Master feigned listening with his ear tilted. "Can't you speak louder? I didn't hear you." The Legion warriors laughed even more joyously. Today, they would get their revenge and thoroughly humiliate the Xenos. Accompanying the thunderous laughter were continuous gunshots, and on the First Legion's left flank, Rangdan soldiers were rapidly retreating. Their personal shields were overloaded, and their bioarmor showed signs of penetration. They dragged their damaged armor back in retreat. The Grand Master's gaze swept over, and what he first saw was not the Custodes, nor the Doom Slayers, but a squad of mortal auxiliary army assault troops. His cheerful expression changed, and he immediately realized that the Argent Nur's mortal auxiliary army was the main attacking force. In the operation to encircle the Xenos, the Custodes and Doom Slayers, as well as the Sentinels from the Nur Stars, these high-tier combat forces were merely auxiliary. Although the advanced speed of the mortal auxiliary army could not compare to the Astartes, it was considerably stronger than the Imperium of Man's auxiliary army. More mortal auxiliary army appeared in the First Legion's sight. They quickly seized positions, rapidly establishing firing points and advantageous positions. Despite the presence of superhuman warriors, the mortals maintained their military discipline, showing no slackness or sloppiness. Seeing such military bearing, the Legion warriors nodded inwardly. They were witnessing the rise of a powerful army. Only after the mortals had established their positions and moved into combat stances did the others appear from behind. A Doom Slayer held a battle standard in one hand, bearing the mark of the Gene Father. The black background with a red imprint showcased destruction and devastation. The Sentinels also held a battle standard, emblazoned with the Nur Stars insignia, a blue background with a bright yellow Nur Stars insignia. Laurels encircled a gladiolus, symbolizing unyielding spirit and victory, glory and conquest. The Custodes held high the imperial double-headed eagle banner, slowly walking to the rear of the mortal positions, looking at the Rangdan positions constructed within the collapsed ruins. A communication came through the channel. Commander Autumn's orders arrived promptly. Annihilate the filthy Xenos. Mortals break through the defiled one's lines. A roar erupted from the Argent Nur front line, and a black-armored warrior charged out of the line, moving at terrifying speed. There were 8,000 remaining Rangdan soldiers gathered here. A breach had to be opened in their sturdy defensive line. The Doom Slayer led the charge, plunging into the enemy ranks. He wielded a double-headed dimensional greatsword, gripping the hilt in the middle. The afterimages created by the twin-bladed sword danced like a dimensional shield, devouring the Rangdan's plasma shots. "I am Alistair, I am a Doom Slayer," he roared, his inner savagery bursting forth. Those suitable for the Doom Slayer soul trial often became aloof and cold in personality. But Alistair was not. He was the most ferocious warrior. There was a thunder mark on his black armor. This warrior had participated in the Unification Wars, purging the Thunder Warriors. Alistair, the sharpest berserker. Wielding a double-bladed greatsword in a blur of light, he charged forward, deflecting weapons with dimensional blades. The Rangdan panicked, focusing their fire on that black phantom, terrified he would reach them. In their psychic perception, the human roaring as he charged seemed no longer human, but a blazing inferno of rage. His fury was so real, his killing intent undisguised, piercing the Rangdan's mental world. They had to stop Alistair from getting close, daring not to face him directly, fearing their minds would be scorched by that ray of sunlight. With the Rangdan's attention drawn, the mortal auxiliary army behind John seized the opportunity. An endless stream of automated combat droids advanced, their powerful firepower suppressing the front line, instantly making the Rangdan afraid to show their heads. When the numbers surpassed a critical point, a large number of four-legged combat droids attacked, forming an impenetrable web of fire. Equipped with 4 specially designed large-caliber weapons, the automated combat droids fought alongside the infantry, providing heavy fire support. large-caliber electromagnetic weapons, heavy supercharged lasers, incinerating rays, and plasma armor piercers. The four weapon types combined, their caliber expanded to the maximum the automated combat droids could carry. At a glance, the machines were half a man's height, and apart from the chassis, weapons filled all the space in their upper bodies. In an instant, the firepower unleashed on the Argent Nerve front line rapidly raised the temperature of the battlefield. Various high-energy rays combined to kill Rangdan elite warriors. The Argent Nerve mortal auxiliary army, in complex terrain, had been ambushed and slaughtered by Rangdan warriors. Now that the Xenos were trapped within their positions, it was only natural to unleash their firepower, killing the Rangdan to avenge their fallen comrades. The firepower unleashed by the mortal's astonished Urian, who shook his head inwardly, analyzing the fire density with a warrior's instinct. The Grand Master ultimately concluded that even space marines, if surrounded, would gain no advantage against such fire suppression. Although their reaction speed was faster, the continuous line of fire would make it impossible for space marines to lift their heads. "Charge!" Urian roared, being the first to break from the Legion's line and launch a final assault on the Rangdan. Any later, and it might be too late. Alistair had plunged into the Rangdan position, his figure flitting like a phantom. Each rotation of his double-bladed greatsword sliced through any Xenos in his path. That unstoppable warrior let out a wild roar, charging through the enemy lines like a beast. He roared again, "Abominations, yield to me." The hilt of his double-bladed greatsword split in the middle, transforming into two single-handed greatswords, and he began a dance of unrivaled prowess among the Rangdan. Around John were the remnants of Rangdan bioweapons, and wherever he passed, a wave of death surged, his individual might making the Rangdan tremble. With such a vanguard charging, the auxiliary army naturally followed quickly, using automated combat droids as shields, pushing forward with continuous fire suppression. In just 2 minutes, the first automated combat droid climbed onto the Rangdan position. Although it was destroyed immediately, more machines followed closely, their 4 mechanical legs marching with determined, unstoppable strides onto the position. The Rangdan resisted desperately, the firing speed of their plasma guns slowing as continuous firing caused the weapons to overheat. They experienced a despair they had once inflicted upon other races. With a massive army of slaves, they didn't need any tactics, just to overwhelm and crush the enemy's defenses. Now the Rangdan experienced despair, as cold, emotionless machines continuously pressed forward, collapsing their front line. Retreat, there was no other option but retreat. But now there was no way out. The machine's orderly advance told the Rangdan's death knell. The Sentinels and the auxiliary army advanced together. They did not charge quickly, maintaining the same speed as the mortals, providing some auxiliary assistance. The gleaming Emperor's custodians also did not charge, distributed within the mortal lines, cooperating with the slow advance of the front. The Doom Slayers brought up the rear, holding the line to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The superhuman warriors all understood that in this battle, the mortals were the main protagonists. The mortal auxiliary army needed a great victory to earn honor and forge a true military spirit. Even the First Legion was a bit slower, the Space Marines assisting the mortals' offensive. Only a small assault team charged towards the Rangdan command post. Urian, escorted by Terminators, held a force field shield in his left hand, charging towards the target he had been longing for. Rangdan Warmaster Lolos. In front of the Rangdan line, the Grand Master let out a thunderous roar, calling out to his opponent. "Urian Bendegar!" A response came from the Rangdan line. This time, Lolos answered Urian with a shriek. They called out to each other amidst the chaos of battle and found each other's traces. The moment their eyes met, their gazes clashed in the air as if swords were striking, producing intense sparks. Warmaster Lolos, in his orange-red bioarmor, was unusually tall, holding 2 bone blades, and his omnidirectional bionic legs turned, charging towards the Grand Master. Urian in black armor, serious and silent, holding a force field shield and power armor, his boots crushing rubble, charged without hesitation towards the Xeno Warmaster. "I will have you buried with me." Lolos shrieked mournfully, sweeping his two bone blades to the right, poised to decapitate the Grand Master. Urian ducked, evading the sweep, then slid to Lolo's left, thrusting his power sword. "Buried with a foul creature like you? I have no such interest." The power sword's disintegrating field flickered, piercing the right flank of the bioarmor, decomposing the functional organs within into molecules. Lolos shrieked in pain, the feedback from his pain system sending sharp stings through his cerebral cortex. He endured the pain, rotating his upper body, and using the advantage of the turn, swept his bone blades out again. Clang tilde tilde tilde. HMPH. Urian grunted, a sharp pain shooting through his shield-holding left hand, and he was sent flying by the furious force, shield and all. He landed on the ground, his armor scraping against the gravel with a rustling sound, sliding several meters before stopping. In a brief moment, Urian immediately stood up from the ground, dust coating his armor. Lolos raised his blades and pursued, his omnidirectional legs moving somewhat uncoordinatedly. The previous sword thrust had injured a vital part of his bioarmor. Though Urian appeared disheveled, he was not fatally wounded, and he uttered a mocking remark, "A beast with no skill." He immediately pressed forward, closing in on Lolos, raising his left-hand shield to its highest point, blocking the bone blade at close range to prevent further momentum. A crisp sound rang out. The shield blocked a downward-chopping bone blade, its power indeed severely diminished. The power sword parried, blocking a sweeping bone blade. The Rangdan Warmaster's strength made the longsword tremble. Urian's mind raced, and he subtly tilted the longsword inward to deflect the force. Bone blade and sword edge scraped, the disintegrating fields tearing at each other, the blades sparking with lightning. Urian again lowered his body, retracting his shield and longsword, dodging Lolo's double attack. He slid again, thrusting his power sword, piercing the bioarmor at the waist, the sharp blade emerging from Lolo's lower back. "You damnable rat!" Lolos shrieked, his painful wail echoing across the battlefield, making the Warmaster's guards anxious. Unfortunately, all Rangdan were currently tied up, and no one could break away to provide support. Why, Lolos couldn't understand. His height and strength were superior, his movements more agile, yet he couldn't hit the human's body, letting him escape again and again while constantly launching counterattacks. Organs under the ribs damaged, waste organs damaged, bionutrients flowing from the ruptured holes. If this continued, the bioarmor would lose its power source, becoming a lifeless object at the mercy of others. "A beast with no skill," Urian repeated his words. What is skill? Lolos couldn't understand. Is skill truly that important? A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and an idea came to mind. He could defeat the human's superior moves even without skill. So he charged again, extending his two bionic arms, his two bone blades attacking in a cross pattern, like pincers biting at the black-armored warrior. Seeing the Rangdan Warmaster's guard wide open again, he rejoiced, raising his shield and striding forward, ready to repeat the previous scene. The shield blocked one bone blade, the longsword parried the other bone blade, but the anticipated struggle of strength did not come. Not good. Urian's inner self realized something was wrong, but it was too late to withdraw. Lolo's figure did not stop. He strode forward, his outstretched arms forming an embrace, pulling Urian into his chest. "Now you have nowhere to escape." The Xeno Warmaster grinned viciously, intending to crush Urian in his embrace. Urian had no escape. In a life-or-death decision, he raised his longsword and aimed it at Lolo's control room. Bioarmor and ceramite armor embraced, and Lolo's tentacles from behind struck out, single-molecule blades piercing towards the Grand Master. In an instant, Pain surged as the single-molecule blades penetrated the ceramite armor. Urian turned his head to dodge the blade but felt his second heart pierced, his liver shredded by the blade, and multiple parts of his back impaled by the sharp blades. Urian felt a wave of dizziness, and multiple organs within his body activated to maintain his bodily functions. His laramen organ immediately took effect, with laramen cells rapidly secreting to staunch the bleeding wounds on his body. His heart thumped violently, ensuring his brain received ample blood supply for timely thought. Combat stims from his power armor were instantly injected, temporarily returning his severely wounded body to its peak. Calls from Legion warriors reached his ears, his consciousness instantly cleared, and Urian tightened his grip on the sword hilt which was about to slip, thrusting it forward with force. "There's no way I'm dying with you." Blood spurted from his breathing grill as Urian's power sword pierced through Lolo's bioarmor. The disintegration field shredded internal organs, advancing unstoppably, piercing through the diaphragm within the bioarmor. Lolo's had been congratulating himself on his certain victory, but his armor suddenly blared an alarm as the glint of a sharp blade appeared in the cockpit. "No," it let out a shrill, unwilling cry, manipulating its bionic arms with force, trying to pull the human in its embrace away. But the blade didn't withdraw. Instead, it drew closer and closer, the disintegrating lightning swirling around it, evaporating the bionutrient fluid. Outside, Urian, with one hand holding the sword thrust in, used his other hand to grip a protrusion on the bioarmor, pushing the sword deeper. Two bionic arms gripped his waist, and the power sword transmitted a stretching alarm, yet it couldn't deter his resolve. "Go away, go away." As the longsword continued to press closer, Lolo's voice was tinged with a whimper, now utterly panicked. If it had been a swift decapitation, it would have felt no fear, but the steadily approaching death terrified the Xeno's War Master. It could feel the disintegrating lightning gnawing at its body, slowly breaking its form apart. Lolo's body recoiled, pressing against the edge of the cockpit, its tentacles pushing forward with maximum effort to retreat. The longsword continued its advance, pressing against its dark green, brain-like body, piercing the wrinkled skin and disintegrating the green brain tissue. Blood gushed from Urian's mouth, and he felt his waist was about to break. His vision began to blacken, his brain incessantly blared alarms, and his Susan membrane began to take effect. He was about to be forcibly put into stasis. "Die." His lungs were filled with blood, making his words sound hollow. Finally, Urian mustered his last strength, thrusting the longsword into Lolo's cockpit. "Heh heh." The bioarmor ceased movement, and he knew he had killed his enemy, letting out a relieved laugh. His will instantly relaxed, and Urian fell from Lolo's embrace, collapsing into the arms of a Legion warrior. Too much had happened in this flash of lightning. The Legion guard rushed forward, caught his body, and took him to the rear for treatment. With the War Master slain, the Rangdan morale plummeted, and the Xenos were overwhelmed by the Nur auxiliary army in despair. The enraged First Legion dragged away the remains of the Rangdan War Master Lolos. They intended to make a specimen of it. Victory! The mortal auxiliary army stood on high ground, shouting, planting their banners in the piles of Rangdan corpses, declaring the end of the ground war. Victory! The roar like a mountain and a tsunami echoed through communications. The auxiliary army shed tears of excitement. They finally felt the reality of victory, tasting its sweet flavor. The ground-clearing war ended, and space operations were also nearing their conclusion. The battle moon was destroyed, the Rangdan lost their interstellar anchor, and their fleet morale was low. Just as the Rangdan intended to retreat, the human fleet pounced, engaging them in a fierce battle, completely cutting off any thoughts of escape. The star-filled void was littered with the wreckage of warships. In the human fleet's counterattack, few Rangdan warships remained. At the edge of the star system, warp light flared, and stragglers, dragging the exhaustion of defeat, left the Morse solar system. Russ boarded the Rangdan flagship, leading his wolf guard to kill the Rangdan Warmaster, claiming his share of the glory. Ultimately, in the battle for the more solar system, humanity paid a heavy price to defeat the Rangdan. Blazkowicz stepped down from the command throne, letting out a sigh of relief. The fleet had lost 30% of its ships, with no warship intact. Repairs were necessary. The 1st Legion fleet suffered over 50% losses. If not for the 3 Gloriana-class battleships, the losses would have been even more severe. The Abomination exemplar was severely damaged, with 40% of its hull compromised, teetering on the brink of sinking. The Space Wolves fleet lost 2/5 of its ships. The Space Wolves fought bravely and fiercely, charging into enemy fleets, relentlessly clinging to the foe and holding back the Rangdan warships. After this battle, the human side lost over 200 capital ships in total, destroying nearly 500 Rangdan capital ships and 3 battle moons. The most abundant spoils of war, however, were tens of thousands of elite Rangdan warriors. Humanity concluded its first engagement with the Rangdan with a respectable victory. Blazkowicz stood by the Royal Majesty's viewport, watching wreckage drift by, mixed with frozen human corpses and the grotesque bodies of Rangdan slave soldiers. He gazed into the profound, deep space, the stirring in his heart gradually subsiding. The Rangdan War was temporarily over. Both sides needed to lick their wounds, awaiting the next, more intense clash. Notify Terra to send construction personnel to fortify Morse into a fortress star system. He wanted to transform Morse into a bridgehead, the first line of defense against the Rangdan. The Rangdan's arrival at Morse was by no means accidental. They intended to use it as a springboard to expand towards the Imperium, and the next battle would likely occur in this nearby sector. Early arrangements now would prevent the predicament of war reigniting. Blazkowicz did not turn back, continuously making post-war arrangements. Use my authority to notify the 5th Legion to dispatch more scout fleets to locate the Rangdan Empire's territory and homeworld. Keep all legions on high alert. The Rangdan priority is raised to the highest, and if Morse faces any further changes, nearby legions must provide swift support. The military conscription authority, issued by the Emperor, was to allow Blazkowicz to act expediently, to handle situations like today's. Notify the Nurstars to prevent Rangdan infiltration. They know nothing about us and will surely seek to gather our intelligence. Sophia, behind him, noted down her master's instructions, having the Astropath choir transmit them one by one. Oh, that's right. Blazkowicz turned to ask Sophia, how are the banquets coming along? He had never forgotten his promise to Russ, to host a banquet for the Space Wolves, to reward the Space Wolves for their aid. Coaxing Russ into the most brutal battle with a feast, this small matter must not disappoint his brother. Preparations have begun, Sophia replied calmly and slowly. The garden deck is being cleaned, removing traces of war, and will soon be ready for the banquet. Very good, thank you. Blazkowicz smiled at her. If not for Sophia, his chief steward, he would have had to arrange all of this himself. Serving you is my vow. Sophia lifted her skirt, curtsied elegantly, and slowly faded away. The fleet gathered its remaining forces within the star system, assembling at their respective positions to consolidate the specific losses after the war. In a battle of such immense scale, the deaths and sacrifices were countless. For high-ranking officials like Blazkowicz, it might just be numbers reported, but a somber atmosphere permeated the human fleet. Countless shipboard thralls lost their lives in the battle. A single breached airlock on a warship meant the sacrifice of many mortals. The fleet dispatched specialized ships to recover bodies, committing their comrades' remains to the star, allowing them to sleep with the light. As for the vile Xenos, plasma incinerators were their final resting place. The two were essentially no different, yet represented two distinct meanings. Some were to be hated, others to be remembered. Soon, several Terran days later, a large amount of data was compiled before Blazkowicz. Send fast ships back to Terra and bring back medals when they return. Blazkowicz rubbed his temples, and after verifying everything, sent it to Terra. The data was vast and voluminous, containing not only casualty figures, but also a massive amount of meritorious service to be recognized. This kind of data-based information could not be transmitted via astropaths. Its complexity was one reason. Another was the difficulty for astropaths to accurately describe precise numbers. "My brother, is your banquet ready?" Russ sent a holographic communication, his wild face showing a hint of fatigue. The Space Wolves had suffered significant losses, and Russ suppressed his sorrow, showing his most unfeeling side. "It is ready," Blazkowicz nodded gravely. He was grateful for Russ' magnanimity, fighting with all his might during the operation, silently enduring the Legion's losses after the war and bearing the grief of his son's sacrifices. It was time for a good drink, to wash away sorrow and rekindle morale. Blazkowicz looked at Russ, everything unspoken. "Once the fleet has finished its affairs, I will drink with you to our heart's content. The men of Fenris await Argent Nur's hospitality." Russ grinned broadly, making Blazkowicz sometimes wonder if his brother was truly foolish or just pretending. "We will certainly not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 65 Victory. Urian woke from his slumber, his injuries already healed. He donned his robe and immediately set off, taking a shuttle from the indomitable Truth to the Royal Majesty. The Grand Master knew the war was over, but his own culpability had yet to be judged. He had fabricated an excuse to move troops without authorization, leading the Legion into an Xeno's trap. Had the Primarch's rescue not been timely, the First Legion might have suffered heavy losses. On the brightly lit bridge, Blazkowicz dismissed everyone else, his gaze scrutinizing the Grand Master. Urian's muscular body was wrapped in coarse linen, his head bowed, his expression hidden by his lowered gaze. Blazkowicz held a scroll of confession in his left hand, in which the Grand Master took all the blame upon himself. "Urian Bendegger," he called the name of the kneeling man, asking in a deep, slow voice, "Was it all you're doing alone?" His eyes narrowed with a sharp glint, like blades, cutting through the Grand Master's flesh, sinews, and bones, examining his inner self. Urian felt naked. In the Primarch's gaze, there were no secrets he could conceal. Despite this, the person responsible for the First Legion stiffened his neck and said in a low voice, "It was all my doing alone." As he spoke, his body involuntarily tensed, and his fists clenched slightly, masking the tremor in his heart. The Grand Master, accustomed to hiding his emotions, now lied before the Primarch, but his attempt was clumsy and poor. "Heh heh." A laugh came from the throne, but it was cold and devoid of emotion. The Primarch chuckled, clearly amused. Hearing the emotionless laugh, the Grand Master's head drooped even lower, his strong body contracting and tensing, not daring to show any emotion. He knew very well that his lie was childish and ridiculous in the Primarch's eyes, and had been seen through the moment it was uttered. But Urian chose to conceal it, not to deceive the Primarch, but to convey an attitude. That the Grand Master of the First Legion was willing to bear the blame alone. Blazkowicz was not angry about the deliberate concealment. He continued to ask, who was the mastermind behind the unauthorized deployment of troops? "It was I," Urian quickly replied. "To gain temporary authority over the army, I had the Legion's battleships impersonate Xandan vessels and trespass into the Shana star system." This time, he answered very quickly, without any hesitation in his words. Blazkowicz nodded from his throne. He detected no lies from the Grand Master's physiological changes. It seemed the plan to seize power was indeed led by the Grand Master. Blazkowicz pondered for a moment, then finally spoke softly. "Then I shall consider it your doing alone." Hearing the Primarch's words, Urian's head drooped even lower, a sigh of relief escaping his heart, and his tone instantly relaxed a few points. "Thank you for your mercy, great scion of the Emperor, Primarch." "Your doing alone?" These words from the Primarch meant he would not delve deeper. All sins and faults would be borne by him alone. The glorious honor of the First Legion would not be stained by ignominious punishment due to this transgression. No, I think you've misunderstood. Blazkovich's voice sent Urian into an icy abyss, his relieved worries resurfacing. You will be punished, relieved of your duties as Grand Master, choose a suitable successor, and then stand guard in the more solar system, vigilant against another Xandan attack. Your life will be spared, so you may reflect deeply on your mistakes, atoning for the fallen warriors who sacrificed their vibrant lives for your personal desires. The authoritative voice delivered the verdict. This was not a court, but the Primarch's words carried more authority than any court. Urian had no objection to his punishment, and even thanked the Primarch for his mercy. Instead of destroying his guilty body, his life was spared, allowing him to continue to shine and contribute for the rest of his days. Thank you for your mercy. Urian's voice was full of gratitude, thanking the Primarch for his magnanimity. Urian accepted this personal punishment completely. He would guard the more solar system with his guilty body. Regarding the First Legion, Blazkovich's voice faltered slightly here. Although he had the authority to punish the First Legion, he was not, after all, the Legion's Gene-Father. The Primarch's hesitation made Urian's body tremble. The fate of the Legion was far more important than his personal safety. The Grand Master was willing to die 10,000 deaths to secure a lighter punishment for the First Legion. After deep thought, Blazkovich announced the punishment for the First Legion. The First Legion will proceed to Shana, docking at the Forge World for 2 years, during which time they are not permitted to participate in the Great Crusade. 2 years is enough time for you to repair your ships, and also enough time for you to rest and reflect on whether the Legion's path has gone astray. The First Legion was once the most glorious Legion, but you know its current state better than I do. Your excessive pursuit of glory has led you away from the true path of glory. To the outside, I will declare that the First Legion is recuperating from battle wounds. Internally, it is a suspension for reflection on your mistakes. Having stated the First Legion's punishment, Blazkovich looked at the Grand Master. Urian Bendegger, do you have any objections? Absolutely no objections. Urian knelt, bowing low and exclaiming, Again, thank you for your mercy, for allowing the First Legion to preserve its honor. His words were sincere, and the great weight in his heart finally lifted. The Primarch's punishment was comprehensive, punishing the Legion while preserving its honor. Keeping the Legion out of the Great Crusade for 2 years was roughly the time needed to repair the warships, and indeed, it would allow the Legion to rest. Even before Urian took over as Grand Master, he was aware of the various issues within the Legion. It was time for the Legion to pause, for its warriors to reflect on themselves and to escape the vortex of error. You may go now, let the First Legion reflect well. Blazkovich waved his hand, dismissing Urian. Urian rose from the floor, bowed, and slowly retreated. You are still too merciful. After Urian left, the secret chamber behind the throne opened, and Russ slowly emerged. If they dared to fool me like that, every single high-ranking officer of the First Legion would be thrown into the Fenrisian ice wastes to feed the wolves. Though he spoke such words, Russ' demeanor showed respect. He had arrived on the royal majesty earlier, but not wanting to embarrass the Grand Master, he had simply hidden in the secret chamber. Blazkovich shook his head. Urian will live the rest of his life in guilt for his brothers, and the First Legion will have its behavior curbed, halting its quest for glory to reflect on its mistakes. Let's go. He stood up and looked at Russ, inviting his brother to the garden deck. Let's sample the fine wines of Argent Nur. Go, go, go. Russ grabbed Blazkovich's arm, intimately pulling his brother away from the bridge. I couldn't wait any longer. The two walked shoulder to shoulder through the bright, simple corridor, taking an elevator to the garden deck. Your flagship is indeed better than mine. Along the way, Russ exclaimed in wonder, his golden beast eyes taking in the decorations of the royal majesty. This Glory Queen-class battleship had been reborn, Its corridors were exceptionally wide, always illuminated by soft light. Various intricate high-tech devices and different types of robots moved about, maintaining the ship's normal operation. In contrast, the Imperial warships felt somewhat lifeless, with countless steel and pipes and relatively cramped and narrow corridors. Blazkowicz quickly shook his head, humbly pointing out the difference between the two. It's just a difference in style. The Raffinkel has a strong Fenrisian aesthetic. That's true. Russ' lips curved into a smile. A child does not despise its mother's ugliness, nor a dog its poor home. Fenris was his homeworld and his pride. However, Blazkowicz's expression turned serious. If you want some artillery upgrades, you can send the fleet to Argent Nur. He was very grateful for Russ' assistance, and naturally he wanted to reciprocate. Really? Russ' Golden Beast eyes gleamed with excitement. He had coveted Argent Nur's ship weapon systems for a long time. Argent Nur's weapons not only had a long range, but also far surpassed the power of equivalent Imperial weapons. If used on the Space Wolves fleet, the firepower would more than double. Effectively enhancing the fleet's combat power would be a huge boost to the crusade. Indeed, Blazkowicz affirmed, never stingy with his repayment. Good, good, good. Russ broke into a wide smile, slapping Blazkowicz's broad back with one hand, repeating good 3 times. The fleet is severely damaged. I won't go to the Forge world for repairs. I'll head to the Nur Stars to upgrade the fleet's firepower and repair the fleet at the same time. Once this matter is settled, we can go together. Blazkowicz nodded in agreement. The first fleet was severely damaged and had to return to port for repairs and resupply. Russ was overjoyed, raising his arm to embrace Blazkowicz's shoulder, a fanged grin on his face. Coming to assist this time, though the losses were considerable, the gains were also immense. Not only had they annihilated the Xenos fleet and gained great honor, but they could also elevate the fleet's combat power to a new level. Now, thinking it over, the sacrifice of his sons was worth it. With the enhancement of Argent Nur weapons, more of his wolf cubs would survive in future battles. The 2 Primarchs walked into the garden deck, signaling the official start of the banquet. The garden deck, 20 kilometers long, 5 kilometers wide, and 100 meters high, was the most magnificent deck on the battleship. The ceiling was a holographic projection of a blue sky, offering an incredibly open view, and the artificial light was soft and warm, as if one were bathed in natural sunlight. Looking around, the banquet area in the garden was filled with tables and chairs, with 10,000 gilded dining tables scattered like stars, delicate porcelain plates resting on their surfaces. Blazkowicz surveyed the garden's layout from the transparent elevator, nodding in approval. Sophia's arrangements were very reasonable. 1,000 custodians, rarely out of their battle armor, wore golden silk robes, their expressions relaxed with a hint of arrogance. Their seats were in a corner of the garden's core circle, to highlight the custodians' extraordinary status. The Doom Slayers sat alongside the custodians. This arrangement did not seem out of place. Their gene surgery was handled by the custodians, and the 2 had deep ties, so this arrangement was both logical and held a hidden meaning. The Sentinels sat next to the Destroyer warriors. Both were Blazkowicz's warriors, and it was fitting for them to be so close. Nearby were high-ranking members from the Space Wolves and the First Legion, with fine wine and fresh fruits laid out before them. Finally, there were members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with several Mechanicus sages attending the banquet. They looked around, whispering to each other as they observed the garden's layout. In the center of the core circle stood a massive table. This giant table was paired with 2 enormous chairs, and extending from their sides were 20 high chairs, occupied by the true high-ranking officials. Water flowed gently in the garden. A faint floral scent permeated the air, and fountains sprayed water in varying heights to the accompaniment of soothing music. Despite such a relaxing environment, the atmosphere was incredibly serious. The First Legion Space Marines polished their armor, which gleamed black and sat upright in their chairs. Even the boisterous wolves lowered their voices when conversing. The two Primarchs appeared in the transparent elevator, descending amidst the gazes of all, and entered the garden banquet. With a rustle, everyone present stood up, showing their respect for the Primarchs. 100,000 space marines stood, the clatter of their armor perfectly synchronized, as the warriors did not want to lose face in front of their kin. Before the round table, the two Primarchs stood with their tall physiques. "Today we gather here." Blazkovich's deep voice resonated through the audio system, reaching everyone's ears. As the host of the banquet, he needed to state the theme. This was a necessary courtesy, intended to clarify the purpose and significance of the banquet to the guests. The War of Rangdan has achieved a phased victory, and for this we celebrate. Blazkovich and Russ leaned down to accept the wine glasses presented by the attendants, raising the rich red liquid. "Let us toast to victory." Russ bared his fangs, raised his glass, and roared skyward, "Victory!" "Victory!" Everyone followed the Primarchs with fervent cheers, their combined voices making the wine glasses vibrate. "For this victory, we have sacrificed too much." Blazkovich's expression carried a hint of solemnity as he placed his wine glass before him. "To those who sacrificed." With that, the two Primarchs poured wine onto the floor, the first sip dedicated to those who sacrificed for victory. "To the sacrificed." A heavy, low chant, and many eyes welled up at the thought of their fallen brothers and comrades. "Please be seated." Blazkovich gestured with a raised hand, indicating for Russ to sit first. As the host of the banquet, one needed to show courtesy and guide the distinguished guest to be seated first. Russ, not standing on ceremony, made a please gesture with his hand, walked to the large round table, and took his seat on the right. A rustle. Another round of seating sounds, as the banquet attendees sat down along with the Primarchs. The music resumed, and attendants dressed in white silk garments emerged from all directions, arranged in neat rows. They moved with light steps and graceful postures, standing in pairs before each table, serving the victorious army with courtly etiquette. Robot dining carts entered, bringing in delicious dishes, which the attendants then placed on the tables. "This is truly good. I'm starting to look forward to the trip to Argent Nur." Russ couldn't help but nod. The magnificent court etiquette was indeed well suited for important occasions. With his brother's affirmation of Argent Nur's culture, Blazkovich couldn't help but smile. "It will surely satisfy you." He involuntarily puffed out his chest. The thoroughness of Argent Nur's etiquette was a profound heritage unbroken for thousands of years. "These foods are also excellent." Russ, with his keen sense of smell, twitched his nostrils continuously, catching the aromas in the air. Blazkovich introduced them to him. Meat beasts cultivated on agricultural worlds, carefully raised, uniformly slaughtered, then placed into stasis field warehouses to lock in their most exquisite flavor. The delicacies served by the attendants were all premium products from Argent Nur's agricultural worlds, used to entertain the most distinguished guests. For this banquet, Blazkovich specially allocated a ship to transport food and hospitality supplies. "That's too extravagant. It must require a lot of material resources, right?" Russ licked his lips, marveling at the food while sensing his brother's thoughtfulness in preparing the banquet. "These are normal material provisions." Blazkovich shook his head and explained to him. "The Nur stars are now rich in resources. There used to be little difference in food, clothing, and daily necessities between royalty and commoners." Russ' eyes widened in shock, and he turned to his brother to ask, "This is normal provision?" "Yes," Blazkovich nodded and said, "the people of Argent Nur, if they contribute enough, can enjoy these material guarantees." "Tusk, tusk, tusk." Russ shook his head, clicking his tongue. He truly hadn't expected that even ordinary people could enjoy these provisions. He was deeply moved and increasingly yearned to witness the Nur stars under his brother's rule with his own eyes. "Heh heh." Russ cleared his throat and said to the attendant beside him, Madam, please inform the kitchen that we need a large amount of wine and meat. Especially for those people. He raised his hand, pointing towards the space wolves. Bring plenty of good wine and good meat. Knowing that his brother was rolling in wealth, Russ had no more reservations, intending to eat back all the physical energy expended in battle. As you command, my lord. The attendant's voice was soft and pleasing to the ear, and she performed a courtly bow before leaving. You wouldn't mind, would you? Russ feigned an air of seriousness, asking earnestly, Don't be pained. You can eat your fill. Blazkowicz didn't mind at all, generously waving his hand for his brother to do as he pleased. Then I truly won't be polite. Russ smirked, stood up from his chair, and shouted, pointing at the Space Wolves' position. Space Wolves. The Space Wolves responded with a howl to their Gene father. Eat your fill, drink your fill. The Wolf Lord's wild roar ignited the atmosphere of the banquet. There's plenty of wine and meat here. To the Primarch, the Space Wolves raised their glasses towards Blazkowicz, offering sincere blessings. To the Space Wolves, Blazkowicz filled his glass with fine wine, raised it to the wolves, and drank its contents in one gulp. The banquet atmosphere immediately relaxed, shedding some of its seriousness, and the feast officially began. This is truly comfortable. Russ gulped down the wine in his glass, narrowing his eyes to savor its mellow taste. I've been looking forward to this sip for a long time. Oh, his brother's words made Blazkowicz somewhat curious. Could it be that you've tasted it elsewhere? My lord, Sophia appeared at the opportune moment, leaning close to his ear to explain. In the Gateway star system, Argent Nur's fine wine is very popular, and rogue traders vie to purchase it. So that's it. He suddenly understood. Russ must have purchased it from rogue traders. Those unscrupulous merchants. Speaking of rogue traders, Russ gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. They actually tried to trade a transport ship for 1 crate of wine from me. Hearing this price, Blazkowicz's heart also trembled, and he turned to ask Sophia, Are our goods that expensive? Not yours. Before Sophia could speak, Russ answered for her. It's the rogue traders reselling goods, turning them over for thousands of times the price. Such things are hard to stop. Blazkowicz shook his head helplessly. Merchants have always pursued profit, and hoarding goods for speculation is common. You didn't trade for it, did you? His eyes flickered with a strange light as he observed Russ, who was drinking heartily. 1 crate of wine, 1 transport ship. Russ couldn't possibly have traded for it, but how did he get to drink it? Heh heh, Russ grinned, stroking the wolf's mane under his jaw. The galaxy is dangerous and pirates are everywhere. You really are? Blazkowicz paused for a moment, shocked by his brother's cunning. So you robbed them? I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Russ shook his head with a touch of roguish charm. Don't slander your brother. Drink, drink. He quickly urged Blazkowicz to drink, changing the subject. Today we must drink until we drop. Just as the two brothers were clinking glasses, a massive fleet was traveling through the warp, arriving at the Morse solar system. A Gloriana-class battleship led the way, with the ancient Roman numeral II carved on her side. Gene Father, ahead is the Morse solar system. A warrior of the 2nd Legion reported to the tall figure standing by the viewport. The man did not speak, the mottled patterns of the warp reflected in his eyes. He merely nodded in silence. The tall figure remained silent, yet his paint-black eyes seemed to hold a myriad of words. He stared intently at the warp, his thoughts drifting to an unknown place. My lord, should we inform our allies of our arrival? The Legion commander hesitated, not daring to presume the Gene Father's thoughts. No need, they already know. The tall figure finally spoke, his voice slow and heavy. Indeed, as the giant said, Blazkowicz and Russ knew of the fleet's arrival. My lords, a fleet is approaching in the warp, Francisca's soft voice echoed in the ethereal space. The navigator rarely left her stasis pod, constantly monitoring the warp's movements. Hearing her report, Blazkowicz's large hand, holding a wine glass, paused. He did not clink glasses with Russ. The latter's golden eyebrows furrowed as he pondered who would arrive at such a moment. The representatives seated at the Primarch's table immediately fell silent, simultaneously ceasing their actions, awaiting the Primarch's move. Blazkowicz waved his hand, and Russ nodded, indicating that they need not be nervous and the banquet should continue. They never doubted it was an enemy. The Rangdan could not possibly return so quickly. The approaching fleet could only be an allied force. It's an Imperial ship. Sophia's projection slowly approached, holding up an image of the warship. 2nd Legion markings. 2nd Legion? Russ' brow relaxed, and he raised it slightly, pouring wine into his mouth as he spoke. A rare guest indeed. What's wrong? Blazkowicz continued to drink, detecting a flatness in his brother's tone, an unusual flatness. He asked Russ, "Do you know anything about him?" "Not much," Russ shook his head and shrugged helplessly. "I've never met him, but I've heard many rumors." Horus fought alongside him and spoke highly of him, saying our never-before-met brother had the talent of a war master. Isn't that a very good evaluate? Blazkowicz was slightly puzzled as to why Russ was so cold towards his 2nd Legion brother. His behavior is a bit strange. Russ put down his wine glass, refilling it as he spoke. I always feel like he doesn't fit in with us. After he returned, he rarely communicated with outsiders and was very indifferent to everything around him. HMPH, Russ snorted, his eyes looking at Blazkowicz as he said indignantly. Once, when I returned to Terra on business, he was also on Terra. I sent an invitation to visit, but he refused me. Such a thing happened? Blazkowicz's thick eyebrows furrowed. That brother was indeed a bit excessive. To refuse a visit from a blood brother, without considering any consequences, was indeed somewhat inhuman. He believed Russ' invitation was not problematic. His brother's roughness was superficial. His heart was warm and delicate, far surpassing those seemingly elegant nobles. Russ pointed at his own nose and scoffed, stating a reason with displeasure. Perhaps he was afraid I'd smell his strange odor. Blazkowicz chuckled, amused by him, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed Russ had quite a few opinions about that brother. That man is very strange. Russ didn't mind, continuing to list various anomalies. Before and after his return, the 2nd Legion's military system and style remained completely unchanged. The paint scheme hasn't changed, nor has the Legion's emblem. He hasn't even given his offspring a proper name. It's as if everything has nothing to do with him, isolating himself outside the Imperium. The more Blazkowicz listened, the more solemn his expression became. He placed his wine glass on the table, realizing the seriousness of the issue. His never-before-met brother, his actions were indeed puzzling. Not changing the paint scheme might be excusable. Perhaps he found it troublesome. The Legion emblem could also be explained as not having found anything suitable yet. But the matter of the Legion's name made Blazkowicz feel incredible. A Primarch is the Legion's father. The Legion is his child and needs to be given a proper name. Just like a mortal father naming his child. It is not only responsible for the Legion, but the Legion's name is one of its important honors, a symbol of strengthening the Space Marine's cohesion and sense of belonging. A father not naming his offspring is too bizarre and unbelievable. Russ saw his brother thinking, stuffed a mouthful of meat into his mouth, and his eyes showed strong disdain. He probably doesn't quite recognize the Imperium, making himself out to be a clean person, unwilling to participate in our dirty business. How did the Emperor find him? Blazkowicz quietly asked Russ. All signs indicated that his brother's origin should be the root of the problem. A ship, Russ immediately responded, having clearly investigated. He also had some suspicions. A ship? Yes, a ship, Russ nodded emphatically, his tone slightly hesitant. Then father killed all the crew and brought him back to the Imperium. Blazkowicz leaned towards Russ, asking in a voice only they could hear, Xenos. Though it was a question, he was already certain in his heart. Besides Xenos, there was no other reason to make the Emperor furious enough to kill all the crew. Even if it were an artificial intelligence, the Emperor would examine it, then hand the hot potato to Argent Nur, and then leisurely extract some benefits. Yes, Russ also leaned towards Blazkowicz, the two Primarchs whispering. He was with Xenos at the time, aimlessly exploring in the cosmos. Aimlessly, Russ scoffed again, asking Blazkowicz, "Do you believe that?" Blazkowicz slowly shook his head. He naturally wouldn't believe that a Primarch would be aimless. Most likely, he was exploring the universe with Xenos when he was unexpectedly encountered by the Emperor, interrupting his original plan. Perhaps to protect the Xenos, the brother chose to remain silent. "I cannot understand," Russ continued to lower his voice, "why he chose to associate with Xenos, yet alienated us who are bound by blood. Even if our upbringing was different, the hatred for Xenos is etched into our genes by father. Why would he abandon his dignity?" Blazkowicz said nothing, only shaking his head repeatedly. Having not met the person himself, he could not presume to judge a brother, even if the initial impression was conveyed by another close brother. "Later, be discreet and don't reveal too much Legion information," Blazkowicz pondered deeply, reminding Russ. "I feel things aren't that simple." "You know I'm a barbarian," Russ smiled knowingly, asking softly, "What have you noticed?" "Nothing," Blazkowicz denied Russ' questions, slowly telling him. "Our brother is shrouded in an unfathomable shadow. Until we understand it, it's best to be reserved." Russ listened and said no more, nodding in deep agreement. "Sophia," Blazkowicz thought for a few seconds, then finally summoned his most trusted person. "Have Urian come to see me." He gave Russ a look, asking his brother to cover for him. Russ understood, picked up his wine glass and stood up, drawing everyone's gaze to him. "Let us toast to victory," he shouted, drinking the fine wine from his cup with a look of exhilaration. The Space Marines raised their glasses, all standing to toast the Primarch. The Primarch's sudden movement left the Space Marines puzzled. They only thought the Wolf King was in a good mood from drinking. As for why the other Primarch was gone, that was not within their scope of consideration. Blazkowicz moved quickly, leaving the moment Russ stood up, so fast that the Space Marines couldn't react. In a secret room, Blazkowicz quickly issued instructions. "Prepare a path to the garden that doesn't expose our important information. Secretly inform our people to be more careful and not reveal too much in conversations." Sophia nodded silently, jotting down all her master's instructions, and the data center began issuing commands. Amidst the clinking of glasses at the banquet, Doom Slayers, who received psychic communications, sent coded messages to the Sentinels, covertly relaying instructions. They remained inconspicuous, merely mentioning a few secret codes in their conversations with comrades and colleagues. The Grand Master quietly excused himself and came to meet the Primarch in the secret room. He didn't know the meaning of this sudden summons. Blazkowicz looked at Urian, who had not yet stepped down, and asked with a serious expression, "Grand Master, do you trust me?" Urian's knees buckled under the weight of the topic, and he immediately knelt on one knee. "I trust you immensely." Blazkowicz squatted down and pulled Urian up, indicating that the Grand Master need not be nervous. "If you trust me, then try to expose as little specific information about your Legion as possible in front of the Second Legion Primarch." Urian had a million questions in his heart and was about to ask, but the Primarch interrupted him. "There is no why, just pure trust," Blazkowicz did not explain, looking down at the Grand Master. "How you interpret it is entirely up to you to consider. I will not force you." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Urian nodded, realizing that the First Legion seemed to be caught in a vortex. Blazkowicz nodded, said no more, turned and left the secret room, returning to everyone's view. The Primarch's return quickly drew attention. Odysseus' brows furrowed, his handsome face suddenly solemn, as he cast his gaze towards the Primarch and the Grand Master behind him, thoughts swirling in his emerald eyes. He turned his body and lowered his head, whispering to his custodes colleague in an imperceptible manner. The atmosphere among the custard seats subtly shifted, their conversations quietly tinged with something unusual. Urian returned to the Legion's seating, and as he spoke with the Legion's high-ranking officers, he subtly conveyed information using the Legion's secret language. Blazkowicz sat back down, and Russ immediately offered him a drink, inviting him to continue drinking. "I don't know if this is right or wrong," Blazkowicz murmured softly, a hint of hesitation in his voice. His brother's origins and intentions were a mystery, and it might not be wrong to be a bit more cautious strategically. But it was always too far-reaching, involving the First Legion in this. If one day his brother learned of it, he would surely harbor resentment. And he himself would eventually feel guilty for this extra vigilance and worry. "You and I are accomplices," Russ said, putting an arm around Blazkowicz's shoulder with an indifferent expression. "I think there's something a little off about him. An isolated person, someone who stands apart, might either try to please everyone or please no one. He can distance himself from the Legion and the Imperium. We can't be blamed for being wary of him." Blazkowicz sighed inwardly. Among the 20 Primarch brothers, it was impossible for him to get along well with everyone. Human nature tends towards groups, and even the extraordinary Primarchs could not escape factionalism. Now, with few brothers having returned, as more returned in the future, various complex relationships would gradually become entangled and difficult to resolve. What he could do now was try to maintain brotherly affection, at least superficially. Blazkowicz raised his goblet and clinked it with Russ, and the banquet continued, awaiting the arrival of their brother from the warp. The banquet on the Royal Majesty lasted a long time, and the Legion warriors gradually relaxed, moving around more frequently to deepen the bonds between cousins. As the banquet was in full swing, the glow of the warp suddenly appeared outside the porthole, a sign that the fleet was exiting the warp. Most people noticed it, and immediately recognized from the fleet's insignia that the Second Legion had arrived. The atmosphere grew even more lively. The arrival of a Gloriana-class battleship indicated that another Primarch had arrived. "Let's go," Blazkowicz said, pulling Russ up from the blanket on the floor. He had been drunk for a long time. "Let's go greet our brother." The latter immediately opened his golden eyes, extended a hand, and grabbed his brother's arm, pulling himself up from the ground. As white mist emanated from his body, the alcohol was immediately expelled, and his consciousness instantly cleared. Russ opened his large mouth, yawning and exhaling a strong smell of alcohol. "He's quite late." Blazkowicz nodded, gesturing for him to take the clothes held by the nearby maid. Russ' arms were covered in filth. Russ squatted down, took the clothes from the maid's hands, and grinned with a friendly smile. "Lady, you might need to step away for a moment." With that, ignoring the blushing maid, he tore off his robe, revealing his powerful physique, and changed his clothes in front of everyone. The chronicler of the Argent Nur Fleet's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to draw, recording the Primarch's artistic body with his agile brushstrokes. Many mortal female officers blushed, covering their mouths to suppress their gasps. They stood on tiptoes to watch, their eyes shimmering with admiration. The robust body, filled with masculine hormones, made the cheeks of the women present flush crimson. "This outfit suits you better," Russ said after changing his clothes. Blazkowicz offered a fair assessment, "like a beast scholar." Russ' golden hair gleamed, and his golden eyes were extremely wild, his wolf's mane neatly combed by the maid. He wore a winter-colored robe, adorned with light blue ice points, as if he had dressed himself in winter and snow, adding a touch of elegance to the Wolf King's wildness. A bit unaccustomed to the wide sleeves, Russ spread his arms, rotated them a few times, and rolled the wide sleeves up his arms. "It's all right, not too embarrassing." "Let's go to greet our brother." Blazkowicz raised his hand and pointed to Sophia, who held a holographic projection of a boarding request. Russ nodded, casually selected 10 wolf guards, and went with Blazkowicz to greet their blood brother. Blazkowicz, however, chose 10 Doom Slayers, not sending the Sentinels to greet him. He had deeper considerations. The Sentinels came from the Nur stars, and at the moment of their brother's arrival, they had already departed. The Iron Men invited to the banquet had also left. They were hidden away. It was no secret that Argent Nur had Iron Men, but the specifics were not widely known. The difference between a general statement and specific details was vast. The two arrived at the landing pad just as the Second Legion's shuttle arrived, the timing perfectly precise. The shuttle settled on the deck, its hatch slowly opening, and a tall figure emerged. Blazkowicz and Russ' eyes lit up. The brother before them truly lived up to the name of Primarch. He was as tall as Blazkowicz, and though his physique was obscured by his specialized steel-colored power armor, his face was slightly thin. His black hair reached his cheeks, a little messy with a hint of melancholy, his gaunt face exuding a unique majesty. Most striking were his silver-gray eyes, which added a touch of noble mystery. As he stepped out of the cabin, his silver-gray eyes moved, naturally spotting his two brothers. In the galaxy, only Primarchs possessed such tall, humanoid figures. As Blazkowicz watched his brother emerge from the cabin, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He sensed another presence at the rear of his brother's retinue. Among the Primarch's guard, clad in MK power armor, a disguised one was mixed in. His gaze quickly locked onto the disguised one, who was hiding third from the last in the Primarch's guard, indistinguishable from a regular Legion warrior. Alfreus, holding his banner, distinctly felt a gaze sweep over him. He looked with his peripheral vision, but Blazkowicz had already averted his eyes. Had he been exposed? Alfreus was very unsure. He didn't believe his brother's gaze was an accidental coincidence. As a professional agent, the most excellent infiltrator, his senses were exceptionally keen, and he never believed in so-called coincidences. Moribus soles. Just then, a steady voice broke the subtle moment. The sternness on the tall figure's face dissolved, revealing a friendly smile, as he introduced himself to his brothers in a calm voice. Blazkowicz Novik. Lemon Russ. The three Primarchs approached each other, their expressions showing the joy of meeting brothers and a hint of bloodkin affection. Russ' nose twitched a few times, as if he had discovered something, but he quickly concealed it. "Brother, please come with us. There's a banquet being held here," Blazkowicz said, warmly welcoming Solas and leading him towards the garden. The three Primarchs did not embrace. Wearing power armor made intimate gestures inconvenient. The two stood one on each side, with Solas in the middle, showing great respect. "It seems you have achieved a great victory," Solas said with a smile, congratulating his two brothers. The wreckage of warships in the star system indicated the brutality of the war here, and the ongoing banquet proved that humanity had achieved victory. These clues could be caught by ordinary people, let alone a Primarch. "Yes," Blazkowicz said, puffing out his chest proudly and declaring grandly, "a glorious great victory." Russ almost laughed out loud. His brother's body language was just right, his actions and expressions very deceptive. An uninformed person might think he was slightly arrogant and prone to boasting. "Congratulations to you both," Solas said noncommittally, simply congratulating Blazkowicz on his victory in the war. Inwardly, he wondered if his brother was truly vain or merely feigning vanity. Words could lie, but the war situation would not disguise itself. The warships anchored in the Morse solar system were almost all damaged, and the fleet's composition was entirely incomplete. Anyone with a bit of observation could see the cruelty and hardship of the war. The victory was unquestionable, but it was certainly not a glorious great victory. Blazkowicz naturally knew this, but he put his little trick out in the open. Whether others believed it or not, he believed it first. The three Primarchs led the way, walking down the bright corridor towards the garden to join the banquet. Solas initially paid close attention to the differences in the warship, carefully observing everything he saw, but later lost interest. The monotonous bright corridors made one feel as if walking in a mirror, layer upon layer, very long. But it also revealed something peculiar. When one started to feel annoyed, a corner or bulkhead would appear, instantly dispelling the excessive visual fatigue. The Primarch brothers walked and chatted, talking about everyday matters, discussing someone's drinking capacity, their thoughts immersed in the banquet. Regarding the specific process of the war, the information revealed was ambiguous, two perspectives on the same event, making it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. "How interesting," Solas said with a slight smile, looking at his two blood brothers, sighing deep inside. Solas felt a sense of wariness, a feeling of estrangement from his blood brothers. The feeling of being excluded was clear, without any disguise. His brothers were wary of him. Yet he was not angered by this, nor saddened by his brother's alienation. It was normal for someone who didn't fit in to be ostracized. He had brought it upon himself. With their own thoughts, the three Primarchs entered the garden banquet, and everyone present, except for the Custodes and the Destroyers, knelt. To gaze upon the glory of the three Emperor's sons, and to drink fine wine with them at the banquet, was a proud moment worth remembering. "Rise," Blazkovich's voice echoed throughout the hall, allowing the warriors to stand. A massive chair had been added to the main table, placed alongside the original ones, showcasing the Primarch's rightful status. Blazkovich sat in the middle, with Solas and Russ on either side of him, their gazes able to see everyone. "Brothers," Blazkovich greeted, picking up an exquisite wine bottle and personally pouring fine wine for his brothers. "Please taste the fine wine from my homeland. Wine brewed in Argent Nur, with a recipe from the Golden Age, specially blended for the discerning palates of the Golden Men. Its color is as vibrant as pigeon's blood, its taste mellow and sweet, lingering on the tongue, leaving an endless aftertaste. In terms of taste alone, among all the fine wines Blazkovich had tasted, only the undying Trajan's Necron collection and the secret wine brewed by the Old Ones could steadily surpass it. The Necrons needs no further explanation. As the dominant race of ancient times, the treasured tastes of their royal nobility could conquer the taste buds of all living beings. The wine brewed by the Old Ones used the essence of the universe as its material, with every drop containing a myriad of transformations. That was not wine to be drunk, but a nectar to be held in the mouth to experience truth. As for Fenrisian mead, its taste was too violent, violent for violence's sake, truly not fit for polite society. Solas did not refuse his brother's kindness, raising the wine glass and swirling the crimson liquid, his nostrils flaring slightly to inhale the rich aroma. "Good wine," his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with genuine admiration, "This is the best wine I've encountered since my return to the Imperium." "Of course, it's good wine," Russ then recounted his encounter. "Otherwise, the rogue trader wouldn't have dared to trade a box of wine for one of my transport ships." "There's such a thing." Solas was slightly surprised, looking down at the wine glass in his hand, and said with a humorous tone, "Then am I not holding a part of a spaceship?" "Ha ha ha," Blazkovich and the other laughed at this, amused by the humor that shone through his brother's seriousness. "You're right to say that its value is considerable." Russ laughed heartily, grabbing the wine bottle and tilting his head back to guzzle it down. "Ah, comfortable," he let out a satisfied grunt, shaking the empty wine bottle at his two brothers. "You see, the spaceship's engine has been swallowed by the great wolf." Russ' boisterousness livened up the atmosphere, immediately making the table's mood more active. At a wine party, one needs people like him to drive conversation and foster camaraderie. Blazkovich and Solas exchanged a smile, clinking their glasses, and, unlike Russ, unceremoniously drank the fine wine in their cups. The three Primarchs enjoyed each other's company, very intimate, their status as blood brothers an unbreakable bond. Beside the inner circle, at the seating area of the 2nd Legion Primarch's Guard, Legion warriors clinked glasses and enthusiastically chatted with their other Legion cousins. Alphereus was hidden behind a flower bed, seemingly focused on the wine in his cup, yet his ears were perked, catching the topics his brothers discussed. His current appearance was very ordinary. He was the Primarch's most trusted warrior, a member of the Primarch's Guard. Sipping his wine in small amounts, Alphereus suppressed the smile in his heart, coldly observing this performance of blood brothers. The three brothers at the giant round table, seemingly very intimate, were in fact testing each other. The topics they discussed revealed no crucial information, only insignificant trivialities. Blazkovich's words were watertight, his kingly brother's conversational skills irreproachable, showcasing his kingly demeanor, cleverly deflecting and pulling the conversation back and forth. Solus spoke little and revealed little, but his grasp of the conversation's boundaries was exquisite, his evasions and deflections incredibly skillful. As for Russ, Alphereus' peripheral vision glanced at his Fenrisian brother, who was eating and drinking well, oblivious to the eloquent veiled attacks next to him. He shook his head imperceptibly, unsure if his brother was truly foolish or merely feigning it. Alphereus knew very little about the current situation of the Space Wolves. Since Russ' return, the agents he had planted in his brother's legion had found it increasingly difficult to remain undercover. The recruits from Fenris, due to the unique wolf and helix gene in the local population, had extremely keen senses of smell, allowing them to distinguish outsiders by scent. Left with no choice, Alphereus had his sons withdraw from the Space Wolves' legion through means such as feigned death. Now he was on the royal majesty, an observer, watching his brothers engage in word games. Alphereus was very satisfied with the performance at the banquet. As a seeker of secrets, his mind was sharp, and he had long detected the hidden undercurrents of the banquet through subtle clues. The First Legion seemed normal, but their coded language was too simple for a Primarch specializing in such things. The Space Wolves were the same, communicating secret information through savage gestures like baring teeth and glaring. The Custod's secret language was complex, yet still traceable. They were observing the Primarchs. As for the destroyers, Alphereus' gaze quickly swept over them. The black-armored warriors were as silently unsettling as ever. Throughout this banquet, he repeatedly found himself immersed in the secret itself, every cell of his body filled with pleasure. Enjoying the pleasure of uncovering secrets, Alphereus was even more satisfied with Blazkovich's caution, a better sense of vigilance than Horus. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion, was too enthusiastic about his returning brothers. His tolerance for all his brothers made him unconsciously overlook that Primarch brothers could also be different. Moribus Solas, Primarch of the 2nd Legion, the second son of his father, the Emperor. Mist surrounded him, and an unspeakable secret lay hidden beneath his serene countenance. Alphereus had come precisely for this reason. As the most secretive seeker, the Primarch of the 20th Legion, he infiltrated the 2nd Legion, where the Primarch, skilled in disguise, killed a Legion warrior, took his armor and name, and quickly integrated into the 2nd Legion. Using his unique talent for disguise, the Primarch masqueraded as an ordinary Astartes, gradually rising through the ranks of the Legion. After several years of advancement, Alphereus became a member of the Primarch's Guard, allowing him to better investigate the secrets of his blood brother. He found his brother's behavior odd. For most of the time, Solas would not show himself, locking himself in his warship's quarters, allowing no one to enter. He never interfered with the Legion's affairs, big or small, letting the Legion's original high command continue to be responsible for its operation, without any changes. During the days he fought alongside Horus, he always offered constructive strategic advice, yet rarely participated in tactical planning. Sola's strategic vision was unique, and on this point, Alphereus agreed with Horus. He indeed had the talent of a war master. But precisely because of this, Alphereus felt Sola's was very dangerous. A brilliant strategic genius, if his heart did not recognize the Imperium, the destruction he could wreak would be terrifying. He infiltrated the Second Legion precisely to understand what his blood brother was thinking. A few months ago, Solas suddenly ordered the Legion to change course, deviating from its planned route and head to the more solar system. This abnormal move made Alfreus sense something unusual. Was it his brother's strategic thinking that made him perceive a great threat in the sector? Or was he driven by other unknown reasons to come here? Or neither? So Alfreus perked his ears, using his Primarch's extraordinary hearing to gather his brother's conversation. He hoped to catch clues from the trio's dialogue, to glimpse the truth behind the mist. Unfortunately, the three were very wary. They talked about romance and beauty, interesting experiences and magnificent scenery encountered while traversing the universe. But Alfreus was not in a hurry. He had ample time to delve deep into secrets. "My lord, I will pour your wine." A soft voice came from behind him as a handmaiden approached with a wine jug to refill his drink. Such a scene was common. On the vast garden deck, 1,000 mobile attendants moved about, always ready to serve the Astartes. Alfreus remained composed, turning to face the handmaiden and extending his wine glass. "Thank you, beautiful lady." The keen Primarch noticed something amiss. The handmaiden's heartbeat quickened for a moment, which he clearly detected. "It is my honor to serve you." The lady filled his glass and then departed without any other abnormality. Alfreus swirled his wine glass, and a string of tiny characters appeared in the cup, vanishing in an instant. His pupils suddenly constricted. He knew he had been exposed. Chapter 66 APHARUS Tale. Alfreus POV. When I opened my eyes, I saw a golden, shimmering entity. He lifted me from the scorching grit and wrapped me in a modest robe. He brought me back to his dwelling, raised me and taught me. Those who resembled him called him the Emperor. Although the Emperor looked like them, and I looked like them, I knew we were fundamentally different. He told me to call him Father, signifying the filial relationship of the human race, a sacred blood tie. As I inherited his genes, I was supposed to call him Father. Thus, I called the Emperor Father, establishing our relationship. Emperor Father gave me a name, Alfreus. Alfreus, son of the Emperor, one of the 21 Primarchs. "You have 20 brothers." When I heard this news from Father, my heart rejoiced, proving that I was not alone among humans. As a son of the Emperor, a Primarch, I moved freely within the palace under construction, exploring its magnificent architecture at will. I was born with a passion for exploration, seeking surprises buried in the shadows and secrets wrapped in layers of darkness. But I also had my own secrets. For some unknown reason, I felt incomplete, with a void deep within my heart. It was so empty, desperately longing to be filled. I did not know how to fill the void, which made me even more desperate, needing everything that could satisfy myself to fill it. Secrets were one of the things that filled the void. As my knowledge grew, my body developed rapidly, and I also comprehended many unusual talents. To a certain extent, I could change my body shape and appearance, disguising myself as others. According to Malkador, this was a gift from the Emperor, unique in the universe. Who was Malkador? An immortal old man, looking dry and withered, always wearing a sackcloth robe and holding a burning aquila scepter. Do not let his frail appearance fool you. That was Malkador's disguise, a respected elder image to gain deference. He was powerful, possessing strong psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and many secrets. Emperor Father made Malkador my teacher, and he indeed taught me many things. I was molded into the image the Emperor desired, becoming a keeper of secrets who cared not for vanity, renounced ordinary glory, and kept secrets. Compared to a keeper of secrets, I preferred to be a seeker of secrets. But I, Alfreus, could not disobey Father, so I became a keeper of secrets. During my days on Terra, I never revealed my true form to others. Only a few knew of Alfreus' existence. Constantin Valdor was one, and so were his custodian guard subordinates. They were Emperor Father's bodyguards, responsible for protecting the Emperor. Though I racked my brain, I could not understand why a powerful, godlike entity needed a group of weaker individuals to protect him. Their protection was full of holes, yet they still performed their duties. And I, Alpheus, would one day give the custodian guard a profound lesson. What was even more annoying about the custodian guard was that they always blocked my path of exploration, preventing me from digging deeper into the secrets of the human homeworld. As a Primarch, I grew very quickly, taller and stronger than anyone else. I still used my talent to hide myself, concealing myself beneath the mundane, learning and observing human knowledge. Through Malkador's teachings, I increasingly understood the mission for which the Primarchs were created. I participated in wars, donned heavy armor, and fought against Terran warlords disguised as various identities. I witnessed the ferocity of the Thunder Warriors, fought alongside them, and foresaw their tragic fate. I also personally saw the first Death Angel rise, and my brother's Jean's sons formed a legion, becoming new blades of the Emperor. I participated in the purging of the Thunder Warriors, and once glimpsed the secrets of the Doom Slayers. All major events on Terra were witnessed firsthand, and some were even personally experienced. Then came the Great Crusade. My Jean's sons went incognito, mixing into various legions to act as ears and eyes. Or they boarded stealth warships, heading to various worlds in advance, active behind enemy lines to gather intelligence. My legion received no honors, but my sons participated in all the honors of all legions. The 20th Legion, like me, hid in the most concealed places, doing the most concealed things. The Great Crusade continued to advance. On a world called Cethonia, the Adeptus Mechanicus found a lost brother and brought him back to Terra. At that time, I stood beside Father, disguised as a custodian guard, and witnessed my brother's return with my own eyes. Horus Lupercal, I remembered the name of my blood brother. He became the first Primarch to openly return to the Imperium, staying openly by Father's side, allowing the Luna Wolves to enjoy the envy of other legions. I scoffed at this, even feeling a little pity for my brother. Horus Lupercal lived in a lie woven for him by Emperor Father. He was not the true first son returned. Alpheus was, and I had never even left Terra. I pitied this brother who was smug but ignorant of the truth. Horus followed the Emperor day in and day out, learning the knowledge of the Imperium, eager to gain Father's approval and love. To gain Father's recognition, he worked tirelessly every day, striving to do his best. Poor Horus, overwhelmed by a flood of documents, chose to shave his head and connect brain-machine interfaces to handle affairs. Seeing my brother so exhausted, I could not bear it. So I ordered my sons to intensify their search for other brothers during the Great Crusade. We had to find the other brothers soon to relieve Horus' pressure and share a portion of the love from Emperor Father. Well, I actually had selfish motives. I especially wanted to see the splendid expression on Horus' face when another brother was found. As my sons searched relentlessly, an individual highly suspected of being a Primarch was discovered on a death world named Fenris. I could not wait and boarded a spaceship to Fenris to confirm the individual's identity. After a period of investigation, I was certain that the barbarian named Lemon Russ was my brother. Although Lemon Russ' appearance was unexpected, he was indeed my blood brother. With anticipation, I had my sons notify Terra, asking Father to come and claim my brother. But an accident happened. As the Emperor prepared to come to Fenris, another of my brothers found his way home from the void. He returned resiliently, alone from the vast Starsea. Honestly, I admired that brother from the bottom of my heart. He returned from the void by his own power. I deeply regretted why I was not on Terra at that time, to enjoy Horus' indescribable expression. I guessed he must have been conflicted, unwilling to part with Father's paternal love, yet forced to set an example as the first son returned, magnanimously accepting the returning brother. Helplessly, I parked my spaceship in Fenris orbit, awaiting the arrival of Father and my brother. During this time, a fast ship from the 20th Legion brought me an image, Father welcoming the 21st Legion. Blazkovich Novik, Warrior King, Doomslayer, Master of the Nur Stars. The aura around my brother's head deeply impressed me. He had accomplished a feat in the void, reuniting shattered civilizations. His power made Mars tremble, forcing it to yield more benefits to the Imperium. The Emperor granted Blazkovich equality, rather than placing him beneath the Imperium, which was a great recognition. At the same time, I also observed Horus shifting expression, laughing heartily in his private room on the battleship. Waiting with excitement, my Legion's sons wore 5th Legion power armor, and I, mixed among them, boarded the Emperor's dream. In the gilded palace of the spaceship, I saw my heroic and extraordinary brother, even more impressive than in the image. His gaze swept through the crowd, and I felt that Blazkovich saw through me. Despite being a fleeting glance, I remembered my distinguished brother left the Emperor's dream and embarked on the Great Crusade. The Legion's crusade was clandestine. The 20th Legion excelled at acquiring intelligence, engaging in asymmetrical warfare, and silently conquering world after world. Coincidentally, the reclusive nature of Moribus Solas, Lord of the 2nd Legion, piqued my interest, and I seamlessly infiltrated the 2nd Legion for a secret investigation. This incongruous brother, after fighting alongside Horus, rushed non-stop to the Morse solar system. There was another battlefield, where Blazkovich Novik led a large army to fight against the Rangdan. The Morse solar system was littered with debris, and I surprisingly discovered the Space Wolves fleet. Those battle-scarred warships immediately made me understand the brutal war my brother had experienced. At a garden banquet on Blazkovich's flagship, a handmaiden poured me wine, and the hidden message in the cup shocked me. It turned out that the kingly brother had long seen through my disguise. Chapter 67 Meeting. Alfreus thought for a moment and came up with a plan to escape. "Brother, I'll be over there for a moment." He pointed to the 1st Legion's seats and said to his Legion comrades, "I'm going to see a fellow countryman. Go quickly and come back soon." The Primarch Guard's chief nodded in agreement, a colleague's information appearing in his mind, and said to the person Alfreus was impersonating, "It's a blessing to meet an old Terra veteran at the gathering." The Guard's chief shook his head and sighed. "Most of my batch of test subjects died on the battlefield." "I'll be back in 10 minutes, Alfreus promised, then left his seat and headed to the 1st Legion's seats. There was no fellow countryman at all. The 1st Legion had his gene sons, and the Primarch needed an excuse as well as a witness. Alfreus' steps were hurried, showing a hint of eagerness, reflecting the enthusiasm of meeting an old acquaintance. He came to his gene son, patted the Legion warrior's shoulder plate, but the other party's eyes were confused, as he did not recognize the 2nd Legion cousin in front of him. "Who are you?" The Legion warrior, out of respect, stood up from his chair and asked the identity of the person in front of him. He searched all his memories, certain he had never seen this person, and wondered if the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Alfreus showed a friendly smile and motioned for the other party to lean closer. The warriors who witnessed this scene did not find it strange. After becoming an Astartes, some warriors would abandon their original names and take on new ones, thanking the Emperor for the rebirth he bestowed. And the original name would be discarded, or used as a secret code between friends. Alfreus leaned his mouth to his son's ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Alfreus." The 1st Legion warrior's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and the memories in his mind were activated by the code word. He immediately realized his true identity. He was a 20th Legion warrior, ordered to be brainwashed and infiltrate the 1st Legion, and the person in front of him was his gene father. The infiltrator showed the most excited expression, embracing Alfreus. "It's you, my good brother." His expression was genuine, showing sincere emotion at meeting a fellow countryman and friend. The surrounding 1st Legion warriors collectively showed an "I knew it" expression. After the Astartes modification surgery, many people's faces would change, more or less taking on the temperament and characteristics of their gene father. It was normal for friends to not immediately recognize each other when they first met. Only a prearranged code word could confirm their identities. The infiltrator skillfully used his excitement to mask the tremor of surging memories and whispered the Legion battle cry into his gene father's ear. "We are all Alphareus." The 20th Legion, Alphareus, named it the Alpha Legion. Alpha not only had the meaning of the Primarch's name, but in old Terra culture it symbolized beginning and first. In some ways, it also hinted that Alphareus himself was the first to return. The true first son returned. "We are all Alphareus." The Alpha Legion warrior whispered the Legion battle cry to his gene father. His emotions were half fake, half real, blending the excitement of seeing his gene father into his performance, making it impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood. The 1st Legion only thought he had recognized a fellow countryman and was momentarily unable to control himself. "Cover me as I leave." Alphareus was very satisfied with his son's acting. At the Astartes level, he could find no fault. "Let's go over there and catch up." The infiltrator pointed to one side, took his gene father's arm, and said to the 1st Legion warriors, "I'll be gone for a bit." "Go on, catch up." The 1st Legion warriors were very enthusiastic, waving them off. Alphareus followed his son, and the two left the sight of the crowd, arriving at a secluded corner. To outsiders, the two indeed appeared like good friends, entering the garden for a private conversation. Upon reaching the hidden spot, the garden floor suddenly opened, and a concealed elevator rose. Alphareus knew that his brother was inviting him. He stepped inside, turned to face his gene son, and before the elevator doors closed, said, "I need 9 minutes of testimony. You can continue your work." The infiltrator slowly nodded, watching his gene father descend into the deck on the elevator, disappearing from sight. He was inwardly puzzled. He had already been exposed to the ship's intelligence, so why did the Primarch still want him to remain undercover? But the Alpha Legion warrior did not hesitate and began to hypnotize his memories to continue his infiltration. He closed his eyes, muttering specific hypnotic words, and began to shape his memories. When the hypnosis ended, he was a 1st Legion warrior who had met a 2nd Legion friend here and recalled some past events. The Alpha Legion's infiltration was not about hiding their identity. Before their memories were activated, they were inherently members of other legions. Alphareus had planted an unknown number of such sleeper agents. Only the Primarch himself knew how many agents of the entire Alpha Legion were infiltrating other legions. Alphareus' face was serious, his mood sinking with the elevator, constantly wondering how he had been discovered. The moment the elevator stopped and the door opened, his eyes lit up, and a brand new idea emerged in his mind. Weren't the sentinels in front of him the perfect candidates for his gene sons to infiltrate Argent Nur? Doom Slayers were too tall, their stature far exceeding that of an Astartes, making them too difficult for an Alpha Legion warrior to imitate. The Sentinels, however, were different. Their build was similar, and their physical functions exceeded an Astartes, but not by too much. "Put away your bad ideas, King Navik's brother." The veteran Sentinels reminded him, seeing through the intentions of the person in front of him at a glance, and explained. "Within our nation, the cultural heritage is too profound, and there has been no discontinuity. If you want to impersonate or replace our identity, you first need to study at the War College for decades to understand the details of our culture. Otherwise," the Sentinel's expression was unclear through his helmet, but his tone held a hint of amusement. "A single sentence in daily conversation might expose the infiltrator's identity." The veteran spoke, making a please gesture, and began to lead the way for the person in front of him. He was not lying. The Sentinels came from Argent Nur and were deeply influenced by warrior culture. Although Argent Nur's warrior culture was mainstream, After thousands of years of development, it had branched out extensively. And the culture passed down in the War College was tested and approved, a cultural heritage that had to be learned. Besides that, there were also the family cultures of various clans, closely related to the mainstream culture. A detail in an emblem, a change in a move, an allusion in a proverb, the meaning of warrior etiquette. Such knowledge was enough for the descendants of the Golden Men to study for decades, with many failing, so the difficulty was imaginable. There was also one point the veteran didn't mention, Argent Nur's genetic screening. During Argent Nur's era, when genes were continuously degrading, frequent genetic screenings existed to prevent genetic mutations. After entering the Age of Stars, the genetic degradation of Argent Nur's people stabilized, but the screenings became even more serious. As a world directly under the Sentinels, Argent Nur strictly prohibited intermarriage with outsiders and forbade the entry of external populations. The Sentinels had to undergo regular genetic screenings, report data to Argent Nur, perform genetic matching, and leave behind qualified offspring. As an infiltrator, how could one escape dense genetic screenings? There was also the simplest method of identification. When the Sentinels and Astartes removed their clothing, the difference immediately became apparent. The Astartes had black carapaces as external interfaces all over their bodies, used for neural connections to power armor. The Sentinels only had spinal neural interfaces, 3 in a column connecting to their power armor, with no other signs of modification on their bodies. The two had commonalities in sensor technology, but the extent of its application was vastly different. Alpheus caught up with the Sentinels, slowly shaking his head, and asked the warrior beside him, "Are all of you so perceptive?" Could he have been seen through so easily by the warrior? Was his expression that obvious? The veteran shrugged, and his muffled voice from within the helmet slowly explained. The surprise in your eyes was too obvious. Coupled with your identity as an infiltrator, it's easy for one to make the connection. Alpheus nodded, realizing that the emotions he displayed and his intentions were too clear. "You call him King Navik?" he asked as he walked, very interested in the Sentinel's appellation. An appellation usually reflects a certain recognition, the most intuitive internal assessment people have of each other. "Yes," the Sentinels nodded, slightly puffing out his chest. "Blazkovich Navik, the current King Navik." "Why not Primarch?" Alpheus couldn't help but ask. "Calling him that would be more noble. He is, after all, the Emperor's son." "Primarch noble," the warrior scoffed, shaking his head, his tone unchanged as he asked the person beside him. "Navik represents an unyielding spirit. Do you think inherited noble blood is more noble, or an eternally unyielding spirit?" Faced with the warrior's question, Alpheus opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. The Sentinels led him to a corridor, pointing to a secret room guarded by 2 warriors, and said, "He is waiting for you there." The Sentinels turned and left, never expecting to receive an answer. For some, lineage is a symbol of nobility, and they shallowly pride themselves on it. Such an understanding is superficial, failing to see where lineage is built upon. Lineage itself is not noble. It is built upon achievements and honor, which then makes the lineage appear noble. A beggar who achieves immortal feats and becomes an emperor does not change his lineage, but it becomes noble due to the added achievements. So was it his lineage that initially changed the beggar? No, the filthy blood of a beggar still flowed in him. What drove him to change was an unyielding spirit, unwilling to accept the status quo. Soul is greater than bloodline. Old King Noak shaped Blazkovich's soul. He was his soul father, an acknowledgement that far surpassed a blood father. The bond between Blazkovich and the Emperor was also not based on bloodline, but on the great crusade to unite humanity. Because of the Emperor's grand vision to save humanity, Blazkovich, as a member of humanity, led the Nur Stars to fight for humanity. In the eyes of the Sentinels, Blazkovich's participation in the crusade was by no means a fight for the Imperium. he fought for the unification of all mankind. Watching the sentinels retreating back, Alfreus remained silent for a long time, feeling he had underestimated the sentinels. The warriors from Argent Nur possessed free souls and profound insights into all things. The Astartes follow their primarchs. They find it difficult to resist their gene fathers and are inherently obedient to their primarchs. This obedience stems from bloodline, and even more so from souls reshaped by gene seed. Inherent obedience is a sharp sword, following the will of the Primarch to destroy any enemies in the way. But a sword is double-edged. While it can harm others, it can also harm oneself. If a Primarch is wise and mighty, inherent obedience is naturally a powerful weapon. But if the Primarch has problems, the entire legion will face great trouble. Looking at the receding figure, Alfreus suddenly smiled, pleased with his probing. As a Primarch who had never left Terra, he had discovered this problem long ago. The Alpha Legion obeys him, the Luna Wolves obey Horus, and the Space Wolves obey Russ. The Astartes obey their gene fathers, willing to go through fire and water for their father's commands. This stems entirely from inner respect, a gift from the gene seed. But what if, one day in the future, when brothers turn against each other, how will the Astartes choose? This is by no means alarmist. Human history repeats itself again and again, always treading the same path. It was out of such concern that Alfreus built his legion into a shadow legion, infiltrating his brother legions to understand their movements in real time and take the most direct preventive measures. He encouraged the Alpha Legion to think independently, to think from their own perspective, without blindly following their Primarch. Although Primarchs possess extraordinary divine power, they have human minds, and humans are prone to making mistakes. Ordinary people can still rectify their mistakes, and the consequences are minor. When a Primarch makes a mistake, it will be an egregious error. How can the losses caused by such a mistake be compensated? After a period of probing, Alfreus felt greatly relieved and abandoned his plan to infiltrate Argent Nur. In the Doom Legion, the eldest son Blazkovich is a man of clear judgment. He had known his character for 10 years of their association. The Sentinels were even more outstanding. If Blazkovich were to make a crazy move, they would be the first to disagree. As for Blazkovich, Alfreus strode towards the secret chamber. Now was a great opportunity to understand him. He walked to the door and saw an old acquaintance, Obelisk, though Obelisk did not recognize him now. Obelisk scrutinized the person in front of him, and after confirming there was no threat, he and a Sentinels opened the door panel and let him in. "Do you know him?" the Sentinels asked his colleague at the door once it closed. "The Primarch of the 20th Legion," the wall-like Obelisk replied, his deep voice offering an assessment. "A person who enjoys games of infiltration." "He's not very tall." The Sentinels was a bit surprised. In his impression, Primarchs were all very tall. "He can change his appearance," Obelisk replied curtly, stating his conjecture. In the Doom Legion, this Primarch was as tall as his brothers, but now his height was like that of an ordinary space marine. Aside from certain special talents, there was no other explanation. "Imposters are really troublesome," the Sentinels murmured, shaking his head as he stood by the door, continuing his duties. Alfreus entered the door, which closed behind him. The room was bright and simple, and his brother sat in a chair, waiting for him. "Please sit, my brother." Blazkovich rose, warmly inviting his Primarch brother to sit down. "Blazkovich Novik." Calling his brother's name softly, Alfreus sat opposite him, looking up at his tall brother. "How did you recognize me?" After sitting down, he slowly asked the question that had puzzled him for so long. His disguise was flawless. Horus, Ferris, Fulgrim, and Solas had not noticed, so why could Blazkovich recognize him just the same? "I didn't do it on purpose." Blazkovich also slowly sat down, pouring wine for his brother. It was an intuition. Blazkovich was not lying. It was indeed intuition that allowed him to repeatedly spot his brother hiding in the crowd. Your intuition frustrates me. Alfarius shrugged helplessly. He believed Blazkovich's words. Ordinary mortals have intuition to avoid fatal dangers, and space marines have keen intuition to detect hidden threats. And a Primarch, the greatest living being shaped by the Emperor, with such keen and real intuition, could indeed have discovered him. Alfarius. As he sighed, he offered his name, his face flickering with blue psychic energy which receded like a curtain. Blazkovich watched in surprise. Alfarius' face, in the psychic glow, gradually transformed into the appearance of another person. Wait a moment. He quickly stood up and retreated, moving away from his transforming brother. What? Alfarius did not understand his brother's actions, and as he spoke, the corners of his mouth began to twitch, his entire face somewhat distorted. He immediately stood up, covered his face, and retreated. In the simple room, the two Primarchs each retreated to a corner of the room, keeping their distance from each other. Alfarius covered his face. He knew why his brother had gotten up and left. Near him, psychic powers could be used normally, but their effectiveness would be greatly reduced. When he had just used his transformation talent, he felt no problem, but the actual effect was off, causing his facial features to be misplaced. He rubbed his face, and the smooth wall reflected his cheek, successfully restoring his original appearance. You really are a bit strange. Alfarius turned, his expression complex as he looked at his brother, letting out a helpless sigh. Since I mastered this talent, I have never made a mistake. He spoke, returned to his chair, and raised his glass, taking a despondent sip. Blazkovich showed an awkward smile, sat down in front of Alfarius, and observed his brother. He was not as heroic as himself, not as wild as Russ, not as serious as Solas. He looked ordinary but had a unique charm, and the more one looked, the more extraordinary he seemed. I was this tall, Alfarius said, placing his hand on his chest. Up to this position on you. Blazkovich's low voice expressed admiration. What a perfect disguise, not only able to distort appearance, but even change physique. I am very satisfied with the talent Father bestowed, Alfarius said with a proud smile. You are the only brother who saw through me. Aside from Blazkovich, no other Primarch brother had discovered him, which was indeed something to be proud of. If Alfarius had murderous intent, he would be the most dangerous assassin. Blazkovich raised his glass, clinked it with his brother's, and drank, asking curiously, When did you return to the Imperium? He knew of his brother's existence from the Doom Slayer, but did not know exactly when he had returned to the Imperium. Return? Alfarius' lips curled into a smile. He slowly shook his head, looking at his exceptionally heroic brother with a hint of boastfulness. I never left Terra. That warp storm scattered you across the galaxy, while I fell on the Terra wasteland. When I opened my eyes, Emperor Father picked me up from the sand, and my memories began from that moment. As Alfarius spoke, he continuously observed Blazkovich's expression, enjoying the surprise that came from his blood brother. He felt a surge of satisfaction within, the pleasure of revealing a secret washing over him. Blazkovich was indeed very surprised. He was even more surprised than when he had learned from a gene-son that Horus was by no means the first Primarch to return. Calculated by time, his brother was not lying, nor was there any need to lie. The news that Alfarius had never left Terra was indeed an explosive secret. The Emperor had hidden his existence from most people, publicly acknowledging Horus as the first son returned to attract public attention. You must keep this news a secret, Alfarius said, immediately asking Blazkovich to guard the secret. It must never reach a third person's ears. Blazkovich's expression was solemn, as he gravely promised his brother not to reveal the imperial secret to anyone. This matter was far-reaching, concerning both the Emperor's plans and a potential impact on Horus. Horus Lupercal, this brother, was arrogant in Blazkovich's heart. He cared deeply about his status as the first found son. If he were to learn that a brother had been silently hidden on Terra, standing by the Emperor's side before his return, the chain reaction would be severe. Many thoughts flashed through Blazkovich's mind. To whom does the honor of first-found son belong? Horus and Alpheus, one overt and one covert, were the two Primarchs who first appeared on Terra, both strong contenders. Yes, Blazkovich believed there was a dispute, not a settled conclusion. Alpheus had never left Terra, seemingly unconnected to the found in first-found son. However, he had indeed been lost outside, albeit for a very short distance, and the Emperor had personally retrieved his son. Horus, returning from the stars, was the first-found son acknowledged by the Emperor, possessing strong symbolic significance. From Alpheus' tone, he did not acknowledge Horus' identity, believing himself to be the true first-found son. He gazed at Horus as if scrutinizing a clown, someone who, by virtue of his father's favoritism, stole glory that rightfully belonged to another. Blazkovich silently kept the secret his brother shared in his heart. He didn't care who the first-found son was. Because this honor for both brothers was not something they had seized with their own hands. Whoever the Emperor deemed to be the first-found son was the first-found son. There was no point in arguing. He had a myriad of reasons for doing so, and who dared to deny the Emperor? Alpheus leaned back in his chair, observing Blazkovich's expression, deducing his inner thoughts from subtle muscle tremors. Although he appeared shocked, he showed no intention of taking a stance. He nodded to himself, feeling relieved. Alpheus did not seek honor. He threw out this secret merely to see his brother's reaction. The question itself was meaningless, entirely dependent on the Emperor's attitude. With just a word from that man, countless people would jump out to explain the reasonable justifications for his actions, turning the Emperor's words into truth. For the citizens of the Imperium, the Emperor's words were truth. If it wasn't considered truth, the Emperor would make it truth. Alpheus had witnessed countless times how various heretics were shattered by truth. Original truth could be molded, twisted by external forces, infused with various colors, becoming another kind of truth. He was deeply influenced by this. The Emperor, his father, was a shepherd, guiding the lambs named humanity with the whip of truth. The Alpha Legion, founded by Alpheus, derived its combat philosophy from this, shaping lies into truth through various means and manipulations. By twisting public opinion and manipulating rhetoric, they changed the truth in the eyes of ordinary people, overthrowing the regimes of one world after another. Brother Alpheus, why were you lurking with Solas? After a brief exchange, Blazkovich learned of Alpheus' origins and began to inquire about his current purpose. As for the veracity of his brother's words, Blazkovich chose to believe him. He knew very well that if Alpheus was deceiving him, he currently had no means to verify it. Rather than being suspicious, it was better to temporarily believe him and continue the conversation along his line of thought. Alpheus nodded, his smile fading from his face as he sat up straight, looking at his brother with a serious expression. I initially found Solas very interesting, so I infiltrated the Second Legion, he said, his voice growing deeper. But now I perceive him to be very dangerous. A cold glint flashed in Alpheus' eyes. Solas' various behaviors were mysterious and dangerous. Dangerous? Blazkovich also sat up straight. His eyes narrowed as he looked at his brother, hoping for an explanation. For someone skilled in hiding and investigation to perceive another person as very dangerous, such an assessment was not good. Yes, Alpheus nodded gravely, his deep voice recounting his discoveries. Solas is not keen on combat. Since his return, the Second Legion's combat frequency has gradually decreased, ultimately leaving only perfunctory routine conquests. Solas has focused on wandering within the Imperial territory, frequently interacting with or cooperating with various legions. Horus Lupercal, Fulgrim, Ferris, Manus. Alpheus recited names, then looked up and gestured. Now it's you and Russ. He posed a question to Blazkovich. What do you think is the difference between him and me? No difference, Blazkovich's face was ashen, and he stiffly stated his thoughts. He is investigating intelligence on the Primarch legions. Considering the actions of both, Alphereus and Moribus Solas had arrived at the same destination by different paths. The difference was that the former operated covertly, with all his actions focused on investigation, while the latter's behavior seemed inexplicable. Alphereus grew up by the Emperor's side, and currently all his actions appear to have the legitimacy of the Emperor's acquiescence. Moribus Solas, this brother, his origins are shrouded in mist, and his various behaviors reveal an unsettling strangeness. "That's right, he's no different from me," Alphereus said with disgust, and even more audacious, as if afraid others won't know. Finally, he added, "Except Horus doesn't know, and he even gave Solas a very high evaluation." "It's not Horus' fault." Blazkovich slowly shook his head, defending him from a neutral perspective. "The Luna Wolves were the first legion to interact with Solas. Of course he would treat him kindly, he just didn't think of this point. It really wasn't Horus' fault. If Solas had first contacted Argent Nur, he wouldn't have his current vigilance either." "Why is he so contradictory?" Blazkovich's brows furrowed, and he asked Alphereus, hoping for some answers. "Intelligence gathering can be done secretly, yet he doesn't bother to hide it." "That's what I can't figure out either." Alphereus shook his head. He also couldn't fathom his brother's intentions. Intelligence gathering could be done secretly, yet Solas was doing it openly, as if afraid others wouldn't know. What was he hiding? What was he hinting at? When a contradiction in choices appears in one person, and that person is a Primarch, the matter itself is no longer important. Solas' attitude was thought-provoking. What exactly did he want to do? As Alphereus pondered, he also shared his discovery. "It's not just us. Even the warriors of the Second Legion don't understand what Solas wants to do." The Legion is now in a state of unease. The Astartes are not fools. They are secretly discussing what the Gene Father's intentions truly are. Solas also has a very poor grip on the Legion, deliberately avoiding this issue, not wanting to command the Second Legion. I don't know if he's afraid his sons will be implicated, or if he's ashamed of his actions, making his Gene sons despise him. Such a thing. As his brother revealed more, Blazkovich's eyes deepened with confusion. A Primarch neglecting the management of his Gene son Legion, or even intentionally allowing it, was extremely unusual. He suddenly realized that what Russ said was superficial, and the deeper details Alphereus uncovered by infiltrating the Second Legion were even more alarming. Blazkovich felt both secretly relieved and somewhat saddened. Two emotions surged in his heart, both because the preventive measures he took were effective. He was relieved that he had taken precautions in advance, leading to less intelligence leakage from the three legions, while his brother's ill intentions made him somewhat sad. Many similar things are happening. In short, the Second Legion is currently full of strangeness. Alphereus sternly reminded Blazkovich, "Brother, I walk in the shadows and glimpse a corner of darkness. I have not yet investigated what Solas wants to do." He spoke with sincere earnestness. "But as a master of covert operations, I must warn you, you must be wary of Solas." His tone when speaking of Horus had been somewhat teasing, but now his voice was steady, without a hint of jest. "I will be careful." Blazkovich nodded gravely, his voice equally heavy. He realized the seriousness of the matter. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and suffocating. Two Primarchs were discussing and doubting their blood brother. After a brief silence, Alphereus slowly said, "Your arrangements, however, I find very good. You preserved the Legion's secrets. It recouped some intelligence losses." Receiving his brother's affirmation, Blazkovich instead showed a bitter, regretful smile. "I'd rather I was overthinking things." "No," Alphereus said with a serious expression. "Preparedness averts peril. It's remarkable that you can make correct judgments from the slightest clues you've heard. Doubting a blood brother requires courage, and bearing responsibility to make a decision shows even greater daring." Blazkovich waved his hand, no longer dwelling on this. he asked Alpheus, "Have you asked the Emperor where did solas come from?" To discern a brother's true intentions, an investigation into his background is essential. As the person involved, the Emperor personally brought solas back, and his words hold the most authority. Moribus Sola's actions are severely undermining brotherly trust and must be stopped. "I have precisely such a plan," Alpheus nodded, elaborating on his scheme. "After investigating Solas for a while longer, I will summarize the information, then escape and return to Terra to question Father, the Emperor. I need ample evidence to accuse a blood brother before Father. Mere suspicion is not convincing and will be counterproductive." "That is as it should be," Blaskovich nodded in agreement, believing Alpheus' logic was clear and his thinking comprehensive. Evidence is the power that supports words. Without concrete evidence, it is difficult to accuse a Primarch. "It's almost time." Alpheus stood up, preparing to depart. After a brief exchange of information, it was time to part ways. Blaskovich rose with him, seeing his hidden brother off. Their meeting was hasty, and their conversation mostly concerned others, making it seem rather formal. "I hope we have a chance for a long talk next time," Blaskovich said with regret, reluctant to end the brief meeting. He enjoyed hearing little secrets, and Alpheus possessed many hidden ones. "When the time is right, I will stand in the sunlight," Alpheus laughed heartily, "and let every brother know me. By then, the Great Crusade will be nearing its end, and we will have many opportunities to communicate together." "I look forward to that day." Blaskovich and his brother exchanged smiles, forging a friendship. Their hands clasped together. Though there was a difference in height, the respect between them was absolute. "This is for you." Alpheus released his brother's hand, a glint in his eye, and took an object from inside his armor. Blaskovich's gaze dropped to the item in his hand, a circular insignia. The insignia, forged of steel, was plain and unadorned in his grasp. Around the periphery was a relief of the sun's symbol, and at its core, 3 raised dragon heads were carved. "The Hydra insignia," Alpheus explained to Blaskovich. "The emblem of the Hidden Legion. It grants the authority to command Alpha Legion operatives. Your legion is small in number and too weak in intelligence gathering. My Gene's sons might be able to help you. They are skilled in behind-enemy lines operations, adept at dismantling enemies from within, gathering intelligence, and conducting information warfare." Blaskovich's eyes lit up. Without polite refusal, he reached out and accepted his brother's gift, so quickly that Alpheus had no chance to regret it. Alpheus' gift was extremely valuable. It resolved a major concern for him. Doom Slayers and Sentinels, they were the most professional warriors. While they dabbled in clandestine operations, they were not the most professional agents. The ghosts of the Sentinels were more proficient in assassination and covert warfare. Infiltration behind enemy lines and information warfare were their weaknesses. Blaskovich caressed the insignia in his hand, posing a question to his brother. "The Alpha Legion." "The name of the 20th Legion," Alpheus said with a relaxed expression. "If it weren't for the Doom Slayer, I would be at the very bottom. We are Gene brothers of equal standing. There is no such thing as higher or lower." Blaskovich shook his head helplessly, a little unable to keep up with his erratic thinking. Perhaps having been hidden for too long, without interacting with a peer Primarch for an extended period, his brother's mind seemed overly active. Alpheus did not respond, instead asking Blaskovich, "I assume you can find them." "Yes, I can." Blaskovich did not hide it, openly admitting his ability to find hidden Alpha warriors. He did not care if Alpheus was testing him. In the face of his brother's generous gift, he would not respond with concealment. Blaskovich's straightforwardness surprised Alpheus. He felt he had consistently underestimated his brother's magnanimity. However, after realizing it, his mouth twitched involuntarily. The Alpha Legion's meticulous infiltration had been seen through by his brother at a glance. He said to his brother with a serious expression, "The Emperor has given me a shadow mission. Stealth is the duty of me and my Gene sons. I assure you, unless absolutely necessary, I will not interfere with them. Blazkowicz, aware of the gravity of the matter, reaffirmed his promise. The existence of a Shadow Legion was essential. They infiltrated various legions, monitoring for ill intent. For instance, without Alphereus infiltration, the Empire would rarely know about information concerning a Legion Primarch like Sola's. They are hypnotized, and once integrated, they are truly members of the Legion, Alphereus said quickly, imparting knowledge of the Alpha Legion to Blazkowicz. You need a passphrase to activate them. I am Alphereus. I am Alphereus, Blazkowicz repeated softly, memorizing the passphrase. Seeing this, Alphereus couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The actual passphrase was Alphereus. He just wanted to tease his brother. Witnessing his blood brother say, I am Alphereus, filled him with secret delight. The passphrase was also valid. Containing Alphereus would activate the lurking agents. To his surprise, his brother's next words left Alphereus stunned for a long time. Blazkowicz looked at him with a serious expression, his voice low and playful, and recited the passphrase again. We are all Alphereus. Ha ha ha, the two looked at each other, and after a moment of stunned silence burst out laughing. You have grasped the essence of the Alpha Legion. Alphereus was very happy. He had never been so joyful. It's time to leave, he said with a hint of sadness, shaking hands with his brother again for a final farewell. After this parting, the universe was vast. Who knew when they would meet again? Alphereus cherished his friendship with Blazkowicz. In the vast sea of people, only his brother had recognized him at a glance. The brothers' mutual recognition lessened his inner loneliness. He waved and walked towards the door, signaling Blazkowicz not to see him off further, but stopped at the threshold. Alphereus' expression was complex. He turned to look at Blazkowicz, opening his mouth as if to speak but hesitating. Brother, you can speak freely. Blazkowicz raised his hand to signal him, reassuring his brother with a steady tone. Stay away from the 11th Legion, Alphereus hesitated, but still told Blazkowicz. My brother, this is my sincerest advice, all for your own good. Blazkowicz was about to inquire, but Alphereus interrupted him with a raised hand. On the plaza where the Emperor announced the Great Crusade, those were 11th Legion personnel impersonated by the Alpha Legion. Upon hearing this, Blazkowicz's pupils contracted, realizing the gravity of the matter. What reason could there be? Why were the warriors of the 11th Legion absent from such a sacred and solemn occasion? Alphereus sighed deeply. I don't know much, and deeper things are inconvenient to reveal. You must remember, if you encounter the fleet of the 11th Legion during the Great Crusade, try to have as little contact with them as possible. I understand. Blazkowicz's expression was serious, yet his eyes showed firm trust. Alphereus nodded, put on the helmet hanging from his waist, and left the room. He quickly returned along his original route, the elevator reappearing in the garden, and he reached out to awaken his self-hypnotized Gene son. Brother, the infiltrator looked up, greeting his Gene father excitedly, his tone filled with reluctance. It's time to part again. Alphereus did not blame his Gene son. He had completed his self-hypnosis, and in his eyes, he was a fellow countryman and brother. Yes, parting always accompanies us. Alphereus' emotions were genuine. He felt the bitterness of separation. The two left the flower bed, walking towards their respective legions. Blazkowicz sat in the room. He needed to wait a while to stagger his departure with Alphereus. Their simultaneous departure and appearance could easily attract attention. He sat in the chair, legs crossed, arms folded across his chest, his eyes unfocused, his mind wandering. Information about the 11th Legion constantly surfaced in his mind, and Blazkowicz only then realized how little data there was about this brother legion. The 11th Legion, they numbered only 20,000, acted very secretly, and kept away from allied forces of the Great Crusade. Their combat methods were highly standardized. They were a disciplined force, their code of conduct exemplary. In Imperial records, there were only these brief reports and no other entries. Blazkowicz had initially thought it was because the Legion was far from the main force, so records were relatively scarce. Now it seemed there was another hidden reason. As the saying goes, the bigger the matter, the fewer the words. Having finished reviewing the data in his mind, Blazkowicz stopped his analysis. He kept his Alpha brother's warning in mind, not letting curiosity lead him to pry into the 11th Legion. He slowly stood up, leaving the private room where they had talked and headed for the garden banquet. The intelligence he had gained from his brother was scarce. Blazkowicz needed to talk to Moribus Solas. After all, he had traveled across the stars to get here. Blazkowicz returned to the banquet, and Russ' face was flushed. He was relaxed and enjoying himself, his eyes half closed and slightly drunk. Solas remained stern, drinking in small sips, appearing completely normal. The people at the round table gradually left their seats to mingle with colleagues from their respective legions or departments, making space for the three Primarchs. Blazkowicz smiled, shook his cloak, and sat back down. "Are things handled?" Russ asked, half awake and half drunk, his words slightly slurred and his mind hazy. "Some emergencies with the Space Wolves fleet," Blazkowicz replied politely, briefly explaining his earlier departure. When he had left earlier, Blazkowicz hadn't explained much, only saying he had urgent matters to attend to. Now that he was back, Russ' question helped him provide a reason. Sola's silver-gray eyes flickered, but he didn't resent his brother's sudden departure. That's how it is for a fleet commander. If junior officers can't handle something, they report it up. And they are always urgent matters, the kind that must be dealt with. Blazkowicz's heroic face broke into a smile of relief. He raised the wine glass in front of him and said, "Long live understanding." "What's this talk of understanding? 3 penalty drinks for you isn't too much, is it?" Russ immediately perked up, shaking his wolf's mane and reaching for the wine bottle to fill Blazkowicz's glass. "It should be so." Blazkowicz drank heartily, offering his glass for more wine without the slightest hesitation. "Bottoms up." With a shout, he gestured to the two, and the fine wine flowed down his throat one after another. He then inverted his glass to show not a drop remained. After this commotion, the cooled atmosphere warmed up again. The three opened up, starting to share anecdotes from their experiences. The universe was vast, with countless wonders. As the three exchanged stories, they heard many new things. Solas recounted how he once sailed through the real universe and encountered a strange alien race. Their enormous ships followed a fixed course. The alien race was in collective hibernation, leaving their ships to operate autonomously. The navigation records showed they had been traveling for 3,000 years. The warriors of the Second Legion boarded the warships and introduced poison into the giant ship's hibernation cycle system, silently killing all the aliens. When he led his legion to the alien homeworld, following the giant ship's navigation records, he discovered that the alien civilization had suffered a civil war and had already self-destructed. The three sighed endlessly. The Second Legion had, by chance, annihilated an alien race, extinguishing the spark of their civilization. Russ was not to be outdone, and recounted his own strange encounter. The Space Wolves fleet discovered a massive entity in the warp, composed of abandoned space warships. There were alien ships and human warships. All sorts of strange warships were crammed together, creating immense gravity, constantly attracting more debris to gather around it. Russ personally led a boarding party and encountered many twisted monsters within the derelict ship collective. He even found that the skeletons of several ships bore manufacturing dates, indicating they were from 10,000 years in the future. The Space Wolves meticulously searched the 10,000-year-old warships but found no advanced technology. Instead, they discovered an unfamiliar Q emblem. Blazkowicz also briefly described Horanian, the peculiarities of the black hole race, and the unique culture of the aliens to his brothers. As the three spoke of exciting things, they occasionally burst into hearty laughter and at times showed emotion. As the atmosphere reached its climax, Solas changed the subject and asked, "What about the threat of the Rangdan?" Blazkovich's eyes held a hidden glint. He knew the conversation had reached its main topic, and his brother's purpose in coming here was the Rangdan. "It is a threat the Imperium of Man cannot ignore," he said, his expression serious and his tone incredibly grave. "The power the Rangdan have displayed is extremely formidable. They must be annihilated out of respect." His words were resolute, without the slightest hesitation. The King of Warriors spoke of the resolve to destroy the aliens. There was no need to hide this. When the Imperium of Man rose again, there was only endless hostility between it and the aliens. Humans of the Golden Age had signed peace treaties with many aliens, only to be taken advantage of when they were in trouble, and countless human worlds suffered under alien devastation. When humanity returned, there was no longer any mercy or tolerance for aliens and anything not human-like. Extermination was the greatest mercy for aliens. And the Rangdan, this powerful alien race, with the scale and war technology they displayed, had become a grave concern for the Imperium of Man. After this battle, the Imperium of Man had to reevaluate the Rangdan. They had to prepare for battle, to guard against the Rangdan's return before their homeworld was discovered. The next conflict would likely be a direct, full-scale war between the two races. "I imagine the Rangdan feel the same way about us," Blazkovich said, raising his wine glass for a small sip. "They desire to enslave humanity." The aliens retreated this time, preparing for their next return. Russ' eyes gleamed with cold light, his face extremely grim. "They want revenge, revenge for those dead scum." Solas nodded continuously, his serious expression accompanied by a heavy voice slowly saying, "The alien threat is immense. We must unite to face them." "That is natural." Blazkovich nodded in agreement with his brother's statement. The Rangdan's threat was indeed very direct. Even without showing their full power, the pressure they exerted made the Imperium uneasy. Solas was right. The Rangdan could not be handled by a single legion or a single fleet alone. The Imperium needed to unite all its strength to defeat this unprecedented adversary. "What were your losses?" Solas asked with hesitation, a hint of apology in his tone. "Forgive me, that question is quite presumptuous." Asking about Legion losses was, to some extent, presumptuous. It not only concerned the Legion's honor, but also allowed others to infer the strength of both sides and the specific ship exchange ratio from the information. In major battles, such information was strictly confidential, and participants were not allowed to disclose it to anyone. Only the Emperor and Malkador had the right to know everything. The citizens of the Imperium only knew that the Imperium achieved victory after victory, defeating countless powerful enemies. Russ waved his hand, looking unconcerned, and said, "No need to apologize. Among us brothers, we naturally speak from the heart." Blazkovich nodded, signaling to Solas not to worry. "Knowing both sides' losses will also make you wary. You might be involved in the next operation." "Here it comes." Although he said that, the probing nature of the question made Blazkovich and Russ feel a sense of alert. "Our fleet, including the 1st Legion fleet, suffered losses of more than half." Blazkovich's expression darkened as he spoke, placing his wine glass on the table, his mood instantly dropping significantly. "Besides the fleet, the Space Wolves lost over 20,000 warriors," Russ said, his golden eyes reddening, revealing genuine emotion. Although the actual casualties were not that high, the Great Wolf still felt sad. Blazkovich continued, "The 1st Legion suffered over half its strength. They need to halt the Great Crusade, recruit, and recuperate." Alpheus, listening from a distance, twitched his lips slightly, constantly complaining internally. Blazkovich Novik and Lemon Russ. One, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, lied without batting an eyelid. The other, seemingly barbaric, had better acting skills than himself. Had he not already received news from his progeny, he might have truly been deceived by these two's coordinated act and their rhetoric. He shook his head and continued to savor the delicacies on the table, indulging his taste buds. The Nur Stars had many good things, and their food was exquisite. If he had the chance in the future, he had to ask his brother for some. Unaware that he was being thought of, Blazkowicz continued to speak of the casualties, his heroic face tinged with sorrow, making it painful to watch. Such severe losses, Solas frowned, his face tense, saying in disbelief, are the Rangdan truly that powerful? Blazkowicz and Russ nodded heavily, their faces filled with apprehension and lingering fear. Now that multiple parties were communicating, they generally wouldn't reveal too much, and the Rangdan had been annihilated, leaving no witnesses. Their strength is one aspect, Blazkowicz nodded again, leaning towards him and saying cautiously, the Imperium's intelligence was also leaked. The Rangdan knew our military intelligence, causing us huge losses. If it weren't for the heroic fighting of the Imperium's warriors, we would very likely have lost the war. Solas shuddered, his silver-gray eyes looking at Blazkowicz in disbelief, as if asking his brother, had the Imperium produced a traitor? Blazkowicz nodded silently, telling him, don't spread it. I am currently investigating the spy and I have some leads. Hearing his brother say this, Solas breathed a sigh of relief, nodding silently to digest this explosive news. Seeing his brother's expression, Blazkowicz wondered if he had overthought things. He had suspected Solas, that this brother had leaked Imperial intelligence, leaving the Imperium caught off guard. He deliberately revealed the news of the internal traitor, throwing out this bait to see his blood brother's reaction. Solas' reaction was very normal, making Blazkowicz wonder if he had overthought things. Was he truly wrong? Blazkowicz incessantly questioned himself deep within his heart. His suspicion of his brother transformed into a long whip, lashing at his heart repeatedly, asking him why he would doubt his blood brother. He had to be suspicious. The man before him was his blood brother, but he still needed to be suspected because Solas' actions were peculiar in every way. This brother roamed within the Imperium of Man, constantly contacting Primarchs and exploring the combat styles of various legions. Alfrius' warning was not unfounded, causing Blazkowicz to grow suspicious of Solas. Why did Blazkowicz trust Alfrius? The reason was actually very simple. Alfrius grew up beside the Emperor and was clearly an Imperial loyalist. There was no doubt about that. After Blazkowicz discovered him, Alfrius also did not hide his identity, openly admitting who he was. Based on this alone, Blazkowicz's trust in him far surpassed that for Solas. Therefore, Blazkowicz had to suspect Solas to prevent an even greater mistake from occurring. So he cast out a bait, telling his brother that he knew there was an internal traitor and was investigating. This was a small ploy. Assuming Solas truly had a problem, he would inevitably be apprehensive and dare not delve deeper into acquiring intelligence. If he had no issues whatsoever, after the war with the Rangdan was completely over, he would apologize to his brother. But Blazkowicz was also conflicted, hoping his precautions were effective, yet also hoping everything he did was unnecessary. Blazkowicz wished Solas was innocent, and that his intelligence gathering was merely a unique hobby of his brother. And that fighting alongside his brother legions was from a strategic perspective, to achieve closer cooperation in future wars. That's truly terrifying. Solas shook his head, visibly shaken by his brother's news. I didn't expect that even under the Imperial truth, someone would dare to betray the Imperium's interests. Russ' face was filled with hatred, his fangs glinting coldly at the corners of his mouth. If I find out who it is, I'll skin him alive. The wolves hated traitors, and their punishment for them was brutal. Wearing human skin, yet betraying the interests of the race, smashing the pot after eating. Russ seemed drunk, becoming more incoherent as he spoke. After skinning them, there will be white phosphorus immolation. Perhaps his brother's crudeness made Solas a bit uncomfortable. His expression subtly changed, and he said to Russ, "That seems a bit too cruel." White phosphorus immolation. a terrifying torture used by the Imperium to execute stubborn cultists, eliminating ignorant beliefs through pain. Specialized white phosphorus was applied all over the condemned, and once ignited, the 1,000-degree white phosphorus flames would burn into the bone marrow, bringing unimaginable pain. Even the most steadfast believers found it difficult to maintain their faith in the fire, begging for a quick death. Cruel, Russ, wild face, flushed with drink, half closed his drunken eyes and said to his brother, "Let them speak of cruelty to the dead, for how many Imperial soldiers have perished in the void because of leaked intelligence? They died without knowing that the weapons that killed them were handed to Xenos by their own kin. Our soldiers are fighting desperately, shedding their blood for the peace of the Imperium. Human traitors must die." Sighing deeply, Sola's face was expressionless, and he said stiffly, "Indeed, they deserve to die." "I've never had a good impression of traitors." Blazkowicz also nodded, agreeing with Russ' viewpoint. The decline of Argent Nur was triggered by traitors. Strong fortresses are often not brought down from the outside. Internal traitors are the most malicious existence. Traitors often betray everyone for some petty gain or personal interests. "If you catch him, I must personally slay him." Seemingly truly drunk, Russ gritted his teeth and said to his two brothers, "I must do it myself." Naturally, Blazkowicz readily agreed. He would not refuse Russ' request. Solas also looked at his wild brother, slowly nodding, signifying his assent. "There's another possibility." Blazkowicz raised his wine glass for Russ to refill and slowly offered a conjecture. "The human traitor is by no means willingly betraying the Imperium's interests." "Tell us." Sola's eyes lit up, gesturing for his brother to continue. Blazkowicz slowly explained. "The Rangdan's brain fluid is very dangerous. Ordinary people who drink a tiny dose will be mentally controlled by the Rangdan. Perhaps in places unknown to us, the Rangdan have controlled some high-ranking Imperium officials, helping them acquire intelligence. This possibility is very high, after all. No one wants to bear eternal infamy and collude with Xenos. High-ranking officials who can access Legion intelligence must hold high positions and wield great power within the Imperium, influential figures who can call the shots. The Rangdan cannot sway them with benefits. It can only be through mind control, forcing them to betray Imperial intelligence." As he spoke, Blazkowicz stared intently at Solas, trying to get feedback from his serious face. But he only saw a still pool, as if it truly had nothing to do with him. Blazkowicz felt a mix of joy and worry about this, unsure how to interpret it. Joy because his brother showed no reaction. Perhaps he wasn't involved, and everything was his own conjecture. Worry because his brother showed no reaction. Perhaps he knew everything and was now deeply burying his emotions, continuing down a dark path. "A difficult and embattled victory." Solas shook his head regretfully, looking at Blazkowicz with admiration. "Your fleet must have been the decisive factor." Thump tilde. Blazkowicz felt his heart plummet, as if it had hit the ground. His worst fear was happening right before his eyes. The Rangdan understood the Imperium well, but knew nothing of the Nur stars. Now, the Xeno intelligence system was most eager to obtain information about the Nur stars. If anyone else had asked Blazkowicz or tried to access Argent Nur data, he would have already arrested the prying individual. At this juncture, the only people probing the Nur stars were Rangdan slaves, no one else. Russ, who was nearby, heard this, and his hand twitched imperceptibly. He also understood the crucial point. In the distance, Alfreus' eyes narrowed, pondering Sola's motives and intentions. As a master strategist, he could not possibly fail to understand the importance of intelligence secrecy at this critical moment. All parties involved in the Rangdan War were on edge, not daring to be even slightly negligent. Moribus Sola's inquiry raised his own danger level, further increasing the suspicion of Blazkowicz and others. Yet his inquiry was so direct, without disguise or circumlocution, a straightforward question that made it difficult to discern his true intent. What exactly was he doing? This question arose simultaneously in the minds of the three Primarchs, who pondered Sola's intentions. He was the War Master, acknowledged by Horus, and his insight and strategy were naturally extraordinary. He couldn't possibly fail to anticipate his brother's suspicions. If others had said Sola's had the demeanor of a War Master, there might have been some debate, but Horus' acknowledgement surely provided sufficient reason. Sola's was too contradictory. Just like his actions, everything he did had points of contradiction. This person definitely has a problem. In a single second, countless thoughts spun in the Primarchs' minds, ultimately leading to this conclusion. In the hearts of Blazkowicz, Russ, and Alphereus, they were convinced that Sola's actions were absolutely problematic. Although they didn't know his specific intention, they could not reveal any information about the Nurse stars. "You can't say that." Blazkowicz shook his head slightly, a sad expression on his face. "The Argent Nur fleet's firepower is indeed stronger than the Xenos, but without the Imperium's soldiers to engage them, it's difficult to fully utilize its advantages." Admitting the firepower is strong, but exactly how strong Sola's you'll have to guess. If you truly have a connection with the Rangdan, the escaping Rangdan warships will let you know the specific firepower of the Argent Nur warships. Argent Nur technology surpasses that of the Imperium. This is a consensus throughout the Imperium, but no one can say exactly by how much. If Imperial ships had your firepower, wouldn't dealing with the Rangdan be even easier? Sola's looked at Blazkowicz sincerely, his silver-gray eyes shining, as if envisioning the Rangdan's continuous retreat. Blazkowicz's finger paused. He hadn't expected his brother's probing to be so clumsy and inept. Since that was the case, he no longer needed to hold back, responding with what his brother wanted and following Sola's words. Blazkowicz looked directly into his brother's eyes, his dark gaze unyielding, and asked in a low voice, "Brother, in what capacity are you speaking with me?" Since Sola's wasn't playing by the rules, he didn't want to resort to tricks either. Did he want to use moral coercion to obtain the technology of the Nurse stars? Then let's clarify their identities and have a straightforward discussion, point for point. "I am the Lord of the Nurse stars," Blazkowicz said with a serious expression, a terrifying aura emanating from him as he asked Sola's again. "Moribus Sola's, in what capacity are you speaking with me?" The deep voice, laden with power, bore down, and even though Blazkowicz intentionally reined it in, it instantly silenced the inner circle. The atmosphere in the room abruptly changed. The custodians and space marines, eyes downcast, sat quietly in their seats, not daring to make any movement. The 2nd Legion Primarch's guard stood rigidly, unsure what they should do now. Any action they took now would escalate the tension in the room. Sitting quietly in their seats, awaiting the Primarch's command was their best option. His brother's sharp question struck Sola's heart like a heavy hammer. Without any so-called probing or the expected reserve, Blazkowicz's words cut straight to the point, tearing through the veils and rhetoric. The Primarchs present were momentarily stunned by the question. As Blazkowicz said, what was his identity? He was the Lord of the Nurse stars, the warrior king of the Sentinels, a doomed slayer, and an independent entity recognized by the Emperor. He was a blood-related brother, a collaborator with the Imperium of Man, and a powerful overlord who ruled the stars. In what capacity should they discuss with him? Sola's eyes flickered. He understood his blood brother's intention was to make him explicitly state the capacity in which they would converse. If he answered brother, it would be a personal matter, making the conversation informal, and whether the discussion was pleasant would depend entirely on their relationship. If he answered Imperium of Man, then this small probe would immediately elevate to a height it didn't belong to. The one sitting at the table would not be a Primarch, but the Emperor himself or his authorized negotiator. Could he then represent the Imperium of Man? The answer to this question was obvious. Sola's could not, his Primarch brothers could not, and even Malkador the Regent could not. The Imperium of Man shone with countless stars, but other than the Emperor, no single individual could represent the Imperium of Man. The feeler of a probe had met with an iron fist, and Solas had not expected his brother's response to be so simple and direct, devoid of the traditional pulling and pushing of court politics. Just some musings. He shook his head helplessly in response, actively cutting off the idea of probing further. His blood brother's firm response had caught him off guard, forcing him to abandon the extension of the topic. The status the Emperor had granted Blazkowicz was like an uncrossable chasm, lying in the middle of the discussion, rendering words pale and powerless. Before meeting his brother, Solas had read the Star Pact, and he had carefully considered every clause. He finally concluded that as long as the Nurse Stars acknowledged themselves as part of humanity, the Imperium of Man had no right to interfere in anything that happened within its borders. The two most sensitive issues for the Imperium of Man were artificial intelligence and Xenos. Artificial intelligence had a separate agreement and was handled properly. Xenos were targets both sides were eager to destroy, with no disagreements. Perhaps the Emperor had long foreseen the scrutiny and threats Blazkowicz and the Nurse Stars would face, thus granting them the greatest freedom and independence, cutting off all external troubles. Solas sighed in his heart, grieving his powerlessness, and also abandoned any thought of probing. In fact, he knew in his heart that there was a rift between him and his brothers. He was unwilling to explain the reasons, nor would he blame his brother's vigilance. Only he knew the bitterness within. What was his identity? Just a sorrowful man. Solas shook his head and smiled bitterly. The technology of Argent Nur has many techniques that are explicitly forbidden within the Imperium of Man. My sorrow lies in these restrictions. If we could use them freely, we would gain an unparalleled advantage in the war against Xenos. Hearing his brother say this, Blazkowicz knew he had given up his intentions. He then lowered his oppressive aura and nodded, sighing, "Indeed." The confrontation between the Primarchs ended, instantly relaxing the atmosphere in the inner circle, as if nothing had happened. The Custodes and Space Marines breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the conflict had not continued. Russ also shed his drunken demeanor and chimed in, "But the price we paid in the past makes us dare not venture there again." The three's statements were very veiled, not mentioning the words artificial intelligence, but they understood each other implicitly. I truly wish I could see the brilliance of the Nurse Stars. Solas took a sip of his wine, his eyes filled with longing. His sincerity was evident, his eyes shining without any hint of probing or searching, only the purest longing. Blazkowicz picked up the conversation, smiling as he extended a sincere invitation. "You can accompany us. Russ and I need to go back to repair our ships." He did not sense any probing or lies. The longing was very real, the anticipation undisguised. "It's perfect for the three of us to go together and drink merrily in Blazkowicz's homeland." Russ also invited, his bestial intuition detecting no falsehood. His mysterious brother truly wanted to see it, without any impurities, without defiling its beauty. No, hearing his brother's sincere invitation, Solas shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't have time. I must accelerate the pace of the Great Crusade." "The Emperor is involved in the Great Crusade. He has issued urgings and warnings for me to speed up the conquest. You must be aware of the recent situation of the Second Legion. I cannot delay the Great Crusade any longer. You all have valid reasons. You've just been through a major battle, your ships need repair, and your legion must reorganize." His eyes gleamed with silver light, now showing a certain frankness as he stated his unavoidable reasons. Blazkowicz raised his cup to toast him, but keenly noticed that Solas did not call the Emperor father. This simple address actually revealed many detailed issues. Russ and his other brothers all called the Emperor father and regarded it as an honor. Blazkowicz had his own reasons. Apart from King Nowick, he would not call any other man father. Following this line of thought, Blazkowicz pondered, What was Sola's reason? Brother, Blazkovich's face was solemn, and he genuinely asked Sola's, "What troubles do you have that you are unwilling to share with your blood brothers?" He had an internal assessment that the crucial factor was likely the root of his brother's strange actions. Solas merely shook his head, drank the fine wine in his hand, and refused to answer Blazkovich's question. He then said to Blazkovich and Russ, "Brothers, I." The words were on his lips, but he stopped. Solas hesitated. His expression changed rapidly, from struggle and hesitation, quickly transforming into determination. Blazkovich and Russ exchanged glances. They did not understand what caused their brother such anguish and conflict. Finally, with a resolute expression, Solas firmly told them, "Everything I do is supported by ample personal reasons. I must do this." With words spoken, it meant for Blazkovich to ask no further questions. Blazkovich's dark eyes held pity as he looked at his brother, shaking his head with a pained helplessness. He could feel the pain in the words, and even more, he could sense the unshakable resolve. "It's time to leave." Solas slowly rose, his power armor scraping, a faint, indifferent smile on his face. His purpose for coming here had been seen through. His two brothers were highly vigilant and had detected his probing. For everyone's sake, he chose to leave. Without explicitly stating it, it could be considered a good parting. His abrupt intrusion into the banquet had made his two brothers and their 3 fleets extremely wary. Indeed, he was not a good guest. A sour feeling welled up in Sola's heart, like overturned lemonade, slowly flowing within him. He didn't know how to describe his complex feelings at that moment. He sighed for not having gained any information, yet paradoxically he was happy about it, contradictory and complex. "We'll see you off." Blazkovich and Russ stood up, as warm as they had been initially. They knew Solas was determined to leave, and did not try too hard to persuade him, only offering to see their brother off. Solas nodded silently, and with Blazkovich leading the way and Russ accompanying him, the 3 left the banquet together. The Primarch's guard, seeing their Primarch rise, immediately bid farewell to their Legion cousins and followed their Gene Father's footsteps. Coming and going in a hurry, Blazkovich and Russ stood on the landing pad, watching Sola's shuttle depart. "He carries an unspeakable burden." Russ' eyes reflected the starry river as he watched the shuttle recede, letting out a low sigh. "Perhaps one day he can lay down his burden and have a heart-to-heart talk with us. Then there will be no more of these calculations and wariness. We can just talk." Blazkovich was expressionless, his heart worried about his brother's ultimate goal. "We don't know his specific purpose, but we sincerely hope to truly embrace our brother." Soon after Solas left the Royal Majesty, a strange light illuminated the Morse solar system. The Second Legion's fleet entered the warp, leaving the Rangdan battlefield and heading towards the Great Crusade route. They had to participate in the war as soon as possible, even conquer more quickly, to catch up on lost progress and avoid being held accountable by the Emperor. With the departure of the Lord of the Second Legion, the banquet atmosphere became even more lively. The Legion warriors spoke freely, discussing their performance in the Rangdan War and recounting their achievements to their Gene brothers. Some Space Marines were also secretly saddened, as close battle brothers had sacrificed themselves in the fight against Xenos. The banquet lasted a full 240 tera-hours, with countless people coming and going, ensuring all soldiers participated in the feast through rotations. And Blazkovich and Russ, whenever each group left, would always offer words of blessing from the high platform. Chapter 68 Homebound. The Lord Generals of the War Council, those damned bureaucratic old men, they are truly meticulous. In the holographic projection, Russ spat and cursed the War Council, chastising the mortal staff. They gaze at casualty figures, using cold arithmetic to deduce the absolute limit of when we can re-enter the war. "Next time I go to Terra, I'm going to drag them onto a ship and let those old officials witness the true brutality of the battlefield. A warrior's life isn't a number. It's a bloody, visible end. Russ gritted his teeth, continuously cursing the War Council. Since his last learning experience with Horus and his in-depth conversation with Blazkowicz, he had changed quite a bit. The Great Wolf knew the cruelty of war deeply. Using vibrant lives to achieve victory was the essence of war. His angry curses and complaints were a venting of his inner frustration. Blazkowicz remained silent, listening to Russ' various displeasures, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching, revealing a slight smile. The fleet stayed in the Morse solar system for a month, finally completing initial repairs and preparing to depart. Dedicated courier ships also delivered the detailed war documents to Terra for review by the War Council. After confirmation, news arrived from Terra. The War Council supported the Warrior King's decision. The First Legion was to proceed to the Forge World Shana to reorganize military discipline and repair their ships, forbidden from leaving for 1 year. The Space Wolves fleet, due to their timely support and courageous combat, received numerous commendations and honors. They were also granted 1 year to freely choose a Forge world to repair their warships and replenish their ranks. Blazkowicz did not respond to Russ' outburst, but instead said to the holographic projection, "Prepare to depart. We will go to Argent Nur together." Russ' eyes lit up, his expression of bitter resentment immediately vanishing, replaced by joy and anticipation, as if he were a different person. He rubbed his hands, eagerly saying, "The pack is already ready. We can leave any time." During the waiting period, Russ had become restless. After handling Legion matters, he constantly sought out things to do. Blazkowicz trained the Sentinels. He trained his own descendants in martial arts. Blazkowicz conducted war simulations with mortal officers. He also learned combat techniques. An interesting incident also occurred during this time. Russ Board challenged Blazkowicz to a wrestling match, his specialty. He won once initially, then continuously lost. The Wolf King, unwilling to concede, demanded a match between their gene-enhanced descendants, only to lose even more decisively. 2 consecutive losses made Russ feel humiliated, and he vowed to regain his honor. After discussing with Blazkowicz, they arranged a competition between the Space Wolves and the Sentinels, even setting up a traditional Fenrisian betting pool. The final result, after a best-of-9 contest, was Russ losing the teeth of a Fenrisian sea monster. The Great Wolf was furious, rigorously training his wolf cubs, plotting his future revenge. Feeling stifled, Russ led the elite of his pack to eradicate numerous Xeno civilizations in the nearby star sector. Even though some of these Xenos were still in the technological enlightenment stage, or even the agricultural feudal era, they were hunted by the Space Wolves. The merciless pack purged all discovered Xenos, and incidentally allowed the Imperial Department of the Interior to take over the habitable worlds. He had long wanted to leave the Morse solar system and visit his brother's home on Argent Nur. Now that his wish was granted, excitement naturally surged, and he wished to depart immediately. "I'll inform the fleet to prepare for departure," Russ said hastily, then cut the communication to prepare for the long voyage. Blazkowicz shook his head. Russ had considerable patience for war, like a hunting wolf pack, constantly driving and wearing down its prey. But in handling certain matters, he showed a degree of impatience, lacking meticulous consideration. Perhaps it was an emotion his brother deliberately feigned. This apparent impatience had never led to a mistake. The holographic image dissipated, and Blazkowicz looked down to see Urian Bendegger kneeling respectfully below. He composed himself, his expression gradually becoming serious, and asked Urian in a calm voice, "Grand Master, have your post-war arrangements been made?" "Great Primarch, I have relinquished the position of Grand Master," Urian replied respectfully in a low voice, head bowed. "Now I am a Watcher." "Watcher Urian Bendegger." Blazkowicz nodded at this, silently acknowledging Urian. Urian Bendegger had shed the title of Grand Master, stationed himself in the Morse solar system, becoming a Watcher, constantly vigilant against the return of the Rangdan, who now holds the position of Grand Master of the First Legion. A query drifted down from the throne, making the Watcher tremble. Urian's heart tightened. He dared not guess the Primarch's meaning, only able to respond with a trembling voice. It is the Lord of the Void Sky Army. Due to his outstanding military achievements, he received a considerable number of nominations. The Lord of the Void Sky Army, that daring and tenacious warrior, appeared in Blazkovich's mind, and he murmured softly, "So it's him." Urian's body tensed further, unsure how to respond to the Primarch. Was the Primarch dissatisfied with the chosen individual? Did he want to interfere with the First Legion, or did he have other intentions? No need to be nervous. Blazkovich saw through Urian's thoughts, dispelling his worries with words. How the First Legion chooses its Grand Master is not something I wish to involve myself in. You are to decide independently. There were many troublesome matters between legions, and Blazkovich did not want to invite trouble. Interfering in the affairs of another legion, even as a Primarch, required careful consideration. Even a slight mishandling could lead to serious trouble. The punishment for the First Legion had already been arranged. Who served as Grand Master was not within his purview. Upon hearing this, Urian breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed worried about the Primarch interfering in internal Legion matters. Because once the Primarch spoke, he could not refuse, nor could the First Legion. "You may go." Blazkovich waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. With the final task completed, it was time to depart Morse and proceed to Argent Nur to re-equip the forces. Blazkovich's eyes flickered with nostalgia. It had been several years since he left Argent Nur, and it was time to return. This return was not only to repair damaged warships, but also to strengthen armaments, preparing for the next Rangdan attack. He knew deeply that when the Rangdan returned, or when the Imperium found the Rangdan territories, the intensity of the war would escalate to an unprecedented level, so preparations had to be made. "Farewell, Warrior King and Great Wolf," Urian bowed and withdrew. He would leave the Great Crusade, remain on the former battlefield, and oversee the fortification of the more solar system. Warp light illuminated the real universe, and the Argent Nur First Fleet activated their warp drives, entering the warp. The Space Wolves immediately followed, and the two massive cosmic fleets vanished from the real universe. The Ultima Orientis sector was vast, the largest of the star territories planned by the Imperium. Traveling from the edge of the star territory to the Nur stars would take at least 3 months. If it were the First Fleet, utilizing advanced navigation technology, they would only need half the time to arrive. But Blazkovich, considering the Space Wolves, slowed the fleet's speed, which naturally extended the travel time. The two could not be too far apart. They had to look after each other. Both the Space Wolves and the First Fleet, with their battle-scarred warships, could not withstand a second high-intensity battle. If they encountered hostile Xenos in the warp, the seemingly vast fleet would actually have severely degraded combat power. During the fleet's voyage, Russ grew even more bored. In the real universe, he could find other things to do, but traveling within the warp, he could only wait as time slowly passed. Finally, after a long journey, the fleet, bearing its scars, lumbered into the Argent Nur star system like wounded metal behemoths. At the Manville Point Star Gate, the gateway world of the Nur stars, a large number of warships emerged from the warp into the real universe. The ships waiting to enter or exit the Stargate were startled by the massive outgoing fleet, secretly wondering which fleet had arrived. They did not suspect the possibility of enemy forces. Argent Nur officials had not issued any warnings, indicating it was not an enemy. All factions within the star system immediately adjusted their ship telescopes, aiming them at the arriving fleet to ascertain its identity. The Gateway star system, having developed for a long time, had attracted numerous human factions to establish outposts, resulting in a complex web of various forces. When they saw the images transmitted back by their telescopes, they all gasped. The Imperial warships, made of steel, were covered in all sorts of battle scars, crisscrossing and horrifyingly jagged. There were laser melt phenomena, plasma-pierced holes, and wounds left by unknown weapons. The extraordinarily large fleet with ships of all sizes was entirely wounded, truly terrifying. They all speculated what kind of tragic war, what scale of massive engagement had caused this fleet to pay such a heavy price. Then the observing factions saw a giant warship emerge from the Star Gate, her side emblazoned with a wolf head relief. The Space Wolves' flagship, the Rafinkel. Those with keen eyes immediately recognized the colossal vessel. She was a symbol of imperial pride, the flagship of a Primarch. The Gloriana-class battleship, she is in a very poor state. Multiple sections of her broadside armor were penetrated, revealing damaged multi-layered decks and countless visible damages. Airtight doors in the damaged areas were tightly shut to prevent depressurization of the ship, which would lead to secondary destruction. Sparks erupted in space, as some severely damaged warships suffered destructive explosions when they exited the warp. Aid ships waiting by the Stargate immediately surrounded them, spraying gel to extinguish fires on the warships, helping to reduce losses for the damaged vessels. Subsequently, more warships emerged from the Stargate. The Royal Majesty and Argent Nur ships were all battle-scarred, and the fleet's composition was clearly incomplete. Witnessing such a tragic sight, countless people gasped. 2 Primarchs returned simultaneously, and 2 large-scale fleets were severely damaged. The specific combat details were hard to guess, but the general situation was somewhat clear. Judging by the warship scars, the 2 fleets were in the same battlefield, facing a single enemy. Many people's minds became active. What kind of war required 2 Primarchs to fight together and even pay such a high price? One must know that risk often accompanies opportunity. A war of this scale would conquer a vast region, a star sector full of new interests. Rogue traders pursue profit, and they would not abandon any new world. Terrifying Xenos. When profit outweighs risk, Xenos are no longer terrifying. Within rogue trader families, there were many quick-witted patriarchs who felt they must seize the opportunity to gain more benefits for their families. There were also those who deliberated, feeling it was not the right time to act. In a war of such magnitude, very little news was released by the Imperium, indicating that the enemy was very powerful. The Imperium suppressing the news suggested that the situation was not optimistic, and that the populace should not be made to feel fear. Some saw opportunity in the war, while others smelled crisis. Humans are always complex. Seeing the same external factors, their conclusions are completely different. No matter what they thought, when all the ships emerged from the Stargate, the massive fleet filled people with awe. Many rogue traders were afraid. As sensitive merchants, information is the most important channel for making money, and also the most precious asset of a family. Whether it's enemies or allies, the information of rogue traders is extremely accurate. Comparing the information from the Imperium and Argent Nur, the merchants were horrified to discover that nearly half of the Primarch fleet's composition was missing. Within the communication channels, rogue traders whispered, "Restraint, control, impulsiveness, madness." Just the appearance of the fleet caused an uproar. How the rogue traders thought, Argent Nur would not care. The first fleet arrived at the gateway system. The Royal Majesty connected to the quantum network, and all data was immediately shared. A large number of tugboats flew out of the gateway world starport, towing the Space Wolves ships, helping the fleet enter the starport for docking. The originally bustling gateway system became even busier with the arrival of the Space Wolves fleet, with ships coming and going more frequently. The first fleet continued forward, leaving the gateway system and heading to the core region of the Nur stars. Only the Rafinkel of the Space Wolves ships accompanied them, following to the Argent Nur core world. "The prosperity here surpasses even the solar system," Russ said, standing at the Royal Majesty's bridge viewport, looking at the bustling star system with ships coming and going. A rare admiration flowed from his beastly eyes. His words were heartfelt, moved by the scene before him. On the upper level of the giant Stargate, fleets of all sizes were neatly arranged, obeying traffic rules, loaded with goods, and leaving the star system. On the upper level of the Stargate, cargo ships towed cargo holds behind them, bringing various supplies to exchange goods with the near stars. The upper and lower levels had orderly entry and exit. Every minute, hundreds of ships left or arrived. And not far from the Stargate, there were two mushroom-shaped starports, hundreds of kilometers in diameter and at least 3,000 kilometers in height. Although their styles were similar, their specific functions were very different. Visibly, one starport was used for material transactions, with countless merchant ships docked, loading and unloading supplies. The other was relatively quiet but bristled with weapons, with a large number of warships of different models docked. The shattered fleet of the Space Wolves was being guided by tugboats from the military starport, gradually docking into the starport for repairs. In the central area of the star system, there were numerous large space stations, with various crests inscribed on their surface decks, clearly rogue trader void settlements. The magnificent scene was reflected in Russ' eyes, and he sighed, his heart impressed by the prosperity of the near stars. Although busy, everything here was orderly. The administrators, using enlightened methods, transformed an ordinary star system into an important economic exchange zone. "This place is completely different from when I left," Blazkowicz also sighed, clicking his tongue at the explosive growth of the gateway world. In his initial planning, the main task of the gateway system was to serve as an exchange area with the Imperium. He never expected that the influx of merchants would lead a desolate star system to prosperity. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the viewport. A series of data appeared on the floor-to-ceiling viewport, and the flashing data amazed the two Primarchs. The gateway system currently has 6 planets. Besides Argent Nur's exclusive gateway world and the world allocated to the Imperium. The land prices of the other 4 worlds were speculated to an incredible sky-high level. Argent Nur has always been cautious in opening up world land, leading to the current situation where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. This idiom in the gateway system was not an adjective, but a statement of fact. This data says that the value of an undeveloped world exceeds 10 full-strength war fleets. Russ' face twisted, bloodshot eyes staring at the data, his breathing gradually quickening. He looked out the viewport at the 4 worlds orbiting the star in the inner system, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. It was as if 40 full-strength fleets were suspended in the void, beckoning to him. It is well known that the Imperium divides fleets into 3 categories: war fleets, transport fleets, and civilian fleets. War fleets also differ, divided into conquest fleets and patrol fleets. Transport fleets are responsible for transporting war materials or tithes resources. Civilian fleets are complex in composition, with many transport ships and various warships. A full-strength war fleet requires at least 10 capital ships, no less than 100 combat vessels, and numerous support fleets. Russ' greed was fully evident, his gaze burning like a torch, as if he beheld endless wealth. He didn't understand how 4 undeveloped worlds could exceed all the assets of the Space Wolves. It should be known that the current fleet size of the Space Wolves was earned by the wolves with flowing blood. "My lord, it's not like that," Sophia appeared beside the two, bowing slightly and explaining to Russ. "If Argent Nur were willing to sell, the actual transaction price would double." Russ' expression froze upon hearing this, his nostrils flaring, his breathing becoming even more rapid. He seemed to see 80 or even 100 fleets silently suspended in the void. For the first time, he looked at Blazkowicz beside him, gaining a direct understanding of his brother's wealth. If Fenris was worth 100 fleets, he estimated he would be tempted to package and sell Fenris. Blazkowicz felt the fiery gaze. He dared not respond, only awkwardly scratching his face, a little embarrassed. The current situation was beyond his expectations. The human race has amazing potential in all aspects. He severely underestimated the prosperity brought by commerce. Within the gateway system, all worlds belong to Argent Nur. The gateway world is Argent Nur's administrative core, receiving tens of millions of settlement requests daily. The world allocated to the Imperium is slightly smaller than Terra, and due to different management methods, it has become an overcrowded hive city. In the short time since establishing diplomatic relations with the Imperium, continent-spanning hive cities have been built on it, with the tallest spires extending into the atmosphere. The total population migrated from the Imperial world has exceeded 50 billion. The most interesting point is that, although the population is large, there are very few impoverished people. Because a large number of descendants of imperial dignitaries, and even nobles from within the Imperium, settled there, bringing prosperity to the world. Due to the demands of imperial dignitaries, a large number of entertainment facilities were opened on the world, attracting noble tourists from across the Imperium. The more Blazkowicz looked, the more surprised he became. A world with 50 billion people could escape poverty solely through tourism. Its planetary governor was truly a governance genius. Most incredibly, the imperial world paid double tithes. One portion was paid to Terra, and another portion was paid to Argent Nur. Shaking his head, Blazkowicz briefly paid attention, then skipped these mundane matters. He continued to scroll down, his brow furrowing, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. In the gateway system space, the Adeptus Mechanicus from Mars purchased an independent space at an exorbitant price and established an Adeptus Mechanicus space station. Although they accepted Argent Nur's laws and did not pry into Argent Nur's technological secrets, their actions still displeased Blazkowicz. The Adeptus Mechanicus opened shops in the space station, selling goods from Mars. Blazkowicz narrowed his eyes and asked Sophia, "What's going on here?" Russ heard his brother's question, shifted his gaze, and quickly noticed the message. HMPH tilde. He made a sound in his throat, unable to suppress a laugh, and finally burst out laughing. The Adeptus Mechanicus red-robed magos, having suffered a loss in the Stellar Accord, had come here for revenge. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't exactly revenge. It was more like they were trying to make Blazkowicz unhappy. Sophia waved her hand, and the data image on the viewport changed. They abide by the Denurian law, selling goods within the space station, and their actions are legal and compliant. Based on the gate law you enacted, I cannot expel them. Blazkowicz listened while quickly browsing the Adeptus Mechanicus information, a sneer playing on his lips. How interesting. The Adeptus Mechanicus space station offered a variety of weapons and industrial machinery, and the prices were very cheap. After Sophia's calculations, the equipment they were selling could barely cover costs, a typical losing money to gain a reputation tactic, aimed at causing trouble in the gate system. Blazkowicz sneered and shook his head. The Adeptus Mechanicus red-robed figures weren't reciting binary code, but rather delving into the Denurian law. They ensured their actions did not violate any laws, to avoid being expelled. Have the Adeptus Mechanicus representative come see me. Blazkowicz's words were light, but the command was unmistakable. A Primarch's command, the Adeptus Mechanicus representative could not refuse. While Mars' actions did not violate the law, they greatly displeased Blazkowicz, and punishment was necessary. After a moment of thought, Blazkowicz said to Sophia, "Also, select a rogue trader of integrity and good conduct to come see me." Understood. Sophia lifted her skirt, her figure gradually fading as she went to make arrangements. It's truly prosperous here. After his brother finished making arrangements, Russ exclaimed again, "I'm talking about a different kind of prosperity. I can even feel the surging enthusiasm from the passing ships, the joy of being full of hope for life." The lord of the space wolves, the great wolf Lemon Russ, stroked the viewport with his large hand, letting out a profound sigh. He had never seen such human hope and confidence flourishing and growing anywhere else. And this was merely the gate system of the Nur stars, not yet the true core region. Blazkowicz solemnly replied to his brother, "Thanks to unity, humans and machines are truly united. We have never regarded them as servants. We give them equal respect, and machines with souls will not betray this respect." Russ, however, shook his head upon hearing this. He understood this respect, but at the same time he could not deny the Emperor. A large part of humanity's current situation was a chain reaction triggered after the machine rebellion. He didn't know much about that rebellion. Whether the machines couldn't bear human oppression and rose up for freedom, or it was a unilateral, vile rebellion, it was no longer possible to ascertain. But as a member of the Imperium, he had to obey the Emperor's arrangements. The prohibition of artificial intelligence was an ironclad law that the entire Imperium had to obey, a ban personally issued by the Emperor himself. As a Primarch, one of the Emperor's 21 sons, Russ had to uphold the Emperor. If a Primarch took the lead in opposing, where would the Emperor's authority be? Perhaps sensing Russ' inner thoughts, Blazkowicz sighed lightly and patted his brother's shoulder. Understand the Emperor, respect the Emperor. He faced that man with the same mindset. As living human history, the Emperor's choices, while seemingly brutal and crude at first glance, actually held deeper meaning. "Sit tight," Blazkowicz soothed Russ' lament. "We're about to enter the warp again." The first fleet sailed quickly, soon arriving at another stargate, heading to the true Nur stars. Russ immediately went to the observation deck by the window, sitting down to drink tea with his brother. "I need to bring Frecky and Jerry." He slapped his forehead, not forgetting his close wolf brothers. He then opened a holographic communication, asking the Primarch's guard to send the two giant wolves over to his brother's homeworld. "I haven't seen them in a long time either." Blazkowicz raised an eyebrow, also very much missing the well-behaved Frecky and Jerry. Russ waved his hand dismissively, as if annoyed by his wolf brothers, yet the smile in his eyes was hard to hide. "They're also clamoring to see you." Soon, the two giant wolves took a shuttle from the Hrafnkel to the Royal Majesty. As the ship entered the warp and the bridge gate opened, the two giant wolves eagerly rushed in, charging towards the Primarch. Woof Tilda Blazkowicz caught the giant wolf that leaped into his arms, a joyful smile on his face, as he stroked the massive wolf head. Frecky's mouth was wide open, panting, his tongue hanging from his lips, drooling all over Blazkowicz's chest. Jerry, seeing that the best spot had been taken, circled the seat, anxiously nudging Blazkowicz's leg. "Good boy." Blazkowicz stroked one wolf's head with one hand and scratched its chin with the other, making Frecky comfortably close his eyes, wagging his tail and enjoying it immensely. "Whine, whine, whine, Tilda." Jerry let out a wronged whimper, signaling not to forget him. And you." Blazkowicz quickly stroked his head, feeling the unique texture of the coarse, stiff wolf fur. Russ covered his eyes, not wanting to see his frolicking wolf brothers, their tail-wagging pleas for affection, so much like an old terra creature, a dog. He sometimes didn't understand why his wolf brothers had such a strong affection for Blazkowicz. The journey was short. Amidst the playful antics of the two men and two wolves, the Royal Majesty, accompanied by the Hrafnkel, returned to the land of light Argent Nur. "Whoa!" Russ, beast-like eyes widened as he saw the scenery outside the window, letting out a low growl of awe. As the spaceship approached Argent Nur, the scenery in his eyes transformed, as if he had arrived in another universe. As the administrative center of the Nur stars, Argent Nur saw numerous ships coming and going, the engines of the spacecraft like thriving stars. Unlike the ponderous designs of the Imperium, Argent Nur's spacecraft inherited from the dark age of technology, possessing a unique aesthetic. White spacecraft shimmered with ethereal grace, appearing and disappearing without a trace, while two stellar rings emitted a soft glow encircling a beautiful planet. The two harmonized perfectly, showcasing the beauty of technology and nature coexisting. Looking closer, the planet Argent Nur glowed brilliantly, the light refracted by its gem-like mountains painting layers of magnificent colors across its atmosphere. She is truly beautiful. Russ finally understood the words Harlan Ogilvy spoke to Malkador, which were recorded in the Imperium's history. Terra is not as beautiful as Argent Nur. Brother, I have seen countless worlds, and your homeworld is the most beautiful. Blazkowicz stood tall, nodding in great approval, accepting his brother's praise. A beautiful homeland was something to be proud of, especially when the praise came from a blood brother, which made him even more joyful. Fenris also has a unique beauty. Out of politeness, he still used the same praise to commend his brother's homeworld. What beauty, a pile of ice and cold wind? Russ waved his hand. He knew Fenris' true nature. Despite his words, his tone held joy. No one would despise the homeland that nurtured them, and Primarchs were no exception. Fenris was a death world, but she forged the resilient Fenrisians, and Russ was proud of her. I need to prepare so as not to be impolite. Seeing the ship about to dock at the Stellar Ring, Russ bid farewell to Blazkowicz and went to prepare for the visiting ceremony. Coming to his brother's homeland, Russ took this visit very seriously, making thorough preparations. Blazkowicz originally didn't want to make it too grand, but Russ insisted. The seemingly unruly Russ respected Argent Nur's culture, including the warrior culture and court etiquette that originated there. The royal majesty docked at the Nur Ring. Her battle scars drew attention, and many sent messages of concern, which Blazkowicz answered one by one. After everything was done, and the ship's platform awaited Russ, his brother's appearance made him light up. His golden hair was tied into a high ponytail, bright and clean. His sideburns were braided into small pigtails, with ornaments dangling at the ends. He was wearing the winter snow-colored robe he had worn at the banquet, which Russ felt suited him well, so he decided to wear it. Around his neck hung a wolf-tooth necklace. The teeth fanned out like a crescent moon, from largest in the middle to smallest at the sides. With Blazkowicz's keen eyesight, he could naturally see the tiny Fenrisian script carved on the wolf teeth, demonstrating their extraordinary significance. The wolf-tooth necklace, paired with Russ' precious hunting trophies at his waist, items taken from various fierce prey, completed his wild attire. Russ stood there, his long robe exuding nobility, his ornaments revealing his wildness. These two starkly different elements combined, highlighting his contradictory temperament. Beneath the wildness lay civilization, just as his outwardly savage and brutal appearance belied an inner delicacy like silk. Behind him, the Primarch's guard had brightly polished armor, adorned with precious furs. The men of Fenris had removed their power armor helmets and tied them to their waists, revealing their wild and rugged faces. With thick reddish-brown hair and equally thick beards, they looked like legendary warriors stepped out of Viking mythology. Brother, take me to visit the world that raised you. Gladly. The two Primarchs descended from the Nur Ring to the surface via an orbital elevator. Teleportation technology had always been Blazkowicz's hidden method, which he would not easily display before anyone. It wasn't that he didn't trust Russ, but as the leader of the Nur Stars, he had to conceal his trump cards and always have a trick up his sleeve. Everyone harbors secrets. Trust is not a reason to reveal them. Russ also kept things from Blazkowicz. When the two fought side by side against the Rangdan, the Great Wolf concealed his secrets. Sophia, from the 13th Company of the Space Wolves, briefly tapped into their communications and heard bestial, wolf-like roars. Blazkowicz did not delve into the hidden mystery. He was not a prying observer of secrets and chose to trust Russ, believing his brother must have had an unspeakable difficulty. Is that where you grew up? Russ stood by the elevator's observation window, pointing to the city below. The buildings were as white as snow, and under the illumination of the star's radiance, the reflected light intertwined, as if covering the city with a white veil. The entire city was pure and flawless, incredibly sacred, reminding one of the holy city from myths. Argentum, the cradle of warriors. Blazkowicz looked down at the Argentum shrouded in hazy light, his voice subtly tinged with pride. The pure white bricks and blue doors and windows symbolized the purity of warriors and the indomitable spirit in the mental domain. He had never appreciated the scenery of the Argentum from such an angle. He had always used teleportation to go up and down. Looking at it now, the Argentum was even more beautiful, solemn and sacred like the dwelling of a god. Everything here is full of meaning. Every building interprets a legend. Every fresco tells an epic. This is the warrior's domain, recording past glory and composing future brilliance. Blazkowicz explained in a low voice to Russ that the warrior's domain carried extraordinary significance. It had stood firm since its establishment, inheriting an immortal warrior spirit. He was not exaggerating to impress. The architecture of the Argentum indeed had a long heritage. Those white stone houses had given birth to countless powerful warriors, with glory inscribed on every brick and stone. Every seemingly ordinary building carried the rise and fall of a warrior family for hundreds of generations, and still bore witness to glory. If a house was uninhabited, it meant that family had died out, vanishing into history. Blazkowicz saw something different again. Outside the high walls that originally defended against the orcs, there were many newly built white houses on the outskirts of the Argentum. A smile played on his lips, and his heart was comforted and joyful. Newly built houses were a good sign, indicating that the houses in the city were full, and the population of Argent Nur's remnants was no longer declining, showing an upward trend for the first time. Even having witnessed the vastness of the universe and the boundless human population, the people he cared about most in his heart were still the residents of Argent Nur. The people here deserve respect. Russ nodded heavily, his expression solemn at this moment. The comfortable environment did not extinguish their fighting spirit. Instead, it made them unyielding, ultimately breaking through their shackles. On the way to the Nur Stars, Blazkowicz had told Russ about Argent Nur's past. Now seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but praise again, commending the unyielding spirit of Argent Nur's people. You can experience Argent Nur's customs and traditions up close. As the two spoke, the orbital elevator began to decelerate, descending into the pristine white city outside the observation window. As soon as the orbital elevator opened, a red carpet with gold threads lay before them, specially laid out to welcome distinguished guests. 100 sentinels stood on one side of the red carpet, dressed in white power armor with gold patterns for court ceremonies, draped in blue emblazoned cloaks, holding banners with both hands, welcoming the guests. Clang, clang, clang. They stamped their feet and switched to holding the banner with one hand. As the banners fluttered, they clenched their fists and struck their chests, making a heavy clanging sound as they performed the warrior's salute. Russ secretly clicked his tongue, his expression unchanged, but his heart was secretly relieved that he had prepared early, otherwise he would have lost face today. Facing such a solemn scene, the Space Wolves were equally solemn. They stood ramrod straight, not daring to show the slightest slack. Even Frecky and Jerry, the two giant wolves, sat crouched beside Russ, their wolf heads slightly raised, displaying proud majesty. The Space Wolves' honor guard immediately moved to return the sentinel's salute. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The melodious sound of a horn rang out. The Space Wolves' warriors blew their horns, showcasing the biting chill of Fenris. Warriors with brown hair and beards, their armor polished to a shine with whale oil, holding the Wolfhead Legion banner, emerged from the orbital elevator. They stood with chests out on one side in a single file. After 100 warriors had taken their positions, they all turned in unison, facing the sentinels. Welcome, honored guests from afar. A gentle male voice rang out. At the end of the red carpet, Flano Novik placed his left hand over his chest, and his family welcomed the distinguished guests with royal etiquette. Go, Blazkowicz whispered to Russ, signaling that they could now exit. Russ understood, slightly raised his head, and stepped onto the magnificent red carpet. Beside him, Frecky and Jerry slowly rose, maintaining a synchronized pace with their brother as they walked onto the red carpet. Behind the Primarch followed the honor guard, warriors with chests out and heads held high, their power armor adorned with precious fur, their weapons polished to a keen edge. The 13 company captains were also like this. They followed the Primarch, receiving the gaze of the people of Argent Nur. At this solemn moment, the space wolves shed their savage disguise, returning solemnity with solemnity. Court ladies stepped forward, emerging from the gaps in the ranks of warriors, taking petals from the triumph flower baskets they carried on their arms, scattering them around the two Primarchs. Beautiful chanting filled the air. A choir sang a lively song, welcoming the distinguished guests. Russ walked on the red carpet, petals falling on his shoulders, his mighty figure very upright, reaching the end of the red carpet. Lemon Russ! His voice was like a low war drum as he announced his name to the man before him. Flano Novik! The man in ancient ceremonial armor returned the greeting, looking up at the giant with a benevolent smile. Russ placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly in return. Sola Klaus Novik! Beside Flano, a queen in a red court gown with golden hair and a beautiful face, wearing a crystal crown, curtsied. Facing the lady, Russ knelt on one knee, gently took Sola's right hand, and expressed his respect for the lady with the traditional Fenrisian hand-kissing ritual. Marie Novik! The girl's voice was crisp and clear. She lifted the hem of her blue skirt, her emerald eyes filled with curiosity as she saluted the giant before her. Blazkowicz smiled as he looked at the young girl. In a few years, little Marie had grown from a cute child into a 10-year-old girl. Russ suddenly froze, his knuckles unconsciously tightening. The moment he first saw the girl, his heart felt a little uneasy, and he hadn't expected his fears to come true. On the spaceship, his brother had mostly told him about the local customs and history of their homeworld. Although he had mentioned family relationships, having two brothers, he hadn't specified having any younger family members. According to Fenrisian tradition, elders meeting younger relatives needed to present a gift to confirm the relationship of seniority. Russ knew Blazkowicz valued this family affection greatly, and he naturally respected this sentiment. His blood brother's brother was naturally his brother too. Child, Russ lowered his voice, kindly asking Marie, "Do you have any siblings?" The giant's question caught Marie off guard, but she still answered sweetly, "I have a younger brother." He followed the warrior seniors into the stars. He didn't intentionally not come to greet you. While answering the question, she explained her brother's whereabouts to prevent the distinguished guest from misunderstanding her brother's impoliteness. Russ' question made Blazkowicz realize, and he thought of the special care that might be given to children on Fenris. He was also worried that the person he hadn't mentioned might have caused Russ difficulty. In Fenrisian culture, elders need to give gifts to children. Russ explained with a smile, then glanced back at Blazkowicz. His rough hand caressed the girl's small face, and he winked at Marie, saying, "Your uncle seems to have forgotten you when he introduced the family." Blazkowicz awkwardly turned his face away. It was indeed a mistake not to have deeply understood Fenrisian etiquette. "Uncle Blazkow is very busy. You can't blame him for this," Marie said with a serious expression, defending Blazkowicz's oversight. "So cute," Russ laughed happily, seeing the girl's serious demeanor. He earnestly told Marie, "Your uncle might have forgotten you, but I won't forget the gift." With that, Russ bared his sharp canines in a grin and raised his hand to grasp one. Hiss as he winced in pain and gasped for breath, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, forcefully pulling out his own canine tooth. Russ gasped, quickly moving his facial muscles to alleviate the pain from the tooth extraction. "Wolves!" He slowly stood up and shouted, facing the space wolves behind him, holding up the pure white canine tooth in his hand. "Remember this token." The space wolves collectively knelt, looking up seriously at the slender canine tooth in their Father's hand. Under the gaze of the space wolves, Russ slowly crouched down and said to the girl looking up at him, "This is for you and your brother, Marie." Russ swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, held the fang in his palm, and presented it to the girl. Under the premise of not violating human interests, this object can command the wolf pack. This was an immense honor and power. The great wolf Russ bestowed it upon Marie as a welcoming gift for a new scion of his brother's family. "This is too precious." Flano tried to decline the gift, but Russ raised a hand to stop him. "Precisely because it is precious, it is worthy of my brother's family." Russ grinned, the bleeding in his mouth already stopped. A Primarch's recovery ability was inherently powerful. It wouldn't be long before his lost fangs grew back. Marie did not take the tooth, instead looking to Blazkowicz for help, knowing that only her uncle could decide this matter. Blazkowicz nodded slightly, signaling that she could accept it. This was indeed an exceptionally precious gift, one that might prove useful one day. This gift would provide the Novik family with more protection, and Russ' intentions were good, so his face naturally could not be rejected. "Thank you, sir." Marie extended her fair hands, taking the dagger-like fang and feeling its heavy weight. "You're being too formal." Russ' face fell, and he said with a hint of reproach, "I am Blazkowicz's blood brother. You can also call me Uncle Russ." After speaking, he bent his massive frame, picked up Marie, and placed her on his broad shoulder, showing his affection. Russ' eager approach made the restrained and serious atmosphere much lighter. "This way, please." Flano smiled, gestured with his hand, and turned to lead the way. Blazkowicz nodded to Russ, and the two slowly followed, the group heading towards the Royal Palace. As they passed through the Royal Palace Avenue, Flano introduced Argent Nur's culture and historical changes to Blazkowicz's brother, Russ. Russ, with Marie on his shoulder, walked along the Royal Palace Avenue with a solemn and grave expression, listening to the introduction and often nodding in approval. On the outermost sides of the Royal Palace Avenue, giant stone screens were carved with history, depicting magnificent tableaus. They portrayed the rise of the Sentinels, then showcased the glory of their formidable years, and finally, scenes of people gazing at the stars and looking towards the future. Russ watched with great interest. Argent Nur was different from Fenris, with all history clearly recorded, making all of yesterday seem close at hand. Fenris history was mostly passed down orally, and the figures and events within it gradually became songs and myths. "What race is that?" Russ pointed to a scene on a stone carving, depicting a peculiar race he had never seen before. They had hairless heads, strong limbs, wore simple clothing, and their faces were twisted and mad. The stone carving depicted a scene where a vast number of that peculiar race surrounded a city, fighting the Sentinels. "We call them greenskin orcs." Blazkowicz looked in the direction Russ was pointing and immediately explained to him, "A barbaric and belligerent race." Blazkowicz eloquently described the characteristics of the orc race: their combative nature, their troublesome semi-biological, semi-fungal characteristics, their special egg field, and their decent taste. However, he did not recommend ordinary people eating orcs. Mortals who ingested large amounts of orc spores would undergo genetic mutation and gradually turn green. Russ found it interesting. The vastness of the universe was unimaginable, and he had never seen such a miraculous species as the greenskin orc. "The War College Library has a lot of orc knowledge. You can learn more." Blazkowicz reminded his brother to prepare early for encountering orcs. The powerful creations of the Old Ones could never disappear from the universe. The Imperium would one day encounter them. At that time, the Primarchs leading their legions would be the first to bear the brunt. "I will definitely study it." Russ nodded solemnly. From his brother's description, he deeply understood the orcs' war potential. "What's that again?" As the group moved forward, Russ, like a curious child, constantly asked about the history recorded on the stone carvings. Before the end of the stone carving scroll, he saw Blazkovich holding a peculiar greatsword, pointing to the sky, and his brother's body emitting a dazzling light. Around him were sentinels warriors holding spears, fighting valiantly and repelling terrifying, hideous monsters. Those monsters were unprecedented. Even in the stone carving, they exuded pure malice. There were those with bulging muscles, bat wings on their backs, prominent horns, and faces full of rage. There were graceful, four-armed blasphemers. There were those as bloated as small mountains, covered in festering sores and full of joy. There were bird-like figures with wings on their backs, holding raging fires. There were also various types, large and small, gnashing their teeth and claws, surging towards the sentinels. Their hideous and evil appearance was very similar to creatures from human legends, demons. The war between the two sides was terrifying. The demons attacked the sentinels, surrounding Blazkovich and his warriors. But the outcome of the war was not hard to guess. His brother was still alive, and the Argentum still stood in Argent Nur. Some ordinary Xenos. Blazkovich's eyes scanned the murals, a helpless smile on his face, and he shrugged, saying, with some exaggerated artistic creation added. He spoke as if it were fact, his expression unchanged, even his tone somewhat helpless, as if lamenting the artist's excessive creativity. I see, Russ nodded slowly, his gaze leaving the carvings, not delving deeper. Out of trust in his brother, he would not discuss the matter further. But Russ knew that those terrifying things were definitely not simple Xenos. He was an extraordinary Primarch, capable of quickly reconstructing the truth of an event from subtle clues. This massive stone carving scroll, which had previously displayed legends and heroic epics, had never featured such peculiar monsters. They seemed to appear out of thin air, then were defeated by Blazkovich and the Sentinels, completely disappearing from history. Humans, relying solely on imagination or any artistic embellishment, could not reproduce that kind of malice and terror. Before Russ withdrew his gaze, he deeply etched the carved images into his mind, imprinting those monsters onto his retina and into his brain, vowing never to forget them. He did not delve into specific details, instead asking his brother, "What is the fastest way to eliminate them?" "Swords and fire," Blazkovich answered without hesitation, swords and flames being most effective against demons, and after a brief thought he added, "And psychic powers." This was the limit of what he could reveal. Chaos knowledge was a true taboo. Blazkovich found himself in the same predicament as King Noak, not daring to reveal too much, unsure of his brother's attitude towards chaos. He also had another apprehension. The Emperor had repeatedly instructed that Primarchs or Space Marines must not be allowed to know about chaos. Although he didn't know the Emperor's exact intentions, there weren't many things he cared about, so repeated instructions surely had a reason. Furthermore, the fewer people who knew about the existence or knowledge of chaos, the better, as it could weaken chaos power. Swords, fire, psychic powers, Russ murmured softly, noting down the methods for dealing with the unknown monsters. His beastly intuition told him that the scenes carved on the stone wall were definitely not simple, and knowing how to deal with them would certainly be beneficial. The two fell silent then. Russ stopped asking questions, and Blazkovich revealed no more secrets. "These are the old King Noak and Queen Elise." Flano's somber voice sounded at the opportune moment, introducing the statues at the very end to Russ. Beside the Royal Palace Avenue, at the end of the queue of royal statues, the lifelike statue of the old King Noak stood tall. His statue was the most unique, seated on a throne with Queen Elise standing beside him. As the saying goes, seeing things brings back memories. Blazkovich also had a somber look between his brows, still missing his father and mother when he looked up at their statues. Russ looked up at the faces of the statues. The man's face was extraordinarily majestic, and the woman's was beautiful and kind. He chose to kneel on one knee, showing respect to his brother's parents, bowing his head in silent mourning for a long time. This pair of mortal parents had nurtured his brother's great soul. He had to respect them. Marie dismounted from his shoulder, silently mourning her grandfather and grandmother. The space wolves following behind him, with a clatter, knelt down alongside the Primarch, expressing their respect for the Primarch's parents. The two wolves, Frecky and Jerry, lay prostrate on the ground, ears drooping, emitting soft whimpers from their mouths and noses, as if crying for them. After a brief period of mourning, the procession continued forward, arriving at the royal palace hall of the Argentum. Returning to the ancient bluestone hall, Blazkowicz felt a slight sense of disorientation. He hadn't been back here for a long time. After Argent Nur was unsealed, his office had moved to the Nur Ring to handle more numerous official duties. Blazkowicz felt a certain reluctance towards the royal palace of the Argentum. The events of that year were vivid in his memory, and he could never forget every detail of what happened that day. Beside the throne was a chair, serving as the seat for Regent Flano, used to handle urgent matters. People waited in the hall, humans from all over Argent Nur, who had come to pay respects to King Noak's blood brother. They knew a great deal about the Imperium of Man, aware of the Emperor and the 21 Primarchs. They all turned their gaze towards the giant beside King Noak, a figure combining wildness and refined temperament, and two striking giant wolves. The banquet begins. With the main characters present, Flano announced the start of the banquet. The mermaid raised her head, singing the most beautiful songs with the most melodious voice. The banquet began, and people from all corners of the world met the Emperor's offspring, expressing their respect to King Noak's blood brothers. During the banquet, hosts and guests alike enjoyed themselves. Two different cultures in their mutual exchange sparked new ideas. Russ appeared at ease, demonstrating superb political skills to everyone who came to see him. He quoted classics and was adept at philosophy. The Primarch's extraordinary wisdom earned the admiration of all present, who were captivated by his remarkable charisma. The great wolf was not surprised. As a Primarch, he inherently surpassed mortals. However, he was not arrogant, because the extraordinary capabilities of the body did not represent true wisdom and foresight. From a soul perspective, the Primarch and the mortal were no different. After meeting everyone, Russ finally took the time to approach the glass tank and carefully observe the beautiful mermaid within. He had never seen such a fantastical creature. In the long-standing legends of humanity, mermaids usually possessed beautiful faces and enchanting, seductive voices. What he saw before him was indeed consistent with the legends. The mermaid was not only of peerless beauty, but her singing was as melodious as a heavenly sound. When Russ returned after satisfying his curiosity, Blazkowicz told him about the mermaid's origins and past. Russ was greatly astonished. The barbarism of humanity in the dark age of technology, hidden beneath advanced technology, deeply shocked this seemingly barbaric Primarch. With the aid of technology, humans arrogantly eliminated those who stood in their way, shaping living beings and matter into whatever forms they desired. Finally, Russ pondered for a long time and quietly asked a question that left Blazkowicz in silence. Is the mermaid oviparous, viviparous, or ovoviviparous? At his brother's sudden curiosity, Blazkowicz's mouth twitched, and his gaze swept over the mermaid singing in the hall. He did not have the nerve to ask her. Russ pondered for a long time, eager to ask, but ultimately chose to give up. A simple welcome banquet lasted until night, adding a touch of liveliness to the usually quiet palace. By the time Russ awoke from his peaceful sleep, it was already noon the next day. The two brothers then went together to the Nur Ring. Since leaving Fenris, I have rarely slept soundly in unfamiliar places. As the two walked through the ring-shaped ecological city, Russ stretched lazily, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and sighed. Even in the Imperial Palace on Terra, I rarely sleep. Old man Malkador doesn't like to see us idle and always pushes some work on us. Even when I do sleep, I never wake up naturally, constantly disturbed by various trivial matters, or my inner stress keeps me from sleeping. So every time I go to Terra, I leave as soon as I'm done with my business. I rarely stay there. Russ clasped his hands behind his head, looked up at Argent Nur above, and a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Blazkowicz nodded empathetically. Malkador would not let go of any high-value labor. He had also worked in the Department of the Interior. That old man was also very fond of him, saying that a Primarch educated in a normal court had a grand vision in his suggestions. Every time he saw the piled-up documents, he felt his scalp tingle. He once again thanked Sophia in his heart, because the existence of the central law spared him the suffering of office work. If he were to work according to the imperial model, with the ever-expanding dominion of the Nur stars, Blazkowicz would have little time to rest. The two enjoyed a leisurely stroll, accompanied by two giant wolves, chatting all the way to the ring-shaped palace. Russ also enjoyed the rest. He had a whole year to rest properly under the guise of preparations. The Space Wolves fleet was being refitted in other Forge worlds, and he might have to constantly pay attention. But this was the Nur Stars, a highly intelligent, human-ruled area, and he did not need to do everything himself. In the palace hall, a table rose from the polished floor as the two arrived, with two large chairs facing each other. As the two sat down, a holographic image lit up on the table, showing a scan of the Space Wolves fleet. Within the Nur Stars, after a brief warp journey, the Space Wolves fleet arrived at a Forge world and completed the fleet scan. The holographic image displayed the ship repair and firepower upgrade plans that Argent Nur could provide for the fleet within 1 year. Russ carefully browsed the upgrade plans, and golden light erupted from his golden eyes. His long-cherished wish was finally granted today. For the first time, Russ felt the convenience of technology. After a few operations, he understood the principle behind it. It was similar to an assembly game. One only needed to select a modification plan and apply it to the chosen ship. He was in high spirits, praising the advanced technology of the Nur Stars while cursing the Adeptus Mechanicus. For similar-level modification plans, the Adeptus Mechanicus would go through various meetings and finally come up with a stripped-down plan. Then those red-robed figures would arrogantly state, "The spaceship is the conquering will of the Omnissiah and cannot be altered at will." Looking at the plan his brother provided, it was the maximum level of modification. If time had allowed, Argent Nur could have provided even more powerful ship modifications, allowing the warships to be completely reborn. "You can choose any of these plans." Blazkowicz leaned back in his seat, watching Russ choose with a smile, recalling his own excitement when playing holographic games. "Thank you for your generosity." Russ' expression was solemn as he focused intently on selecting modification plans for each warship. Blazkowicz did not disturb him, merely picking up the brief from his time away and quietly flipping through it. The hall was unusually quiet, with only the faint glow of the holographic images. After reviewing the information, Blazkowicz nodded repeatedly. The expansion rate of the Nur Stars was moderate but steadily progressing. It was not that the Conquest fleet's progress was slow, but rather that the plan he had initially formulated limited the speed of conquest. The Nur Stars had 3 major regions: the core territory, the controlled territory, and the influenced territory. The core territory, with Argent Nur as its center, was a 3-dimensional region of 200 light-years, including Argent Nur's homeland. The controlled territory extended from 200 light-years to 500 light-years, a stable domain under absolute control. From 500 to 1,000 light-years, or even further, was the influenced territory. Due to the vast distances, the construction of the quantum communication network was slow, so only influence could be exerted. The main direction of conquest now was the controlled territory, striving to bring all valuable worlds under the rule of the Nur Stars. The 300 light-year ring-shaped 3-dimensional space contained billions of stars, and planets were countless. There were various Xenos and lost human homeworlds. Argent Nur's 1,000 exploration ships were a drop in the bucket for exploring such a vast cosmic region. Blazkovich's strategy dictated that within the controlled territory, conquered worlds must establish corresponding governing bodies. This was to help local worlds restore production and assume corresponding responsibilities within the Nur stars, preventing them from falling into famine and chaos again. Within the controlled territory, as the conquest deepened, the quantum communication network was also gradually being built. With fast and efficient communication, Sophia could monitor planets and allocate resources to generate quotas. Reasonable resource allocation could effectively prevent wasted productivity and ensure the employment of people in subordinate worlds. Under such a process, the speed of conquest was relatively slow, but it ensured control over the conquered worlds. The liberated people became more accepting of the Nur Star's rule, and it would only take 1 or 2 generations for them to fully pledge their allegiance. As for the influenced territory, for now, they could only occupy high-value worlds and establish dozens of fortress systems to serve as bridgeheads for future conquests. The fleets led by Blazkovich, Harlan, and Senna had established a formidable reputation, conquering hundreds of major worlds and marking countless resource worlds. Other smaller fleets, led by the Sentinel's masters, also achieved significant results. Data continuously scrolled before his eyes, and Blazkovich was very satisfied, a smile constantly on his face. His orders had not been in vain. The conquest fleet had performed very well. Within the controlled territory, 28 newly transformed agricultural worlds distributed enough food to every world, ensuring that no one went hungry. In some lost worlds ravaged by hunger, a single meal was enough to make the local residents willingly submit to Argent Nur. Force was the last resort, winning hearts was the best strategy. Feeding the hungry, bringing hope to the desperate, and liberating the oppressed. Using appropriate methods, they took one world after another without bloodshed. Argent Nur's fleet and system brought relative fairness. As for absolute fairness, Blazkovich dared not promise. He did not have the ability to make such a promise. But the relatively fair environment allowed the people of those conquered worlds to live a life hundreds of times better than before. Occasionally, old-era elites would jump out and rebel. Such acts of overthrowing the government, detached from the people's base, were met with swift action. Before the security forces could even depart, the leaders were already apprehended by enraged militiamen. Finally, it's done. Just as Blazkovich was browsing the information, Russ let out a cheerful sound. He had finished selecting the fleet upgrade plans. According to my estimation, the modified fleet's combat power will increase severalfold. Before coming to Argent Nur, Russ could not have imagined that the combat power of the entire fleet could be increased several times over. A several-fold increase in combat power was no exaggeration. The increased range and enhanced maneuverability of warships gave rise to an entirely new tactical system. Blazkovich opened the holographic image and carefully read the refit plan submitted by Russ. Reinforced force field struts made the ship's structure tougher, enhancing its durability and resistance to bombardments. Agile steering engines, a complete set of small steering engines, allowed large ships to turn faster. More advanced weapon systems increased the fleet's firepower by 50%, allowing them to shoot further and reload faster. Replacing the plasma engines with more powerful ones satisfied the warship's surging energy demands and provided longer combat endurance. The completion of these core component modifications indeed significantly boosted the fleet's combat power, along with numerous other detailed changes. Perhaps influenced by his time on Argent Nur's ships, Russ took this opportunity to improve the living conditions of the crew, and the living conditions of the indentured laborers also saw some improvement. Sophia, Blazkovich called out to the Grand Steward after reviewing the items, and as her ethereal blue figure appeared, he immediately instructed, "You may begin work. Complete the ship modifications as quickly as possible." "Estimated completion in 10 Terra months," Sophia replied precisely, her eyes flashing. Russ nodded in satisfaction. Completing the refit in 10 months showed the terrifying productivity of his brother's domain. It was important to note that the refit scope was not limited to the fleet that had arrived at Argent Nur, but also included other ships coming from various forge worlds of the Imperium to supplement the fleet. The Wolf King's heart was filled with joy. Fighting alongside his brother, striking hard at the Xenos, not only brought immense honor but also enhanced the fleet's combat power. It was well worth it. Though honor was precious, it was somewhat ethereal. The real firepower of warships could secure any honor. Russ' satisfied expression was noted by Blazkovich, who smiled without comment. The plan Sophia provided, and the technology involved, indeed represented the limit of external modifications. However, this was only for external technology. The true core technology was not touched upon at all. Regarding the use of core technology, Blazkovich had strictly forbidden its outflow to ensure Argent Nur's technological lead. It wasn't that he was stingy or unwilling to share. Rather, given the current state of humanity, excessive sharing of technology would lead to even more terrible conflicts. There was also the Adeptus Mechanicus factor. Those red-robed individuals who fetishized technology posed a huge hidden danger. If Argent Nur dared to share technology today, tomorrow the red robes would dare to label it as omnissiah. And the day after, they would turn around and accuse the Nur stars of using heretical technology. Then the Adeptus Mechanicus would monopolize technology, seal away advanced techniques, forbid their outflow, and ultimately poison all of humanity. Therefore, the use of technology had to be under strict supervision. In the Nur stars, Sophia could ensure technological protection, but once outside of controlled areas, the consequences were unimaginable. "You must be careful of the Adeptus Mechanicus," Blazkovich said playfully, looking at Russ and giving him an early warning. The production and maintenance of most of the Imperial fleet's ships were handled entirely by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Even the upgraded Space Wolves ships would ultimately be maintained by them. Blazkovich wasn't worried about technology leakage. He simply wanted to tease Russ. Because the ship upgrades didn't change the technical route, only the manufacturing process and precision differed. Once the finished products were installed on the ships, the tech priests would realize it was a manufacturing process advantage, not a different technical route. "What should I do then?" Russ asked anxiously, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, scratching his ears in frustration. Blazkovich wasn't in a hurry to explain, suppressing a smile as he watched his brother's predicament. "I've got it." Russ' golden eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together with a snap, having found a solution. "Tell me." Blazkovich was intrigued, wanting to hear what idea he had come up with. "Do you know about tech marines?" Russ grinned, proudly displaying his wit. Blazkovich naturally knew. Tech marines originated from the Olympus Accord signed by the Emperor and Mars. Each legion would send a portion of its space marines to Mars for training, to understand the principles of mechanical operation, and after learning, they would serve their respective legions, maintaining various war machines. This was originally a very good thing, but tech marines were ostracized within the legions. Due to the unique nature of the Martian Adeptus Mechanicus, learning their technological knowledge required faith in the omnissiah. Thus, those wearing red power armor and carrying auxiliary backpacks had a very low status within the legions. During a war charge, Astartes would roar and bellow, shouting the names of their Primarch and the Emperor, rushing forward to slaughter the enemies of the Imperium. At such a moment, a sudden "praise the omnissiah" from the side was quite jarring. After the war ended, while their legion brothers engaged in boisterous discussions, the tech marines would be muttering binary to their machines. Tech marines ensured the legion's combat effectiveness, but for various reasons, they became outsiders in the legions. In all Imperial legions, Astartes who became tech marines had no further upward mobility. This was because the Primarchs or Legion High Command did not want to see individuals tainted by Martian culture leading their legions in the future. If a tech marine were to hold high command in a legion, would the legion become Martianized? No one knew the answer to this question, so it had to be nipped in the bud, completely cutting off the invasion of Adeptus Mechanicus ideology. Within the Stars Accord, the Nurstar's provision of technical talent to the Imperium is strictly limited. Blazkowicz slowly shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes, rejecting Russ' idea. Actually, there was a loophole in this. Argent Nur could not openly send talent to the Imperium, but it didn't say it couldn't accept personnel sent by the Imperium for study. There were many such loopholes in the Stars Accord, carefully selected by Sophia to prevent excessive restrictions. HMPH tilde, Russ' eyes darted, and he said indifferently, "What if I buy weapons from Argent Nur and learn how to use them from the included instruction manuals? Are those red-robed zealots really going to openly investigate me and you?" Blazkowicz stared intently at Russ, his gaze seemingly piercing his soul, scrutinizing his brother. Such a petty trick was something anyone could think of, but it was rare for a Primarch to shamelessly voice it. The two Wolf brothers turned their faces away, looking elsewhere, pretending not to know him. Under the scrutinizing gaze, Russ' old face flushed, and he awkwardly rubbed his face, maintaining his composure. "You still want weapons?" Blazkowicz didn't dwell on it, instead hearing other intentions in Russ' words. "Yes," Russ rubbed his hands, a smile plastered on his face like a market hawker. He quickly rattled off his demands. 1,000,000 bolters, 100,000 plasma pistols, 50,000 melta weapons, 10,000 various power weapons, and 1 billion bolter rounds. After hearing this, Blazkowicz's thick brows furrowed, and he carefully scrutinized Russ as if saying, "Are you serious?" While Argent Nur could easily produce the vast array of weapons and equipment, too many political factors were involved. Argent Nur itself didn't care, but the problem lay with the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves had no forge world of their own, nor any industrial base. Their supplies relied entirely on Imperial provisions. Where did the Imperium's supplies come from? Nowhere else but Mars. Once the Martian Adeptus Mechanicus learned that the Space Wolves were acquiring arms from Argent Nur, they would certainly make trouble for Russ. Argent Nur upgrading the Space Wolves' ships was an act of brotherhood, not involving an exchange of interests. Trading weapons, however, was different. The nature of the two changed. "My brother sends me weapons, and I send my brother resources." Russ gave a devilish smile, spreading his hands to the sides. "Is that too much?" Blazkowicz rolled his eyes, shaking his head with a speechless laugh. "Do you think they'll believe that?" "I don't know if they'll believe it, but it's enough if I believe it." Russ was determined. This deal had to be made. The Wolf King had long since thought it through. This batch of weapons had to be acquired to enhance the Legion's combat power. The Imperial weapons produced by his brother's realm boasted at least a 30% advantage over similar Martian types in terms of paper statistics, making him extremely eager. Seeing that his mind was made up, Blazkowicz did not interfere further, lest he appear petty. He asked with great curiosity, "What resources will you use to trade for so many weapons?" Aside from Fenris, the Space Wolves had no apparent forge worlds or other sources of income. Argent Nur did not accept Imperial currency, leaving only various industrial raw materials as trade options. "You don't need to worry about that. I've calculated it carefully. I have the means to pay for the trade goods." Russ patted his chest, swearing to his brother that he could pay goods of equivalent value. All right then, though Blazkowicz had doubts, he still nodded and agreed to the trade. After all, in a galaxy as vast as this, it wasn't strange for the Space Wolves to have some private assets. The number of weapons his brother needed far exceeded the Legion's standard prepared by the Imperium, and he couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do with so many weapons?" "Stockpile them," Russ replied with a serious expression. Chapter 69 VULKN. "Store them away." Blazkowicz shook his head at the somewhat absurd reason, but a sudden thought struck him. Russ might be telling the truth. Canine creatures, when they have an abundance of food, will instinctively hide the excess to survive lean times. As a Primarch with wolf genes, it was highly plausible Russ had adopted a similar habit. He's just preparing for winter. But Blazkowicz didn't want to dwell on that reason. Another, more suspicious possibility